Glendale Tower to Pan American Trip 7. Wind east 7. Altimeter setting 29.92. You're clear to land on runway number 2.
Pan American Trip 7 to Glendale Tower. Wilco.
The controls of an airplane are elementary. When you push the stick forward, the nose drops. When you pull the stick back, the nose comes up.
Company, attention. Cadet Allen, Archibald, present.
Wings for defense, wings for commerce. The symbol of our world of today. September 7th, 1941. It's a pathetically contradictory world of streamlined speed and heartbreaking strife, of achievement and destructive war. But the symbol for both war and achievement is the airplane. And the airplane is also a symbol for the great modern city of Glendale, California, one of the aviation centers for the globe-circling airlines, for training flyers for the Army and Navy, for Canada and the RAF. Yet, only 100 years ago, this great area of factories and homes was undreamed of. Where Flint Ridge, Eagle Rock, Highland Park, Occidental College, Garvanza now lie, the lofty mountains stood silent sentinel over vast solitudes of waving grain fields and pasture lands. It was the Rancho San Rafael. Let's go back through the years and relive the romance of the Ranchos.
The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the romance and adventure connected with the growth of this great state. Each week at this time, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, uncovers another fascinating story of events and people who built the land we know today as Southern California. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight is one I know you will enjoy, selected from the vast files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. You see, it's the business of this company to know the history of our Southland.
Yes, the vast historical files of this company of necessity contain detailed records, available nowhere else in such accessible form, of California's glamorous past, back to the earliest Spanish land grants, one of the first of which was Rancho San Rafael. Each week, for your enjoyment, we recreate from these records a true story, replete with the drama, gaiety, and tragedy, romance and hatred, triumph and disaster, that so filled the colorful transition period from the days of the Dones and the gold rushes to the present time.
Our story tonight is a fascinating one, set in the fertile section of Southern California, which became one of the first of the great ranchos, Rancho San Rafael. The years drop away as we go back, searching. 1930, 1920, 1910, 1905. Wait. Let us stop here just a moment. 1904. 1904 was a big year for Glendale, even though the town had not become a city as yet. For it was that year.
Here it comes now. Here comes the first car.
Yep, that's right. There it is. It's rounding the bend.
And just think, man, that car will take us into Los Angeles in less than an hour.
Yes, and it takes 3 at least in the spring wagons. Well, I guess it's time to start proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, folks, quiet, please. I'm going to ask the man who is chiefly responsible for this great event to drive the last spike in the rails. So step up here, Mr. L.C. Brand.
Well, thank you, folks. This is a great day for Glendale, and no one will be any happier than I will to see that car roll up here.
Well, here you are, sir. Now, pound her in.
All right, boys, stand back.
Stand back, yes. That's it. That's it, Mr. Brand.
Well, there it is. You can give the car the signal now.
All right, boys. Bring her in.
There she is. The Pacific Electric is here.
Dr. James, Dr. James.
Yes, what is it, Dora?
Come quickly. It's Father. He's dying.
You mean Verdugo? Yes, of course. I'll come.
Hurry.
As the people of Glendale welcomed the future, the past was slipping away from them. For on his deathbed lay Teodoro Verdugo, respected citizen, one of the last of the Dons. And with him, time wrote the final chapter in the story of the great Rancho San Rafael.
Doctor, can't anything be done?
I'm sorry, my dear.
Oh, Papacito.
Darling, my child, you must not cry. I leave you the good name of Verdugo. If I left you nothing else, you would be rich. Honor it, keep it high, where it has always been. And this land, the Rancho San Rafael, even though it belongs to others now, do what you can to make it a fine place for people to live. That is what my grandfather, Don Jose Maria, would have wished. He loved the Rancho San Rafael, as I...
Papacito.
Yes, Teodoro Verdugo loved the Rancho San Rafael, as had his father and his grandfather before him. It was from that love of the land that burned in the heart of Jose Maria Verdugo that the Rancho San Rafael was first formed. But we must go back farther through the years to find that story. It was on one lovely sun-filled day in the 1770s that Corporal Jose Maria Verdugo, in the service of His Majesty the King of Spain, rode over the land across which ran the old road to Monterey, a portion of which is still called Monterey Road. With him was another young soldier, and they were returning to the mission San Gabriel, where they were stationed.
Well, Jose, now maybe you don't like being a soldier so much.
How do I not, Carlos?
Sending us out into this wilderness, this desert. What are we to do?
It isn't so bad at the mission. We are busy keeping the Indians in order, and we have adventure.
But why do we have to leave San Diego? Think of the times we could have had there, the fiestas and the senoritas. The senoritas. There are no senoritas in San Gabriel.
Yeah, what you should do is get married and settle down.
See, and a fine chance I have here.
Too bad.
You should get married and settle down, too.
Oh, not me. I'm a soldier, and I like it. I stay a soldier.
But one of these days, a lovely senorita, and you'll be tired of this life.
Never. But I tell you, Carlos, if I ever did decide to settle down somewhere and get married, I do not think I could find a better spot than right here. Stop a minute. Look out there. Here, Chapo. Chapo. Oh, just look at the vista. The mountains and the green valley and the trees.
See, it's very pretty.
Oh, very pretty. It's beautiful.
See. Here, what's this? Jose, a party of travelers coming down the road.
Yeah, it's good land, too, Carlos. Would make a very fine rancho. See, near the mountains are streams. There will be fish. And there, over there, you could raise corn and grapes and pumpkins for food. And there in the distance is pasture land for cattle.
Jose, look, there's a senorita.
A senorita? Yes?
See, riding with the party, look.
See, so it is.
Accompanied by two gentlemen and a padre.
See, and she is...
Madre mio, she is beautiful.
See.
Buenos dias, senorita.
Buenos dias, Senor Corporal.
May we be of service?
No, gracias, senor. Our journey is almost over. I'm quite safe, gracias. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. What a lovely face, and such a smile she gave me. I thought that the sun had just come up. Perhaps this desert does have at least one oasis in it, Jose?
She was lovely.
You noticed it too, huh? Then I know she was truly beautiful.
I wonder what could her name be?
Huh? Oh. Jose, you old soldier. So you could never be charmed by a senorita, huh? Well, my friend, perhaps you were wrong. Perhaps that look in your eye is love, no? Perhaps the great Jose Maria Verdugo has been struck at last.
And Jose Maria Verdugo was struck at last. He wooed and won for his bride the beautiful young daughter of Ignacio Lopez, Maria de la Encarnacion. And they were married at the San Gabriel mission. And now Jose had definite ideas about his future. One day, as he returned from his duties, his wife, Maria, called.
Jose, a writer brought a message for you.
A message for me?
See? And it's from the governor, Don Pedro Pages.
The governor? Oh, then it's come. It's here.
What's come? What is it, Jose?
It is news I've been waiting for. Give it to me.
No. Jose Verdugo, before another minute, you must tell me what you have to do with the governor. You've been keeping something from me.
See, Maria, I have. But it's just because I wanted to surprise you. My little dove. Come here. There. Now, what would you like best to have?
You, Jose?
Oh, no. I mean besides my ugly face.
Well, perhaps a little one and a home of our own.
See, that is it. I, too, want a home for you and the little ones that will soon be. And so I have laid my plans.
Plans? What plans, Jose?
Do you remember the day you first saw me? Riding on El Camino Viejo?
See, I was with the padre and you with Carlos.
See? And do you remember the land, the beautiful valley, which we could see from there?
See?
That is where I want our home to be.
Oh, Jose, it would be paradise.
Oh, see, paradise. And so I've asked the governor to let me keep some cattle on that land. If he says yes, then I can send my brother to build a house and start a rancho. And then later, when it is established, the governor cannot help but allow us to make our home there. It will be ours. So you see, already our home is started.
But, Jose, suppose the governor refused.
Oh, no, he could not do it. I don't think he could. Maria, give me the letter.
See, here.
I'd better open it, huh?
See, go ahead.
See, I will open it.
Read it. What does it say?
It says, I concede to the petitioner the permission he solicits to keep his cattle and horses.
Oh, Jose.
Maria, do you hear? It says, I concede to the petitioner the permission he solicits. It's ours, Maria. It's ours.
And so in 1784, the Rancho San Rafael was started, even though it still belonged to the King of Spain. But Jose Verdugo had his heart set on owning the rancho. And so, 15 years later, in 1799, he took his second step.
Corporal Verdugo.
Si, senor. I'm coming. I'm coming as fast as I can. You wanted me, senor?
See? How do you feel, Corporal?
Oh, not very well, senor. My back, it aches. And the dropsy, you know, of course, how I suffer from the dropsy.
I know. You haven't ridden out on any patrols for a long time, Corporal.
Oh, no. I cannot ride. That is well known. Oh, I suffer terribly on a horse. But I keep busy around the mission, senor. I am not useless, you understand?
Perhaps not, Verdugo, but you have petitioned the governor to be released.
See, so that I may retire to my rancho, San Rafael.
Well, Corporal Verdugo, I'm pleased to tell you that the governor has granted your petition. You're free to go to live on your rancho any time.
What? Senor, you mean that... Madre de Dios. It's wonderful news. Wonderful. I must go and tell Maria. I must go and tell her right
But
away.
Verdugo, wait, Verdugo, what are you doing? That's a horse you're climbing on.
I must hurry, senor. I must hurry.
But you can't ride anymore. You have dropsy. But, senor, come back. That's my horse you're riding off with. Hasta luego, senor. Hasta
And so, 157 years ago was established the beginning of the first valid title to Rancho San Rafael. At that point start the records of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. Each time Rancho San Rafael or any part of it changed hands, one or more legal recordings were filed. Similar mountains of documents loom in the background of every piece of land bought or sold in California today. The reason title company records must go back to the very beginning and include every transaction up to the present day is that land titles are like a chain. They're only as strong as their weakest link. If any title is defective, all subsequent ones may be faulty too. It is the task of the Title Insurance Company to seek out each of these records, establish beyond reasonable doubt its authenticity, assemble them where they're always available, to the end that when you buy property, you will really become its owner, and to ensure your interest in the land against another's claim based on some undetected forgery, forgotten mortgage loan, undisclosed heirs, or other ghost from the past.
The early California years rolled on. Jose grew old, and his sons and daughters grew up on Rancho San Rafael. 36,000 acres of fertile plain, rolling woodland, and magnificent mountains. This was his domain, the Rancho San Rafael. He built its houses, farmed its lands, dammed its streams, raised its cattle, turned it into the paradise he dreamed of. And then suddenly one day, while Jose was riding, he came upon a scene that struck his heart with horror.
After them! Chase them off! After them!
Julio! Julio, my son! Julio, my son! What is this? What has happened?
These Indians are invading our rancho. They have already built huts and corrals.
Oh, but Julio, you're burning them.
See, of course. We're chasing them off our land, back across Arroyo
Oh,
Hondo.
but you must not do that. They might be hurt. Stop, vaquero, stop! It is I, Don Jose. Stop this at once.
But, Papa, they do not belong here. This is our land.
We thought it was our land. But that is no reason for killing and destroying.
But if we do not chase them off, they might take all our land piece by piece. Others would come.
Then I would rather give them the land, all the land I own, than have this happen. Julio, I am disappointed, distressed that you, a Verdugo, should do such a thing.
Well, I'm sorry, Papa. I only thought I was doing the right thing. That we should show them that this is ours. We mean business.
My son, the boundaries have never been very clear, and we cannot even be sure that this is our land. If these Indians are from San Gabriel, the new padre told them to settle here, and we must go to the padre and apologize.
No, these are renegade Indians from the hills who rob us, and they mission too.
Even so, Julio, we must defend what is ours peacefully. We must hold our neighbor's respect and not his hatred. The law will take care of us, my boy.
Law? There is no law, except our own.
I shall go to the governor. He has always been my friend. He will uphold our claims. And when he does, no one shall ever again try to trespass on Rancho San Rafael.
When the governor of California upheld Jose's petition and ordered the padres off the land, the Verdugo claim to the Rancho San Rafael was clear. And a few years later, when the old soldier, Jose Maria Verdugo, passed on to his other paradise, the great rancho was left to his son, Julio, his daughter, Catalina. Life was rich and peaceful at San Rafael, but soon the faint reverberations of great events penetrated the solitude. Armies were on the march. The American armies of Commodore Stockton and Captain Fremont marched through the ranch lands from the mountains to the sea. Battles were fought, and the Americans swept on. Finally, the defenders knew their cause was lost. In 1847, Stockton occupied Los Angeles in the south. Fremont's forces were closing in from the north. The last little band of caballeros, under the command of Andres Pico, made their camp in the shadows of the Verdugos on Rancho San Rafael. They were well aware that Fremont's forces had reached Cahuenga Pass and were prepared to do battle with them the next day. But that night, a prisoner was marched in and placed before General Carrillo.
Buenos dias, General Carrillo.
Padre de Dios. Jesus Pico. You are the prisoner.
I am not a prisoner. I came here of my own free will. Tell this man to release me.
Release him. You may go. Come in. There are men here who will be glad to see you.
I shall be glad to see them.
After you, senor.
Gracias, General.
Jesus, my brother.
See, you brother. Deliver himself up. He has realized his mistake at last.
It is not I who have made the mistake. It is you.
By heaven, you shall learn.
Please. General Prisoner has to say.
I am not the prisoner, Andre. You are the prisoners. You are surrounded. Your men deserted. You cannot fight any longer.
We shall die fighting.
See, a noble sentiment, General Carrillo, but so useless. There is no need to die. There has been enough of that already. Senores, Your cause is hopeless.
See? What he says is all too true.
Senores, forget that I am what you call a traitor. Remember that I love this land as much as you. That is why I can ask you now. Give up. Surrender.
Give up? That is all very well. But then what happens to us?
That is what I have been sent to tell you. Nothing.
Nothing. You call Stockton's terms nothing.
I care nothing about Stockton's terms. I bring terms from Fremont.
Fremont?
And what are they?
Simply that you surrender. Give up fighting.
Give up fighting.
After that, we can all return to our homes. Everything will be as before.
You mean none of us will be arrested? Our lands confiscated?
No, nothing. You can go home just as before.
This is not a trick.
I swear it. Why should they want to trick us? They need our help in building this great country. They need us as much as we need them.
We need them.
Oh, see, we have been backward here. The world has moved on ahead of us. The Americanos go with it. They even lead it. They can make California a great part of the world instead of a backward corner. If you love your country, then you will welcome the Americanos.
See, I believe he's right.
Say, Verdugo.
I'm sorry. I should not have spoken.
But you must, my friend. This is for all of us to decide.
Well, I'm not fighting with you. But I love California just as much as my father, Jose, did. Just as you do. And I believe we owe it to this land to make it the great country it can be. And besides, strife and bitterness never build anything. They only tear down. We must keep ourselves respectable and honorable. We cannot do that by violence.
There is much wisdom there.
See?
Then you will send men to Cahuenga Pass to talk to Fremont?
See? I think so. Carrillo,
Si.
you, Senor Alvero, and I will go, and perhaps this will be the beginning and not the end of California.
And so California became a part of the United States. Once again, all of the Southland was as peaceful as the Rancho San Rafael. Don Julio's title to the land was recognized by the United States. But there were new problems for the Rancho San Rafael. 36,000 acres of ranch land too fertile, of acreage too invitingly close to the growing metropolis. Its days were numbered. One day, Julio Verdugo received a visitor.
See, come in.
Senor Verdugo.
See, come in.
Senor, I'm the sheriff.
See, I know. Won't you sit down? May I get a glass of wine?
No, thanks. Gracias. I'd rather get this over with.
Of course.
Senor, you borrowed money. Mortgage this place.
See, I have for $3,445. But that was a long time ago.
Almost 9 years ago, to be exact. You agreed to pay 3% interest a month. Long ago, the interest was foreclosed, and a judgment returned against you for almost $16,000. That is still unpaid.
I know. I am sorry.
But do you realize how much you owe now with that interest rate?
It is much, isn't it?
It's almost $59,000.
But I can hardly think of so much money.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid there's nothing left to do but show you this.
Oh, gracias, senor. What is it?
It's my order to put up for public sale your Rancho San Rafael.
The first of the great ranchos, the land that Jose Maria Verdugo saw and loved, the beautiful domain that dazzled the traveler's eye, was no more. On the sheriff's auction block, its acres were chopped into 100 parcels, and the way was clear for the growth of towns and villages, of factories and homes. Taking shape were Glendale, Highland Park, Eagle Rock, Garvanza, and Flint Ridge. Business sprang up overnight. The boom was on. The Pacific Electric connected Glendale with Los Angeles, and the population grew.
1910.
2,700.
1920.
13,500.
1930.
62,700.
1940.
81,700.
Glendale, the fastest growing city in the United States.
Glendale, thriving metropolis, aviation center, hub of activity for the surrounding valley. And on the spot where today is heard
Pan American Trip 7, all aboard for Mexico City, Canal Zone, Rio de Janeiro, Buenos Aires, and Santiago.
on the spot where Britain's RAF is being trained.
Dive straight to the target. At 200 feet, ship your bomb release.
Over all this land, where factories hum, traffic roars, and the business of the streamlined modern world is conducted, just 100 years ago, stood the great Rancho San Rafael. Such is the romance of the Ranchos.
Our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, has narrated another of the fascinating stories of the romance of the Ranchos, taken from the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. When you sell a lot, a home, or a ranch, or when you borrow money on such property, your purchaser or your bank or other financial institution requires the protection of title insurance. The purpose of this insurance, of course, is to protect both you and the buyer or the lender, to ensure the validity of the ownership which you are transferring. Your deed, which you execute or receive, does not provide such insurance. Well, every day in Los Angeles County alone, an average of 1,500 legal documents are recorded which can affect the validity of titles to real estate. These documents include death certificates, divorce decrees, wills filed for probate, mortgages, trust deeds, and scores of others. Forged signatures or signatures by minors or incompetents are among still other risks to land titles. To insure a title, your title company must check the files of more than 50 different public offices to locate and examine all these recordings. It then ensures the completeness and accuracy of this work. So when you pay for a policy of title insurance, remember first that it's your protection against loss, and second, that it represents a great volume of detailed work by experts. Title insurance can be priced so low only because of the large organization and vast files which the Title Insurance and Trust Company has built up through the years. Well, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Under the earth lay a great pool of liquid gold, oil. But long before it was discovered, this land around Santa Fe Springs was a place of romance and glamour, and it has a story packed with drama. Until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is brought to you each week at the same time by the Title Insurance and Trust Company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Romance of the Ranchos.
Here she blows! Get going, boys! Get out of here fast!
It's a gusher!
Look at it! A mile high!
Took the time to stop right on that area.
Well,
the sky's black with oil!
Millions of barrels of oil!
Millions of barrels of oil, liquid gold. Beneath the surface of the earth of Southern California lie huge lakes of precious petroleum. At Santa Fe Springs, forests of gaunt steel derricks pencil the horizon as far as the eye can see. From those depths have come millions of barrels of oil and millions of dollars of wealth for Southern California. And yet, long before those derricks mushroomed into the sky, long before that dark pool brought Santa Fe Springs to the attention of the world, long before the towns of Downey, Santa Fe Springs, Los Nietos, and Rivera came into being, This was a land of romance, of achievement and drama. For this was once the great Rancho Santa Gertrudis, the domain of the Dones, scene for the romance of the Ranchos.
The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the march of events in the Southland from the romantic days of the Ranchos to the streamlined age of today. Tonight, our wandering vaquero Frank Graham uncovers another fascinating story of events and people who helped to build Southern California. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, we're going to relive the story of the Rancho Santa Gertrudis, a story of romance and achievement selected from the vast files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles.
Yes, Frank, it's the business of the Title Insurance and Trust Company to know the facts about land ownership. And since the story of the ownership of most of the land you and I and our listeners own and live on dates back more than a century and a half to the first grants made by the King of Spain, the title company's records must go back that far, too. They include the essential information about every one of the many different transfers of title to every square foot of land in this entire county, including, of course, the Rancho Santa Gertrudis, whose story you're going to tell us tonight.
Our story of the Rancho Santa Gertrudis takes us back through time to the year 1859. It was in that year that a crowd gathered on the steps of the Los Angeles courthouse to listen to the call of the auctioneer.
The bid is 55. Anybody want to raise it?
60.
Mr. Downey says 60. Who'll give me 65? Oh, come, gentlemen. 17,602 acres, the most fertile land in California. Why, it's worth twice as much.
Maybe so, Sheriff, but I bid 60. Anybody want to raise that?
The bid is 60. Nobody wants to raise it. It's going for 60. Sold. Mr. John G. Downey and Mr. James P. McFarland for $60,000. Well, you got a real bargain there, Miss Downey.
Yeah, perhaps you're right, Sheriff. What's it figure to?
Oh, roughly about $3.40 an acre, I guess.
That's not cheap.
Oh, it's the best farming land around here. You've got water from the San Gabriel River.
Yeah. Poor Carpenter didn't find it so profitable. Look, see those people walking down the street?
You mean the ones all in black?
Yes. They're in mourning. They're friends of Carpenter, and they're on their way to his funeral.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Lovingly his friends returned Lemuel Carpenter to the soil which he loved. Lemuel Carpenter, one of the first Americans to set foot in California, one of the earliest of the California pioneers, was dead. And with him passed the first great era of achievement that made California what it is today. Let's go back still farther into history and allow Lemuel Carpenter's life to come before us from Rancho Santa Gertrudis. Great rancho of Los Nietos, granted to Manuel Nieto in 1784, had been partitioned among his children after his death. Now, in the early 1830s, Santa Gertrudis was the domain of his son's widow, Doña Josefa Coto. It was she who, each year at the Christmas season, was hostess to the countryside at a joyous siesta.
Ah, Maria, it is so good to hear them having a good time. Laughing, singing, dancing.
See, fiesta time is so wonderful.
If we could only be as happy always.
Dear Josefa, that is no way to talk. What will your guests think of your long face? Come, be gay.
My little Maria, do you think my sister should have a child as lovely as you? Hi, you're a great tonic for this old heart of mine.
I am glad, dear Josefa, for you must be happier and gayer, and I shall help you to be.
If I could only have you near me all of the time, my child.
That, too, might be arranged.
Huh? You are not going back to Santa Barbara?
See? But I would not. If you could find a suitable husband for me here.
Uh-huh. You little fox. Thinking of that already, eh? You are too young and far too beautiful for any man.
You sound like Mamacita when you say that. I am not too young, and what good is my beauty if it does not get me a husband?
I suppose you have your eyes on some caballero?
No, not exactly.
Not exactly, huh? Come. What do you mean by that?
Well, Don Juan Temple has a young Americano staying with him. He's very handsome.
Americano? Uh-huh. Yes, I have heard of him. So, you have met him?
No, but I saw him riding one day.
So, and?
See.
Just like that. You love him?
Goodness, I do not know.
Well, you shall have a better chance to know very soon. Here is Don Juan now, and with him...
The Americano?
Si.
Oh, dear Josefa, I'm frightened.
Frightened? But I thought you wanted to meet him.
Si, but not yet, not now.
Stop acting like a schoolgirl. Of course you shall meet him and charm him with your beauty. If you are to have a husband, you are a woman now. Act like one. Now stop blushing. Here he comes.
Doña Josefa, Señorita Maria, buenas noches. It is a pleasure to be here.
We are happy to have our good neighbors, Don Juan, and their friends.
Si. May I present Senor Lemuel Carpenter, who has just arrived from New Mexico. Doña Josefa Cota.
It's a pleasure, ma'am.
He is charming, eh, Maria? You are a welcome guest in my home, Senor Carpenter. And this is my niece, Maria de Los Angeles de Dominguez. Senor Carpenter.
Buenas noches, senor.
I'm mighty glad to know you, miss. I've seen you riding.
Eh? You too?
I beg pardon, ma'am?
I say, you enjoy riding too, senor?
Oh, of course.
Well, you two will have much in common. You should get on well together. Very well, I'm sure.
I should like nothing better. Might I presume to... Oh, that is... Well, I'd be mighty happy if you'd allow Senorita Maria to join me in the dancing, Doña Josefa. That is, if she would do me the honor of accepting.
Well, speak up, child. What do you say?
Gracias, senor. I would be most happy.
Well, then, of course, go right ahead. Young people should be dancing.
You'll excuse us then, Doña Josefa.
But, of course, run along. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
He's a nice young man.
Very fine young fellow.
You think he will stay?
No, I cannot say. That depends.
I think he will stay. Perhaps Tia Josefa can arrange it.
You are always the matchmaker, senora. Well, you have my wish for success. I would feel safer with Senor Carpenter here. He's the kind of strong man we need.
You have news?
Si. Juan Perez is building a house on Arroyo Hondo.
On Arroyo Hondo?
Si. Not 500 varas from your land.
But that means he still claims title to my land.
Si, he does not give up easily.
We must do something. We must drive him off.
What can we do, amiga mia? He's building on mission land. He has perfect right. We can only watch and wait and try to protect what is ours.
Si. I suppose you are right.
That is why I'm glad Senor Carpenter's come. Fine, strong man on our side would be a protection.
See, perhaps he can help. See, I believe he will.
The romance of young Carpenter and Maria de Los Angeles progressed slowly, urged on by interested bystanders, especially Doña Josefa. But time passed quickly, and presently the day arrived when Maria was to start home to Santa Barbara. That morning she sat alone in the garden.
Senorita Maria? Senorita Maria?
Oh, Senor Carpenter.
Senorita, I've been looking for you. I wanted to see you before you left.
I am here.
Oh, you've been crying.
See, I have been crying.
Oh, but you mustn't.
Is it not my privilege to cry if I wish?
Of course, but...
Did not you ever see a girl cry before?
Oh, yes, but...
But am I so different from other girls?
I know. I mean... Oh, yes, of course you are.
Oh.
Don't be offended. I can understand your crying. Naturally, you hate to leave this beautiful place where you...
Oh, you men are so stupid.
I beg your pardon?
I am not different from other girls. Why must you men always think that?
Senorita, I've never seen you like this before.
And it's time you did. Now you know that I can be hateful and mean and human, too. And now that you see, you are free to go.
Without hasta la vista?
Hasta la vista. Go ahead, laugh. I am a stupid, silly girl. You have had your joke. Now go away.
Maria.
See?
Stop crying a minute. I want to tell you, I'm glad you're human. I'm glad you can cry and get angry, because I can dare hope that you could love a nobody like me.
Dare to hope? Well, what do you suppose I was crying for? If you hadn't been so blind, you could have seen.
Maria, you're wonderful.
I am not wonderful. I don't want to be wonderful. I just want to be taken in your arms and loved.
Maria, you know I love you.
But you will let me go home today, never to see you again.
No. I want you to be my wife. I probably shouldn't ask.
Shouldn't ask. For 2 whole months I've been waiting. Doña Josefa's been waiting. The whole valley has been waiting for you to ask.
But I suppose I've been pretty stupid.
Yes, you have, Lemuel. And you needn't ask me to stay and be your wife. Not unless you kiss me before another minute goes by.
Oh, Maria, you are wonderful. Come here.
That's better.
What is going on here, eh?
Oh, Doña Josefa.
I am interrupting something?
See, Tia Josefa, you are.
Doña Josefa, don't be angry. I will explain.
Angry? Who's angry? I'm delighted. It has taken you long enough. When is the wedding to be?
Well, we haven't decided.
Soon, Tia Josefa. As soon as possible.
Good. And now I shall have a fine, strong nephew to come live on my rancho and protect it for me. You will like that, eh?
Well, I hadn't thought
It is settled, then. You shall have some land and build a home. But I hope you move faster in taking care of the rancho than you did in courting my little Maria.
The marriage took place post-haste, with the new ranchero settled on Santa Gertrudis. The American trait of building for a better life was strong in Lemuel Carpenter, and ambition and ingenuity carried him far. One day, Maria found him working in a small hut near the river.
Lemuel? Lemuel?
I'm here, Maria. Come in.
Will you never leave this smelly place and come to the hacienda to eat?
Leave now? Oh, but Maria, I have my first order. Doña Rafaela has ordered 20 cakes of soap. I must tend to it.
Doña Rafaela can wait until tomorrow. You come inside and eat.
Oh, but Maria...
Lemuel Carpenter?
Uh-oh. Ma'am, when you get that tone of voice, I know it's time to give in. I'll be ready in just a minute.
Phew, what ugly-looking stuff.
Ugly? It's just boiling tallow and wild root and oak wood ashlie. It's going to be soap, Maria.
But why do you want to make these smelly soap?
Why? To sell, of course. We'll make money. We'll sell soap to the whole country. We'll be rich. Do you realize this is the first factory in California?
Factory? What's that?
It's a place where you make things.
Soap?
See, soap. This is a soap factory.
Ah, La Jaboneria.
That's what we'll call it. And believe me, people will look up to us. I'm the first manufacturer in California. Next, I'm going to start making brooms. You didn't realize you were marrying a big man, did you?
Big or little, you had better eat your supper on time after this, or I'll...
What'll you do?
I won't let you kiss me.
You won't, eh?
No,
Come here now.
No.
There, young lady, that'll teach you that Lemuel Carpenter is one tough hombre when he wants to be.
Lemuel Carpenter's fortune rose with his habaneria and later his broom factory. But life on Santa Gertrudis was not all serene. Doña Josefa's fortune declined more and more as the years rolled on. And finally, she made appeal to the alcalde of nearby Los Angeles.
Doña Josefa Cota,
Si, Your Honor.
you still wish to sell your land to Senor Carpenter?
I see. I have been waiting for your word from the governor. Senor Carpenter's money is ready, and I need it badly. I cannot go on.
Well, I am happy to give you good news, Senora.
Oh?
The governor has sent word for me to disregard the clause in your land which forbids you to sell the land. And I am authorized as notary to make the transfer to Senor Carpenter for you.
Ay, gracias. Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Lemuel, do you hear? Santa Gertrudis will be ours.
See, I hear, Maria.
Dear Josefa, how can we thank you for this?
Well, see, Doña Josefa, it's what we've dreamed about, owning Santa Gertrudis. We're both very happy.
I hope that you will remain that way. Perhaps you will not understand when I say, I hope that this land will not cause you the sorrow it has me. I hope that it will not drag you down into poverty and misery.
That deed to Rancho Santa Gertrudis by Senora Cota to Lemuel Carpenter was recorded, and details of that record are today in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company in Los Angeles. So also are filed there details of other transfers both before and after, from the first grant of Rancho Los Nietos, of which Santa Gertrudis was a part, to the last transfer of a 50-foot lot in Downey, which might have been yesterday or today. You see, If you were purchaser of that lot, and if the title insurance company did not maintain all these records, it would not be in a position to issue a policy of title insurance to protect your ownership. And without that insurance, there would exist the possibility that someday that property might be taken away from you without any recompense whatever because of some defect in the title which existed at the time you acquired the lot. A deed might have been forged or signed by a minor or a person legally incompetent. Or some previous owner might have borrowed money with the property as security, and the claim of the lender or his heirs would be upheld in court tomorrow. And now back to our story and Frank Graham.
Doña Josefa's warning to Carpenter began to take on new meaning in the days that followed. Drought spoiled the young rancher's crops. Competition hurt his soap and broom business. And then, darker events made their appearance on the horizon. Late one night, the young couple were aroused from sleep.
Lemuel, is that a knock at the door?
Huh?
Someone is knocking at the door.
Oh, see, I'll go.
Lemuel, be careful. It is late. Who could it be?
Don't worry. It's all right. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Lemuel, may we come in?
Don Juan, Ramon.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but this man needs attention.
Who is it?
Don Manuel.
What's happened?
He was shot. In the back.
By whom?
One of Mitchell Terreno's soldiers.
Mitchell Terreno? Here?
See, they're coming this way. You know what that means?
Senor, they'll steal our cattle, rob and loot.
Oh, come, we must tend this wound. Put him here. Oh, Maria, some water.
See you right away, Lemuel.
This will do as a bandage. Lost a lot of blood. Mitchell Terreno, huh?
We must stop them, Lemuel. The rancheros are organizing all over the valley. They're gathering.
You mean?
See, we must fight.
But that's revolution. He's the governor.
Many of his men are thieving, murdering scoundrels.
See, they take what they want. They know no law.
Here's the water, Lemuel.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
We must fight. This cannot go on. Mitchell Terreno must go.
Other Americanos have joined us. Are you with us?
Lemuel.
I must do my part, Maria. I'm with you, senores.
Lemuel Carpenter fought with the California Volunteers as they successfully defended their rights against the governor during those days of 1846. Santa Gertrudis became a meeting place and a refuge for them. Then, a year later, the ranch was to shelter a different army. And once again, Lemuel Carpenter faced a difficult decision.
Lemuel Carpenter?
Yes?
Captain Strong of the United States Army. I'll have to ask you to peacefully surrender your arms.
Yes.
You'll have no objections if our scouts use your rancho as a base?
But, Captain, these people are my friends.
Well, you're an American, aren't you?
Yes, I am an American.
Well, I sympathize, Mr. Carpenter. Perhaps you'll realize this may be best for your friends, that California becomes a part of the United States.
Yes, I suppose so.
Then you'll have no objections?
No, I have no objections.
Thank you. Good day.
What does it mean, Lemuel?
It means that California will become part of a great nation, Maria. It will grow and prosper.
But what?
People will come. Towns, cities will spring up. Land will be broken up. This rancher we love will go too, Maria. It is the beginning of the end.
The beginning of the end of Rancho Santa Gertrudis. Carpenters saw it. All through the years, it had become harder and harder to hold the land. New problems arose every day. Drought. Water was scarce. Carpenter needed more water for his parched land. So he decided to divert part of the river. One day, as he worked on the project...
All right, men. More dirt over here.
Carpenter!
Oh, good day. What brings you here?
Carpenter, you realize what you're doing? You're ruining my land. You're trying to ruin me. Well, I've come to put a stop to it.
What are you talking about? I'm doing nothing of the kind.
You're turning the water into your land. Turn the course of the river. What'll I do for water? My land will be ruined.
Oh, you're wrong, sir. I'm not diverting the river, just part of it. I need water for irrigation. I'm just building the ditches. There'll be plenty for all of us.
No, sir. Already the river is dry. My land is drying up. You're not even finished.
But that's the point. When we finish the work, we won't have to divert so much of the water, and you'll have plenty.
I won't listen to you. I'll have you stopped, sir.
But I can't...
I'll have the law on you. I'll go to court. I'll have you stopped.
Oh, but look! All right, then. Go ahead. I'll fight you. I'll fight you if it takes every cent I have. Mr. Downey, I'll have to borrow more money.
You better be careful, Lem. You're in pretty deep.
I can't help it. My land is gone if I don't get money.
Well, it may be gone anyway with this mortgage.
Will you give me the money, Mr. Downey?
Well, if you want it, I suppose I can, Lem, but I can't be responsible for what may happen.
Howdy, Mr. Downey.
Howdy.
What brings you out here to Santa Gertrudis?
Well, Lem, I have to talk to you about that money. I sure hate to worry you, but...
Bad news?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Looks like I'll have to foreclose. It's getting worse and worse, you know, and has been for years. Looks like now my partner McFarland and I have more money tied up here than the place is worth.
But if only the drought would...
Yeah, that's what we hoped for last year, but... No, Lem, it's no good.
Yes, I know you're right. Well, thanks for telling me beforehand anyway.
I'm sorry, Lem.
I know. It's all right.
You'll be all right. You can get a fresh start now and get out from under. And as for living here, you and your wife, well, I'm pretty sure that can be arranged.
Thanks, Mr. Downey. But it wouldn't be the same. This place has meant a lot to us. I've lost it. I made a failure of my life.
Oh, now, Lem, don't take it so hard. It's not your fault.
How can I face Maria? How can I ever face her?
Lem, come back here. Lem!
The shock of losing the Ranchos Santa Gertrudis was too much for Lemuel Carpenter, and he ended the life he believed to be a failure. With the death of Lemuel Carpenter came the end of an era in the growth of the land which was Ranchos Santa Gertrudis. Now it began to have its part in the march of progress and achievement that swept through the Southland. Its owner, John G. Downey, took a prominent part in the great events that followed. With his partner, James P. McFarland, he founded the first drugstore in Los Angeles, and later, its first bank. Then, as the Civil War broke over the nation, word came to Los Angeles.
Governor Latham has resigned. Lieutenant Governor Downey takes office. Well, what do you know? John G. Downey is governor of California.
Back from serving a term as governor of the new state, Downey subdivided the Rancho Santa Gertrudis, and soon a land boom swept the Southland.
Going for $10 an acre.
I pay 12.
15.
20.
Just as Lemuel Carpenter had predicted, people began to pour into Southern California. But now, the steaming iron horses multiplied their number 1,000-fold.
They're coming here by the trainloads.
No wonder. The railroads are cutting rates to nothing.
Fare from Chicago to Los Angeles, $1.
Including everything.
Towns sprang up, villages expanded, fertile farmlands were cut up for town sites. Nothing was too good for the great country that was to be. The town of Downey was laid out on Rancho Santa Gertrudis, and...
Over 100 families here already.
Yes, and 5 stores.
Why, it won't be long before Downey's the size of Los Angeles.
Bigger. Well, we'll make that sleepy village look sick in no time.
Yeah, maybe sooner.
And so the land, which had once echoed with the fiestas of Doña Josefa and slumbered lazily under the warm southern sun, the Rancho Santa Gertrudis became the center of a thriving community. And as the years passed, it grew. But another great change was still in store for it. It was twilight one day in 1919 as 2 men walked through the orange groves near the health resort of Fulton Wells.
It's a great place you have here, Doctor. Great place.
Oh, yes, sir. Fulton Wells is known all over the country. Why, I've had people from New York come here just take my iron sulfur bath. Mm-hmm.
By the way, what are those men doing over there?
Oh, they're digging for oil, they say.
Oil, huh? Well, I didn't know you had any around here.
No, not does anyone else, except those geologists. Well, they've been digging, scraping around here for years. Yes, sir. They first started in 1865. Some company took a lease and tried it.
And they didn't find any?
Nary a drop. Then the last few years, these fellas came along, they tried. Still no success. They've dug 3 wells already. You think they give it up, what?
Well, that's certainly persistent.
Yeah, they sure are.
What's that?
I don't know. Those men are running away from that well.
Holy jumping Jehoshaphat, look at that! Oh, there's mud and water shooting 100 feet in the air.
Mud and water? Man, that's oil, oil. I knew it. I told you there was oil here. Why, we're rich. We'll all be rich. Oil, oil.
Oil, an immense reservoir of liquid black gold. Now, Fulton Wells was no longer a mecca for those seeking its healing powers. Frantically, wells were bored, one after another brought in. Soon, 300 derricks laced the sky. Then another deeper pool was found, and within 30 days, 78 new wells were drilling. Today, the land which was once Lemuel Carpenter's Rancho Santa Gertrudez supports one of the world's great oil fields, Santa Fe Springs. And from this land have come almost 500 million barrels of petroleum, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Such is the romance of the Ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will tell you a little about next week's story. Perhaps it's the story of the rancho in which your home is now located. For almost 50 years, Title Insurance and Trust Company has served the people of Southern California. Through those years, at the expenditure of millions of dollars, it has compiled complete title records which enable it to offer a title protection and service not surpassed anywhere. To owner, buyer, lender, or borrower on real estate, Title Insurance and Trust Company offers protection against loss through defective titles. Because its title examiners can find necessary information in this great plant with a minimum of delay, it can provide this service quickly and at rates substantially lower than prevail in almost every other part of the United States. The Title Insurance and Trust Company presents Romance of the Ranchos for your enjoyment, to acquaint you with the history and romance of the land where you may now live, and as a means of acquainting you with the facts behind the title insurance policy which protects you as either purchaser or lender. What's the story for next week, Frank?
Well, one of the big events of every year in Southern California is the great Los Angeles County Fair at Pomona, now in progress. So next week, we're going to relive the fascinating story of the Pomona Valley and Rancho San Jose. Until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the Wandering Vaquero, is brought to you each Sunday night at the same time by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Romance of the Ranchos.
Preserves. They should win a prize.
There's a fine hog, but it ain't as good as the ones I got back on the farm.
Don't you just love county fairs? I do. I just love county fairs.
Sure is a lot to see. It's like a three-ring circus.
Want some ice cream? Buy me some ice cream.
Hey, folks, step right up. It's only one thing dime.
Oh, I just love the Ferris wheel. One night I got stuck up at the top and it was wonderful.
Hey, just watch this, sugar. I'll get you one of them Cupid dolls to take home. Stand aside, folks.
For 14 days each year, thousands of Southern Californians find entertainment and education in visiting the great Los Angeles County Fair, now in progress. Host of this great event is Pomona, a great city in the heart of a vast farming and fruit-growing area. Yet, only a few decades ago, this fertile valley, where Pomona, Claremont, Spadra, San Dimas, Cucamonga now stand, was peopled only by migratory Indians and a handful of hardy settlers. It was the Rancho San Jose, one of the early Mexican grants, the history of which is rich in the romance of the Ranchos.
Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a half-hour dramatization recreating the glamorous atmosphere of the adventurous early days of Southern California. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Before we get into our story for tonight, I'd like to call your attention to a change in time. Starting next week, The Romance of the Ranchos will be heard at a new time, Wednesday evening at 7:30. That's next week. We'll be with you Wednesday instead of Sunday. So be sure to listen a week from Wednesday, October 1st, for the next chapter in our history of the Southland. Tonight, our story is full of drama and adventure, uncovered in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, which are full of interesting facts and fascinating tales.
Yes, there is not one square foot of land in Los Angeles County on which the Title Insurance and Trust Company does not have records of every change of ownership, every mortgage, lien, trust deed, every transfer by inheritance, sale, trade, foreclosure, or conveyance of any kind. When you realize that the few vast ranchos of a century and a half ago have been divided into more than 1.5 million separate parcels of real estate listed in today's county tax rolls, you realize the magnitude of the Title Insurance Company's work.
We must go back to the year 1837 for the beginning of our story of Rancho San Jose. The petition for this land by Ignacio Palomares and Ricardo Vejar, outstanding citizens of Los Angeles, had been favorably received by Governor Alvarado. And so, one day in August, the two friends, with Jose Sepulveda, alcalde of Los Angeles, rode out to take formal possession of their great estate.
Don Jose, look across that vista, the beautiful green valley stretching from those hills we're riding across, clear to the mountains of the north.
See, can you think of a finer place to live, Don Jose?
Sí, the Pueblo de Los Angeles.
The Pueblo. Who will want to stay cooped up in the Pueblo when he could have land like this for his home?
I would.
You do not think it is good land?
Good land, sí. You can raise many head of cattle here. You may get rich. Then again, you may not. I would rather not take the chance.
But what in the name of saints is wrong with San Jose? There is no finer rancho in all Alta California.
That may be, senores, but I should not like it.
Well, senor, we like it, and we shall be most happy here.
Perhaps.
I do not like the way he say perhaps, Don Ignacio. What is he talking about?
See, what are you talking about, Don Jose?
Nothing. Except that perhaps I value my safety more than you, senores.
Safety?
Si, safety.
Don Ignacio, what does he mean by that?
He means perhaps the Indians.
That is right. Have you thought about the Indians, senores?
Have we thought about them, Don Ignacio?
We are not afraid of the Indians.
Oh? Well, that is...
Remember, senores, you are 6 leagues from the mission, and more than that from the Pueblo. You are out here all by yourselves with no protection. Not even any other rancheros close by. No, I would not like it.
but the Indians, they are friendly, yes?
They are friendly, no. Oh, these wandering bands you see camping along the streams, they are harmless. But those mountains across there, they are full of Mojave Indians. They delight in raiding the outlying ranchos. They rob and steal and burn and kill.
Oh. Don Ricardo, there is no need to be frightened.
Yeah, but
Don Jose must have his little joke. He is exaggerating. We will be in no danger.
Perhaps yes, and perhaps no.
At any rate, we are not frightened, are we? No. We shall move in as soon as possible.
But perhaps we should, that is, our wives and our families.
Of course, they shall come too. Am I right?
See, of course. I suppose.
You are brave men, senores. I shall think of you often and hope that you are safe. And now I think somewhere here in these hills of Santa Ana, we should stop. In fact, I should say that hill should about mark the corner of your rancho.
See, according to our map, that is right.
Then we shall dismount and make ready the court?
See, perhaps that black willow tree right over there might furnish us a landmark for the start.
A good suggestion, Don Ignacio. We shall mark.
See, that will be easy to find.
Have you any special mark you wish to put on it, Don Ignacio?
See, I have brought one especially for that purpose. Here it is, a wooden cross. We shall place it in the lip of the tree, eh? So,
The cross has been blessed, senores, and may it stand forever as a symbol of our faith. God in his mercy has given us this bountiful gift. May his protecting hand be over us and this land as long as we may live.
Amen.
And may he keep you and yours from any harm here, so far from civilization.
Amen.
Very well, Don Jose. We are ready. What do we do now, huh?
We must measure off the rancho before I can give you formal possession.
Hay vaqueros! Come!
Hey, easy call, ready? Very well. You know what to do. Let us start.
Well, but what do they do?
They have a cord 100 varas long with a stake at each end. One drives his stake in at the starting place. The other gallops down the rancho line until the cord is stretched tight, and then he pounds in his stake. And the other one gallops on ahead until the cord is stretched tight again, and so on. Sabe?
Oh, and they keep that up all the way around the whole rancho?
See, until they have measured it all.
But that will take all day.
More than that, perhaps. Never mind. I have some food, and we can sleep in our blankets.
But what about the Indians?
You may as well get used to them now, Don Ricardo.
See? If they're going to kill you, mi amigo, it may as well be now and have it over with.
Oh, senor!
Don Jose had his little joke, but he might have been less caustic had he realized the very real danger of which he spoke. For the new rancheros had hardly moved in with their families and cattle when early one morning at dawn, Don Ignacio was awakened.
Ignacio, wake up.
What is it? What's the matter?
I thought I heard something.
Heard something? What?
There it is.
That's strange. The horses sound frightened.
Is there something wrong?
I don't know. I go see.
Ignacio, come back. Don't leave me.
Don Ignacio! Don Ignacio!
It's one of my vaqueros.
Don Ignacio!
See, I'm coming.
Don Ignacio! Don Ignacio! The cattle are restless. Something is wrong. Does this sense something is going to happen?
See, but what? What is wrong?
I don't know, but I think it's...
Juan! Juan! The vaqueros up! After them! Stop them! They're trying to steal the horses! Stop them!
Ignacio, my husband. Wait, be careful.
Get back in the house, Maria. It's eating us. You may be hurt.
Ignacio, look. The green field. It's on fire. It's burning.
Stop them, Nins! Stop them!
Amid smoldering ruins, the early rancheros counted their losses to the Indians. Horses stolen, buildings destroyed, vaqueros killed. But Don Ignacio Palomares and Don Ricardo Vejar withstood all pleas to abandon their holdings. They stuck through all hardships. And in 1837, they were joined by another, Luis Arenas, former alcalde of Los Angeles and brother-in-law of Don Ignacio. But no sooner had they successfully petitioned Governor Alvarado for more land to accommodate the new partner than Don Luis placed himself in a peculiar position by taking sides against the governor who had granted his land, and becoming one of the leaders of a serious agitation among the rancheros and townspeople of Southern California.
Senores! Senores! Yeah, you all know why we are here. Governor Alvarado has defied us. Is this not supposed to be a republic? And are we not supposed to have some voice in the government? Yeah, then I say it is time to act. If Governor Alvarado will not move the capital to Los Angeles, then we shall move it for him. Yeah, are you with me? Will you take up arms to enforce the will of the people? Then we march today.
The revolution was quashed before it had much of a chance, and before long, Luis Arenas was back in the good graces of the tolerant Mexican government of the time. Soon after, the fiery Don Luis sold his interest in San Jose to Senor Henry Dalton, who was to become one of the early Southland's biggest landowners. Under the new arrangement, the three partners partitioned their Rancho San Jose into three sections. It was a great cattle empire. When they butchered, 200 heads at a time were slaughtered. Pounds of tallow were melted into bags of skin. Huge strips of beef were hung up to dry in long rows. Butter and cheese was made from the milk of 40 cows. Food for the hundreds of persons connected with the vast Rancho San Jose. Fiestas brought out hundreds of guests from the entire valley, and gay Latin music echoed over the rancho. guests from the growing Pueblo found lavish welcome awaiting them on this rich domain of San Jose. But disaster was to strike quickly, at least for one partner in the rancho. Once the land had been partitioned so that each man knew what was his, Ricardo Vejar had been able to mortgage his share for needed cash. His son Chico had been robbed of some money, and drought had further hurt Don Ricardo's fortune. And so it was that one day Don Ricardo went to Los Angeles.
Ricardo, this is Mr. Tischler.
How do you do, Senor Vejar?
Buenos dias. Senor Schlesinger? Senor Tischler, you know what I come for?
Oh, yes, of course. The money is all ready, and here are the papers for you to sign.
Yeah. These drought years have been pretty hard on you ranchers, haven't they, Vejar?
Si, senor. Otherwise, I should not be forced to this.
Come, gentlemen, let's not have any hard feelings. This is just a friendly little business arrangement. I'm sure Don Ricardo will be able to repay us with interest very soon.
But Don Ricardo could not pay. The interest rate, though legal and customary then, sent the debt soaring. And one day the news swept through the valley.
Don Ignacio!
What is it?
I've just heard the news. Don Ricardo, he has sold his rancho.
Sold?
Si. He had deeded the land over to those Americanos.
Senores Schlesinger and Tischler?
Si, for $28,000.
He didn't sell the land, Ramon. He gave it to them to satisfy the debt he owes them.
No matter. He was robbed.
No. It was a perfectly legal business transaction. Don Ricardo was just foolish to borrow so much money.
And you are not angry with him?
Oh, why should I be?
But you will have them as neighbors. Don Ricardo will have to move out.
See? I suppose somebody cannot be held.
I am not sure, Don Ignacio. The people of San Jose Valley will not be so understanding as you. Perhaps they will feel quite different about these Americanos. See, quite different.
Schlesinger and Tischler were destined never to be able to take possession of their rancho. For the news that an old and respected family was to be dispossessed of the land that had been their support spread like wildfire through the ranchos. And faster still spread the flame of resentment against the Americans who were thought to have swindled Don Ricardo. Nothing could be done to save the land, but something could be done about the Americanos.
Are you sure the Senor Tischler will ride his way?
Positive. I overhear him talking the Pueblo.
Huh? And this must be him riding up the trail now. Look.
He looks like him.
All right, man. Take him. Wait a minute until he gets up opposite the willow tree. He's almost in range. And when I give the signal, shoot. To kill.
Si.
All right. Fire! Got him. He's down.
Come on, let's go.
Here he is.
Pull him over.
See? He's dead, all right.
Wait a minute. That is not Tischler.
No?
We shoot the wrong man. We make a mistake.
Well, no matter. Let this serve as a warning.
It was not until 1868 that the United States Land Commissioner's Office finally issued a patent on Rancho San Jose to Henry Dalton, Y. Palomares, and R. Vejar. The patent was accompanied by a hand-drawn map, an accurate copy of which is today in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. The map shows that Rancho San Jose was an irregular-shaped property with no less than 10 different corners marked by landmarks of various kinds. One of these corners of the rancho is described on the map as gray granite rock in the Arroyo San Antonio at a point 9,700 varas in a direct line from the place designated as a large rock in the center of the water pool agreed upon as the place where the Black Willow once existed. Other corners were identified as springs of water, elder post and mound, sycamore tree, redwood post and stake placed where the black walnut once stood. Such landmarks as these were typical in the descriptions of the early ranchos. With the passage of time, many of these old monuments disappeared. Some had actually disappeared by the time the patent maps were submitted for confirmation. And one of the chief difficulties of the Title Insurance and Trust Company has been to locate definitely the boundaries of the ranchos in order to ensure your ownership in any land you may buy.
Americanos had made their first invasion into the patriarchal lands of Rancho San Jose. And soon the rich acreage was to start the inevitable disintegration which came to every great rancho. Ignacio Palomares was destined to live only a little while longer. But in the meantime, he continued his quietly prosperous ways. His cattle had grown to number thousands, his family and relatives hundreds, and he made a practice of giving away a great deal of his land. In one case, when he attempted to give away a tract to a friend.
You say, Don Ignacio, this land is 1,800 varas square?
See? You know it. You have seen it many times. I want you to have it.
See. Perhaps it is good land, no?
See, of course it is good land. Why should I give it to you if it was not?
That is what I want to know. Why should you give it to me if it is good land? I do not understand that.
I give it to you as a friend, as a gift. Because I like you, you stupid ox. I like to have you come and live near me.
Your friendship I appreciate. But tell me, why should I give up my comfortable home in the pueblo and come out here to nothing? Nothing but empty land. How would I live? How would my family live?
You could get some cattle and...
Cattle cost money. I have no money for them.
Well, but...
You see, it would not be profitable.
I'll give you some cattle.
How many?
500 head of large cattle.
It is not much. It would be hard.
Very well, then. You shall have all the small cattle you may find on the premises, too.
Good. In that case, perhaps I can make a profitable chain. And so, we may as well settle it, huh?
What in the name of the saints do you mean settle it? It's settled. I said take it.
Oh, but how do I know the land belongs to you? How can I give up what I already have until I can be sure that I will receive the true title to the tract?
You do not know it is my land?
Oh, see. But you must go to the judge in the pueblo and swear that you have not already sold or given it away, that you were really granted the land legally, that you will stand good for any legal quarrels which may arise over it, and that you will not take back this gift.
You really mean it is necessary for me, an old man, to journey to the pueblo, to see a judge, to swear all these things before you can accept my gift?
Oh, see, we must be businesslike. We must do everything legally, you know.
Bah, I have lived too long. This I cannot understand. I will do it, but then I am content to lie down and die. Bah.
Old Ignacio Palomares had lived long enough. And one day in November 1866, he quietly passed on. And with him passed much that had survived of those colorful early days on the Rancho San Jose. Now a new element was coming in, a progressive, hard-hitting, fast-moving element that characterized the American spirit. Its first representative was a young man of German ancestry, Louis Phillips, who was to play a big part in the growth of the valley. One day in Los Angeles, he turned up for an appointment with Mr. Tischler.
Well, Mr. Phillips, I'm glad you've come. Are you interested in my proposition?
Yeah, maybe. You want me to run your ranch, San Jose, is that right?
That's right. I'll pay you $100 a month and half the increase in cattle, sheep, and colts.
You think I can run it right?
Well, I'd trust you to run it just as well as I could myself.
Tell me why you don't run it yourself.
Well, you see, it isn't a very healthy country for me, you understand. My health.
Yeah, I see, I think.
Well, I'm sure you'll like it. Yeah, I'm sure of it. And so we might as well get everything settled up. That is, if you will go.
Will I go? Yeah, I think maybe I will.
So Louis Phillips took over the ticklish job of running the lower third of Rancho San Jose for the unpopular new owners. At first he encountered nothing but suspicious resentment. Gradually, his attempts to cultivate the goodwill of his neighbors bore fruit. That is, they seemed to stop being suspicious and came merely to ignore him. Then one day, he rode up to Uncle Billy Rubottom's tavern near his house.
Good morning, senores. A lovely morning, don't you think? Herr Rubottom, good morning.
Morning, Miss Phillips. Welcome to Rubottom's Tavern. Come in. What can I get you?
And I just stopped by to say hello.
Sure, you're welcome any time. These birds are still not speaking to you, huh?
Nein, but I think they will.
Well, I don't know. They don't forget things very easy. They'll probably hold it against you till you die.
Maybe, but Let's try it out anyway.
Try what out?
You will see. Oh, by the way, Herr Rubottom, I'm giving a barbecue at my rancho tonight. Everybody around is invited. It's a big celebration.
Yeah? Celebrating what?
Oh, didn't you know? Today I get the deed to the rancho. I just bought it.
Well, what do you think of that? Well, now, Mr. Phillips, I'm right glad to hear that.
Pardon, Senor. Did I hear you say you bought the rancho you are living on?
Yeah, senor. That is right. I own it now.
Those moneylenders do not have anything to do with it anymore?
Not a thing.
And you have nothing to do with them anymore?
I'll probably never see them again. Nor will any of you.
But, Senor, this is wonderful. I am so happy for you. You hear that, Senor? You hear? Senor Phillips, we like you. You are a nice fellow, but those others are no good. And now that you have nothing more to do with them, we apologize for not being friends before, huh? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm happy to have you all as friends. We forget the past and get along fine together. And you all come to the barbecue tonight, yeah?
Lewis Phillips overcame the distrust of the rancheros and began to lead the march of progress which followed. In 1873, Lewis Phillips gave the Southern Pacific Railroad a right-of-way through his land, and a year later, the first train ran into Spadra Station from Los Angeles. With a railroad in sight, the whole San Jose Valley began to think in terms of a town, and soon an association was formed to lay out the site on Lewis Phillips Rancho. The project aroused great enthusiasm, especially when...
Hey, have you heard? They're having a contest to pick the name of the new town.
A free lot for the name they pick as the winner.
Boy, am I going to get in on that.
Can you think of a good one?
How about Palomar?
I like Phillips.
San Jose.
They are.
Well, I don't know. I sort of like Pomona. You know, she was the goddess of fruit.
Pomona?
Pomona.
Sure, let's make it Pomona.
Pomona, goddess of fruit. An appropriate name for the center of a great fruit-growing area. The name won a free city lot for Solomon Gates, a nurseryman. And the new city to be became Pomona. Plans were rushed. Great campaigns of advertising swept over the Southland, promoting the new town. The trains ran excursions. The whole country turned out to see the opening auction on Washington's birthday, 1876. The occasion was a brilliant success. Lots were sold. It looked like the town of Pomona was to be definitely on the map. Then, one night, several months after the sale...
Evening, Harvey. Ain't you up pretty late?
Can't sleep, Elmer. Don't know what's the matter. I got kind of a funny feeling like something's going to happen.
Oh, you know, better than that. Ain't nothing ever happens here, except a death, and more people coming to live.
Well, darned if I know what it is, but I got a feeling.
Yeah. Trouble with you, it's just warm tonight in spite of the breeze. That's why you can't sleep.
It is mighty warm, but... Say, do you smell smoke?
Seems slightly I do. Probably imagination, though.
And listen, don't you hear nothing? Sort of a crackling like?
Say, I believe you're right. I wonder what, Harvey. Look here. The hotel, she's afire.
Holy mackerel, she's burning like a bonfire. She'll go up in no time.
And with that wind, it'll take the whole town. We got to do something quick. Oh, Pomona would wipe out. Fire!
A disastrous fire, combined with drought and lack of money, almost ruined the little town before it got a start. But a few people stuck, and in 1887, when Pomona was incorporated, 3,500 people called it their home. There were schools, banks, churches, newspapers, factories, and hotels. Then came the great boom which raged through California, and the land which had once sheltered the herds of Don Ignacio Palomares and Don Ricardo Bejar now took its place in the great modern world of achievement. Today, many thousands of people live within the boundaries of Rancho San Jose, the people of Pomona, Claremont, San Dimas, Spadra, Cucamonga. They have built beautiful cities of streets and homes, founded colleges of distinction, raised crops and stock of superior quality. And each year at this time, they've held a great modern fiesta, the County Fair, devoted to Southern California's wealth of agriculture, livestock, the arts and crafts, and dedicated in the spirit of Pomona, goddess of fruit. Such is the romance of the Ranchos.
Frank Graham will be back in just a moment. But first, I want to say that it's the hope of the Title Insurance and Trust Company that hearing tonight the colorful story of Rancho San Jose will make your trip to the fair at Pomona through the beautiful valley so loved in Rancho days by the characters in tonight's drama even more interesting and significant than it would otherwise be. And the contrast presented between that day and this, in peoples and population, in sports and customs and means of travel and communication, will sharpen your picture of the Southland's growth. The information from which was taken the historical framework of tonight's drama is the same information by means of which the Title Insurance and Trust Company is able to trace from the beginning the title to any land you buy, to verify the title of every previous owner, and to ensure the validity of your ownership. It is wise to insist upon this protection whenever you invest in real estate. What's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we have a story about the section of Southern California where now are located the cities of Inglewood, Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan, and El Segundo, but which was once part of two romantic ranchos, Ajuaje de la Centinela and Sausal Redondo. But remember, next week, Romance of the Ranchos will come to you at a new time, Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Be sure to listen, won't you? Until a week from Wednesday, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, returns at a new time, Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Listen again a week from Wednesday, October 1st, for another thrilling dramatization of the Romance of the Ranchos. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Of the Ranchos.
April 4th, 1845.
Inglewood traded for 2 barrels of brandy.
November 16th, 1860.
Scotch nobleman buys Rancho Centinela.
May 23rd, 1941.
Celebrities throng opener at Hollywood Park. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the thrilling adventure which signalized the growth of Southern California from the days of the Dons to the present. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, uncovers another tale of the early days of the Southland, recreated from the pages of history. It is the business of the Title Insurance and Trust Company to know the facts about land ownership in Southern California. And believe me, that means a lot of facts to know when you consider that the early day ranchos, comprising what is now Los Angeles County, have been split up into more than 1.5 million separate parcels of assessed real estate. That means thousands and thousands of changes of ownership of these parcels through the years. Keeping track of all these and of the milestones in the lives of the myriads of owners, deaths, wills, divorces, deeds, mortgages, foreclosures, judgments, and so on, is the big job of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. It's a job that never ends and one that gets harder rather than easier as time goes on. Our story tonight, however, presents the romantic and adventurous background of all this activity, and it's one of the most interesting of the series. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with the land we know as the modern cities of Inglewood, Hawthorne, El Segundo, and Redondo, Hermosa, and Manhattan beaches, steeped in the romance of the ranchos. Back through time, our story takes us from the Hollywood Park of today to another kind of horse race, which took place in the year 1822.
There goes Stop! Hold!
Hey,
He dismounted, hidden that pile of rocks. We have him surrounded. Dismount. We'll close in on him. Julio, you stay with the horses. All right, men, spread out. Ah, there we are, men. Be careful. These men are desperate. Slowly now.
There he is,
Hold
running
your
down the
fire.
ravine.
Hold your fire. Get him, fire! He's down. Hurry, after him.
There he is.
See, there he is.
It's a fair trade. He ruined my sombrero, but he will not need a sombrero anymore, huh?
No, he will not steal any more horses either. Let that be a lesson to all horse thieves.
Hi there, Antonio. Did you catch the horse thief?
See, that's him riding with Julio.
Riding with Julio? Oh, I see. He's dead.
Better he is than we, huh?
See, good work. I've been waiting for you. I have news.
News, huh? Well, wait a minute. I must rest a moment before I get excited again. Juan, see to this fellow, will you?
See, Don Antonio. I fix him up. One wooden box.
And see that the news is spread, huh? So that all horse thieves will know that I, Don Antonio Nacio Avila, will personally see to it they do not escape from the law.
See, I will.
Oh, you're a good catcher of horse thieves, Don Antonio.
It is my duty as councilman of the Pueblo.
You do your duty so well that Capitan Noriega, military commander of Santa Barbara, has decided to reward you.
Reward for me?
See, that is the news I have for you. He has sent you permission to use the place called Sasual Redondo to build a corral and keep your stock.
You mean the land by the round clump of willows?
See, it is yours.
This is wonderful news, wonderful. Oh, Madre de Dios, I'm so happy. I will make it my rancho. Rancho Sasual Redondo, the property of Don Antonio Nacio Avila.
Councilman of the Pueblo and horse thief catcher extraordinary.
And so in 1822, the year after Mexico obtained its independence from Spain, Don Antonio Ignacio Avila became the holder of a great rancho. He'd only been given permission to live there and keep his cattle, and actual ownership to the land was not given him for 15 years. Then, too, the boundaries of his domain were not clearly fixed. The way was open for other settlers to contest his claim to the great 25,000-acre parcel of land. Thus, when another prominent and respected citizen of the early Southland moved in on what Don Antonio considered his tract, he made no protest at first. Then, one day came the news.
Don Antonio! Don Antonio!
See, what is it, Diego? What's the matter?
I've just come from the Pueblo. Don Ignacio Machado is at the prefect's office. He's filing a claim to the land of Centinela Creek where he's been living.
What? You mean he really intends to claim ownership?
See, that is what he's doing right now.
Caramba. I must get there at once. I must protest. This is my land. Here, your horse. I must hurry.
See,
I must hurry. But, Senor Prefect, I protest. This is my land.
Well, Don Antonio, that is what is not quite clear. The boundaries of your land have never been very clear. I hardly know what to say.
Everyone knows that the land of the round clump of willows called Sasual Redondo is mine.
That's just it, Don Antonio. I claim the land called the Springs of the Sentinel, not your Sasual Redondo.
Ah, Don Ignacio, that you should do such a thing to me. It's the same thing. It is part of my land.
I disagree, senor. If it is your land, why have you not used it, cultivated it?
Because I was being gracious and letting you use it. But I didn't think you'd do this to me.
You were being gracious. Senor, why have you not said something before? Why have you not protested before? For 3 years I have lived here, built houses, a corral, planted a vineyard.
See, Don Antonio, he even built a reservoir and ditches for irrigation.
No matter. It was not his land.
That is a matter for the ayuntamiento to decide, not you, senor.
And I say no, senor.
Senores, please. This is an office of the law. You will have to call somewhere else.
Pardon, senor.
I did not mean to lose my temper, senor Prefect. Only this fellow is so irritating.
It is not that I am irritating. It's that you are so stubborn, Don Antonio. If there is any justice, I shall have my land.
If there is any justice,
Senores, please.
But Don Antonio didn't secure what he called justice. The Ayuntamiento, or City Council of Los Angeles, decided that Machado had valid claim to the land called Aguaje de la Centinela, or Springs of the Sentinel. And so the neighbors were forced to bury their quarrel. A few years later, in 1837, Governor Alvarado granted Don Antonio title to his land. And Machado received his grant in 1844 from the later governor, Michel Torrena. And then, a year later, Don Ignacio Machado finally tired of the country and decided to move into Los Angeles. At last, Don Antonio Avila saw a chance to regain possession of all the land for his family. And so he called in his brother, Bruno.
You see, I've just had word that Don Ignacio has decided to move into the Pueblo. He wishes to leave his rancho Guaje de la Centenal.
See, but where do I come in?
Why, Don Ignacio is looking for a house in the Pueblo.
See, but...
Well, my brother, you have a house in the Pueblo?
See, I have, but I do not understand.
Well, if you could persuade Don Ignacio to trade...
You mean I give up my house for his little rancho?
Oh, but Bruno, it is a fine rancho, very valuable. His vineyards grow fine grapes for vino.
No, vino?
See, it is rich land, eh? You will enjoy the country life.
That I will not. I am happy in the Pueblo. My house there, it is worth much more than this rancho. No, I think I stay.
But, Bruno, for me, for our family, think of it. This great rancho, once again ours, all ours. It will keep our children's children rich and respected, great rancheros. You must think of them.
But, well, I don't know. I'll think about it.
So you come before me to transfer your property.
Si, that is right, Senor Sanchez. Don Bruno Avila here has a house in the Pueblo. I have the rancho Guaje de la Centenela. We wish to trade.
See, I will draw up the necessary paper. Let me see now. Ignacio Machado and Bruno Avila. April 4, 1845. Ignacio Machado give to Bruno Avila.
Don Ignacio.
Si, Don Bruno.
I have been thinking. I do not think I want to live in the country.
Mm-hmm. This is a fine time to be thinking of that. The business is all settled. In a moment, Senor Sanchez will have the papers all ready.
But I think my house in the Pueblo is worth more than your rancho, and I do not like this.
But, mi amigo, you came to me and offered...
I know, but I have thought it over. It is not enough.
Not enough? What more can I give? I do not own any more land. I have no gold.
Perhaps you have aguardiente, brandy?
Si, plenty. Made from my own vineyards. It's just like you will be able to make.
Well, suppose you had a couple of barrels of brandy. Then perhaps your rancho would be worth as much as my house. Almost 2 barrels?
There's a lot of worth much less.
See, that is what I mean.
Very well, I shall do it, Senor Sanchez. Add to what I shall give Don Bruno 2 barrels of aguardiente.
But the best aguardiente?
Si.
Of course, senores. Just a moment.
Senor, you see, you still get the best of the bargain.
Not at all, senor. I am foolish to make such a bad trade.
Senor, you evidently do not know the value of a house in the Pueblo.
You evidently do not realize the value of a great rancho in the country.
Here you are, senores. It is all ready.
Good. Then it is settled.
Not exactly. You must sign the paper first.
Sign the paper?
See? Put your name to it.
But, senor, I do not know how to write.
You cannot even sign your name?
No.
He cannot even sign his name.
Then I will sign for you, Don Bruno.
Gracias, senor.
Here we are. There. Now, Don Ignacio? Will you sign now?
You mean I must sign it too?
But of course.
Oh. But that is, it will be impossible. Sore hands, you know.
But a minute ago, your hand wasn't sore. You shook hands with me.
But, very sudden, you know, rheumatism.
Would you like for me to sign for you too, Don Ignacio?
Gracias, senor.
You laugh because I cannot write, eh? And all the time, you cannot sign your name either, eh? So, caught you this time, Don Ignacio.
Once again, the 2 great ranchos were merged into ownership by the same family. In 1851, the new rulers of California, the United States government, appointed a land commission to pass upon the validity of Spanish and Mexican land grants. And finally, patents were issued to the Avila brothers. But a few years later, disaster was to strike for Bruno. He needed money worse than land. And so we went first to John G. Downey and James P. McFarland, Los Angeles' first bankers, and later to Hilliard P. Dorsey, from whom he borrowed money.
Mr. Dorsey, I want $1,400.
That's a lot of money, Vila. I'll have to have some security.
See, I've thought of that. I'll give you a mortgage on the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela.
Don Bruno?
Si, Senor Sheriff.
Bad news for you. This is a summons for your appearance in court. Your land is to be foreclosed.
Don Bruno was able successfully to contest the foreclosure suit by Downey and McFarland. But when the debtor came into court to contest Dorsey's suit...
And, so it seems to me, Don Bruno, from reading of the agreement between you and Mr. Dorsey, he has a valid claim against you.
But, Senor, before you said...
In the case of Downey and McFarland, your wife did not sign the mortgage on your homestead. According to the law, she must. But this time, she did sign.
But, Senor Judge, I speak only Spanish. It was written in English. I did not know what I was signing. I supposed that the rancho had been reserved for us.
I'm sorry, Senora. Afraid the law can't recognize that claim. My decision is that Captain Hilliard B. Dorsey is entitled to a judgment of $3,359 and a decree of foreclosure.
Details of the records of Captain Hilliard's judgment and decree of foreclosure against Don Bruno's land are posted in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company, along with those of thousands of other transactions behind which lie real-life stories of drama, tragedy, triumph, happiness, and woe. One of the many sources of land title information which the Title Insurance Company must check daily is the county's record of Superior Court filings. During 1940 alone, these included 56,565 separate actions affecting land titles, and the figure for the last 10 years is 515,294. Among these were 125,875 divorces, 97,257 probates, 50,512 involving juveniles, and 32,555 classified as psychopathics, which include cases of incompetency and commitments to insane asylums. Each and every one of these filings can affect the validity of land titles. So each and every one was noted and posted in the Title Insurance Company records the same day it was filed in Superior Court.
Once again, the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela was split from Sao Redondo in ownership. For in 1856, Hilliard P. Dorsey stood in front of the county courthouse.
1,900. Who'll make it 2,000?
2,000?
I have 2,000. Do I hear more? It's going for 2,000. Once, twice. Sold to Captain Hilliard P. Dorsey for the sum of $2,000.
But Captain Dorsey, a veteran of the Mexican War and a real Westerner, was not to enjoy ownership of his rancho very long. For he had married Civility Rubottom, daughter of Uncle Billy Rubottom, who was one of the Southland's best-loved characters. And the captain and his wife, and his wife's relatives, had their disagreements. One day, Dorsey returned home.
Civility! Civility, I brought company.
That's funny.
Perhaps your wife has gone outside.
I didn't see her. Perhaps she's in here.
Civility!
Perhaps she has left you, senor.
What'd you say?
Oh, perdóneme. I did not mean anything by it.
That's all right, Ramon. What's this? A note.
Oh, probably telling you she has gone to the neighbors.
Oh, Ramon. You were right the first time. She's run away from me. She's gone to her father's house in El Monte and taken our baby with her.
Oh, senor, I am sorry, but surely her father... that does not mean anything.
You don't know her father, senor. He doesn't care very much for me.
Oh, that is too bad.
Yeah, too bad for him. This is the last time I'll stand for his meddling. I'm going out there to his place in El Monte and bring her back. I'd like to see him try to stop me.
Senor, you must be careful.
Yeah? Let him be careful, senor.
Father, I have a feeling like...
Now, civility, don't you get excited. Nothing's going to happen. Hilliard and you had these quarrels before.
Yeah.
It's high time you taught him a lesson.
But he's not likely to sit back and do nothing. He's the kind of man who doesn't like to be crossed.
Well, stop fretting. If he comes here, he'll just be wasting his time. That is, unless he comes to apologize.
Apologize? Not Hilliard. That's what I'm afraid of. He might...
Now, civility, just forget such things. Ain't nothing going to happen.
What was that?
Oh, probably nothing at all. Just a wind.
Sounded like somebody coming in the gate.
Your imagination's working overtime, civility. If it'll make you feel any better, I'll go see.
Father, don't. I'm afraid.
Now, child, just be calm. Ain't nothing to worry about. Take my old shotgun with me. I'll be all right.
Father.
Hello there. Anybody out there? Hello. That you, Dorsey?
Yeah, that's me. I'm coming in, Rhubarb. Get out of my way.
Now, just a minute, son. Just calm down a bit.
I said get out of my way. I've come to get my wife, and you ain't going to stop me.
Now, look here, Dorsey. You better get control of yourself.
You're asking for it.
Father, look out. He's got a gun.
Dorsey, don't.
Father, are you hurt?
I'm all right, civility.
Hilliard.
I'm awful sorry, civility. It's either him or me. And I guess I had the best aim.
Hilliard P. Dorsey was dead, and his widow, Civility, had no taste for running the complicated affairs of the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela. Among her many other troubles was the cause of a certain Frenchman, the son-in-law of the former owner, Bruno Avila. He'd built his home on the land.
But this is no longer Don Bruno's land. I own it now, and you have no right here.
Mademoiselle, this is my home. I built it with my own hands. My wife, she and I live here, and you want that we should go?
I do. This is my land. I need it for my own cattle.
But where am I supposed to go, huh?
I don't care where you go. We've let you stay here this long, and I can't let it go on any longer.
Senor, I shall run him off, no?
No, I want no violence. I'm sure the gentleman will see my position and leave of his own accord.
That I will not do. This is my home, and here I stay.
The widow Dorsey could not cope with the situation, and shortly afterward she sold the rancho with great relief. The next owner was Francis J. Carpenter, who turned the property over to Joseph Lancaster Brent, the attorney and land title expert, almost immediately. Brent quickly settled the matter of the Frenchman by paying him $300 for any further claim to the land. Then a stranger came to town, and shortly afterward he stopped in to see them.
Mr. Brent, I hear you'll be interested to sell your share of this land called Rancho Centinela.
Yes, I've been thinking of it, sir. You see, I'm a Southerner, and there's some talk of war between my countrymen and them Yankees. If that's the case, I want to be free to go back and offer my services. But tell me, you're a Scotch nobleman, aren't you? Why would you want to be buying land here?
Well, I don't want to seem disloyal, but the climate here satisfies my wife and me. It's quite a bit different than our cold, dreary highlands.
Well, sir, I'll warrant it is. So you decided you'd like to live here?
Well, I think so. That is, if I can get the land I want.
And that is Centinela?
To start with, yes.
Well, perhaps I can accommodate you, sir. That is, if...
Well, don't worry about that, Mr. Brent. The price is no object.
Well, then, I'm sure we can make a deal.
Joseph Lancaster Brent went off to become a great Confederate general. And Sir Robert Burnett of Craves Castle, Scotland, took up his abode in Bruno Avila Adobe, which stands today. Shortly afterward, he bought the Rancho Sausal Redondo from the heirs of Antonio Ignacio Avila. And once more, these two tracts were combined into one great rancho. For 12 years, Sir Robert directed operations of sheep and cattle raising on his vast acreage. But finally, in 1873, it became necessary for him to return to Scotland. And with regret, he turned his domain over to another.
How did you happen to come here, sir, all the way from Canada?
Well, we were going to Jamaica for my wife's health, but I read a book called California for Health, Pleasure, and Residence, so I came here instead.
So we have people advertising our land, huh? And now you've decided to stay?
Yes. I've looked over a number of ranchos, but I don't mind telling you I like yours best. The cool sea air will be very beneficial for my wife's health, too.
But you see, Mr. Freeman, I don't want to sell. I only want to lease.
I'll even do that. I'll take a lease if you'll give me the first option to buy.
It's a deal, Mr. Freeman.
And so Daniel Freeman, the father of Inglewood, came into possession of the great rancho. A few years after, he stocked its acres with new herds of cattle and fine horses and planted thousands of fruit and eucalyptus trees. He was able to exercise his option to buy, and the march of progress was begun. Up until 1875, it had been thought that this land was best for cattle and sheep raising. But in 1875 and 76, the great drought parched the land, and sheep and cattle died like flies. Daniel Freeman fought to save his herds.
Round up those strays, Ben, and keep them moving. Don't let them stop.
Oh, Dan, it's no use. The poor creatures can't stand it.
If I can only get them to the hills, they may find enough green foliage to save them.
But you'll never get them to the hills. Not many, anyway. They're dropping like flies. You lost thousands of heads of sheep.
I'll save the others if I can.
No, it's not much use, Dan. You better do what some of the other ranchers are doing. Driving them over the cliffs into the sea. Pulling them out of their misery.
Maybe, but I'm going to try the hills first. And, Joe, one thing I know. This country is going to grow and become a big shipping and industrial community. They'll need lots of farmland to supply them. And I'm going ahead with the times. This is going to be a barley farm next year.
Daniel Freeman envisioned the great land that was to be, and he helped to build it, not just with his vast acres of barley, which found markets in New York and London, but as an active participant in the birth of a new city. In 1887, the directors of the Centinela Inglewood Land Company gathered.
Gentlemen, I'm pleased to sell you this great tract of land for development into the town of Inglewood.
Mr. Freeman, we're going to build a real town. We're all set to buy and sell lots. Build a hotel, put in water and gas works, everything. Inglewood's going to be metropolis before you know it.
Hey, look at this in the Inglewood Star. 1,500,000 feet of lumber will be delivered to Inglewood at once. 4,500,000 feet more coming. Lumber will be sold at cost to all who will build. 50 new buildings going up inside of 30 days.
Railroads to Redondo Beach is in. Goes right through Inglewood. Why, there's nothing to stop us now.
Why, we got grocery stores, hotels, livery stables, a brickyard, and we're even going to have a college. Yes, sir, the Freeman College of Applied Sciences.
Sure, town lots and farms in Inglewood can be bought cheap today, but they'll never be cheaper. Inglewood's not a town on paper.
No, sir. She's a real town. She's going to grow into a big, beautiful, and prosperous city. You bet.
And Inglewood did grow into just that. Today, it's a prosperous community of over 30,000 people. Its tree-shaded streets of homes and gardens, watered by the same springs of the Sentinel, which attracted Antonio Ignacio Avila. Around it, on the 25,000 acres of the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela and Rancho Sao Redondo, have sprung up other prosperous communities. Hawthorne, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and El Segundo. On the romantic domain of the Avilas stands the Douglas Aircraft Company's El Segundo Division and the North American plant furnishing wings for the defense of our nation. One of the country's greatest airports is fast taking shape. It's the Los Angeles Municipal Port at Mines Field. And true to the traditions of Don Antonio Avila, that great horseman and catcher of horse thieves, and to the spirit of Daniel Freeman, breeder of fine horses, it is still intimately associated with the sound of running hooves. For it is the home of that modern mecca of horse lovers, Hollywood Park. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the Ranchos.
Few people realize that title insurance service comparable to that provided by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is not available anywhere else in the United States at rates so low as prevail here. One reason such low rates are possible is that this company writes more policies of a title insurance than any other company in the United States. But the principal reason is the efficiency of its methods and personnel and the completeness of its files, the same files that contain the facts on which are based these authentic stories of Southern California's adventurous past. The Title Insurance and Trust Company sincerely hopes that you find these programs entertaining, that by exploring for you the colorful history of our Southland, they add something to your enjoyment in living here. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, our story deals with the home of movie stars, Beverly Hills, which was once the great Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. It's the story of a lonely but valiant widow who weathered trouble with neighbors and the Indians and single-handed raised her great family. And so, until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the Wandering Vaquero, is brought to you each Wednesday night at this time by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Beverly Hills, 1852.
Indians besiege widow at Rancho.
Beverly Hills, 1919.
Douglas Fairbanks buys hilltop land for home.
Beverly Hills, 1941.
Beverly Hills, one of the world's wealthiest cities. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the romance and adventure of the history of our Southland. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, uncovers another fascinating story of events and people that make up the romance of the Ranchos. The interesting historical facts which form the background for our drama tonight were obtained from the vast files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. And those files are growing at the rate of approximately 1,500 documents every business day. For the essential facts affecting land ownership must be gathered from these recordings and from the records of some 50 different public offices and transferred to the Title Insurance Company records daily in order that the company can ensure your ownership of property against any other's claims. However, it is from the older records that the facts forming the basis of these radio stories are taken. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with a part of the Southland we know as Beverly Hills, but which was once the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas, or the gathering place of the waters. Let's relive the romance of this rancho. It was about the time of the end of Spanish control of California, 1821, that Maria Rita Valdez and her soldier husband came to live on the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. They built a home near the present location of Sunset and Alpine in Beverly Hills. For a few years, their life was peaceful. Then, one day in 1828, Jose Antonio Carrillo, alcalde of Los Angeles, visited the rancho.
Doña Maria Rita, buenos dias.
Don Jose Antonio Carrillo, welcome to my home.
Gracias, gracias.
Oh, this is an honor. The alcalde of the pueblo calling on me. What brings you so far?
I had to journey this way on a boundary dispute, so I thought I would pay my respects to you. Express my sorrow at the loss of your late esteemed husband, Sargento Villa.
Thank you, senor.
I would have been here before, but my duties kept me so busy.
I know, senor. It is quite all right.
Is there anything I can do to assist you?
No, I do not think so, senor. Unless Unless you could help me to get a grant for this land. You see, I have no real title to it, although we have made it our home for these 20 years.
See, of course. I shall be glad to do whatever I can.
Oh, gracias, Don Jose. I should feel safer.
You are alone here?
No. My kinsman, Luciano Valdez, he lives on the land, too.
But here in this house.
Oh, no, senor, you forget. I have children.
Ah, see. 9, is it not?
It is not, senor. It is 11.
The widow finally received her first title to the land of Rodeo de las Aguas in 1831, when citizen Vicente Sanchez, who was the alcalde of Los Angeles, granted the land jointly to Maria and her kinsman Luciano. But this arrangement could not last very long, for Luciano was a hard neighbor to get along with.
And over there, Mariano, we shall plant a long line of vines. Oh, this cañada will be our vineyard, and you shall help me care for it.
Oh, see, Mama, it will be very fine.
Here, Maria. What is going on here?
Buenos dias, Luciano. What do you mean, what is going on here?
Are you planning to plant vines in my cañada?
Your cañada? I don't know what you mean. This is my land as much as yours. I have spent 3 months clearing this cañada so that I may plant my vines.
You shall plant no vines here. This is my cañada, and I mean to keep it for my own use.
Luciano, oh, how can you do these things to me? I say nothing when you move your house near mine, obstructing the front of mine. I even let it go when you run my cattle off the only watering place on the land, and they wander off onto my neighbor's ranchos. But this is too much.
Too much? See, it is too much. When I find you trying to use up my land...
It is not your land. And if it were, you did not try to stop me from clearing it. Oh, no. For 3 months you have watched me and my family working on it. Only now, when I want to plant the vines, I make a place for it. Do you object?
You wish to complain about me, huh? Well, go ahead. I dare you to. Who would listen to you? A foolish woman. Why, you cannot even read or write.
Just because you can read and write. Just because you were once schoolmaster of the Pueblo. Is that any reason for you to lord it over everybody else?
I am a man of culture. It is beneath me to associate with persons of such little education. You will kindly remove yourself from this cañada. I have told you it is mine, and that is enough.
Madre de Dios, what am I to do?
Oh, Maria, don't cry. I'll fix him. You leave Madre alone, Diablo. You leave her alone.
No, Mariano. No, Mariano,
don't. Me, huh? Here, stop that young rascal.
Mariano, you must not. No, stop.
You leave Mother here. You leave my Madre alone.
Go. Oh, my head. Stop moving, mother.
Oh.
There. He won't come back for a while, Madre.
Mariano, you should not tell.
No, Madre. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Unless he comes back.
Doña Maria Rita Valdez de Villa finally took up Luciano's dare and registered a complaint with the governor. It was subsequently turned over to the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento. And one day, Maria heard their verdict.
And so, in view of the complaint against him, also in view of the fact that he does not own enough cattle to receive ownership of the land anyway, the said Luciano Valdez is ordered to vacate the property of the widow Doña Maria Rita Valdez de Villa, called San Antonio, or Rodeo de las Aguas.
Oh, gracias. Gracias, Your Honor.
However, Maria Valdez must pay Luciano Valdez for the property which he'll give up. Therefore, the council has appointed 2 appraisers, Jesus Diaz and Tomas Talamantes, to place a value on said property. The appraisal of the property shall be carried on at the earliest possible moment.
And besides, senor, this peach tree, that is mine. See, and here are 2 poles I use for farming purposes. They must be counted, too.
What do you say, Jesus?
Oh, very well, Tomas. 2 pesos for the tree and 50 centavos for the poles.
Very well. 15 pesos for the house. That make total of 17 pesos and 50 centavos. Is that satisfactory?
Si.
Luciano?
Not much, but very well. See, I take it.
For $17.50, the dispute was settled. And now, Doña Maria Rita Valdez was sole possessor of Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. But her only title was from the Los Angeles City Council, and she wished the legal protection of a grant from the governor. And so it was that she talked with Francisco Villa, major domo of the Mission San Gabriel.
But, senor, the governor, he will not make a grant to me unless there are 150 head of cattle grazing on the rancho.
And there are not, senora?
No. I have little over 100, and I have no money to buy more. Do you think the governor might overlook the cattle?
I hardly think so, senora. It is the law. However, there may be another way to arrange it.
But how?
Suppose I arrange for you to borrow enough cattle to make up the difference.
Oh, senor, is it possible?
I think so, senora. I shall take up the matter immediately. And, too, I have another idea. We shall send your kinsman, Captain Villa, straight to Governor Alvarado to present your petition, and that should help your case.
Ah, senor, I do not know how to thank you.
You needn't, senora. I am happy to help you. You have spent many years on this land. You have put much work and toil into it. It is only right that it should be yours. And I shall see that it is.
Capitan Villa journeyed northward toward Monterey, armed with Doña Maria Rita's precious petition. On the way, he stopped at San Juan Bautista to see General Jose Castro, prefect of the district.
So you see, Jose, I go to present the petition of the widow Valdez to Governor Alvarado.
Oh, the widow Valdez. Why, I know her well. When I was south with my troops, I was guest at her home. Oh, she's a fine woman. I like her. Capitan, I tell you what I will do. I go with you. I shall speak to Alvarado myself. Perhaps I can help and repay her kindness to me.
With such powerful friends helping her, the grant for Maria Valdez was assured. Soon, Capitan Villa brought the precious title papers back to Los Angeles. The future looked brighter for Maria Valdez, but more misfortune came quickly. In 1846, news came that the American armies were closing in on Los Angeles. At the time, Maria Valdez was staying in a house she owned on Main Street in Los Angeles. Late one evening, her son rushed to her.
Mama, we must fly. The Americanos, they're coming. We must flee as fast as we can.
Oh, but Mariano, they will not hurt us.
There may be a battle, Mama. Guns, cannon, the city may be destroyed.
Oh.
We must flee for our lives, Mama. Hurry, there is no time to lose. I have an ox cart waiting.
Oh, but Mariano, my clothes, my belongings.
No, Mama, there is no time for that. Leave everything. Take only what you will need to keep you warm. Hurry, Mama.
Wildly, many Los Angeles residents fled before the American army. With them, Doña Maria Rita Valdez. Behind her, she left everything she had, including the title papers to the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. As soon as she saw there was no danger, she came back. But it was to find her house had been broken into by looters. It had been robbed, pillaged.
Mariano, they have taken everything. Oh, but no, they cannot take in my papers. The papers for the rancho.
Where did you give them, Madre?
In the trunk, the big trunk, in the corner.
Oh, here is the trunk.
Oh, see, are the papers?
No. I'm sorry, Mama. The trunk is empty.
The title papers were gone. Victim of wartime looters. California, Indian, or American, no one knew which. Their loss was felt deeply. When after California became a state in the Union, the Board of Land Commissioners met to pass on all land titles in California. Maria Valdez had no proof of ownership. But once again, loyal friends came to the support of the aging widow. One by one, they testified on her behalf. Jose Antonio Carrillo.
See? The Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas has belonged to Doña Maria Rita for many years, at least since 1828, for it was in that year that I visited her. Her soldier husband had just died, And there she was with her 11 children.
Francisco Villa.
It was in 1839, some years after her relative Luciano had moved from the rancho, that Dona Margarita wished to obtain a grant from Governor Alvarado. I had already obtained for her enough cattle to make up the necessary 150 head.
Jose Castro.
See, Capitan Villa and I went to see the governor in Monterey, and he graciously acceded to our request. He gave me the title papers, granting to Dona Maria Rita about 1 league of land.
One by one, friends and relatives offered their help. And finally, after many weary days of waiting, the board announced the decision.
Dona Maria Rita Valdez de Villa, it is the decision of the United States Board of Land Commissioners that your claim to the title of the land known as the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas is confirmed. The land is yours, madam.
Yes, Dona Maria's loss of her title papers almost cost her her rancho. Her title was in doubt for years until the Land Commission finally determined that it was valid. This was not an uncommon situation in those early days. There were no public offices in which title transfers could be recorded. In fact, ownership of land frequently passed by a mere transfer of possession without any written document. When California was admitted to the Union in 1850, one of the first acts of the state legislature was to set up public offices in which records of title transfers might be kept, and to require that all transfers must be by deed or other written instruments. The theory was that an intending purchaser of property could then examine the public records and determine that the seller actually owned clear title to the land. Unfortunately, it is often impossible to establish true ownership of property from these public records. Deeds and other title documents are sometimes lost or destroyed, sometimes never placed on record, sometimes defectively acknowledged or executed, sometimes forged or executed by minors or incompetents, so that even though they have the appearance of valid legal documents, actually they are not. For these reasons, some further assurance of ownership is required by persons dealing in land today. The policy of title insurance meets that need. It stabilizes land titles, makes them marketable, enables you to know that you really own the title you pay for.
Now, the Rancho Rodeo de Aguas, which she calls San Antonio, really belonged to Dona Maria Rita, and she settled down with a great army of relatives to raise her cattle and cultivate her garden. But trouble still pursued her. Early one day in 1852, the workers in the garden were startled by...
Indians! Indians! Run for the house, run!
Hurry inside. Get inside. Pedro, call everybody into the house. Now lock all the doors, barricade the windows, get down the guns. See? Inside, quickly. The guns are in the racks, powder in the cask in the corner. Hurry. Here, close the door. Now there, put that table across the window. Leave enough room to sight the rifle. Hurry.
There they are, behind the sycamore.
Oh, be careful.
So, you want to fight, do you heathens? All right, our bullets are as good as yours. Duck, will you? I get you next time.
Pedro, a rifle for me, and keep bringing up the ammunition.
Si, senora.
Look out, here they come out in the open. They've blocked.
Ah, we have driven them back to cover, but they will try again. Hurry, Pedro, more ammunition. Pedro, more ammunition.
We've held them off for 3 hours, but I don't...
The ammunition is running low.
We cannot hold them off much longer, senor.
We must. You know what it will mean if we do not.
But that ammunition won't last much longer.
Then save it. Don't waste a shot. Hold your fire until they try to attack again.
What with our help?
Senora, I'll go for help.
No, Pedro, you cannot.
I can do it, senora. If I can sneak out without them seeing me, I can crawl down the ditch to the swamp and get away to the nearest rancho.
No.
Perhaps you could, senora.
No, I will not listen. They will kill you, and he's just a boy, a young boy.
They will not see me, senora, because I am just very small.
It may be our only chance, senora. I try myself.
No one shall go. Perhaps our shots will attract attention and help will come, but no one will go. It will be suicide.
Here they come again.
Back to your post quickly. Pedro, more ammunition.
We've driven them back into Grove again. Thank heavens there are only 3 of them.
We must be prepared for the next assault. Pedro, bring more powder. Pedro!
Pedro!
Oh, where is he? Pedro! Oh, senor.
He is gone. He has slipped out the door while we were busy fighting. Look, there he goes, creeping down the trench.
Madre de Dios, do they see him?
I don't know. They haven't made any move yet.
Oh,
Oh, they're shooting at us.
he's almost to the swamp.
They can't see him from there. He's hidden by the trees now.
He's getting up. He's running.
Oh, they haven't seen him. They haven't seen him, senor. Now we have a chance. We have driven him back again.
Senor, have you any ammunition left?
Yours one shot. Here, somebody bring up more ammunition.
There is no more, senor.
What? No more? Then when they attacked again...
See. Oh, what has happened to Pedro?
He has only been gone an hour. It might take him that long to get to the nearest rancho.
No, he is a fast runner. He should be back by now.
But he is not.
No.
Senora, this one shot. If you wish, I can spare you any...
I am not afraid, senor. I have not lived here all these years without being used to facing death.
You are a brave woman, senor. I salute you.
They're creeping up again, senor.
We cannot fight them now. This is the end, senor.
No, listen. What is that?
The Indians have stopped. Why, they're running the other way. They're making for the hills.
Look at horses. It's help coming. Pedro got through. Pedro got through.
Look at them. The rancheros charging at full speed.
We're saved. We're saved.
This was the last of such harrowing experiences for the owners of Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. But even so, the courageous Doña Maria Rita Valdez found managing a great rancho too much for her declining health. And so, in 1854, she sold her land to two neighbors, Benjamin D. Wilson, famous in early California as Don Benito, and Henry Hancock. The full price for the site of what is now Beverly Hills was roughly about $1,300. And now, at last, the Americans took over its development. They planted 2,000 acres of wheat, and the first year reaped a golden harvest. Then came drought, 2 years without water.
Oh, just look at it, Bill. A withered plain. The swamp's dried up. No flowers, nothing.
Yeah, Ben's pretty sad. Your wheat crop's ruined.
Ruined? Well, there isn't any wheat crop. I'm afraid this ranch is going to be a white elephant.
Don Benito,
Yes,
senor.
yes.
I've been looking for you.
Yes, what is it, Jose?
Two senores from Los Angeles. They're at the house to see you.
Yeah, well, what do they want?
They're from the Pioneer Oil Company. They want to see you about this land. They think there might be oil here.
Oil?
Man, oil here? Why, Ben, you'd be rich.
Holy smokes, oil.
Where are they?
But the oil bubble burst quickly. Wells were drilled, but nothing of any consequence was found. And then, slowly, newcomers came to live on the ranch. New names appeared to be associated with Rodeo de las Aguas. Workman, Whitworth, Edison A. Benedict, who acquired Benedict Canyon, Edward A. Pruce, Ruland, Bume, Eberly, Francis Temple. Finally, in 1869, Pruce and Temple sold their land to the De las Aguas Land Association. Ambitious plans for a town called Santa Maria were never realized. The association gasped for life for a short time and then peacefully expired. The rancho went to Hamel and Denker, two Los Angeles businessmen who prospered for a while by raising lima beans on their land. With the coming of the railroad, the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas was flooded with eager lot buyers. Little towns mushroomed around the railroad stations. Morocco, Cahuenga, Sunset. More ambitious plans were made. The boom of the 80s, however, collapsed, and the towns faded back into obscurity. It was not until 1906 that the heirs and successors of Henry Hamel and Andrew Denker handed over their rancho to another group whose plans were to prove successful.
Here's the Rodeo Land Water Company, Mr. Clark. There's a map of the town laid out. Beverly Hills.
Well, looks well laid out, Mr. Green.
Thanks. It ought to be. Got the best man we could for the job. Wilbur Cook, landscape architect from New York, planned it. Dan Halliday, engineer, did the actual laying out.
Pretty name, too, Beverly Hills.
I had something to do with that myself. See, I read a newspaper account of President Taft's visit to Beverly Farms in Massachusetts. Well, I liked the name so much, I just rushed right down here and persuaded my associates to name our town Beverly Hills. since this was Hurley land we were subdividing.
Well, yes, it's fine. I'll tell you. I like your new town. I'll take 2 lots I looked on. Let's see, it's Crescent Drive, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So, well, I guess I'll be your first customer. I'll buy 'em.
Henry C. Clark became the first homeowner of the new town of Beverly Hills in 1907. Rapidly, the subdivision grew. Then, one day, a real estate man and his potential customer walked up a hill overlooking Doña Maria Rita Valdez's old land.
Let's just climb up there a little further to the crest. Must be a wonderful view.
Okay. I'll see how you do it. You take these hills like they're nothing. Wish I was in your condition. I must be getting old.
You should be in the moving picture business. That's strenuous enough to keep you in trim.
Well, it must be. The kind of pictures you do.
Here, let me lend you a hand.
Thanks.
There. We're up.
Yep, thank goodness. Well, what do you think of that view?
Just look at that. I've never seen anything like it. It's perfect. Why, think of having a home here.
It's just what I hope you're thinking of. Just imagine hard-look landscape. A home right over there, overlooking the entire valley. That's a real bargain.
You don't have to sell me. I'm sold. Just make out the papers to Douglas Fairbanks.
When Douglas Fairbanks bought the site for Pickfair on April 22nd, 1919, he started the great movie star invasion, which has made Beverly Hills one of the most celebrated residential communities in the world. Quickly, more and more famous people made it their home. The population grew by leaps and bounds. In 1924, the population was 5,000. Quickly, the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas blossomed into hundreds of mansions, villas, homes. The building boom finally reached such proportions that it prompted one prominent resident of Beverly Hills to say,
Well, lots are sold so quickly and often out here that they're put through escrow made out to the 12th owner. Now, they couldn't possibly make out a deed for each purchaser. Besides, you wouldn't have time to read it. In 10 minutes, you owned the lot. You're having no money, don't worry agents. If they can just get a couple of dollars down or an old overcoat or a shotgun or anything to act as first payment, second-hand Fords are considered A1 collateral, too.
Will Rogers may have been spoofing a little, but the boom brought almost 30,000 residents to live in this, one of the most beautiful and one of the wealthiest of residential communities. Today, the land which was once the domain of the widow Valdez and her 11 children is the pride of the Southland, the home of many of its famous people, the distinguished city of Beverly Hills. Such is the romance of the Ranchos.
Frank Graham will be heard in just a moment, but first here's something to think about. In these days of rising costs and taxes, every dollar counts to all of us. Doubly interesting, then, is the fact that the rates at which Title Insurance and Trust Company is able to offer you necessary title protection are very considerably lower than those prevailing almost anywhere else in the United States. There are 2 factors that make these low rates possible. First, the size and completeness of Title Insurance and Trust Company's record files and the efficiency of its hundreds of trained workers. Second, the fact that this company writes a greater volume of title insurance than any other title company in the world. Whatever the value of the property you're interested in or the type of policy you require, the rate you pay for title insurance is less than it would be elsewhere because of these considerations. And the protection it brings you is not surpassed by comparable policies issued anywhere. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we're going to take you for a visit to the ranchos San Pedro and Palos Verdes, where a dispute between 2 of the great families of early California blazed for many years. It's a story I know you'll want to hear. So be with us again next Wednesday night. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos is a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Romance of the Ranchos.
San Pedro, 1800.
Smugglers captured in attempt to land in harbor.
San Pedro, 1846.
Americans killed in Battle of Dominguez Ranch.
San Pedro, 1940.
18 million tons of shipping passed through Los Angeles harbor. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, recreating for you the vividly colorful yesterdays in the history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, takes us back to the days of the Dons to reveal another fascinating story. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles believes that some knowledge of the historical background of the land we live in, of the hardships and heroism of the pioneers whose efforts have given us our great heritage, not only will make of us better citizens, but will also add to our appreciation and enjoyment of the advantages of living where we do. The records of the Title Insurance and Trust Company contain verification of the historical facts that provide the framework for our story tonight. But to most of us, facts and dates that are buried in files or history books are dull. It is to make those dry records live and breathe, to recreate for you the true interest, adventure, excitement, and romance that actually attended the events themselves, that these programs are presented. With tonight's story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight is concerned with one of the first and perhaps greatest of the early California ranchos, the Rancho San Pedro. And two, it deals with the beautiful Rancho Palos Verdes and the prolonged dispute over it, which split two distinguished families. Let's go back through the years and relive the romance of the Ranchos. It was in 1784 that Juan José Dominguez, soldier of Spain, received permission from his bluff old commander, Governor Pedro Fages, to settle with his stock on a piece of land overlooking San Pedro Bay, first called the Bay of Smokes by Cabrillo in 1542. And so, one day, the soldiers of the Presidio gathered to watch a strange procession.
Come, vaqueros, keep them moving. We've a long journey ahead of us. There's no time to waste.
Hola, Juan! Is this any job for a soldier? Since when have you been a tender of cows?
See, Juan, is this what you have come to?
You are just jealous.
Jealous? Oh, jealous, he says. Tending cows is a job for those timid ones who have no stomach for a man's work fighting.
Oh, you are behind the times, mi amigo. Where would Spain be today if she did not have builders as well as soldiers?
So you are building something now, eh?
See, I'm a pioneer. I'm going to help build a great new land for our king.
Oh, we shall be pleased to hear it, I'm sure.
Oh, stupid oaf. This is no joking matter. You do not seem to realize that now I'm a man of importance.
See, but you have always been a man of importance, mi amigo.
Oh, I don't know why I bother with you. Adios, senor.
Oh, wait, Juan, mi amigo.
See, Juan, we were just having a joke.
A bad joke, senores.
See, but you forgive us, no?
Well... See, of course.
Bueno, we are really proud of you, a great landowner now.
Oh, no, I do not own this land. I've just been given permission by Don Pedro to settle here.
But you will own it and have a great rancho.
See, I hope so. Senores, you must come and visit me, eh?
In that wilderness?
God forbid that we are ever sent there.
Senores, it's no wilderness. It's good fertile land. There is the Pueblo of Los Angeles.
Wilderness, nevertheless. But perhaps we shall visit you after all. When you have built a new country for our king.
Oh, you are impossible. You keep me from my journey with such nonsense, eh? I must go, senores, and drive my cattle to the river San Gabriel. And someday you shall find that I'm the one who's at the last laugh.
Adiós, señores. Adiós.
Hasta la vista, don Juan. Hasta la vista, mi amigo.
Vaya con Dios, mi amigo. Hasta la vista.
Adiós.
And Don Juan Jose Dominguez was a pioneer. At the age of 65, the old soldier retired to the rancho called San Pedro, bounded by the old course of the San Gabriel River on the east, by the ocean on the west and south. For 20 years, he tended the busy routine of running his peaceful domain. But there were occasional brief moments of excitement on the Dominguez property. For many years, Spain had a law forbidding trading with any foreigners, but it didn't stop some citizens of Los Angeles from engaging in unlawful commerce. And so, once in a while, in the dead of night...
I will feel better when we are safely anchored. This harbor is full of sandbars.
We are almost in far enough. I can see the outline of the land.
Popar, put out that light. We do not want to be seen by the watch. That is enough. Drop anchor. Wait, are the boats ready?
Oui, the goods are loaded.
Very well, lower away. I will stay aboard, monsieur. You take charge of the landing party.
Lower away, men.
And quiet. They hang smugglers in these parts.
What hour is it, Pedro?
I cannot say. The moon is hidden. Perhaps 2 hours to dawn.
Such a life. I should be glad to get back to the barracks.
Ramon,
See?
is that the ship in the harbor?
Where?
There. I can just make out the outlines through the mist.
See? It is a ship, all right.
Can you make out what kind?
By her lines, I cannot tell what ship it is, except that it is not Spanish.
Smugglers?
See? Look, 3 small boats nearing the shore. Hurry, Pedro. Warn the guard. Run.
There they are. The signal. Putting at a small landing. Quiet now, men. We are right under the noses of the guards.
Ah, senores. You're here at last, huh? Like special last week.
We had unfavorable winds. Has anyone seen us?
There's been no alarm. You have the goods, hmm?
3 boatloads, silks, shawls, shoes. Are your skins ready?
Oh, si, senor. Piled there on the shore.
Good. I shall inspect them in a moment. All right, men. Start unloading.
Surrender if you value your lives.
Soldiers, into the boats, men. Hurry!
I have to surrender.
Hurry, push up!
Foreign smugglers conducted a thriving business for many years. Sea otter skins, worth 100 cattle hides, were the usual cargo. But life on Rancho San Pedro was largely serene and peaceful, until, in 1805, misfortune came to Don Juan Jose Dominguez. One day, he called his friend Manuel Gutierrez to him.
Buenos dias, Don Juan. You wish to see me?
Buenos dias, Manuel. Si, I want you to see this, please.
A document?
Si, read it.
For his friendship and faithful service, I, Juan Jose Dominguez, concede to Manuel Gutierrez a life estate in Rancho San Pedro, as long as he shall... Senor.
Si, that is what I want.
Don Juan, what can I say? How can I thank you?
Never mind that, Manuel. The rancho is in good hands. I know that you will keep it well for my nephew, Cristobal, who is to be my heir.
Keep it well, but, senor, you're the one who manages Rancho San Pedro.
No more, mi amigo. Tomorrow I leave for San Juan Capistrano to spend the rest of my days with Cristobal. He's stationed there now, eh?
I do not understand, Don Juan. You're leaving?
I'm an old man, Manuel. I cannot hope for much more time.
Nonsense.
No, mi amigo. I wish it were. Besides, Manuel, where is my tobacco?
Your tobacco? Why, it is right in front of you on the table.
Oh, I cannot seem to... Will you please hand it to me?
But Don Juan, it is right here under your nose. Here it is.
Gracias, mi amigo.
But Don Juan, you can't.
No, mi amigo. I can't see. I'm blind.
Juan Jose Dominguez, blind and aged, retired to spend his last days quietly at the Mission San Juan Capistrano. In 1809, the old soldier died, leaving Rancho San Pedro to his nephew Cristobal, who was to share possession with Manuel Gutierrez as long as Juan's friend lived. For a time, all went well. Then, in 1821, Mexico gained her independence, and a young lieutenant was sent north from San Diego to command the troops at the Pueblo de Los Angeles. One day, the soldier approached Manuel Gutierrez.
Oh, Juan Dolores Sepulveda, you're the new commander at Los Angeles?
Si, Don Manuel.
And you're going to stay?
I hope so. I like this land. I would like to settle here.
You brought your horses and cattle?
See? That is why I've come to see you. I must find some place to keep them. I thought perhaps you might help me.
See, of course, I know just the place. Part of our land is not used. You can keep them there.
Where is this land?
Above La Cañada de Palos Verdes, the hills above the bay.
Ah, that is wonderful land. The hills overlooking the sea.
Perhaps not as fertile as the rest of Rancho San Pedro. That is why we have not used it. But fine pasture land nevertheless.
And I have your permission to move my cattle in?
See, of course. Do so right away.
So Juan Dolores Sepulveda settled his 800 head of cattle on Rancho Palos Verdes, and thereby started the dispute which was to continue for a quarter of a century. Very quickly, Cristobal Dominguez protested.
Señor Sepulveda.
Si, Don Cristobal Dominguez, is it not?
Si.
Welcome, senor.
I regret I did not come here for a social call, senor. I come to make a protest.
Protest? About my using the land of Palos Verdes?
Si, senor. There ought to be but 2 branding irons for the cattle of this rancho.
Yours and Senor Gutierrez, huh?
Exactly, senor. Therefore, I ask you to withdraw your herds from my land.
But, senor, I have been looking into this question. Is it your land?
But of course. This is the Rancho San Pedro.
Is it? Many years ago, the governor gave you permission to live on Rancho San Pedro. But nothing was said of these hills. The river San Gabriel was mentioned, the ocean, sea. But it would seem to me that these hills are outside of the boundaries of what was given to you.
Senor, in all these years, no one has ever questioned the Dominguez family's rights to these lands. It is well known that they are ours.
On the contrary, I believe it is high time somebody did question your rights. Where are your title papers? Show me the title papers to the hills of Palos Verdes.
Title papers? I do not need title papers.
But you do. I shall see that you do. You do not, and you never have used this land. You have plenty elsewhere.
That does not matter. I demand that you remove your herds from my land.
And I will not. Even if it is your land, Don Manuel has given me permission to stay.
Senor, I shall petition the governor to run you off.
I, too, can petition the governor, and I shall ask him to grant me title to this land, the hills of Palos Verdes.
Both Dominguez and Sepulveda kept their promises. The governor did nothing about Cristobal's plea to remove Sepulveda, and the dispute flared on. Sepulveda, in an effort to speed action on his claim, journeyed to the capital at Monterrey to talk with the governor. On the return trip, a tragic destiny took him to the Mission de la Purísima Concepcion, where he planned to stop for a rest.
This is very strange. There's not a soul in sight.
Perhaps some service is going on inside the mission, and all the Indians are there.
Perhaps, see. But perhaps there is something wrong. Perhaps we should not go in.
Nonsense, Don Juan. What could be wrong? I would not think of going on. We need rest. The horses need water. Come, we're almost to the gate. Once inside, you shall see that nothing is wrong.
Perhaps. But I somehow have a feeling I do not like this.
Life on that lonely rancho of yours has made you jumpy.
Whoa. Whoa. Senor, look at those people lying on the ground. And the blood. Indians. Indians on the warpath. Turn, run for it. They're coming at us. Look out!
Senor. You killed him, you heathens. You've killed Juan Sepulveda. You...
Don't... Juan Dolores Sepulveda had the misfortune to stop at the Mission de la Purísima Concepcion the day in 1824 on which the neophytes were in revolt, and he was one of those who lost their lives in the massacre. Behind him, he left 5 children to continue the fight for the Rancho Palos Verdes: Juan, Ignacio, Diego, Jose, and Maria Teresa. Death came a year later to Cristobal Dominguez, too, and his sons, Manuel and Nazario, carried on the Dominguez side of the quarrel. It was Manuel who received a messenger one day in 1827.
You have a message for me?
Si. He's from Don Juan Sepulveda.
Sepulveda? What could you wish to tell me?
That he has received word from Monterrey, from Governor H. Juan Diaz.
So, at last he has been told, eh? At last he must vacate our land.
No, senor. The governor has given a Sepulveda's a provisional grant to Rancho Los Palos Verdes.
According to a hand-drawn map dated some 32 years later, 1859, when this first provisional grant was confirmed to Jose Loreto Sepulveda, final surveys set the area of Rancho Los Palos Verdes at 31,629 and 43/100 acres. Its eastern boundary was approximately the line of the present Figueroa Street, from the ocean between San Pedro and Wilmington to the intersection of Figueroa and Sepulveda Boulevard, where the map shows a dry lake to have existed. From there, the boundary, following such markings as 4 rocks, 3 rocks, a pile of stones, ran roughly westward to strike the ocean a few miles south of the present city of Redondo Beach. Rancho Los Palos Verdes was completely surrounded on both north and east by Rancho San Pedro, granted by Manuel Dominguez. Early-day maps of both ranchos are in the files of Title Insurance and Trust Company, together with volumes of data and title records extending right up to the close of business today. These records enable Title Insurance and Trust Company to issue policies of title insurance for your protection. It is such protection that makes real estate so readily marketable and so acceptable as security for loans.
Governor H. Diaz's provisional grant did not settle the quarrel between the Dominguez and Sepulveda families. Even after Governor Figueroa in 1834 settled the matter by arbitration and fully granted Palos Verdes to the Sepulvedas, there was bitter feeling still. But life went on, and San Pedro began to gain its reputation as a great seaport. Tall-masted sailing ships from Boston and New York sailed around the Horn to drop their cargoes and to fill their holds with great stacks of hides and heavy barrels of tallow. Sailors called it the Hell of California because in loading and unloading their cargoes...
How much farther is it?
Another 100 yards. Straight up.
I can't make it. I tell you, I can't make it.
Wait a minute. Oh, man. Rest for a minute. Rest and we'll try it again.
Where are we taking this?
See that little adobe warehouse on top of the cliff? Yeah, that's it.
How can they expect any human being to carry these heavy boxes straight up the face of a cliff?
I don't know. It's not the steepness I mind. It's these slippery rocks. It's 100 feet straight down.
Hey, you men! What do you think you're doing? Having a tea party? Come on, get that box up. Hurry up or you'll be asking for the land.
Aye, sir. Right away. Come on, Tommy. We'll make it this time.
I can't do it. I can't. My hands are bleeding now.
Come on. It's better than the lash. Remember that.
All right, I'll try it.
Boy. Here we go. Yep. Watch your step. These rocks are slippery.
Joey, I'm slipping. I can't get my balance.
Look out. Hold on, Tommy. Look out.
The sharp cliffs of San Pedro took their toll on sailors, but the port continued to grow, and the hills of the Rancho Los Palos Verdes grew in importance. And because the boundaries had not been measured off and formal possession given by the authorities, many regarded Sepulveda's grant as little more than a scrap of paper. Some of them, eyeing the valuable property, began an attempt to move in on it. And so Juan and Jose Sepulveda again sent a petition to the capital. One day in May 1846, a rider raced into the Rancho Los Palos Verdes.
Oh, senor! I bring news from mi pueblo.
Buenos dias, senor. News?
Si. A letter for Don Juan Sepulveda.
Pedro, bring Don Juan. And tell Don Jose to come too. She'll both want to see this. It's news from Monterey, from Governor Pio Pico. Senor, have you any other news, eh?
Any other news? Oh, see.
What is it?
Well, nothing very much. The governor had a ball.
Oh, is that all?
Oh, see, there was something else. I almost forget. The Americanos have declared war on Mexico.
So, when was this?
Last month, I think.
Well, and they always seem so friendly. But I don't suppose that will be much to us way up here.
I don't suppose so.
Oh, here comes someone now. I will give him the letter.
I must be on my way, senor. Adios.
Adios.
Ramon, the letter. It is from the governor.
Si, Don Juan. Here it is.
At last. Have you called Don Jose?
Si, I told Pedro to call him. Senor, is it good news?
Si, Ramon. Very good news. Pio Pico has confirmed our grant to the Rancho Los Palos Verdes.
A few days later, Mayor Cota of the Pueblo de Los Angeles conducted a colorful ceremony at the rancho, ending with Don Jose and Don Juan stepping across the imaginary line which marked their precious land. Each picked up a branch from a shrub and broke it.
Don Juan Sepulveda.
Senor, Don Manuel Dominguez, you here?
Si, Don Juan. And not for any reasons you might think. Governor Pico has confirmed your grant to this land. And so, our quarrel is finished. It's not right that our two families should be enemies. It has lasted too long already.
You are right, Don Manuel. I harbor no ill will for you and yours.
Nor I for you. Let us forget the past.
See, there is no reason why we should not from now on live peaceably together as neighbors.
More than that, as friends. And here is my hand on it.
Senor, this makes me very happy.
No more than I, mi amigo.
The dispute was forgotten at last. Now the Sepulveda and the Dominguez families were destined to live peacefully together, to work together, and to fight together. For the war with the Americanos was not the isolated quarrel many Californians imagined. It came home to them when the forces of Stockton and Fremont began the occupation of their province. They fought a losing battle, but they fought hard. Manuel Dominguez was one of those who stood on Rancho San Pedro to confront the American Captain Gillespie's troops as they retreated from Los Angeles.
Senor is pronto. There, swing her around to cover the road.
There she is, the old woman. She'll stop the Americanos.
Good. Ready? Fire!
There, Americanos, stop the old woman. Maybe you don't like her so well, huh?
Many Americanos were mowed down by the bronze 4-pounder called the Old Woman in the Battle of the Dominguez Ranch. And later, some were buried on Dead Man's Island in the San Pedro harbor. But the Americanos eventually conquered, and once more California was a land of peace and industry. Both Sepulveda's and Dominguez land grants were confirmed by the United States Board of Land Commissioners. Both families prospered with the growing prosperity of Los Angeles. Sepulveda stages carried passengers from the harbor to the growing metropolis.
Do they always drive like this?
Sure. Most always have a race to the Pueblo. Come on, boys. I got $10 bet on our stage. Let her rip.
And Manuel Dominguez rose in public affairs to become a member of the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento, first alcalde and judge, territorial representative, and captain of a military company. And part of the Rancho San Pedro he sold, a part which quickly became San Pedro New Town, and later, Wilmington.
Why, sure, this town's going to grow. This is going to be the new seaport for Los Angeles. We cut 6 miles off the stage lines from San Pedro, and with this new breakwater from Rattlesnake Island to Dead Man's Island, we'll have a real harbor.
The rivalry between San Pedro and Wilmington continued for a time until Civil War trade sent the new port speeding far ahead of the older town. Camp Drum was established there, and all supplies for the troops stationed there went through Wilmington. Prosperity brought rising prices on the waterfront.
What? $1.50 to go out into the harbor to my boat? Why, that's ridiculous.
All right, then, mister. Maybe you'd rather swim.
Many famous in early California annals were to be found among the pioneers of the new port. J.G. Downey, W.T.B. Sanford, B.D. Wilson, and Phineas Banning, whose hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, furnished the new name for the new San Pedro town. With their help, the port grew steadily until in 1869...
There she is, the first steam train into Wilmington from Los Angeles. Boy, we got a real city here now.
When the railroad was extended to San Pedro, it was the older town's turn to grow. In 1882, the present city was laid out, and in 1888, it was incorporated. For the next 20 years, the two towns grew with the steadily progressing metropolis of Los Angeles. And then, in 1909, a group of Los Angeles men stood on the bluff overlooking the harbor.
Gentlemen, this is the harbor of Los Angeles, whether we own it or not. This is where our shipping must come.
Well, we couldn't ask for a better one.
Couldn't we? Now look down there, gentlemen. Does that look like the harbor of one of the nation's greatest cities? Will those docks and warehouses be able to accommodate the goods that this country of ours is going to produce? Will that harbor hold the ships of the world that'll be coming here?
Well, that's right. We're going to grow, gentlemen. But our growth will be stunted unless our harbor grows with us.
In my mind, I see miles of docks with facilities for the biggest ships the world can build. And by Jupiter, I'm going to do my best to see that they're put there.
A few men of vision saw the Los Angeles harbor that could be, and largely through their efforts, it has come into its full realization. The first step was the incorporation of San Pedro and Wilmington into Los Angeles. Then, funds were appropriated for harbor development, channels were dredged, breakwaters constructed. Docks and warehouses were built on Rattlesnake Island, now called Terminal Island, and historic Dead Man's Island was leveled beneath the waves. Rancho San Pedro became the thriving cities of Wilmington, Lomita, Torrance, Gardena, and Compton. Rancho Los Palos Verdes became San Pedro and the beautiful Palos Verdes estates. And high on the hills, which caused the dispute between the Sepulveda and Dominguez families, you may today look out over one of the greatest harbors in the Western Hemisphere. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the Ranchos.
In just a moment, Frank Graham will tell us about next week's story. Between 1900 and 1940, the number of separate assessed parcels of real estate in Los Angeles County increased from 91,000 to 1,512,000. This is an increase of 1,421,000 in the number of land ownerships the Title Insurance and Trust Company must keep track of daily. The company has taken this never-ending expansion of work into account. Its policy, through nearly 50 years of service, has been to maintain an organization system of records at all times adequate to offer complete title service and genuine title protection to anyone who buys, sells, lends, or borrows on real estate within the territory it serves. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
The land on which stands the present city of Whittier was once called the Rancho Paso de Bartola, and it was the home of a famous governor of California, Don Pio Pico. His story and that of the happenings on this land form an exciting chapter in the romance of the Ranchos. So until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, comes to you each Wednesday at this same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KN.
The Romance of the Ranchos.
Whittier, 1847.
Americans break opposition in Battle of San Gabriel.
Whittier, 1867.
Great flood menaces home of Governor Pio Pico.
Whittier, 1941.
Whittier, the center of a great fruit-growing area. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the highlights of history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, unfolds another tale of the romantic, adventurous early days of some particular section of our Southland. Practically all of our stories of early California contain a good many incidents having to do with ownership of land, the original grants, transfers by sale or foreclosure, boundary disputes, and so on. This is because land ownership is a fundamental element in the shaping of all history, the motivating factor behind many of its most important events. The urge to own land is a basic human desire as old as civilization. Through the ages, land has been coveted, stolen, fought over, defended, even at the cost of life itself. Today, force of arms and physical combat are seldom required for the defense of private land ownership. The common risks are those that arise from forged instruments, forgotten mortgages or other liens, improperly or fraudulently executed documents, claims of undisclosed heirs, and similar title defects. The modern system of title insurance provides protection against these and other risks. And here to tell the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, we're going to trace the history of the Rancho Paso de Bartolo Viejo, the favorite rancho of Don Pio Pico, part of which has become the present city of Whittier. Many of you may have visited Pio Pico's ranch house, which is still standing as a national monument near Whittier. But whether you have or not, I'm sure you'll find in its story much of the romance of the rancho. For the beginning of our story, we must go back to the year 1771, the year in which the Padres of New Spain first established the Mission San Gabriel. A few miles from the new establishment, nestled in the foothills near the San Gabriel River, then called River San Miguel of the earthquakes, was an Indian village, and the elders of the council were agog with the news.
My brothers, the crow has spoken truly. I have seen with my own eyes. Strangers come. Men with white skin build a great hut of brush. They have great animals bigger than the deer. They come to stay.
But already there are too many here. In this village there are too many. We cannot live. We cannot find food enough.
Perhaps these white men have food. Perhaps they can help us.
No. I have seen them scraping the ground looking for acorns under the ground.
They do not even know where to look for acorns.
Perhaps they do not search for acorns. Perhaps they know how to find food in the ground.
No, these men, they cannot help us.
Let us follow the paths of our brothers and find the fertile valleys to the south. There we will find better hunting grounds for the rabbit. We have heard our brothers tell it.
Yes, brothers. We must leave this place of the wild bees and travel to the valley of much water.
You may go. I stay behind. White men have strange ways, but perhaps they can help us find food. I will stay and speak with white men.
Many Indians left the dry little village of Sejat, but others stayed behind to become the neophytes of the Padres at Mission San Gabriel.
You see, my children, there is ample food for all. The great Padre, in his mercy and kindness, has provided bountiful gifts, if only we will take them. For him who is wise enough to spend his day in the planting seed and caring for the cattle, his harvest shall be great, and he shall not want. And in his spirit he shall be content. So for these great gifts of earth and water and air, and the life which flows in our bodies, we must give pious thanksgiving. It is right that we gather at the evening bell and sing praises to him.
For years, the Padres of San Gabriel taught the newly converted Indians of the land around Lomas Muertas, or Dead Hills, known now as Puente Hills. Everywhere, the product of their great work was apparent in the tilled fields, the orchards and vineyards, the irrigation ditches. The Indians who stayed behind in the village of Sejat were happy and prosperous. But presently, a controversy arose. One day in 1784, word came to the mission.
Padre, I bring news from Santa Barbara.
See, what is it, my son?
This land to the east and south, across El Camino Real along the San Gabriel River, it has been given to a soldier for his rancho.
But this is mission land. It cannot be given away.
That may be. But the military governor, Don Pedro Fajes, has granted a certain soldier of his, one Manuel Nieto, the right to live and keep his cattle there.
But that land is the property of the mission, held in trust for its rightful owners, the native Indians. In a few years, when they are able to govern themselves, we must give it back to them.
But the governor has already acted. The land south of the Lomas Muertas are no longer the missions, but Manuel Nieto's.
For the first time, the secular power had infringed on what was considered the domain of the church, but it was not to be the last. It was the start of a long series of controversies which left missions shrunken to nothing, missions themselves abandoned to decay. But in this case, the Padres of San Gabriel won at least a point. At their request, the 300,000-acre grant to Manuel Nieto was cut, and its northern boundary made the El Camino Real and the San Gabriel River, thus returning the land which became Whittier to the control of the mission. But it was along this same El Camino Real, the main road from San Diego to the Pueblo de Los Angeles, that the first word came of events that sounded the death knell of the missions. It was in the year 1822 that a horseman sped up to the banks of the river San Gabriel.
Hola, senor.
Hola. You have ridden far, mi amigo.
Sí, from San Diego. Is there water for my horse near here?
Si. I can get it for you at my hacienda, or you can go on to Mission San Gabriel, a few leagues more.
If I may trouble you, senor, I'd rather not go on. I had expected to find water in the river.
Not this time of year, but if you'll come with me.
See, may we hurry? I have important news to deliver at the Pueblo, Los Angeles.
Important news? About what?
This, senor, is now a part of an independent republic. What? Mexico has declared her independence from the King of Spain.
Now the missions were cut off from the paternal hand of the Spanish king, and the new Mexican government soon passed laws providing for the secularization of all mission lands. Soon the government was distributing this land for private ranchos all over the Southland. In September of 1833, Juan Crispin Perez petitioned the governor for a grant of his own. A few months later, he appeared before members of the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento who were investigating the claim. The alcalde of the Pueblo called the council to order.
A case of Juan Crispin Perez.
Si, senores, I am here.
You have petitioned the governor for a grant of land.
Si, I wish it for my rancho.
Senores, you have all seen Don Juan's claim to the land. This rancho you wish is located north of El Camino Real and extending from the hills, sometimes called Lomas Muertas, to the river San Gabriel?
Si, that is it. It is called Paso de Bartola Viejo. I have lived there with my cattle for the space of some 30 years, more or less.
Who owned the land when you first settled there?
Manuel Nieto. Later it was returned to public land, and I served as mayordomo for the Mission San Gabriel. But now this land is open to private ownership. I feel that it should be mine, as I have cultivated it these many years.
And the Mission San Gabriel has no objections?
As long as the law is as it is, they have none.
Very well, Don Juan. If we shall pass our recommendation on to the governor. I think we are all agreed, are we not, senores, that this land should rightfully be granted to Don Juan Crispin Perez?
Gracias, senores, gracias.
Governor Figueroa followed the recommendation of the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento, and in 1835 granted to Juan Crispin Perez the Rancho Paso de Bartolo Viejo, or the ford of the Elder Bartholomew. The next 10 years were unsettled ones for California, culminating in the news in 1846 that Mexico was at war with the United States. Many of the Californians had more sympathy for the Americans than for their own bungling government. Nevertheless, they determined to defend their homes because of the uncertainty as to what might develop. But Commodore Stockton and General Kearney were at San Diego, and one day news reached Los Angeles.
The Americanos are coming, marching north from San Diego.
Feverishly, preparations were started. The call went out to the citizenry, and soon an ill-equipped band of militia swelled the ranks of the insurgent forces under General Jose Maria Flores. Then, on January 7th, scouts brought the information.
See, General Flores, they number about 600 men, dragoon sailors from the frigates anchored at San Diego, and some of our own Californians.
Californianos fighting with the Americanos?
Si, they have joined them, about 30, I should say.
Madre de Dios. Our own brothers.
You say they are camped at Rancho Los Coyotes?
Si, for the night. Only a few miles from the pueblo, and they will continue the march tomorrow.
Then tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow we must meet them and stop them. If we don't, Los Angeles is lost.
But, General, where can we make a stand?
At the river San Gabriel. They are following El Camino Real. They will probably try to cross the river at Curung, near the Puente Hills.
Si, and the Rancho Juan Perez.
But we will be there to stop them.
Shall I give the orders?
Si, we will move before daybreak.
The morning of January 8th, 1847, the Americans, 600 strong, marched along El Camino Real. The Californians drew up their lines at Paso de Bartolo Viejo from the banks of the San Gabriel, which is today called Rio Hondo. Across the land, which is now Whittier, came the Americans. At the Indian village, they stopped.
Halt, men! General Kearney, we're almost to the San Gabriel.
Yes, they'll probably make their stand there.
If they make a stand.
I think they will. Everything our scouts have told us would seem to indicate that they have force enough.
We can still see their scouts all around us.
And have you noticed there are many more than before?
Yes, their main body's probably near, at the river.
Then we better form in line of battle, men.
Right. We can probably expect their attack any time now.
All right, men, take your battle positions. The volunteer riflemen will lead the scouts. Then I'll bring up the dragoons. Martin, your musketeers will follow with the Marines and sailors bringing up the artillery. Baggage in the center. Rear guard with the cattle and 2 field guns. All right, men, give the orders.
And look sharp, men. If we get through here, our fight's won. Forward!
There they are, Commodore. Drawn up on the opposite bank of the river.
Must be 400 of them. Thank goodness the river's almost dry. We'd have a hard fight crossing water. As it is,
we may have a hard fight anyway. They have a cannon on the bluff.
Look, here come some of them crossing the river.
Must be about 100. They're trying to threaten our advance. All right, men, hold your fire. But advance steadily. Just move ahead. We're going over.
They've gone back on the other side.
They thought they could pile us up.
Now they're shooting.
Well, they can't do any damage. They're too far away. Their grape is falling short.
It looks like they have a couple of cannon.
Yes. That may give us some trouble. Keep moving, men. Right ahead to the first bank of the river.
At least we can take this in 2 jumps. The river first, the bluff afterward.
Yes, if we can get across to the opposite bank, we should be able to make a stand there for a while.
We'll soon know. We're almost to the bank.
We're almost in range now. All right, men, return their fire and keep going. We're going to take the first bank opposite.
Down the first bank, across the dry stream bed, advancing steadily, came the Americans. Up the opposite bank, the enemy only a few yards ahead, and...
There they go. They're retreating. Charge, men. We've dislodged them. Drive them off the bank.
The Californians were driven from the first bank of the stream bed. Quickly, they formed another line on the bluff as the Americans prepared to storm the height.
That one was close. Those cannon of theirs must be stopped.
All right, boys. Bring up that 9-pounder. We'll put him out of commission in no time.
We can hit a sombrero at 1,000 yards with this cannon. Let's take out that first gun over there at 300. Is she all set, boys?
Ready to fire, Commodore.
Well, let me get the sight on her, boys, and we'll show the Army what marksmanship is, eh? Look out!
Say, that was close. Hurry up, Commodore. Put that gun out of commission before it does some damage.
A hand here, men. A little twist to the right. There. Hold it. All right, boys. There's the aim. Let her go.
Got it! Got it!
By gee, horse, that Commodore, you knocked it sky high. You weren't fooling about marksmanship, sir. Congratulations.
No time for that. Now's the time for a charge.
Ready, men. We're going on over. Be careful. We're under full fire. Let's see you end this battle right now. All right. Charge! All right, men, hold your fire. No use wasting grape. The way they're riding, they're out of range already.
Well, General, we made it. Here we are on the heights.
Yes, we should have no trouble at all from here on in.
How about casualties, Captain?
Bring them up now, sir. There's several wounded, and Fred Strauss...
Dead?
Yes, sir.
We can be thankful there weren't more. But even one.
His name will be long remembered, for he died in the service of his country on the battlefield that won California for the United States.
Yes, the Battle of San Gabriel marked the winning of California for the United States. And after California's admission into the Union in 1850, an early decision by the newly formed United States Land Commission changed the boundaries of Rancho Paso de Batola, as Frank Graham will tell you in just a moment. Admission to the Union also led very soon to the passage of laws providing for the public recording and preservation of all written instruments having to do with the transfer of land titles. And those laws really started something. Today, there are more than 2 million deeds on file in the Los Angeles County Recorder's Office, more than 750,000 mortgages, and scores of thousands of other written instruments of various kinds. Since 1907, an accurate count of the numbers of documents recorded in the county has been kept. From that year to the end of 1940, a grand total of almost 10.5 million documents were recorded. All facts contained in these millions of documents which pertain to the ownership of land are transcribed and segregated according to the particular properties they affect in the offices of the Title, Insurance, and Trust Company of Los Angeles. That is why, for so little cost and with so little delay, you may obtain from this company a policy of title insurance for your protection when you buy, sell, lend, or borrow on real estate.
The Battle of the San Gabriel at Paso de Bartolo Viejo was one of the last battles of the war, and was the last time the Californians put up a stiff resistance to the Americans. Shortly after, a distinguished Californian returned to Los Angeles from Mexico.
We're glad to have you back, Don Pio.
See, we are all hoping for your return, Governor Pico.
Please, senor, is not governor. I'm no longer governor of this department. In fact, it is no longer a department of Mexico, but a territory of the United States.
See, but if things have been different...
No, mi amigo. Things couldn't have been different. I don't think I should have cared to have them different. I felt that. Even when I left to go to Mexico, I said then that resistance was useless.
Then why did you go?
Because I felt it was my duty as governor to see what could be done. And I found only indifference at the Capitol. And they cared nothing for Alta California. And they were willing that the Americanos should have it.
And they do have it now.
See, and that is for the best. The Americanos want California. Mexico did not. The Americanos will build up this great country of ours. And I, for one, will give them every ounce of my support.
Don Pio Pico, the last Mexican governor of California, came back to become a loyal and distinguished American. And in 1850, he added to his already enormous land holdings the Rancho Paso de Bartolo Viejo, which he bought from the heirs of Juan Perez. On the banks of San Jose Creek, which is now known as the San Gabriel River, he built an adobe mansion, and his reputation for the most lavish hospitality grew.
Don Pio, I've never seen such a wonderful ball.
You like it, senor? I am glad. I want everybody to have a good time when they come to El Ranchito.
El Ranchito? Why do you call it that?
Why? Because it is so small.
Small? I'd say this was quite a mansion for this country.
You see, the house, it is comfortable. But the rancho, It is very small, not a rancho at all, just a ranchito.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose compared to your other ranchos, like Rancho Santa Margarita to the south, this is pretty small.
Oh, si, Santa Margarita, 133,000 acres. Paso de Bartolo, 9,000. You see, a ranchito.
It's beautiful, nevertheless.
Oh, see, I like it better than the others. I live here. Let my mayordomos take care of the rest.
Well, I don't blame you. It's practically perfect. The courtyard looking out over the Puente Hills, and the ballroom looking out over the creek.
See any fine place to race the horse? Oh, senor, you have never seen a California horse race, have you?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, just you wait until tomorrow. You shall see a real horse race. Between my Azulejo, some no good horse of Diego Sepulveda.
Is it going to be run tomorrow?
See, for 1,000 yards at 2 o'clock sharp.
I wouldn't miss that for anything.
And, senor, if you don't want to lose your money, be sure to bet on my Azulejo.
Oh, betting, too, eh? Well, maybe I might put up a $5.
$5, senor? You mean $5,000, of course.
What? Oh, no, I meant $5.
Oh, but, senor, I doubt if you can find anyone willing to bet so little.
Well, how much is bet on this race?
Oh, I should say about $40,000. That is, of course, not counting the cattle and the horses, the sheep, the ranch lands, and...
Holy smokes. Maybe I'd better just watch this one.
The lavish, splendid extravagance of the Dones manifested itself in horse racing with terrific stakes involved, as well as in great fiestas and entertainments. But a new era was about to dawn, and slowly the noose of debts tightened about the necks of the old Californians. As Pio Pico's debts mounted, his land shrunk. But before his beloved El Ranchito was gone, two things added to his woes. The first was the great flood of 1867.
Don Pio, the water is still rising. It is almost washing against the foundations of your house.
Oh, my orchards, my beautiful orchards. They are ruined. Look at them. Water rushing through them, tearing out the trees, carrying away the fertile land.
I'm not so worried about them as I am about us. The water may keep on rising. It may crumble the walls of this adobe. We better get out of here.
Look, here comes a man.
It's Ramon. Ramon! Ramon!
Don Pico, I was coming to warn you to get out of here, but I was afraid it's too late.
Too late?
See, the water back there is worse. My horse lost his footing trying to cross the irrigation ditch. I was thrown to the bank. The horse swept away. We couldn't get through the hills now.
Then we'll just have to stay here and hope for the best.
If the roof doesn't come down on us...
I've never seen such a flood.
There never has been such a flood. I've been up on the hills. From there, you can see water sweeping through the entire valley. It looks to me like this flood is changing the course of the San Gabriel River. In fact, the whole river's coming right down San Jose Creek, and your big irrigation ditch.
Madre de Dios, and here we are. May God have mercy on us.
The San Gabriel River did change its course to the channel we know today. Its old course is known today as the Rio Hondo. Don Pio Pico escaped the water's wrath, but another blow had come to him. The United States Land Commission, in determining the boundaries of the original grant of the Rancho Paso de Bartolo, had excluded that section of the land which was to become Whittier. The rest of the land Don Pio kept until 1892, when creditors finally dispossessed him. But in the meantime, the land which had been returned to the government was sold to various individuals. And finally, in 1881, an Indiana farmer, John M. Thomas, bought it up and built a house. In 1887, it was the scene of a conference between two men.
You say your name's Pickering?
Yes, A.H. Pickering of Chicago. My wife and I are out here in California looking for a place to buy.
Oh, you're planning to settle down here then?
Well, not exactly. I want to buy land as a site for a town. You see, I represent the Society of Friends.
Oh, Quakers, you mean?
Yes. My wife and I have been from Sacramento to Ensenada, and this is the finest spot we have found. And since I understand it's for sale...
Why, sure. Come right on in. I'm sure we can make a deal, all right.
The deal was made, and the Quaker colony was started. The leader, Jonathan Bailey, moved into the old Thomas house, and on its porch the next Sunday, services were held.
And thank thee, O Lord, for this great bountiful country which thou hast provided for us. Bless it and this new town of Whittier, which we have founded in thy name.
Whittier, named for the great Quaker poet James Greenleaf Whittier, was founded. In May 1887, the first lots were sold. The new town was established just in time to get in on the boom of the 80s, and land prices soared. Quakers poured in from every part of the country, and a new city was on its way. Today, Whittier is the center of a market area of homes and industry with 32,000 happy citizens devoted to pleasant and productive living. And on this place of the wild bees, where stood an Indian village and where a great battle was fought, this land is today covered with miles of fertile orchards, yielding valuable harvests of California's crop of gold. Such is the story of progress and the romance of the Ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will tell you a little about next week's exciting story. The purpose of the Title Insurance and Trust Company in sponsoring these broadcasts is twofold. First, to enable you to share the thrills and inspiration that come from knowledge of our community's romantic and adventurous past. To be familiar with the people who lived here and the things they did long before our time makes living in Southern California actually more fun, makes names and places twice as interesting. Second, by means of these programs, the Title Insurance and Trust Company hopes to acquaint you with the nature and the value of title insurance and the work that must precede the writing of a policy, so that you will not hesitate to avail yourself of this necessary protection whenever you deal in real estate. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll have a story about a famous battle of Southern California in which the total casualties were 2 horses and 1 mule. It took place in San Fernando Valley on the Rancho Ex-Mission de San Fernando, and it's a story you'll want to hear. So until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as your wandering vaquero, comes to you each week at the same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
San Fernando, 1845.
Armies prepare for Battle of Cahuenga Pass.
San Fernando, 1874.
Senator buys Garden of Eden in Valley.
San Fernando, 1941.
Movie star buys ranch in beautiful Valley of Homes. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization around the colorful history of Southern California. Each week, there's a new story narrated in all its excitement and drama by our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham. The historical accuracy of tonight's story, like that of all these presentations, is assured by the records in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. These records contain the detailed history of land ownership in Los Angeles County from the days of the first grants by the King of Spain. The older ones are handwritten, of course, and many of them are in Spanish. Since many of our early-day leading citizens and landowners were unable to read or write, signatures consisting of a mark attested by witnesses are rather common. In many ways, the records themselves are as interesting as the stories they tell. And here to tell the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with the lovely valley we call San Fernando, but which was once Encino, the Valley of the Oaks. And from the days of the romantic mission of San Fernando and the days of the Dones to the great valley of today, it is a story rich in the romance of the Rancho. Our story of the Rancho of San Fernando starts about the year 1790. For several years, the Franciscan friars who had founded the missions of San Gabriel and San Buenaventura had traveled many weary miles through the broad green valley they called El Encino, the Valley of the Oaks. Another mission was needed, a halfway stop between San Buenaventura and San Gabriel. To break the tedious journey and to complete the chain of missions that stretched away to the north, a party set out in 1795 to search for the site of a new mission. Into the broad Valley of the Oaks they came. Then...
Padre, this is about the point where it should be, see? But we have left El Camino Real. We are distant from perhaps 2 leagues.
See, I know. This is all right, my brother. Here in this upper end of the valley, we will find the spot we want. For it is here that the springs come down from the mountain. It is good land, with plenty of water. Many Indian rancherias.
Well, the mission should be constructed on El Camino Real.
You forget we do not found the mission for our own comfort, but for the good we can do for these poor Indians. He will be the better, my brother.
See, I had forgotten. You are right.
There is a pasture land and a firewood not far away. And rock for the foundation. Everything we need. But also, from here we'll be able to easily reach all of the Indians of the valley and furnish them with a central place for teaching and worship. See, my brother, this is the place. Here we shall found the 17th mission.
And so it was that on September 8, 1797, Father Lasuen stood before a great gathering of curious Indians.
Here, my children, we have planted a great cross, a symbol of our Christian faith. May it stand through the years in veneration, and may the blessings of our Lord fall upon this land, its fields and streams, and bring this new venture a long, prosperous life of service. And so we dedicate this mission, San Fernando Rey de España, in love of God and the name of our glorious King, San Fernando III. O Heavenly Father, as we are gathered here, we thank you.
After the ceremony, many Indians were given baptism, and work was started on building a temporary church, granaries, and storerooms. Crops were put in, and the land stocked with cattle. The docile Indians of the valley quickly became converts to the new religion of the White Fathers, and soon hundreds of them were learning the arts of farming and building. In most cases, they readily took to the new ways of the white man. But once in a while, the Padres had a little trouble.
Tomas! Tomas! Come here.
I come, Padre. I come. You want?
Tomas, where are your clothes?
I ride horse. No want other skin. Make hot.
How many times have I told you, you must not go around like this without your clothes? It is not decent.
Never wear other skin before white men come. Good, then.
You did not know any better then. Now you do.
Can ride horse more better without skin.
No matter. You must go get your clothes.
No want.
But why? Why don't you want to wear them? Come, tell me.
Squaw, she laughed. Me, man, dress in other skin like woman. Women laugh. Me no like. Me, man. Me no woman. No life. No life.
In spite of such inconveniences as the new clothing, the Indians of San Fernando Valley learned the civilized arts. And as the years rolled peacefully by, the valley sprang to life under their care. By 1822, there were 1,000 Indians living at the mission itself, with many hundreds more scattered throughout the valley. And an accounting of the great herds owned by the mission showed rich game.
Cattle, 7,000 head. Sheep, 6,500 head. Horses, 1,300.
And that is all?
No, there are 40 goats, 50 pigs, 80 mules, What an animal community, isn't it, brother?
The missions prospered, but it was not to last for long. Already the settlers of the pueblos were forming a movement against them. Many a debate went on between church and secular powers.
But, senor, you are an official of the pueblo. We have always gotten along well together. What have you against the missions?
Nothing personal, you understand, Padre. Nothing at all, in fact, except that they own all of the good land in Alta California.
But we do not own all of it, senor. We hold it in trust for the Indians who were here before we came.
That's just it, Padre. That's where the mission system breaks down. In the beginning, you thought you could teach the Indians to govern themselves. The missions were supposed to turn the land back to them after 10 years.
See, that is right. But they are so backward.
Exactly. They are too backward to ever make anything of this land. And in the meantime, many fine settlers have come from Sonora, from Spain. They are eager to build a new land here, to make this a new empire. But they cannot, for they can get no land.
But there is land.
Oh, see, land, but not good land. You hold all of that, and you have grown richer and richer by it.
Senor, we only serve.
Oh, see, I know. I did not mean you padres personally.
We have done much good. We have turned this desert into a garden.
See, I acknowledge that. But your good has been done. Your era has passed. It is time now to go on, to progress. I'm afraid that very soon something will be done about it.
And something was done. The Secularization Act of 1833 sounded the death knell of the missions. Their lands were taken over by the government and granted to private owners little by little. But San Fernando suffered less than most others, and it prospered for many years more. It was widely famous for its fiestas, especially the one on May 30th, when San Fernando Day was celebrated. People came from miles around to taste the first fruits of the year and to celebrate a mass of Thanksgiving. Following a great banquet in the afternoon, horse races were held, and the main event was a big bullfight. The Indian tribes from all over Southern California gathered to join in festivities of their own. A great ceremonial dance was held around the huge image of an Indian chief, with a great ceremonial fire lighting the event, and cries of the dancers furnishing the music. But the great days of the mission were slipping away. Each year, more Indians left the confines of the church to work as vaqueros for the newly founded ranchos. Others merely planted field crops on a patch of what had been mission land. California, under the Mexican government, was rapidly falling into anarchy and confusion. Governments changed quickly and dramatically. The differences between the Californians and Mexico mounted until in 1844, word came to Los Angeles.
General Castro! General Castro! I have news from Mexico.
See, what is it? What's the trouble?
They have appointed a new governor for Alta California. General Michel Torrena. He's on his way here right now.
What?
See? And he's bringing with him an army.
An army? He brings an army to grind us under his heel, eh? So, he is to be our governor.
And this army, it is ragged and dirty. And most of the men have been taken from the jails in Mexico City.
Send for Senor Alvarado, Andres Pico. Spread the word. We must prepare for this.
It took time to organize an opposition to the new governor, and in the meantime, he'd occupied the capital and ruled the land. But resentment against him grew, for his ragged army knew no law. Constant stories of their brigandry poured in.
Senores, I did not know what to do. Here we were, my wife and I, confronted by the guns of two savage, ragged soldados. They had no shirts, no pantalones, nothing to hide their nakedness and filth but a greasy blanket. They demanded clothes, food, a horse, at the price of my life. I gave it to them. How could I do otherwise? I was helpless before the governor's troops.
These things must stop. We, Jose Castro and Juan Alvarado, proclaim that Governor Michel Torrena's troops must be disbanded and sent back to Mexico.
The proclamation of Castro and Alvarado bore fruit, at least on the surface. Michel Torrena agreed to send his ragged followers away. But As the months wore on, it became apparent that he had no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he used the time gained to enlist new support. Soon, he started a military campaign against the Californians. In February of 1845, his army pursued the followers of Castro and Alvarado into San Fernando Valley. It was there that a young American approached General Castro.
General Castro.
Si, buenos dias, senor.
I am William Workman of Los Angeles.
Si?
You need men, do you not?
Of course. Otherwise, we should not have had to retreat before those ruffians.
There are Americans fighting with Michel Toreno.
Si, 100 mercenaries hired by Sutter. They think if we win, we'll close down Americano immigration. You are an Americano, are you not, senor?
Si, but don't worry. Not all Americans favor the governor. In fact, most of us here are behind you to a man. I've come to offer you our services. James McKinley and I have enlisted a good many rifles for you.
Excelente. Bueno. Your men will be ready to fight when those ruffians get here?
Si, we're ready to march right now.
Bueno. Then we'll give them a real battle, senor. Let them come.
Jose!
Si, what is it?
I have news from the Pueblo. The authorities of Los Angeles have issued a proclamation deposing Michel Toreno and appointing Don Pio Pico to act as governor.
Then they are behind us.
Si, and the whole Pueblo, too.
And the Americans, senores.
Then our cause is already won. We shall ride out to meet Michel Toreno and defeat him.
Across San Fernando Valley came the ragged army of the governor. Out through Cahuenga Pass marched 300 Californians under Castro and Alvarado. Soon the two armies were within sight of each other, and they lined up for battle on the banks of the Los Angeles River.
What do you see, Juan?
They are bringing up their small cannon.
Bombardment, eh?
Oh,
then we shall bring up our cannon.
Senor Workman, you have never seen our artillery in action, no?
No, I haven't. Pretty accurate?
Accurate. Senor, our fire will devastate their ranks. The field shall run with blood. Oh, did you see, senores? Their first shot did not even come near us. Now, watch what we shall do to them. Here, has anybody got a cigarette?
See, I have, but what do
How
you...
can I light the cannon fuse without a cigarette? Give it to me. Now watch. There.
General,
Never mind. Our next one will be much closer. Hurry, reload, and make sure it's pointed the right way this time.
They've been at this since noon.
Yeah, and it's 3 o'clock now. When's the fight begin?
The way it looks to me, they're going to keep popping away at each other with those pint-sized cannons all day.
Hey, take a look over there on the hill.
Yeah, they got the right idea. Lying in the shade. I wouldn't mind some shade myself right now.
They look like Americans, too.
Yeah, but they're on the other side.
What difference does that make? They don't look like they were in any more of a fighting mood than we are. Let's go over and join them.
Maybe you're right. Looks like they're taking a siesta. Looks cool and comfortable, too.
Yeah, one of them's got a jug or something.
Vino, maybe.
Might be.
Come on, let's go. What have we got to lose?
It's almost sundown. The battle will be over soon.
Looks like we are getting the better of them.
Yes, our shots are coming closer anyway.
Certain? What are our casualties so far?
2 dead, General Castro.
Caramba! They shall pay for killing 2 of my men.
No, General, not men. 2 horses.
The Battle of Cahuenga Pass lasted half a day, until after sundown that 20th of February, 1845. The Americans on both sides took no part, but preferred to fraternize among themselves. Total casualties of the battle, 2 horses killed, 1 mule injured. The next day, the two armies continued on to the Verdugo Rancho, where they fought another brief skirmish.
It's like a lot of their men have deserted them, General Castro. Have any casualties yet?
Oh, not on our side.
Probably not on theirs either.
Look! They're running. They're retreating.
See, the battle is over. We have won.
Is that a white flag I see?
See the white flag. Michel Toreno surrenders. California is ours. And Pio Pico is governor.
The huge system of records in which the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles accumulates and classifies the information it requires for the issuance of title insurance policies is called its title plant. Operating this title plant is much like operating a large bank with more than 1.5 million depositors. For there are over 1.5 million separate parcels of assessed real estate in Los Angeles County. And the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles maintains a separate account on each one of them. Even though the company may never be called upon to insure the title on a particular piece of property, the account on that property must be kept always up to date. In this county, there are some 1,500 legal recordings filed daily that affect the ownership of real estate. Each of these must be entered in the account of the particular property it affects, and the entry must be made the same day the instrument is recorded. All this record keeping entails a great deal of hard work by a large number of trained personnel. But its net result is that when you want title insurance on property anywhere in the county, the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles can serve you without delay. And the rate you pay is very much lower than similar service and protection would cost you almost anywhere else in the United States.
The same year which witnessed Michel Terena's surrender saw the Valley of San Fernando pass into private hands for the first time. Andres Pico, brother of Governor Pio Pico, joined with Juan Manso to lease the land. But California was not to know peace for some time yet, and in June of the next year, 1846, Don Eulogio de Salas stood before Pio Pico.
You are a native of Spain, senor?
Si. I come here straight in 1836.
And you want to buy this Rancho Exmisión de San Fernando?
Si, that is why I'm here.
Well, you understand that ranchos are not usually sold, but granted upon application to the government.
Si, I know, but I heard that this one was to be. I do not know why.
I will tell you. You know, of course, if there is talk of war between Mexico and the United States.
Si. Seems certain.
The armies of the United States would probably try to occupy California.
Si, and many people, Californians as well as Americanos, will welcome me.
That may be. But I have orders from the Minister of War and Marine to raise the necessary funds for our defense in any way that I can. This is one way.
Si, and my money will help,
The price is agreed?
14,000 pesos for 13 square leagues of land.
Very well. I shall give you the deed, but only on one condition.
What is that?
That you shall agree to care for the old Indians living there and respect their right to plant crops.
Oh, see, I agree. There's plenty of land for that.
Also, the church and its grounds are to be reserved, together with sustenance and lodgings for the Father Minister.
That, too.
Then, the Rancho Exmisión de San Fernando is yours, Senor Salas. And may these sales help us to do what we must.
Fight the Americanos?
See, whether it is the right thing to do or not, I do not know. But as governor of this province, I cannot fail to do my duty to the Constitution. We must prepare to fight.
War broke out. In January of 1847, Stockton and Kearny again took Los Angeles after the battles of San Gabriel and La Mesa. The Californians camped on Julio Verdugo's Rancho San Rafael to the east and debated what to do. It was there that word came of Colonel Fremont's arrival at the mission of San Fernando.
With Fremont at San Fernando and the others at Los Angeles, we are trapped, General Pico.
Si, General Castro. It looks like our course is hopeless.
You do not propose to surrender.
And accept Commodore Stockton's terms? No.
But our men are deserting us. They say it is no use. And the Americanos, there are too many of them.
Si, I do not know what to do. I can only hope that somehow, somewhere, we will find a way out.
And the way out for the defeated Californians was being prepared at Mission San Fernando, where Colonel Fremont spoke with a young Californian, Jesus Pico.
Do you intend to push on after you have arrested Colonel Fremont?
No, Don Jesus. I see no need for further fighting. Looks to me like it's all over.
I'm glad to hear that, but my countrymen are still in arms. They expect to be attacked.
I know. They know they're beaten, but they don't know what to do about it. There's something pretty gallant about their holding out to the bitter end.
See, they are fine people, Colonel Fremont, not rebels.
I know that, senor. I want to avoid any more trouble for them if I can. I want to give them a chance for an honorable surrender.
Commodore Stockton has given them terms of surrender.
I know.
How can they ask them to deliver up their leader? They'll be tried and sentenced like common criminals.
I know how you feel, Don Jesus. And I think I have the answer. I think that I'll offer them terms, too. My terms.
Colonel Fremont, your terms?
They won't be the same as Stockton's, senor. I want to see this thing ended with as little bad feeling as possible. I know that you Californians and we Americans can get together and make something of this country. I want to see that.
Ah, si, Colonel Fremont, you are a good man.
Would you do something for me, Don Jesus?
Oh, anything. You have saved my life. I will do anything.
Thank you. I believe you are the man to talk to your country. I do not like to ask it. I know that they may harbor ill feelings toward you because of your friendship with me.
Ah, it does not matter. If I can help you, and too, I shall be helping them and my country.
That is right. And I ask you to carry my terms to General Pico. There shall be an armistice ending the war in California. Then everybody may return to their homes as before. No one shall be arrested. Quarrel will be forgotten.
Oh, senor, my countrymen will listen to me, for I bring them peace with honor.
The Californians did listen, and on the 13th of January, 1847, Colonel Fremont and Andres Pico met at the old Cahuenga Ranch House, now a park opposite Universal Studios. There, the Cahuenga capitulation was signed.
General Pico, now your signature here.
Gracias, Colonel. Is that all?
Yes, accept my hand, General.
Gracias.
May this be the beginning of friendship and prosperity for all of us together in California.
Peace and prosperity did come to the Southland and to Rancho ex-Mission of San Fernando. Its original owner, Don Eulogio de Salas, returned to Spain, where he died. But from his estate in 1854, Andres Pico bought a half interest in the great tract. Gradually, the title to the lands of San Fernando Valley went through many hands, and the huge area was broken up into different tracts. The southern half came under the control of Isaac Lancusham and Isaac Newton Van Nuys. And in April of 1874, Senator Charles Maclay of Santa Clara rode out to look over the northern half.
Your idea was to buy this land, Senator?
Yes, Governor Leland Stanford recommended I look it over.
Well, now that you've seen it, what do you think?
All I can say is, this is the Garden of Eden.
With George K. Porter, Senator Maclay bought his Garden of Eden, and within a few months, he paid a visit to the county recorder's office in Los Angeles to record a subdivision. Its name was the City of San Fernando. Town lots were offered at $10 to $25. A hotel sprang up. 7 saloons came to life. Senator Maclay opened a store, and residents flocked to the new town. Then, on September 5th, 1876...
Today at Lang Station, the Golden Spike was driven in the tracks of the Southern Pacific Railroad north to San Francisco. Now Los Angeles has a direct rail link with the rest of the United States.
The land was petitioned, and the valley grew. Towns sprang up. Toluca, later called Lancusham, and today known as North Hollywood, Chatsworth Park, Owens Mount, now Canoga Park, and many others. Then, in 1903...
The Pacific Electric came to San Fernando today, linking the whole valley with Los Angeles.
And more settlers flocked to the Green Plain. L.C. Brand led the race to subdivide the land into more lots, more home sites. Brand Park was established opposite the old mission buildings. Then, in 1913...
Today, the people of San Fernando saw mountains of water brought from 250 miles away cascade into their valley, as the Los Angeles Aqueduct, one of the greatest engineering feats of all time, was completed.
Water and transportation had come to San Fernando Valley, and nothing could stop its growth. Steadily, thousands more poured in to fill its towns and cities. In 1915, the greater part of the valley was annexed to Los Angeles, and the lands of the Franciscan Fathers had now become part of one of the world's great cities. Today, almost 120,000 of Southlanders call it home and find all the necessities of good living in the towns of San Fernando, North Hollywood, Van Nuys, Studio City, Universal City, Canoga Park, Reseda, Sherman Oaks, Chatsworth Park, Northridge, Tarzana, Granada, Pacoima, and Roscoe. Such is the romance of the Ranchos.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment to tell you the subject of next week's story. Officials and staff of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles take a great deal of pleasure in presenting these true stories of early California. They sincerely hope that you are finding equal pleasure in listening to them. Their company's primary job, of course, its most important service to you and to the community, is providing protection against loss due to title defects when you buy or lend on real estate. Land, usually considered the soundest of all investments, cannot be picked up and carried away. But ownership of land can be lost or its value depreciated through forgery or falsification of records, or by prior claims due to mortgages, trust deeds, liens, judgments, property rights determined in divorce cases. When Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles issues a policy of title insurance, it stands between you and possible loss of your property due to such causes. Now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
One of the greatest cities of our Southland, Long Beach, stands on land which was once part of the first and largest rancho in Southern California. Its fascinating story will be told next week. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, comes to you each week at this same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Long Beach, 1840.
American marries beautiful daughter of Spanish Don.
Long Beach, 1864.
Great drought ruins ranchos.
Long Beach, 1921.
Oil discovered on Signal Hill. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero and dramatizing the romantic and colorful historical events which characterize the growth of some particular section of Southern California. Life in California in the early days was always colorful and romantic, and usually adventurous and exciting. Things that really happened right here where we live today were so full of interest that it is not necessary to depart from the true history in constructing these programs. In presenting Romance of the Ranchos, the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is, by the very nature of its business, exceptionally fortunate. For the same records by which the company is able to verify land titles by tracing ownership all the way back to the earliest Spanish land grants, also provide a convenient and accurate source of authentic historical facts. Title Insurance and Trust Company is very happy to be able to share this treasure chest of fascinating information with the citizens of the community it serves. And here, ladies and gentlemen, to tell the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we take you to the city of Long Beach, a great modern city which a century ago was a vast pasture land, part of two ranchos, the Ranchos Los Cerritos, the Little Hills, and Los Alamitos, the Little Cottonwoods. Let us relive the romance of the ranchos. In 1784, one of the first ranchos to be granted by Governor Pedro Fages was a vast tract conceded to the old soldier Manuel Nieto and called Los Nietos. The rancho stretched from what is now Rio Hondo and the Los Angeles River to the Santa Ana River, and from the ocean to El Camino Real and the Montebello and Puente Hills. In 1834, many years after the death of the old soldier, the great tract was partitioned among his 4 children by Governor Figueroa. The land which was to become Long Beach was split into 2 ranchos, Los Cerritos, going to Doña Manuela Nieto de Cota, and Los Alamitos, going to Don Juan Jose Nieto. But shortly afterward, Juan Jose was called to see the governor in Los Angeles.
You wish to see me, Your Excellency?
Si, Senor Nieto. You are the owner of a rancho called Los Alamitos.
But of course, Your Excellency. You granted it to me only a few weeks ago.
So I did.
You're not going to take it away from me, are you?
In a way, yes.
But Your Excellency,
I wish to buy it.
Oh, well, that's different.
You already have 2 other ranchos. You would not mind selling this one?
Well, perhaps. That is, if the price...
I will give you 500 pesos.
500 pesos? For 6 square leagues of land?
See? 500 pesos.
It is not much.
It is enough for the bare land. You have no stock on it. I must go to the expense of stocking it.
See, that's true.
You have little use for it. You have enough land on your other ranchos.
Well...
500 pesos in cash is no paltry sum. It will buy many cattle. Properly invested, it can make you rich. Come, what do you say, Senor Nieto?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to think it over.
Oh, well, then perhaps I'll have to buy land up north. There I can get a bigger rancho for less money. I shall save some of my 500 pesos.
Well, as a favor to you, Your Excellency. But only because of that, I will take the 500 pesos. Los Alamitos is yours.
Because of the ridiculously low price paid for the 26,000-acre rancho, many questioned the validity of a grant made by a governor who immediately bought it for himself. But the sale was not disputed, and Figueroa formed the Compañía Agricultura to stock the ranch with cattle and horses. A few years later, he died, leaving his brother to administer the rancho. But some years before, an adventurous American had come to California and established a thriving business in the Pueblo de Los Angeles. One day, he paid a visit to his good friend, Don Juan Bandini, a prosperous ranchero of the Southland.
Ah, Don Abel Stearns, mi amigo. It is good to see you again.
Si, Don Juan. It seems a long time.
It is a long time. Months since you have paid us a call.
Well, you should be happy not to have to see my ugly old face.
Oh, nonsense. Why do you not come more often?
Oh, business, you know. For an old bachelor like me, there's not much of interest except making el dinero.
You Americanos. That's all you think about. Why do you not just live, enjoy yourselves?
I guess we're just born with a cussed streak that won't let us take things easy.
Sometimes, mi amigo, I think so, too. When even you, who are more like us than most Americanos, cannot rest. Oh, well, I like you in spite of your energy.
Gracias, mi amigo. The feeling's mutual.
And I must tell someone you are here. You have an admirer, senor. You have completely won the heart of a certain young lady. She has been pining her heart away for you.
Yeah, what's this? A young lady? Well, since when have you had a young lady here?
Oh, you shall see. Arcadia! Arcadia!
Si, Papacito.
Come here, my dear. We have a guest. One whom you will be most happy to see.
A guest, Papa? Who could it be? Maria Lugo? Tio Manuela? Oh, el Senor Don Abel.
Si, Don Abel himself. Huh? You are happy to see him?
Si. Buenos dias, Don Abel.
But this is unbelievable. Surely this can't be little Arcadia.
Si, senor.
Now, you see how long it has been since you were here last?
Well, she's grown up. A real young lady. And my child, you are beautiful.
Si, she is.
Gracias, Don Abel. You have stayed away a long time.
Had I known such a vision of loveliness awaited me here, I should not have done so.
Papa?
Oh, you Americanos are very quick at turning a pretty phrase. You know how to compliment a young lady.
But I mean it, mi amigo. She is truly lovely.
Well, I must tell you that your admiration is returned. She has counted the days since you were last here.
Oh, Papa.
Oh, you have completely won her with your Americano charm. And perhaps with those little trinkets you bring her every time you come.
Papa, that is not true.
Oh, see, I have something right here in my bag. I shall get it.
You see, my little dove, he never forgets you.
Oh, but I've made a mistake. Huh? That is, I didn't realize.
What is it? What's the trouble, mi amigo?
Well, you see, it's been so long, I didn't realize that. And I brought...
See? What did you bring?
Well, this.
Oh, well?
Senor, it's a doll.
Si, senorita. A doll.
Oh, gracias, senor. It is beautiful.
Oh, but no, you shall not have it. I have a better idea. Here's something I was going to take to my store in the Pueblo. But now it shall crown one of the loveliest heads in all Alta California. Senorita, will you accept this slight gift from your sincere admirer?
A shawl. Oh, Papa, a silken shawl. Oh, it is lovely.
Oh, but, senor, it is too much. It must be worth 20 pesos. It is most elaborate. You must not for this silly girl.
Senor, I insist. It is less than a fitting gift for so lovely a young lady.
Oh, Senor Donabel, dear Donabel. I cannot say how much I like it. Gracias, senora.
Here, senorita. What are you doing?
Oh, there. That is how happy I am.
Mi amigo, now you have made a conquest. Look at her, running away.
Don Juan, she...
See? She kissed you. You have truly won her heart now.
She actually kissed me. Senor, it's been years since this ugly bachelor face has known the touch of a woman's lips.
Oh, senor, I am sorry. The silly child was impetuous. I hope you are not offended.
Offended? Senor, I'm delighted. Well, I hardly know how to express it, but she's wonderful, senor. Wonderful. Don Juan, mi amigo, I want to thank you for your hospitality.
Oh, Donabel, it is a delight to have you come here more often than you used to. You are enjoying the fiesta?
Si, it's wonderful. Everybody always enjoys your fiesta.
Si, except my little Arcadia here. She has been looking sad all evening.
Oh, senorita, you must not mar the loveliness with such a doleful look. Why are you sad?
Perhaps because you have not danced with me for so long, senor.
But Donabel has already danced with you 3 times, Arcadia. Are you sure it is not because he has also danced with the other senoritas?
Of course not.
She's jealous of you, mi amigo. Oh, such a silly girl.
Senorita, will you dance with me now?
I do not think so. I am tired.
Now she is going to punish you, senor.
Senorita, Arcadia, don't you think I've been punished enough? Having to dance with all those other old crows when I might have been with the loveliest senorita in all Alta California?
Senor, I shall not listen to your flattery.
Perhaps not, but you cannot stop blushing, little dog.
Papa.
Will you dance with me, senorita?
Well...
Come. Have pity on your most humble admirer.
All right, but do not think it is because of your flattery. I can see through that, senor.
Very well, then, just to please an old bachelor.
Gracias. If it will please you.
And now I am deserted again. Oh, well, enjoy the dance.
You dance well, Donabel.
Oh, I'm not so bad for an old fellow, I guess.
Oh, senor, you must not say that. You are not old.
I wish it were not so, senorita.
Then it is not. I say it is not. To me, you are young.
Oh, senorita Arcadia. No, you're wrong.
But I am not. Donabel, I am tired of dancing.
Shall we sit down?
See. Perhaps in the garden.
Won't you be cold?
No. Come.
Very well. My arm, senorita.
Gracias. Ah, it is lovely here. The cool breeze, the moon, the music of the night.
See. But not as lovely as you, senorita.
Please do not flatter me now, senor.
I assure you I've never flattered you. To me, you're the loveliest thing that ever lived.
Donabel.
Wait. Don't move. With the moon in your face, you're an angel.
Mi amigo, you must not say those things. Not tonight. Already I have dreamed too much.
Dreamed?
See, for a young girl's heart, senor, there is no accounting. It is easily overthrown.
See. So is an old man.
Please do not say that ever again. You are not old.
I'm over 40.
And what does that mean? Nothing. I am very young. But somewhere, somehow, our hearts reach out into space to meet. Age makes no difference.
My dear, you can't mean that.
I do, Donabel. See, I do.
Senorita Arcadia. You're wearing the shawl.
My shawl is your mantilla.
See, it is my treasure.
Perhaps you'd accept another gift from me. A different kind of gift.
What, Don Abel?
This. I've carried it with me for days now, hoping to find courage to ask you.
Don Abel, mi corazon. It is a necklace of pearls. But that means marriage.
See, I got it in Mexico, just for such a time. It's for you, if you'll accept it.
You want me to be your wife?
If you will have me.
Accept you? Oh, mi querido. This is what I have dreamed. And now it comes true. Mi amado, I shall be most happy to be your wife.
See, Your Worship. Don Juan Bandini has given me permission for the marriage of his daughter, Arcadia. So it remains for you to help us. You see, although I am a naturalized citizen of Mexico, I was born an American.
See? You wish the church to give you a special dispensation for the performance of the marriage?
See, that is it.
Well, Senor Stearns, since you are an outstanding citizen of our community and an upright, righteous man, I see no reason why such permission should not be granted you.
Oh, gracias, Your Worship.
I shall arrange it immediately so that the banns may be published.
Your Worship, I have one more request to make.
See?
As you no doubt know, there's some disparity between the ages of Senorita Arcadia and myself, and I should like to avoid any ridicule which might be directed toward us by some thoughtless young people of the Pueblo.
See? I understand, Senor.
So perhaps we could dispense with the banns and be married right away. If it could be arranged, I should be most happy to contribute to any charity which you might indicate.
Senor, that will not be necessary unless you wish. But I feel sure that under these unusual circumstances, the marriage can be arranged as you request. And may I offer my blessings on your union and my hope that you shall live a long and happy life together.
And so 100 years ago, in May 1841, Don Abel Stearns and Maria Arcadia Bandini were married in the little church of Our Lady of the Angels, still standing in the Los Angeles Plaza. And now Don Abel must have a fitting home for his beautiful bride. And so, on the corner of what became Main and Arcadia Streets in Los Angeles, he built the showplace of the town, El Palacio. It quickly became the center of the social life of the growing city. It was there that the most lavish parties and fiestas were held. And it was there that Don Abel brought home news a few months after the marriage.
Arcadia? Arcadia?
See, Abel, what is it?
Oh, my dear, I have news. Great news.
What is it? Tell me quickly. You're so excited.
See, I have a right to be. I've bought my first rancho.
No.
See, I've just settled matters with Francisco Figueroa, brother of the late governor, to buy his rancho Los Alamitos.
Oh, mi querido, that is wonderful. I am so happy for you.
See, my dear, now I'm a real California ranchero. But this is only the start. I shall buy more ranchos and more cattle. I shall build my holdings up until I'm the biggest ranchero in all Alta California. See?
Oh, mi querido, you are so funny.
Funny? What's funny about it? Don't you think I can do it?
See, of course you can do it. And you will be a ranchero, but...
But what?
But you will always be the ranchero Americano. For you must be the biggest, the most successful in all Alta California.
Well...
I do not want you to change. And I am sure that you will be the greatest ranchero in all Alta California.
Frequently, we have referred to Title Insurance and Trust Company's huge system of records called its title plant. The importance of these records leads naturally to speculation as to the consequences of their possible destruction by fire, earthquake, or other cause. In the Great Chicago Fire in 1871, all records except those of one title company were destroyed. In the Great Fire in San Francisco in 1906, practically all of San Francisco County's records were totally destroyed, and the result was chaotic. Only by means of a special act of legislature, the McInerney Act, and frequently at a cost of lengthy and expensive court action, were landowners enabled to reestablish their titles to property in the absence of the county's records. To protect this community against such a contingency, Title Insurance and Trust Company maintains a duplicate set of records, including priceless maps and essential data contained in all the vitally important county records, in a special archives building away from the downtown area on Eastern Avenue. Constructed of steel and concrete, its foundations sunk to bedrock, this building is as completely fireproof, quake-proof, and generally disaster-proof as is possible to construct. It is set on the crown of a small hill, safe from floodwaters, and centered in an 11-acre piece of ground, protecting it from the encroachment of neighboring buildings. A caretaker is on duty day and night. The existence of this archives building and its priceless contents is important to you, for no matter what disaster may strike and destroy the Title Insurance and Trust Company's downtown title plant or the county's own public records, this community will not face a situation such as confronted San Francisco 35 years ago. All records necessary for the verification of land ownership will have been preserved.
Don Abel Stearns vowed that he would become the greatest ranchero of all Alta California, and he kept his word. One after another, he acquired ranchos until he owned a vast acreage spread out over all of Southern California. At the Rancho Los Alamitos, he acquired a new neighbor, another American, Don Juan Temple, who married the daughter of Doña Manuela Nieto de Cota and bought the Ranchos Los Cerritos from her and her brothers and sisters. So now all the land that was to become Long Beach was owned by the two Americans. Don Abel and Don Juan were friendly rivals in business, but close friends socially. Sometimes the work was shared, and sometimes a visitor was amazed to be taken on an interesting excursion called a run through the mustard.
See, my friend, here they come. Those are Don Juan Temple's men coming up.
I see him. Here are all your vaqueros, huh? Well, now, what is it you and I are going to do?
We're going for a run through the mustard.
Sounds crazy to me. What do we do?
Well, you see the mustard?
No. Where's any mustard?
There in the field, right in front of you.
You mean those tall weeds or trees or whatever they are?
They're mustard plants.
I never even knew mustard grew in plants. Thought it was something that came out of a can.
This is wild mustard growing here in these plains.
As far as you can see. That's taller than a man on horseback.
See, and that's the trouble. One can get lost in it very easily.
I can imagine. Well, then, why are we going for a run through it?
Because many head of cattle stray into it and get lost. We can't see them. They're hidden. So we gather all the men and ride through, keeping a certain distance apart, and drive all the cattle out the other side.
well.
Hi there, Don Juan. Are we ready? He's ready. You take that in, Don Abel.
See? All right, men, you know what to do. Into it. Come on, my friend. Now you shall see what a run through the mustard is like. Adelante!
Every year, the two rancheros looked forward to a great event. Both were great horse lovers, as were most of the early Californians. And each year, the owner of Los Alamitos pitted his best racer against the favorite of Rancho Los Cerritos. On the appointed day, the entire populations of both ranchos assembled on the course, which ran straight from Signal Hill to the beach. The wagering was fast and furious, and each owner was vehement in behalf of his horse.
Don Abel, that Palomino of yours could not beat a very slow cow.
She doesn't have to race a cow, but she can very easily beat that pinto of yours.
I'll bet another 100 that she doesn't.
Make it 500 and I'll take it.
Very well, it's a bet. Mark it up, senor.
Are you ready, Don Abel? Can I give you a signal?
See, wave the flag. We shall show this gentleman what the horses of Los Alamitos look like.
And here it goes.
Here they come.
Come on, Diablo!
Come on, Estrella!
It's Diablo leading.
Oh, you can't see straight. It's Estrella.
Diablo's still leading. They're coming close.
No, it's Estrella.
It's Diablo. Here they come. It's Diablo. Diablo.
Estrella. It must be Estrella.
Estrella. Don Abel Stearns, Estrella.
Well, Don Juan, whatever you say now. My horse even came from behind to beat yours.
I was wrong. Your horse could beat a cow, and did. Wait until next year, senor. Just wait until next year.
Oh, next year won't be any different, Don Juan. I can't lose, that's all. I can't lose.
But Don Abel could lose, and did. Satisfied that he was the greatest ranchero of the land, he started a new venture. He built a building in Los Angeles and called it the Arcadia Building. But now, California belonged to the United States. There were taxes, and costs had gone up. He had to borrow money, mortgage his land. And slowly, things began to go against him.
We'll need more money to finish the building. You're in too deep now to pull out. You'll just have to borrow more.
You'll have to go before the court and prove your claim to the land. Means lawyers and fees.
It's cattle thieves, Donabel. They've raided Los Alamitos again. It's 500 head this time.
Business is bad, Donabel. I can't get the price for your hides I used to.
We need more money, Donabel.
More lawyers, senor.
500 heads more stolen.
Donabel, it's drought. It has not rained for months. There's no water. The cattle are dying like flies.
2 years, drought, parched earth, dried up pastures, emaciated cattle moaning in agony, staggering, dropping, helpless. Nothing can be done. There is no water. In 2 years of drought...
We have finished our count today, Donabel. We've lost 20,000 head of cattle. You're ruined.
So, in the case of Michael Reese versus Abel Stearns, I issue a decree of sale against the defendants Rancho Los Alamitos to meet the debt.
Los Alamitos passed from the hands of the energetic American, and a short time later, Don Juan Temple on Los Cerritos was to give up his vast land, too. Between 1866 and 1881, the two great ranchos gradually came into the possession of one family, a family still closely associated with the land which became Long Beach, the Bixby family. And then, one day in 1882, a man stood on the spot near what is now the corner of American and Anaheim Streets.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the spot where I've dreamed of starting my American colony. And now the dream is to become a reality. Mr. Bixby has given me an option on this land. The maps are drawn up, streets are laid out, and we're ready to sell lots in the new town of Wilmore, California.
William Irwin Wilmore's ambitious plans for a city collapsed. But the start he gave it was taken up by a new group of men who organized the Long Beach Land and Water Company and renamed the settlement Long Beach. In 1887, the town was officially established, just in time to be caught up in the wild boom of the 80s, which brought thousands of settlers streaming to California. The Terminal Railroad and then the Pacific Electric offered new, easy access to Long Beach, and the seaside resort grew by leaps and bounds.
1900.
2,252.
1910.
17,800.
1920.
55,600.
1930.
142,000.
1940.
163,000 people. Partially responsible for such phenomenal growth had been the great discovery which took place one day in 1921 when...
Here she comes! Look out, voices! A gusher! A gusher!
On that same Signal Hill, where once Don Abel Stearns and Don Juan Temple raced their thoroughbred horses, the liquid gold of petroleum was brought up from the depths, and the land of the Ranchos Los Cerritos and Los Alamitos became the great metropolis of industry, commerce, pleasure, and good living that is the Long Beach of today. Such is progress, and such is the romance of the Ranchos.
Before Frank Graham returns to tell you about next week's story, here's another interesting word about the Archives building we spoke about a few minutes ago. The building we described is the one that is now being used. After the San Francisco fire, the management of Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles saw the necessity for protection against a similar loss of public records. So it was then that the Title Insurance and Trust Company's first Archives building was built in 1911 on a 3.5-acre tract at Melrose and Van Ness Avenues in Hollywood. At that time, the company had great difficulty in obtaining a caretaker for two reasons that are interesting today. The first was that the location was so far away from the city, a caretaker living on the property, it was said, would have no opportunity for any social life whatever. The second objection was that the howling of coyotes at night made it impossible to sleep. Remember now, that was at Melrose and Van Ness Avenues in Hollywood only 30 years ago. It illustrates the speed of this community's growth, a growth that quickly cured those particular objections to the location. However, the building finally became too small, was abandoned to the march of progress in 1939, when the present Archives building on Eastern Avenue was completed. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
The story next week is not about a rancho, but a man. In the early 1870s, the entire Southland trembled at the name of Vasquez. The terror spread by this famous bandit furnishes an exciting chapter in the romance of the Ranchos. Don't miss it. And so until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, comes to you each week at the same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Los Angeles, 1870.
Bandits terrorize surrounding ranchos.
Los Angeles, 1873.
Sheriff's posse forms to combat outlaws.
Los Angeles, 1874.
Authorities close in on Tiburcio Vasquez. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, an historically accurate dramatization of the colorful events which make up the background of our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to give us a picture of the exciting California of yesterday. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents these stories because the authentic early history of Southern California is directly related to the service the company renders to the community. Its work is to examine into and verify the ownership of land to the end that when you buy real estate, you know it's yours. To be able to do this, the company must examine the ownership of the land all the way back to the earliest grants, checking on every transfer of its title and on every recorded instrument and legal proceeding that might affect it. By means of its records, the company is able to do this work far more quickly than you as an individual could, and at vastly less cost to you. And by taking extreme care to do the work accurately and completely, the company is able to ensure to you the validity of the title you acquire. Now, here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to bring us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, our story is concerned with one of the most notorious of the bad men of early California. A man whose name has gone down in the annals of California for the one-man war he conducted against the March of Progress. Here, then, is an exciting chapter in the Romance of the Ranchos. For several years, in the early 1870s, the name of Tiburcio Vasquez was synonymous with villainy in Southern California. Operating from his hideout of Vasquez Rocks in Mint Canyon, he conducted a reign of terror over the countryside, robbing and looting. He was wanted for murder in the north, and his special hatred was for Americans, said to have stemmed from an incident in which a gringo stole his sweetheart. It was in the spring of 1874, when, late one evening, a group of men approached the house of an Italian, Alessandro Repetto, on Rancho Repetto, near the present site of Montebello.
I hope you know what you're doing, Tiburcio.
It's not necessary for you to hope, Chavez. You just do as I tell you, and all will be well.
See, I suppose so, but I don't like it. These clothes, they smell like the sheep.
Tonight you are a sheep herder, and you had better be convinced, or you will answer to me, Tiburcio Vasquez. You know what that means?
Caramba, mi jefe, I did not mean anything. Of course I will do what you say. I just do not like the smell.
We'd better learn to like it pretty quick, eh?
See, I feel fine already.
Good, quiet. Near the hacienda. Nobody say anything, just me.
I do the talking, and everybody do as I say, huh?
See, we are with you, Jefe.
This, senores, is going to be the neatest trick of my career. See, very neat. All right, hombre, quiet.
See, what is it?
Senor Repeto, is it not?
See, who are you?
Oh, but the poor sheep herder, Senor Antonio, they call me. These are my friends, and we go to herd sheep at the Rancho of Diego Sepulveda. Finding that such a long way, we are unable to make it in one day, and we should like a place to sleep for the night, perhaps in your barn, if it would not trouble you, Senor. Otherwise, we shall be obliged to sleep on the ground.
Very well, go ahead. But mind you, don't strew hay all over the barn. And be on your way in the morning.
Pues sí, gracias, Senor.
Jefe, what is this? What are we doing?
You had ears, didn't you? We are going to spend the night in Senor Repeto's barn.
But why? What
It is not for you to ask questions, Chavez. You seem to forget that more and more lately. I give the orders. You take them. That is all you have to know.
See, of course, Jefe, but I only...
You stupid ox. Did it ever occur to you that banks are not open at night? That we might need fresh horses for an escape?
See, that is right.
You have no brain, Chavez. That is why you'll never be anything more than you are. Now tell Isidro to have the horses riding behind the barn at dawn tomorrow. Then you shall see the action you want.
There they are, eating their breakfast. Repeto and his helpers.
Quiet, hombres. Remember, you are still sheep herders for a few minutes more. Come quietly.
See? Oh, it is you.
Si, senor. We have come to thank you for letting us stay.
That is all right. You have no strewn hay, have you?
Oh, but no, senor. We have taken good care that everything shall be orderly.
Very well. You'll be on your way.
What, senor? You would send us away without food? Oh, that is not true California hospitality.
Why, you confounded scoundrel. You expect me to invite you to eat with me?
See?
Get out of here. You filthy sheep herder.
But we are not sheep herders, senor.
What?
You get the idea, eh? Put up your hands. This little pistol has spoken before. And it is so hard to keep under control. I would not tempt it too much. All right, hombres. Inside, get the others. No. After you, senor.
But you can't do this, you...
Senor, I not only can, I am doing. You do not seem to realize who I am.
I don't know.
The Burcio Vasquez can do anything, senor.
Vasquez?
Vasquez. No, you have heard of me, eh? I'm getting to be famous, eh? Well, not half so famous as I will be, senor. All California will know me well, senor, and you are going to help.
All right, line up against the wall, all of you. Hey, keep them covered.
But, Senor Vasquez, I have no money here. I can give you nothing.
Oh.
What I say is true. I never keep money here. I have nothing to give you. I would gladly give you all I have, but I cannot.
Oh, senor, your generosity overwhelms me, but I do not want all you have. I want only $800.
$800? But I tell you, I haven't that much here. I have nothing, a few pesos.
But you have money in the Pueblo Bank, see?
See.
Very well. That will do as well. In fact, I had expected this. Here is a check. You will sign it.
But
Go ahead, senor.
How can you get it from the bank?
You shall see, senor. You shall see. Boy, muchacho, come here.
You mean me, senor?
See, you, muchacho. You can ride a horse fast, see?
Si, senor.
You know the way to the bank in Los Angeles, eh?
I have gone there often with Senor Repeto.
See, with Senor Repeto, but this time you will go without Senor Repeto. Here is the check for the money I want. You will take it to the bank and cash it. You will bring the money back here muy pronto. And muchacho, if you do not...
Senor, he is just a boy. You would not harm him.
Harm him? Have I said anything about harming him? I like him. See, he's a nice muchacho. Hey, muchacho, come here. What is your name, eh?
Pedro, senor.
Pedro. You like Senor Repeto, Pedro?
See, of course.
See, of course. You would not like to see him dead, eh?
Oh, no, senor, no.
No, then you will return with the money pronto, and you shall speak to no one. No one, you understand? No one in the pueblo. You just tell the banker, the senor wants you to get the money, then no more, huh?
See.
Very well, then. Go, hurry.
See, I will hurry.
Jefe, you cannot mean... You trust the boy
Quiet,
to...
Chavez. Hold your tongue. I have told you it's not for you to question what I do.
See, Jefe, but I do not like
You will
it.
never get away with this, Vasquez.
No?
No.
We shall see, senor. I think we will. It will not be well for you if we do not, senor. And I should hate to have to harm you.
A lot you care about me, Vasquez. You're the soul killing me. Look at me.
Oh, but that is not true, senor. But you are to be big help to me.
You mean my $800?
See, you should feel honored. You are contributing to California, not to me, senor.
That's a novel excuse for your banditry.
The next time you use such words, it shall not be a slap in the face, senor. The Burcio Vasquez is no bandit. You and your kind cannot understand that.
Then what do you call yourself?
I am a Californiano, senor, a real Californiano. My weak-kneed countrymen may bow and scrape to you foreigners, but I do not. I will drive all Americanos and people like you out of California. See, and that is what your money will do, senor.
So, you think you are a one-man revolution?
One day soon you shall not laugh, senor, for when I come back from Mexico with my army, you, all of you, will find the laughs choking in your throats.
You're mad, Vasquez. You cannot stop progress.
Huh?
No, you can't beat the Americanos.
You shall see, senor. You shall see.
Well, son, you're here bright and early. What can I do for you?
Senor Alberto, the man wishes me to get this money for him.
The man?
See?
Oh, you have a check. Let's see it, son.
See, senor.
Oh, yes, Senor Petro's check for $800. Ah, son, this is a mighty big check for a young fella to be cashing. Where'd you get it?
He just tell me to get the money and bring it back.
This is kind of irregular. Is Senor Petro ill? Come, boy. I can't give you all this money without knowing a little more about this. You needn't be so frightened, my boy. I'm not going to hurt you. But I must know why Senor Petro sent you to get this much money. Why he didn't come himself.
Please, senor, don't ask me. Please. I must not tell. I must not.
You must not. Sam, call the sheriff.
Vasquez, the boy should be back by now.
Stop worrying, Chavez. He will come. He had better come, or the little pistol is getting nervous, senor.
Stop pointing that thing at me, will you, please? I don't like it.
You don't like it, eh? Well, now it's not too bad. So inconsiderate of me, eh? Well, perhaps you will not have to look at it so long, senor.
Hey, the signal. Isidro has seen someone coming.
Go to the window, look.
See.
Well, who is it?
Caramba, it is the boy. He is riding up now.
Well, that is good. You will no doubt be happy to hear that, senor. Now, if he has the money, all right, you shall not have to worry.
Please, turn that pistol away. The boys will come. You get what you want.
Well, when I do, the pistol goes by.
All right, Jose. Bring the boy in.
A neat trick, eh, Chavez? Now, perhaps you will stop worrying about the orders I give you, eh?
But I still do not like it. We shall get the money and go, quickly.
See, but there's no hurry. Now, muchacho, you are a fine boy. Come, you got the money, eh?
Si, senor. Here it is.
Gracias, mi amigo. Let me look first. See? It is heavy with gold. Well, what are you looking so frightened for? Your master is quite safe now.
Hey, senor, he has been up to something. I can tell. Hey, listen, it is trouble. The boy has brought the sheriff.
Hurry, to the horses.
Come here, you boy.
No, senor, no.
Chavez, stop that. Leave the boy alone. No. There's no time for that. Go. Muchacho, good work. You are a boy after my own heart. Hasta la vista. Hola, Diablo. Give me the saddle, Grace. Here they come. But they will never catch us. Away, Anthony. Anthony.
listen to that crowd yelling for his head.
Yeah.
Sheriff, we gotta produce Vasquez, and quick.
Yeah, he's got him scared with his talk of revolution.
Nah, he's getting more audacious every day. He's gotta be stopped.
And don't forget, he's wanted for murder up north. There's a reward of $8,000 for him.
I know all that, men. What can I do? I have to have time. What nobody realizes is that half of them people out there are Californians.
That's right, Sheriff.
Many of them really sympathize with this Vasquez. He'll know every word that was said about him out there in an hour. I can't make a move that isn't reported to him. It's almost impossible to organize a defense against him when half the population's against me.
But you've got to do something.
All right, I know it. Sooner or later, his own men will betray him. I can only hope that it's soon.
$500 people, you say, huh? I'm getting to be quite a drawer of crowds, eh?
But, Hefe, they mean business. Things are getting too hot. Perhaps you had better take to the hills for a while.
Run from them? No, not Vasquez. Why should I sneak off as though I were afraid of them? I am not afraid of them. I will go when I am ready and feel like it. And before I go, we shall have a great fiesta. See, at the barn at the mouth of the Canyon of the Laurels. We shall have a fandango and dance the whole night through.
But Vasquez...
Chavez, I have warned you. Those are my orders.
Very well, Hefe, but I do not like it. I have a feeling that you should go now. You are playing with danger once too often.
In the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles are 1,600 large volumes called lot books. These are, in effect, an index of every deed, mortgage, decree, or other important proceeding shown by public records to affect any one of the 1.5 million separate parcels of real estate in Los Angeles County. But matters affecting land ownership consist of more than these recordings relating to particular properties. For example, while a deed may convey a lot, the legal bankruptcy of its owner would be just as effectual in transferring its ownership. Many other matters that relate to persons rather than to individual pieces of property also affect land ownership. Among them are judgments, powers of attorney, insanity commitments, guardianships and probate proceedings, divorce actions, and property settlements. And so, in a different set of books called the General Index, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles lists these personal matters. They are indexed by names of people rather than by particular properties. I will tell you why the General Index is probably the most interesting part of the company's title plant later in the program. But now, back to Frank Graham and the rest of our story. As the sheriff and his men continued a vain search for Tiburcio Vasquez, the bandit was spending his last night before leaving for Mexico in a wild fiesta at the barn near the mouth of Laurel Canyon. All of the gang were there with their sweethearts. Long into the night, the merrymaking went on.
Hefe, come, it is getting late. It's time to go.
Chavez, you old long-faced, the party has just begun. Come, stop looking so sour and join in the fun.
But, Vasquez, we must leave before dawn. And we need rest. We have a hard trip.
We will have our rest. When the fiesta is over, we'll go to the house of Greek George, and there we shall sleep until dawn. But not until the fiesta is over.
But, Hefe...
Chavez, those are my orders. If you do not wish to obey them, you do not have to. Lately, you are becoming less useful to me anyway. You frighten too easily.
But, Hefe, I did not mean anything.
All right, then stop sniveling about leaving. Come on, join the party. Pick yourself a pretty girl. Get a bottle. Take a lesson from me, amigo, Greek George. You see how he dances? Hola, George. Where did you learn to dance like that? Driving the camels?
Yeah, what do you mean, Vasquez? You make joke about my dancing? I'm a good dancer, no?
No, you look like great donkey trying to dance.
Senor, I do not like for you to make a joke.
Huh? Such a hulking brute as you does not deserve to hold such beauty in his arms. Senorita, why have we not met before?
I do not know, senor. Perhaps because you have no eyes in your head.
So, I like Senorita with sharp tongue. It makes the game of taming them much more interesting.
You think you can tame me, senor?
You think I cannot, my little dog?
Perhaps.
There, you, Vasquez. She's my girl. You keep your hands off her.
To imagine that such beauty should look a second time at that hideous face of yours, mi amigo. You can forget such thoughts now that she has met me.
Stop it. You stay away from her. She's my girl.
Oh, wait, donkey. Stop braying. The senorita and I are going to dance, eh?
I have not said yes yet.
But you will. Because nobody says no to Vasquez.
Vasquez, I warn you. Leave her alone.
Get out, you swine. Hombre, stay away.
Why, you... Oh, stop. Let go of me.
Away with the donkey.
Let go. I kill him. I tell you, I kill him.
Well, you certainly have a way with you.
I get what I want. Always. Now, senorita, shall we dance?
Well, senor, you always get what you want, huh?
Let go of me, Sharpes. Let go of me.
See, there now. Just calm down, mi amigo. You're wasting your anger on him.
I kill him, so help me, Allah. I kill him.
I know you won't, George. You'll be dead before you draw a gun.
It would be a pleasure for to die if I could get him too.
There's no chance of that. You'd better forget it.
Forget it? You don't know me. Sooner or later... I have a better idea. Perhaps I wouldn't have to kill him.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Never mind.
Senor, where are you going?
I'll be right back, senor. You mean you really know where Vasquez is?
Sure. I told his own men I'd give him up sooner or later. I was right. Greek George told us the whole thing. We're having a fandango at Laurel Canyon tonight. He'll come down to sleep at Greek George's house. We'll get him there.
Good. Nothing less. When do we start?
You'll start right away. I'm not going.
Huh? Why not?
You know why not. I'd give my right arm to go. But every move I make is watched. He'd be warned in no time. So you'll take charge of the party. There'll be 8 of you. You're to assemble one by one at the livery stable. Guns and ammunition are there ready for you. Take a winding route, but get to Greek George's by dawn. Good luck.
Mitchell, Smith, Rogers, Beers. All right, men. This time we're going to get him. Let's go. Oh. That's Greek George's down there. From here on, we'll have to go carefully, men.
We're none too early. It's getting light.
What's that?
It looks like a wagon coming down the trail.
Back in the shadows, men. We'll stop them. Stop them, men. All right. Just a couple of Mexicans from the rancho down there. Let them alone. But we'll come into the wagon. It's just the thing we need.
What do you mean, Elmo?
I'll drive her. You and the others get in the back and lie down at the sight. We can drive right up the Greek George's without them suspecting a thing. Come on, let's go.
Jefe! Vasquez!
There, where you want?
Hey, you must hurry. Already it is light. We should have been gone long ago.
In a minute. First, I must have my breakfast.
Your breakfast. I tell you, we must hurry. I do not like this. We should never have come here.
Why not, sour face?
Hey, where is Greek George? Why is he not here?
How should I know?
But he hasn't come back after he left last night, and he was very angry at you. He talked about killing you, and then he said very funny things. I couldn't make him out. But he is not back, and I am worried.
I probably got drunk because I took his girl. Well, he can have her. I do not care much for her.
See, but Jefe, this might be serious. He is loco. We should be gone.
After I eat my breakfast.
What, Jefe?
Sabes, after I eat my breakfast, sabe?
See, I go fix the horse.
I will.
What is that?
Sound like wagon approaching. Look through the window, you can see.
See, maybe it is. But...
Don't be such a fool, Chavez. Anyone can see it's just a man driving an old wagon. Maybe from neighborhood Rancho, huh? Stop worrying. Go fix the horses.
See, but hurry, Jefe. All right, Jose, ready with the horses. We leave in a minute. Hey, you sent the others on ahead?
See, Chavez.
Bueno. Hey, what is that?
Look, men are surrounding the house.
See, look, there is Vasquez coming out the window.
Jefe!
Jefe, run!
Run, Jefe! Run, ándale! Ah, they shot him. Vasquez has fallen. They have him.
See, it is too late.
Ah.
Ride, Jose, ride.
Ándale! Come on, ride!
Senor Vasquez.
Senor Roberto, you have come to see me.
See, I have come to tell you that as for our little account, you can settle it with God.
Oh, no, senor. I intend to repay you. Now that my plans have gone astray.
I do not expect that. But I beg of you, if you ever resume operations, never visit me again.
Senor, I am caballero, with a caballero's heart.
One sorry caballero you are not, senor. Here behind bars.
See? I am in quite a fix, senor?
Oh, why did you do it?
Well, nobody seems to understand that. Maybe I am hot-blooded, no lose my temper too much, but I am a Californiano, senor. I love my California. I see the Americanos come and take what is ours, change it to something that is not ours. Well, maybe that is for the best, I cannot say, but I cannot like it. I cannot stand by and see it without putting up a fight.
And so you've made a mistake, Vasquez. If you had to work with the Americanos, you could have done much for California.
See, perhaps that I cannot say. But perhaps if people remember that I love California, they will not think so badly of me. Eh?
Maybe not, senor. For the sake of your memory, I hope not. No?
Oh, you must go?
Si.
Oh, but wait, come here, senor. Senor Repeto, here is gold watch. See, I take it from Americano engineer. You find his name on the back.
Si.
Please, senor, please, you give it back to him. Maybe he can make it work. I cannot. And besides, senor, where I will be, I do not think I will need a watch, eh?
Do not like to hear you say that.
Oh, well.
Si, senor, I will give it to you.
Gracias, senor.
Now, hasta la vista.
No, senor, not hasta la vista. Adios. You know, senor, I think this is one time when Vasquez will not have his own way.
And Tiburcio Vasquez was right. At last his career of crime was finished. He was taken to San Jose, tried for murder, and hanged. Thus ended a vivid, stormy chapter in the story of early California. A chapter rich in the romance of the Ranchos. Frank Graham will have a great story for you next week. He'll tell you a little about it in just a moment. A few minutes ago, I told you how Title Insurance and Trust Company maintains a general index in which are listed matters which may affect land ownership, but relating to persons rather than to individual pieces of property. In that index at present are the names of more than 1.5 million persons. Many of these people do not own any real estate and perhaps never will. But in case they ever do, certain things that have happened to them may affect the title to land acquired by them, and so the company must keep this mass of information posted in its general index. Much of the personal history of people is reflected in the entries under the names in the index. Hence, there is a fascination in the tracing of land titles through the past if the examiner visualizes the human stories behind the facts. For example, the life of Pio Pico, last Mexican governor of California, is reflected in 25 entries in the general index since 1850. The earlier ones show him actively conveying and mortgaging valuable lands and giving powers of attorney. Later, the fading of his fortunes is seen in an action to restrain a foreclosure sale of property he had borrowed money on. The last posting in 1895 reveals his death and the probate of his estate.
And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll tell you the story of Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica and the Boca de Santa Monica, and of the lifelong fight that a gallant California put up for his land. You won't want to miss it. And so, until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special arrangements by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Santa Monica, 1840.
Rancheros quarrel over pasture land.
Santa Monica, 1896.
Harbor fight carried to United States Senate.
Santa Monica, 1941.
Santa Monica, resort paradise of the Southland. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, recreating for you the vividly colorful yesterdays in the history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, reveals another fascinating story from the days of the dawn. Land is a wonderful possession in many ways. It is tangible and indestructible. Fire can't burn land. Thieves can't carry it away. It can be used for centuries, yet never be used up. Yes, land is a fine thing to own when you really own it. The simple way to know that you really own land, to have evidence of ownership that is readily accepted by buyers, banks, or loan companies, is through title insurance. For example, a deed to land may be forged, but your policy of title insurance protects you against such deficiency. That is why title insurance makes land readily marketable or instantly accepted security for loans. That is why, in providing title insurance service promptly and at low cost, the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles renders a real and worthwhile service to the community. And here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story for tonight is concerned with a beautiful section of Southern California, from princely Bel Air to the blue Pacific at Santa Monica, land which was once the Ranchos San Vicente y Santa Monica and the Boca de Santa Monica, a great estate of the old Spanish Dons, a land filled with the romance of the Ranchos. Our story takes us back to the coming of the first white men ever to travel the Southland. In 1769, Captain Gaspar de Portola and his company of leather jackets marched north from San Diego to explore the possibilities of colonizing the wilderness of Alta California. Camping at a spring at the mouth of the Sepulveda Canyon, near the present site of Sepulveda and Sunset Boulevards, the captain sent scouts to the west to explore the coastline for a passage north. Toward evening, they returned to camp.
Hola. What did you find?
Tell me, Capitan. I have been forward to the sea. It is about 2 leagues away.
And what about the passage?
There is none. The cliffs rise straight up from the sea. The sharp rocks offer no foothold for our pack train.
Ah, that is bad. We shall have to find some other way. Some path through these mountains.
It looks like it. Perhaps that gap to the north is a path. Perhaps we should explore that tomorrow, huh?
Maybe so. The mountains of Santa Monica may offer us the way we seek.
Eh? The mountains of Santa Monica?
Si, for so we have named this section Santa Monica.
But why that name?
You have but to look at the sparkling spring over there, the bright drops of water, and you will see in them the tears of the saint, Santa Monica. weeping for her wayward son, Augustine.
Oh, I see.
And what could be more fitting for the sad, brooding mountain shrouded in mist? See, we have named them well. This is the land of Santa Monica.
The mists of time have joined with the mists of the mountains to obscure the facts. Only this legend remains to explain the manner in which the region of Santa Monica received its name. Many years were to pass before Santa Monica was to know the white man's civilization. They were years in which the Indians who had greeted Portola were the only inhabitants of the region. Then, in 1828, news came to the Pueblo de Los Angeles, to the home of Don Francisco Sepulveda.
Ramona, who is that at the door?
I go to see now, Francisco, un momento.
Buenos dias, senora.
Oh, Don Jose, welcome to our home. Esto es su casa.
Gracias. Is Don Francisco at home?
See, he's coming.
Ramona, who is it?
It is the alcalde, Don Jose Antonio Carrillo. He has come to see you.
Ah, Don Jose. Come in. I'm honored by your visit.
Gracias. And how are you, mi amigo?
Oh, as well as can be expected for an old soldier. I should be much better when I get my rancho.
You're mighty anxious to get that rancho.
Why should I not be? I own 150 head of cattle. I am an old soldier of the country. I worked the most painful period, wandering amidst nomadic tribes, suffering untold privations and in constant danger of my life.
See, mi amigo, I know.
You ask why I'm anxious to get a little place of my own to settle down, live comfortably for my remaining years.
Ah, mi amigo, do not be so angry. I know you deserve the land of the Santa Monicas, but I could not resist the opportunity to tease you. For you can afford to be teased a little now.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that the news you awaited has come.
What?
I bring it to you today.
You mean?
See, I mean the governor has decided, and he has sent me word to give you formal possession of the Ranchos San Vicente right away.
Beside the springs where today stands the University High School of Santa Monica, Don Francisco Sepulveda built an adobe house. There he brought his wife Ramona and her family, and his cattle roamed the vast acreage of San Vicente. For 10 years their life there was a happy one, but a crisis was developing. For, as often happened in those days, the governor had been careless in defining the boundaries of his grants of land. And one day, in 1839, Don Francisco came home with bad news.
Querido mío, what is it? What is the trouble?
Oh, I do not know exactly what is wrong, my little dove, but you know our neighbors to the north?
The Alvarados?
See, they have left their houses. They have abandoned the land in the canyon of Santa Monica.
So? But that is as it should be, for that is our land.
That is just it. They have claimed it, and now they have moved away, only to give the land to 2 others.
2 others?
See, Isidro Reyes and Francisco Marquez. They're living there now. Reyes is building a house on the high hills overlooking the ocean.
But they cannot do that.
Well, that is what I told them. But they claim it is theirs. They claim that the governor granted the land to the Alvarados, that they have taken it over.
But the governor granted it to you.
I have always thought so.
Francisco, what are we to do?
I do not know. But this I do know. I must have that land, for it is the best pasture land near here. Without it, I have no place for my cattle. And if it means a fight, then I shall fight for it. To the end.
And so began the lengthy dispute over the land north of Rancho San Vicente, which was later called the Boca de Santa Monica, stretching from Santa Monica Canyon to Topanga Canyon. For years, Don Francisco Sepulveda fought to save the land he thought to be his. He appealed to the authorities. The leading citizens of Los Angeles took sides in the dispute. Petitions were addressed to the governor and messages sent. But the years rolled on, and still there was no decision.
Francisco, my husband, my loved one, you must stop this fighting. It is no use. It will go on forever, and we need you here at home.
I cannot give up, Ramona. While there is the blood of the Sepulvedas in my veins, I must fight for the Santa Monicas. I'm going to Monterrey to see the governor. I will meet him face to face and ask for justice.
Oh, no, Francisco, no, do not leave us. Our little son, he cries for his father, as I do.
I must go, Ramona. I must. I cannot rest until I have settled this matter. I must go.
Sepulveda journeyed to far-off Monterrey to lay his case before Governor Pio Pico. but still without success. Finally, after many months of weary argument in the capital and in Los Angeles, Don Francisco came home, beaten and discouraged, back to the little adobe house at San Vicente, where he was met by the faithful Ramona.
Ramona, we have lost. We can never own the Boca de Santa Monica. They've ruled that it rightfully belongs to Reyes and Marquez.
Oh, does it matter, Francisco? Oh, we have waited so long for your return. I've sent messengers to the city, to Santa Barbara, to all the ranchos, searching for you, Francisco. And our little son, Juan, he lies ill. Near death. He cries for you.
What? My son dying? No, that cannot be. Ramona, take me to him. Hurry. Take me to my son.
For days, Don Francisco and Ramona kept vigil together at the side of their dying son. The doctor had long since given up hope, but not Francisco. Forgotten was the pasture land of the Boca de Santa Monica. Forgotten the battle with Reyes and Marquez. Only one thing mattered, the tiny, silent form on the bed before him. Don Francisco prayed.
Please spare him.
Francisco, querido mío, you must rest. You have not slept for 2 whole days.
How can I sleep, Ramona, when he was strong enough to cry out for me? I was not here. Now that I have come back, given up the useless, foolish fight, he does not even know I am beside him. Ramona, he needed me. You needed me, querida, and I was not here. What a fool I was.
No, Francisco, you must not blame yourself. You only did what you thought was right.
But now I know how wrong I was. Ramona, what does it matter? Land or gold or earthly possessions, they mean nothing compared to the warmth of the heart that comes with love. The happy love of a good woman like you, Ramona. Or the open, unselfish love of a little child. Madre de Dios, if I could be spared my son, I should never want for anything again.
Francisco, look. The Padre has answered your prayers. Your little son, he reaches out his arms to you.
Juan, my little son.
Take him to you, Francisco.
See, and never again shall I leave you two. Not for all the world, my love. No, for all my world is here with my beloved family. In the name of God, beginning and ending of all things, know all persons who may see this will, that I, Francisco Sepulveda, a native of town of Sinaloa, Republic de Mexico, the son of Francisco Xavier Sepulveda and of Maria Candelaria Arredondo, residents of the same place.
Don Francisco Sepulveda lost his fight for the land of the Boca de Santa Monica, but he gained in understanding and the fullness of life.
Of the city of Los Angeles, after having performed the requisite.
He died with more possessions than the richest man on earth, for he held the warm love and respect of those nearest to him. Perhaps that is why his will was such a simple one, reflecting a calm serenity toward life and
I
death.
have about 500 head of neat cattle, about 50 head of sheep.
Even in defeat, Don Francisco triumphed, for his name has lived down to this day, and the name of Santa Monica, even though he lost it, became forever associated with his rancho and with the city which was to grow up there. With his death in 1853, passed the first great era in its development.
That the bulk of my estate I leave to my wife Ramona Serrano as my sole and general heiress, without any person having any reason to trouble or molest her in any manner, and leaving her without any obligation from me other than to deliver to my son Dolores 150 cows.
title insurance is different from almost all other types of insurance in one very important respect. On a policy of title insurance, the premium is paid only once. In other words, when you purchase land and obtain an owner's policy of title insurance from the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, the protection afforded by the policy continues during the entire period of your ownership without the payment of any further premiums. Another thing to remember is that in Southern California, the cost of title insurance is customarily borne by the seller. When you buy a piece of property, you should require, as part of the transaction, a policy of title insurance protecting you against defects in the title. When you sell property or borrow money on it, the purchaser or lender will require title insurance, which you will be expected to pay for. So you'll be glad to know that Title Insurance and Trust Company's rates are very considerably lower than the average cost of similar protection elsewhere in the United States.
Already, the land ruled over by the families of the Sepulvedas, the Reyes, and the Marquez was becoming a resort. Californians from the Pueblo came to the broad, pleasant beach for a picnic under the sycamores and a swim in the surf. Overlooking it all was the broad, fertile mesa of the Ranchos San Vicente y Santa Monica, vast and empty. This was what met the eye of Colonel R.S. Baker the day in 1872 that he visited the land for the first time. Immediately he saw the possibilities and looked up the heirs of Don Francisco Sepulveda.
You're Jose Sepulveda, senor?
Si, I am. And you?
I'm Colonel Baker, Robert S. Baker.
Oh, si, you're the gentleman who wants to buy the rancho.
That's right. That is, I'm in the market if the price is not too high.
Well, it is good land, senor. We cannot give it away.
Nobody's asking you to do that, Don Jose. I'm willing to come to the right terms.
That is good. You want it right away?
You bet. I've got a sheep ranch up in Cajon County. That's my business, sheep. This looks like good country for them.
Sheep? You wish to make San Vicente into a sheep ranch, senor?
Sure, why not?
San Vicente is a cattle ranch, senor. It has always been since my father first got it.
Oh, come now, Don Jose. I realize how you cattlemen feel about us sheep men, but you wouldn't let a little thing like that stand between you and a good price, would you?
Senor, if it were just for myself, I would say to the devil with you and your sheep. But since others of my family have an interest too, mi madre, brothers and sisters, I will not. They are anxious to sell the land so that my father's estate may be divided, so...
Good. We may as well discuss the price then.
Very well. But we will not take any cheap price. We have discussed the matter. We feel that the value of the land has reached its peak. Therefore, we shall ask a high price.
Well, you have about 30,000 acres. How about $55,000?
What was that? $55,000? Say that again, senor.
Why, sure. $55,000. That's a fair price, isn't it?
Senor, do you mean that?
Of course.
Your hand, senor. There, it's settled, then. We shall have the papers done up immediately, eh?
Well, the sooner the better.
See, before you... I mean, see, of course. Tomorrow, perhaps.
All right, tomorrow, then.
See. Madre de Dios. 55,000 pesos.
The great Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica came into the hands of Colonel Baker, and shortly afterward, he united it with part of the land of the Boca de Santa Monica, as Don Francisco Sepulveda had unsuccessfully tried to do for so many years. From the Reyes and Marquez families, he added the acreage, and soon he was the master of a vast and thriving sheep ranch. But the life of the ranchero was not all work. Colonel Baker had time for the social life of the nearby city of Los Angeles. It was there
What a superb party, Doña Arcadia. I'm enjoying it very much.
I'm glad, Senor Baker. I'm always happy to have you here. You should try to make it more often.
You really miss me?
But of course.
Doña Arcadia, I have something I want to ask you.
See?
Aren't you tired of dancing?
Perhaps. Is that what you wanted to ask me?
No, of course not. Can't we go outside on the balcony?
See, of course, Senor. Come this way. Here we are, outside.
Yes. It's a beautiful night, isn't it?
See, lovely.
But then most nights in California are nice, aren't they? I don't know what's wrong with me.
You said there was something you wanted to ask me.
See, I don't know whether I should or not,
Perhaps I can't decide that. You may.
But you don't know what I'm going to ask.
Don't I? Senor, don't underestimate a woman's intuition.
You know, then? You have known all along?
See, Senor Baker, I have.
And here I've been afraid, acting like a schoolboy. You must have thought me a fool.
Oh, but no, Senor Baker, of course not. But I know why you were afraid.
Yes. It's your late husband, Senor Stearns. I didn't know how you felt.
He is gone, Senor. He was a fine man, and I loved him, but he is gone. He would not have wanted me to be alone. Of that I am sure.
Well, that relieves me a great deal, Doña Arcadia.
And now, aren't you going to ask me?
But you already know.
See, but every woman has a right to this moment, Robert. It is just a little thing, but such a tender memory.
Will you be my wife?
That, querido mío, I can ask no more than to be your wife.
Beautiful Arcadia Bandini de Stearns became the wife of Colonel Baker and continued her long reign as the social leader of the growing city. Then, in 1875, Colonel Baker's domain was touched by a new era. Senator John P. Jones of Nevada appeared on the scene and bought a 3/4 interest in Ranchos San Vicente y Santa Monica. Together, the two owners mapped elaborate plans.
Senator, do you think it can be done?
Of course it can be done. Everything is all set, the plans are laid, and we're ready to start building. Why not, Colonel? For this country's only started to grow. We can ride the crest of the wave. Yes, we can even make the wave. And we can put this town of ours on the map.
Yes, but what about San Pedro? Southern Pacific's already built a railroad down there. They're using that as the harbor for Los Angeles.
We'll put them out of business in no time. We've got just as good a harbor right here. And with a little money, why, we can make it a better one.
But they've got the railroad.
We'll build our own railroad. I've got the plans all laid out. Here it is, the name and everything. The Los Angeles and Independence Railroad. Straight from the mines up in Inyo County down to Los Angeles, then out to here and onto our wharf. From there, our ships will sail to every country in the world.
But the Southern Pacific will connect with the East.
And so will we. We'll extend our road on east to make connections. Why, Colonel, this is a big thing we've gotten a hold of. We've started a new town, Santa Monica. In a few days, we're selling the first lots. And in a few years, we'll be running the port of Los Angeles.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Yes, sir, you're about to get your first chance to buy a lot in paradise. Just look at it. Against the backdrop of the Pacific Ocean draped with the western sky of scarlet and gold. And just imagine this beautiful emerald bay filled with white-winged ships. Just draw in a breath of that frostless, bracing, warm yet unlanguid air, odored with the breath of flowers. The title to this land, ladies and gentlemen, is guaranteed by the owners. And the title to the ocean, the sunset, and the air by the Creator himself. All right, who'll give me a bid? Who'll make the first
The
bid?
flowery oratory of auctioneer Tom Fitch brought in the first bid of $300 from Harris Newmark. Others went like hotcakes. Within 9 months, the new city of Santa Monica had a population of 1,000 people with 160 houses. But the ambitious plans were never to be realized. The railroad was stopped at Los Angeles. The long wharf, built 1,800 feet into the Pacific, failed to bring much shipping to the new port. And San Pedro and Wilmington forged ahead. Forgotten for a time were the dreams of a great harbor, as the little town, instead, busily forged ahead as a site for homes. Then, in 1891, another railroad entered into competition with the Southern Pacific at San Pedro, and Collis P. Huntington of the Southern Pacific determined on a bold policy.
Yes, gentlemen, I do mean it. I'm going to take the Southern Pacific to Santa Monica. If the Terminal Railroad can bring their tracks right out onto Rattlesnake Island, we're going to be licked. That brings them right into the center of the harbor. We have to do something, and this is what I propose to do. I'm going to make Santa Monica the harbor of Los Angeles.
Thus began an argument which eventually was carried to the United States Senate. where Senator Stephen M. White was an outstanding supporter of San Pedro.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, before you vote away $3 million of the taxpayers' money on the worthless harbor of Santa Monica and give the true harbor of San Pedro only $390,000, I want to propose an amendment to this bill. That a board of Army engineers, chosen for their neutrality and for their confirmed judgment on such matters, shall be appointed to determine the desirability of each of these harbors, and I propose that the money we appropriate here shall go to whichever harbor the majority of them decide shall be the best. I am confident that if you shall adopt this fair and unbiased manner of determining, the harbor of Los Angeles shall be at San Pedro.
It is the verdict of this Board of Engineers by a vote of 4-1 that the harbor of San Pedro offers more advantages as a free port, and that the money appropriated shall be used in its development.
Santa Monica lost the fight, and Carlos P. Huntington took his Southern Pacific Railroad back to San Pedro. This beautiful city of Santa Monica, on the sprawling mesa, with its precipitous cliffs falling away to a golden beach and a foaming surf, was not to become a bustling harbor for the ships of the world. Instead, it has become one of the world's loveliest cities of homes, a world-famous pleasure resort, a healthful, pleasant place in which to live. Today, it is the home of almost 80,000 people in the residential communities of Santa Monica, Brentwood, Brentwood Park, Sawtell, Pacific Palisades, Westgate, and a part of the United States Soldiers' Home, and also furnishes the home site for the great Douglas aircraft plant. And so is written another chapter in the romance of the Ranchos.
A few moments ago, in the course of our story, you heard a reference to titles in the speech of auctioneer Tom Fitch. The title to this land, said Mr. Fitch, is guaranteed by the owners, and the title to the ocean, the sunset, and the air by the Creator himself. Even in those days, purchasers of land required something more than the guarantee of the owners. Deals were usually concluded only after some competent person had made a search of all available public records, and after the report, or abstract, of such search had been passed on by an attorney. But even then, the purchaser had no insurance to protect him against loss in the event that some document might have been accidentally overlooked. Today, such insurance is available from the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. And because of the completeness of its records and the efficiency of its hundreds of expert employees in making title examinations, both the search of the records and the insurance of the accuracy of the search cost you less than the partial protection did in the early days. Now, Frank, what's on the calendar for next week?
Our story for next week deals with the first discovery of gold in California. Yes, and it did take place in Southern California, on the Rancho San Francisco, near Newhall. Tune in next week and hear all about it. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Newhall, 1842.
First gold discovered in California.
Newhall, 1876.
Railroad gives Los Angeles first link with East.
Newhall, 1924.
Old Rancho finally passes from hands of illustrious California family. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a program dramatizing the wealth of exciting and fascinating incidents that color the history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, unfolds another authentic story of the days of the Dons. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles wishes to thank the many officials and teachers of the city and county schools who have expressed so much interest in this series of programs. Every precaution is taken to ensure the historical accuracy of these dramatizations. When you hear the thrilling story of your own community reenacted here, you may be sure that the historical facts given are correct, even though the adventure and romance portrayed may seem stranger and more exciting than fiction. We are fortunate indeed to live in a land with such a colorful background, and one that at the same time presents so many advantages and opportunities for present-day living. And here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight our story deals with an interesting section of the Southland adjoining San Fernando, the region of Newhall and Saugus in the upper Santa Clara Valley. Not the least interesting part of this story is the fact that only recently has part of this land passed from the Del Valle family to whom it was originally granted. This is a tale rich in the romance of the Ranchos. In 1839, Don Antonio, the founder of the Del Valle family in California, received 48,611 acres from the governor, and thus began the great Rancho San Francisco. But Don Antonio died in 1841, leaving his great estate to his widow and children, who later turned their interests over to the eldest son, Don Ignacio del Valle, lieutenant of the Mexican army. It was about the year 1842 that Don Ignacio brought his bride, the beautiful Isabel Varela, to live in his new rancho home.
Ignacio, it is beautiful, so beautiful.
You like it, Isabel?
See, how could I help it? Such a fine hacienda.
See, and the corrals and vineyards. Hey, look out there, across the valley. Such fine pasture land. Why, before long, Camulos will be one of the greatest cattle ranchos in all California.
Camulos?
See, that is the name by which this part of the Rancho San Francisco is known.
But what does it mean?
It is Indian for juniper tree or shelter.
Shelter. See, it is our shelter, is it not, Ignacio?
Oh, see, and it always will be. Oh, but wait, you have not seen it all.
There is more?
See, right this way. To the little room of the house.
But what more could we ask than all of this?
Now, you shall see. There. You see?
Ignacio. Oh, Ignacio, it is a little chapel.
See, I built it especially for you.
Look, a small altar, everything. Oh, it is so beautiful.
Here you may lead us all in prayer each sundown.
See, in prayers of thanksgiving that such a wonderful home should be ours, for here is everything we could wish. It is indeed our shelter. Ignacio, my husband, let us kneel down and thank God for this home, our Rancho Camulos. May it be a haven for us always, and for our children, and our children's children, forever.
The life of Rancho San Francisco, and the section of it called Camulos, was a pastoral idyll, serene and filled with sunshine. A first warning of the great events to come took place one day when a cattleman by the name of Francisco Lopez was riding through the canyons with a companion.
Francisco, perhaps they're up this canyon, huh?
Bah, I am sick of looking for stray horses.
Let us rest a while, eh?
Oh, but Francisco, they are valuable animals. We must find them.
The way I feel now, I don't care if I never find them again. Let them run up one canyon and down another. Let them hide behind the rocks and stand in the shade so we cannot see them. I do not care. I am sick of being led all over these hills by a roguish pair of horses. Is this why I spent years at the School of Mines in the city of Mexico? Is this why I spent weeks and months of study? To be playing Niñera to a herd of four-footed vagabonds?
Oh, and a fine nursemaid you are, too. Niñera to a bunch of horses. That is rich.
Here I stop. I am hot and I am sticky and I am tired. Those decrepit antecedents of Rosinante may kick up their heels all they like. I'm going to turn mine up in the shade of that tree. Oh, I need to rest.
Very well, mi amigo. We shall take siesta in the shade, but only for a while. Soon we must be on our way after the Fort Hood Diablos.
See, but right now I want to just lie here. Let the horses graze in command. At last, I may rest my creaking joints. Wow!
You had better pick your spot more carefully, mi amigo. The cactus leaf does not make the best of resting places. Try the wild onion patch over there and be much softer, I assure you. And I did not have to go to university to learn that.
Why am I plagued with such a loco? Wild onions, eh? Ah, that reminds me I must bring home some greens for Maria. For tonight we are to share a meal with guests. Oh, well, I may as well get them now. Lend me your hunting knife, Juan.
See, but do not dull it. Be sure you use it on the onions, not on any cactus.
Be quiet, or I shall use it on you, you loco. I hope these are not as tough in the eating as in the cutting.
Dig them out by the roots. I did not have to go to university to learn about that either.
But before I lose my temper, I know how to dig wild onions. I need none of your advice. Oh! There it is. And a huge one it is, too. Look at it, a meal in itself.
See, if you care for such a meal. As for me, give me a great, big, tasty...
Juan, look at this. Clinging to the roots. A sparkling pebble.
See, so it is. How it shines in the sun. Oh, it would make a pretty trinket for my little Juanita. She likes shiny pebbles. I shall take it home to her.
Wait. You shall not take this one home to Juanita. Do you realize what this is, Juan? This is not a pebble. It is gold. A nugget of gold.
What are you talking about, Francisco? Gold? Why, there is no gold around here.
You can tell me about horses. You can tell me about digging wild onions. But you can't tell me anything about gold. For that I studied in the university. This is gold. I know it.
You are sure?
See, Juan, take the knife. Dig more plants. Look for more of these little pebbles. Perhaps we have found a placer. A placer of gold.
And Francisco Lopez had found a placer of gold. More than 6 years before Marshall's discovery at Sutter's Creek electrified the world and changed the whole course of California's destiny, the yellow metal was found on Rancho, San Francisco. Prospectors from Los Angeles flocked to the canyons of the Santa Clara. But the small quantity of water hindered any large-scale operations, and it remained for Northern California to become the mecca of the gold-hungry crowds. Life on Rancho, San Francisco was largely untouched by the turn of affairs, but once again its pastoral solitude was broken by an incident which formed a part of great events to come. It was one day in March of 1850 that Don Ignacio was startled with the news.
Don Ignacio, come quick!
See, Juan, what is it?
Don Ignacio, in the pasture by the arroyo, the dead have risen from the grave.
What?
See?
Juan, what are you talking about?
I saw it with my own eyes. Men and women come back from the dead. Their cheeks hollow, their eyes sunk, like walking skeletons.
Juan, what is this?
The dead have arisen to murder us as they are killing our cattle right now.
What? Killing our cattle?
See, and eating the meat raw.
Then they are not ghosts, but people. And they cannot do that. It is against the law.
Law? What do the dead care for the law?
Come quickly and show me. We must stop them.
Senor, so I would rather stay here.
Come, and hurry.
Senor, Madre de Dios.
Juan, look.
They are people.
They were people. They are starved, exhausted.
See, they are almost dead. Senores!
Stand back. Stand back. I have a gun. I'll use it.
But, senor,
Don't try to stop us, mister. We need food, and we'll kill to get it.
But, senor, of course. This is my rancho, my cattle. I do not intend to stop you. Only, senor, won't you? All of you come to my house and rest. Let me give you food. Cooked food.
Oh, mister, I don't know who you are, but you look like God to me. We've been lost in the desert for weeks. How many, I don't know. Well, you can see for yourself.
See, but come, let us not waste time in talk. Come with me. You shall have food and water.
Water. Kirk. Steady.
Catch the boy. He's fainted. Here you are, amigos. Our fattest beef. Eggs, corn, tortillas, frijoles, anything you wish.
And water. Gallons of water.
Mister, I don't know how we can ever thank you enough for this.
Don't thank me, senor. I have thanks enough in seeing you eat, as much as you can hold.
Well, you're certainly going to see that. Mister, I don't know what's wrong with my stomach. I can't stand the pain much longer. And the others.
See, it is the same. Oh, mi amigo, I am so sorry. I should have known. You cannot eat so much after having eaten nothing for weeks. It is not good.
Can't you do something?
I have sent for the doctor. He will be here soon.
He'd better hurry. We'll all die a worse death than the ones we left behind on the desert.
A doctor arrived in time to save the agonized remnants of the ill-fated party, whose terrible sufferings gave Death Valley its name. But they were but one of the parties of valiant American pioneers who started one of the greatest mass movements the world has ever known, but one of the first ripples of that great wave of progress which was to transform the whole life and character of California. A few years later, as the value of most California ranchos was declining, Don Ignacio found an unusual interest centered on Ranchos San Francisco.
Tell me, Senor Bard, why are you so interested in buying the Rancho San Francisco?
Well, now, Don Ignacio, I haven't said that I was interested in buying. I just wanted to know how much you'd ask, in case.
It is the same thing, and you know it, Senor. Don't try to, fool me, Senor. You did not even blink an eye when I said $50,000. You must want this land very badly, Senor.
No. Well, that is, I might be interested in it.
And why? That is what I want to know. It could not have anything to do with your Philadelphia and California oil company, could it?
Well, now,
just as I thought. You have heard the stories about oil which seeps up on my land, eh?
Stories, you say? You mean they're not true?
Oh, see, they are true, all right. When they were first discovered, I had visions of great riches, too, but now I don't know.
Well, my men have looked over this land, and I'm willing to take a chance on what they say. Now, as long as we have our cards on the table, Don Ignacio, I may as well admit it. I'll buy your land if you'll sell.
But, senor, I do not want to sell. I have no reason to. That is why I named such a high price.
Well, I'll pay your price and more if you'll sell.
Senor, you mean you'll pay that much money?
Now, look, I'll put all my cards on the table. I'm willing to pay $1.25 an acre. That comes to about $58,000. If you take that figure, I'll buy Rancho San Francisco.
Ignacio, my husband, is that you?
See, little doll, how are you?
Ignacio, you have sold the rancho?
See, I have sold the San Francisco. But how did you know?
A man was here. He said that we must get out of here, out of this house, off the land.
What? Out of here? No, Isabel. I sold Rancho San Francisco, but not our home. Not this part we call Camulos. This is ours, and it shall remain ours.
Oh, Ignacio, I am happy to hear you say that.
I did not believe that ever you would sell our shelter, our camulos.
Never, little dove. And I shall go to Senor Bard right away and find out what he means by this.
Jesús y María, háganme el favor de protestar nuestra casa.
Isabel.
Oh, my husband. Come, kneel beside me here before the altar. Here is such peace and love.
See, mi querida, you are burning a lamp?
See, it is burning in prayer that our shelter may not be taken from us.
And that is the news that I have for you. It shall not be. Camulos is ours and always shall be. A mistake was made. I had to buy back this land, but it is finished now. And no one can take it from us.
Oh, my husband, I knew God would grant my prayers. This shall be a perpetual lamp to burn for Camulos, as long as our children and grandchildren shall love it as we do.
Several times in these programs, we have referred to various causes of defective land titles against which a policy of title insurance provides protection. One of these risks is that of forgery. I'm going to tell you of an actual example of how this protection works. Several years ago, a highly respected citizen of a community near Los Angeles, the operator of a real estate and loan business, was found to be a forger. He had issued forged notes and trust deeds covering a large number of properties in Los Angeles County. He had forged the names of the owners of these properties and had sold the notes and trust deeds to investors, keeping for his own use the money thus realized. The men and women purchasing these forged notes and trust deeds had paid the forger for them amounts totaling more than $248,000. But some of these people had been wise enough to ask for policies of title insurance. Their investments amounted to more than $85,000. The title insurance companies reimbursed these insured investors both as to principal and accrued interest promptly after the forgeries were established. The investors of the other $163,000 who had not obtained title insurance were less fortunate. After 3 years of court proceedings, they obtained less than $9,000, or almost $154,000 less than they had put in. Forgery is but one of the several risks to land titles against which you can be protected by a policy of title insurance issued by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. When you buy land or make a loan secured by land, insist on this protection.
The Philadelphia and California Oil Company failed. But years later, about 1875, two other men brought in one of Southern California's first oil wells in Pico Canyon. But the field was small compared to other Southern California fields, and although it created quite a stir then, its significance was soon past. Life on Don Ignacio's acres remained peaceful and quiet, except for an occasional visit from the notorious bandit Tiburcio Vasquez, whose hideout of Vasquez Rocks was near the rancho. On one such occasion...
Ignacio.
See, Isabel, what is it?
You must do something. This must not go on.
But, mi querida, what are you talking about?
Here, Juan, tell him.
See, tell me, Juan, what is it?
Nothing, senor. Just El Senor Vasquez.
Is that all you have to say? Aye. This man, this bandit, this murderer steals your horse and you say, aye. With you I am disgusted.
But, Isabel, he has not stolen my horse. He has just borrowed it. He leaves me his in return, and presently, some night, he will return and bring back my horse to exchange for his own.
See, Doña Isabel, he always does. He may be a bandit, but he's a man of honor. About horses, that is.
But don't you see he is using your horse for his unholy business? Robbing, killing.
See, perhaps. But what am I to do?
What are you to do? Are you not a man? Are you afraid of him?
Afraid of him? Well, why should I be? He likes me. Trust me. Otherwise, he should not steal my horse.
That is just it. He trusts you. As a good citizen, you should not be trusted by him. You should turn him over to the authorities.
Turn him over to the police, eh?
Juan!
My dear, I could as easily turn over a mountain lion to the lands. What am I to do?
He will come back. You say so yourself. He will return your horse. Very well. Have men stationed and wait for him.
Then when he comes...
See, then when he comes...
When he comes, you are probably a widow. You like that?
You are cowards, both of you, letting a stupid bandit frighten you. I shall be most angry if you do nothing to stop his treachery.
Very well, my dear. We shall watch for him. One, you are to stay by the corral every night, watching for him.
See, but what do I do?
When he shows up?
See.
You,
Run like El Diablo.
After the failure of the company to find oil, the Rancho San Francisco came into the possession of H.M. Newhall of the Newhall Farming and Milling Company, and on it he plotted the town of Newhall and later Saugus. And in 1876, the Southern Pacific Railroad holed through the Newhall Tunnel and completed the first transcontinental rail link between Los Angeles and the East. Americans flocked to the new paradise of the Pacific, crowding out the old families of Californians and the fast-dying Indians. In the early 1880s, the government sent 2 experts to California to study the unenviable position of the native Indians in the frontier society. One of them was a guest at the home of aging Don Ignacio del Valle.
Don Ignacio, your Rancho Camulos is heavenly. I couldn't dream of a lovelier place to live.
I am happy, Senora. Make it your home as long as you will.
I only wish that it could be longer, but I shall always remember it. The hacienda, the chapel, that quaint rawhide couch on the porch, and... Oh, perhaps I shall put them all into my book.
Your book, Senora? You are writing a book?
Yes. I've learned so much about the Indians on my trip that my heart bleeds for them.
See, I know what you mean.
But their story can't be told in stuffy reports. I intend to tell it in a way that will touch people's hearts. So I'm writing a book.
It is an excellent idea. And what will you call your book, Senora?
I'm going to name it after my heroine, Ramona.
Ramona. I shall await its printing eagerly.
Helen Hunt Jackson wrote the immortal story of Ramona, and in it she used much of the scene of Don Ignacio's home at Rancho Camulos. And now the march of progress engulfed even the outlying Rancho San Francisco. The growing metropolis of Los Angeles quickly became an American city of industry and commerce, where once had stood the sleepy Spanish village. But there is disaster in every story of progress, and one of the Southland's greatest disasters took place on Rancho San Francisco. Towering high in the air within the bastion walls of San Francisquito Canyon, a great man-made barrier pinioned the waters of the vast mountainous acres, the St. Francis Dam. Like a great shadow, it loomed silent, menacing. And on that fateful night in 1928, without warning, it brought crushing horror to the valley of the Santa Clara.
What was that? That noise?
I don't.
Good Lord! George, look! The dam! The dam! It's cracked! A huge crack all the way down. Look at it! It's crumbling! It's breaking up! In a minute she's gonna let loose! But the whole valley will be flooded. In Santa Paula, it'll wipe the whole town out. Yeah, and our families are there. Oh, good Lord, what can we do? It's too late to warn. Look at it! It's breaking! Come on, then! We gotta get out of here fast! Run! Run for your life!
A great 20-foot wall of water rushed down the valley of the Santa Clara to the sea. With it, it carried the wreckage of farms and homes and towns and scores of human lives. Millions of dollars of damage was done in one of the Southland's greatest disasters. But to the Rancho San Francisco, or that part of it called Camulos, a more personal tragedy had already taken place. It was one day in the year 1924, only a few years ago, when...
They're still in there.
Yeah. Almost an hour now.
Funny how people like to stay in that little chapel.
Well, it ain't so funny. If you've been here at Camulos as long as I have, maybe you'd understand. You see, the boss, Don Lupiano del Valle, he was born here. This land has belonged to his family for 85 years. His father, Don Ignacio, built this house and that chapel.
Sure, I know all that. Oh, it's just an old ranch house, just a little chapel. It isn't used very much anymore.
Slim, you just don't get it. Now, look. You see that flickering light at the window?
Sure, you can always see that.
That's what I mean. That there's a lamp. It's been burning there for 60 years. It ain't never gone out. You understand?
Well, now, I don't rightly believe that.
But it's true. 60 years, and it's the same fire. Oh, Doña Isabel lit it way back in 1865. Yeah, and they've kept it going all these years.
What for Pete's sake? They can put electric lights in there now.
But don't you see? It's a tradition. It's part of the Rancho, part of the Del Valle family. Oh, what's the use trying to tell a dumb ranch hand like you anything?
I ain't so dumb. Maybe I can understand them going in that there chapel, staying so long. But what I can't figure out is, what are we doing standing here in the shadows, waiting for them?
Because, Slim, this is the last time. When they come out tonight, they won't go back in again.
You mean, 'cause they sold the ranch?
Yeah, they sold the ranch. Camulus. For 85 years, Camulus has belonged to the Del Valles. Now...
Look. Lights are going out.
Yeah. 85 years and the lamp is out.
Well, I guess that's the end of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Slim, lend me your handkerchief. I got something in my eye.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment to tell you about next week's program. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles suggests that during the coming week you take advantage of the pleasurable opportunities afforded by the All-Winter Sun Festival, sponsored by the All-Year Club of Southern California. The All-Year Club has assembled information on all the scores of interesting and colorful events scheduled throughout Southern California during the winter months. This information is available for the convenience and pleasure of Southland residents as well as of visitors from other states. By familiarizing ourselves with these events, we can all be better hosts to our eastern visitors, and we can have more fun ourselves. Tell your neighbors, friends, and business correspondents about the All-Winter Sun Festival. And now, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we'll tell you the story of one of the great patriarchs of early California, Don Antonio Maria Lugo, head of one of its most illustrious families. There's romance and adventure, so be sure to hear it. And so until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos. Los Angeles, 1850. College founded at Lugo Townhouse. Bell, 1856. Cattle boom brings sudden wealth to rancheros. Bell, 1927. Firestone Tire and Rubber Company builds huge plant. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the historic events which form the colorful background for our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, narrates another fascinating chapter of romance and adventure. And tonight's story is indeed a fascinating one because of the fact that it deals with the land on which are now located the communities of Bell, Huntington Park, Vernon, Walnut Park, Southgate, Linwood, and East Los Angeles, we extend a special greeting to the residents of those communities. But the story is so exciting and romantic, and it had such an important bearing on the development of the entire Southland, that it will be of equal interest to all of you listening wherever you live. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is happy to present it for your enjoyment. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to spin the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, our magic carpet of radio takes us back through the years to visit one of the greatest of the ranchos, one of the most aristocratic of the Dons, the Rancho San Antonio of Don Antonio Maria Lugo. It is a story steeped in the romance of the ranchos. The story of the illustrious family of the Lugos starts in 1769, when, among the first Spanish settlers to come to California, Jose Maria Lugo landed and settled at Santa Barbara. A few years later, in 1775, a son was born, a son who was to become one of the patriarchs of California, Don Antonio Maria Lugo. Like most other Spanish gentlemen of his generation, he served as a soldier in the armies of the King of Spain, and in that capacity, he came to Los Angeles in 1803. There one day, he made a chance encounter.
So you have decided to stay here, eh, Don Antonio?
See, I think so. It is more pleasant to live.
See, the climate is nice,
And
but...
some of these soldados have received grants of land around here. That is fine. Perhaps I, too, can manage one.
Not for me. I would rather be at San Diego. There is more to do, more life. Look at this sleepy little pueblo. Just look at it. Here we are in the main plaza, and what do you see? A few houses, a church, a merchant or two. Not for me.
Is that all you see?
Of course.
Then you are blind, senor. Look, crossing the street. On their way to church, no doubt.
Just the senorita, like any other senoritas.
Oh, now I know you're blind. She's beautiful.
She beautiful, perhaps, but not very resourceful. She seems to be stranded in the middle of the street.
Oh, see. There is a great puddle of mud for her to cross.
See, you are right. Perhaps we should...
We, senor? But to you, she's just like any other senorita. Oh, no, senor. You shall wait here. This is my honor. Hasta la vista.
Good luck, mi amigo. Adios.
Pardon, senorita. May I assist you?
Certainly not, senor. I can manage quite well myself.
But I protest. Allow me to take your hand.
Senor, I do not know you.
Oh, senorita, that is my bad fortune. One that I shall try to remedy at the earliest opportunity. And why not now?
Senor, please, go away. I do not speak to senors to whom I have not been formally introduced.
Go away and leave you hopping about in the mud?
I can manage quite well. Oh!
Be careful, senorita.
Senor, how dare you? Take your hands away.
But you would have fallen in the mud if I had not caught you.
Never mind,
Here, stop this quibbling. I shall take you up like this.
Senor, stop!
Carry you across the puddle like this.
Oh, senor, no!
And deposit you safely on the other side like this.
Oh. Senor, you are bold.
A soldado must be bold, senorita. In love as in war.
Love, senor? You are more than bold.
Oh, a figure of speech only. But I could not stand idly by and see a beautiful young lady in such distress.
Oh, you must not say such things, senor.
But you are beautiful.
I will not listen to you.
Am I so unattractive as that?
No, you are not unattractive, senor. But it is not proper. I do not even know you.
Then you shall, right now. Senorita, lovely flower of the desert, allow me to introduce el senor Don Antonio Maria Lugo, your admiring servant.
Buenos dias, senor Don Antonio Maria Lugo.
And you, senorita?
You shall have to find that out elsewhere, my hero of the mud puddle. Hasta la vista.
But, senorita, wait.
If you find out, you may ask my father if you may call. Hasta la vista, senor.
But senorita, you may be sure I will. Oh, very sure.
And Don Antonio did call on Margarita Ruiz. In fact, he called up, and they were married within the year. Soon after, the young husband built his first home at a place called Sao Qual, or the Elders, which is the present site of Bell Station. But he didn't give up the dream of owning a great rancho. And 7 years later, he was successful in his petition to the governor for a grant of land. Over 29,000 acres were provisionally given him, and the Rancho San Antonio was started. On this great domain, life progressed peacefully and quietly. Rancho San Antonio became one of the great haciendas of Spanish and Mexican days, noted for its great herds, its fast horses, its magnificent hospitality. And Don Antonio attained the eminence of a patriarch as the years went on. Among other honors, he served as juez de campo, or judge of the plains, which was the ultimate authority for all disputes in that simple and peaceful era. The judge of the plains was a justice of the peace on horseback, the on-the-spot arbiter of every quarrel. Often, Don Antonio was called to an outlying rancho.
Don Antonio, I'm glad you've come. There's several matters for you to settle.
See? Well, let us hear it first, then, and we shall see what can be done.
Very well. First, there is the question of Don Ramon's calves. Already the calves Don Ramon found on his land.
See, that is better. They are not his calves, but mine.
And how do you know that, senor? If they were found on Don Ramon's land, then the Orejanos belong to him.
But, senor, those Orejanos were following the madres. See, it was plain to see. I have witnesses that they were the calves of cows which carried my brand.
Oh, so. Is this true, senor?
Si, it is, Don Antonio.
Very well, that makes a great difference. Even in dumb animals, the tie of blood must be respected, senores. We can suppose that these calves should not have strayed onto the land of Don Ramon had not their madres done so. Therefore, I rule that the calves do not belong to Don Ramon, but to this senor here.
Gracias, Your Honor.
Now, what else is there?
The question of the cattle thieves who have stolen 200 head of cattle from the rancheros in the valley. We have found out that the leader of the band is the Indian Joaquin.
See, I have heard of him. You have proof of this, senor?
Si, one of my vaqueros, Pedro, saw and recognized him.
Very well. I order the capture of this Joaquin on the charge of cattle stealing. I shall instruct a posse to attempt his capture at once.
Si, it's fine. And now, Your Honor.
See, what else?
A dispute over one cow, senor. It is an unbranded Orejano, which Senor Ortega and I discovered. It was standing on the line between our two ranchos, half in his, half in mine.
And you both claim the creature?
Si, but my claim is the more worthy, Your Honor, for the cow stood with its head over my land.
And what does Senor Ortega claim?
That since the head is useless for hide, the part which was the greater value was on his land.
Perhaps you should cut the cow in half, senores?
What are we to do?
Where is the cow now?
I do not know. But while we were arguing about it, the Orejano wandered away and became lost in the brush. But we shall find it, Your Honor. For we marked its flank with a great cross of white.
Hey, a great cross of white, you say?
Si, on the flank.
But, senores, that is the cow which wandered into my garden and began trampling my corn.
It is?
Si.
Then it is found. You shall return it, senor?
Oh, I fear that will be impossible, senor.
Why impossible?
Pardon, I am sorry. But you see, I ate it.
The pleasant, peaceful life of the ranchos went its even course for years. Then suddenly, California found itself the object of covetous glances from several different nations, including the United States. And presently, before many of the sleepy inhabitants were well aware of the situation, the American occupation was underway. And great events touched the Lugo domain, as the last battle of the war was fought on Rancho San Antonio on January 9th, 1847, the Battle of La Mesa. The spot, at the present site of the Union Stockyards in Los Angeles, is marked with a monument of stones. Now, the life of the sleepy pueblo began to undergo a gradual change as the American settlers came pouring in. But with them came another and less desirable element. The gold rush in Northern California had brought every kind of roughneck and desperado into the state. And presently, Los Angeles was overrun by a wave of extreme lawlessness. Respectable citizens of the little town were becoming alarmed. Strong measures were needed. Things came to a head one night.
Whoa! Whoa! Well, Betsy, old gal, here we are, back home. Just a minute and you'll have...
All right, senor. Put up your hands.
What is this?
All right, Temple. Hand over your money.
I don't understand. Temple?
My name's
I
not...
said hand over that money. If you don't...
But you're making a mistake. My name's... Oh. Clifford.
Dead by the hand of a notorious desperado and gambler, the citizen Pinckney Clifford. Quickly, the irate people of Los Angeles gathered around the tiny jailhouse where the captured culprit was held.
This is the last straw.
These things must stop.
Let's get him. Let's put a stop to this business.
Hey, bring him out. We'll fix him.
We'll show him. Bring him out. Give him up.
We got a necktie party already. Come on, everybody. What are we waiting for? Let's go in and get him.
Hold on.
It's Mayor Foster.
What's he yelling
All right,
for?
now just hold your horses, everybody. This isn't benefiting the citizens of a city like ours.
Where you
All right, now wait a minute. Here we are trying to clean up Los Angeles, making it a city of law and order. What do you fellas do? Throw over everything we've tried to do. All right. We ever expect to have order here, we got to establish it from the ground up. We got to let the courts take care of the criminals, not disregard their laws. When you talk about lynching, you're just as bad as the men you're trying to get.
Look who's talking.
Yeah, what's the matter with you, Steve? Are you getting soft?
You used to ride with the vigilantes.
All right. Yes, I know. I used to ride with the vigilantes. But now, we have courts and authorities to handle these things. It's their duty. And it's ours as good citizens to give them a chance. Oh, go on home now.
Yeah? Let that murderer get away scot-free.
He won't get away. I promise you that. He'll get what he deserves.
How do we know that?
I give you my word. As mayor of Los Angeles and a citizen like you, I promise you that justice will be done.
Well,
if this man isn't hanged for his murder, I promise you I'll resign my office and march at your head to see that he is.
Stephen C. Foster, one of the first mayors of Los Angeles under the Americanos, who was also Don Antonio Maria Lugo's son-in-law, risked his office to stop the lynching. But a month later...
Out of my way. I'm going in to see the mayor.
Come in. Come in.
So, Foster, you promised that Brown would be hanged for murdering Clifford, huh?
Yes, I gave you my word.
Well, what are you going to do now?
What do you mean? Brown was sentenced to be hanged?
Yeah, he was supposed to get strung up tomorrow morning.
Well?
But he isn't. I just found out the Supreme Court has granted him a stay of execution. He's going to get out of it.
So?
Is that all you can say? You gave your word, Foster.
I know I did.
And now let's see you make it good.
Well, how can we respect the law if we... No matter. I did give you my word.
Is that all you're going to do? Sit there writing?
I'm writing my resignation. I'll be with you in a minute.
Because a policy of title insurance is so readily procurable, you might think it must be simple and inexpensive to produce. But the fact is that the issuance of even the simplest title policy, no matter how recently the title may have been searched, requires no less than 21 separate operations, each of which requires the services of highly trained personnel. Furthermore, the operations I've just referred to do not include the routine work of maintaining the system of records or title plant, which of course must be maintained whether or not any title policies are issued. In other words, the Title Insurance and Trust Company must maintain an up-to-the-minute record on every parcel of land in the county in order to be able to issue a policy of title insurance on any parcel of land. It is only because of the size and completeness of its great title plant and the trained efficiency of its record searchers and examiners that the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles can issue title insurance policies so promptly. Remember these facts the next time you have need for title insurance. Remember, too, that the rates of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles are substantially lower than the average cost of similar protection elsewhere in the United States.
Fighting the lawlessness of early Los Angeles demanded strong measures, such as Stephen C. Foster was forced to use. And although conditions gradually improved, the little city was never to revert to the peaceful and quiet village of the Dons. And so it was that many of the rancheros abandoned their townhouses to retire to their more peaceful ranchos outside the city. Such was the case with Don Vicente Lugo, Don Antonio's son, who owned the Lugo townhouse.
Don Vicente? I don't know what to say. This is indeed a generous gift.
Not at all. I would rather that this house were to be used for some good purpose rather than another gambling den.
Well, I'm happy that you feel this way.
I am only sorry that I cannot change the location to a more desirable spot for a school.
No, that's not important, senor. I believe the St. Vincent's College will prosper in spite of any unfortunate surroundings.
Senor, I hope so. It is a bitter thing for me to see this lovely plaza, once the center of the finest residences, the front yards of our finest citizens, turned into a thoroughfare of drunken, obscene, brawling gamblers.
Yes, it is unfortunate, but that, senor, is life. And life is changed, and we must accept it. I can only hope that this beautiful house, which you have so generously donated to our college, shall not change, but shall remain an inspiring memory of the great days of Los Angeles for all to see.
The townhouse of the Lugos still remains standing on the East Los Angeles Street, on the south side of the Los Angeles Plaza. Historic as the first two-story house in the Pueblo, it served as the home of St. Vincent's College, until in later years it was taken over by Chinese merchants and is now a curio shop. But the rancheros were still the leading citizens of Los Angeles, even though the Americans' progressive spirit was slowly forcing them out. They had a few more years of prosperity. In fact, the greatest they had ever known. For in the early 50s, wealth came to Los Angeles.
Here, girl, catch it, mis amigos. Whoever catches it can have it. There.
Come, stop this.
Oh, Don Vicente, mi amigo. Come, get in on the game. Catch the pesos.
Jose, stop it. You are mad. Come with me, come.
Oh, no, mi amigo. We are playing games. I cannot leave.
You are coming with me. Hurry.
We were having such fun, mi amigo. Why do you take me away?
Jose, I could not believe my eyes. You have suddenly gone mad. I never could have believed that you should be so foolish.
Foolish, mi amigo?
See, foolish. Do you realize what you were doing?
Tell me, what was I doing?
You were throwing money away, gold pieces, throwing them to the crowd. Have you gone mad?
No, mi amigo. It was great sport.
But gold pieces.
Oh, fool, what are they to me? Nothing. Spare change.
Gold pieces?
See, you do not seem to realize, mi amigo. I'm a rich man now, a very rich man, and so are you.
You are mad. What do you mean?
I had just returned from San Francisco. I took a herd of cattle there, and I came back with thousands of pesos of gold. Now I'm rolling in gold.
You have been gambling.
Oh, no, senor, it was not necessary. I sold my cattle, see, for $75 a head.
Senor, you are loco. $75 for a cow hide.
Oh, no, senor. Not for the hide, for the cow, for the meat.
What, for the meat? But the meat of a cow is not worth $75. It only makes them carne seca.
Oh, no, senor. Always it was the hide which was worth more, but not now. The Americanos, thousands of them in San Francisco, they want food, meat. And now the beef is far more valuable than the hide. 10, 20 times as valuable. And we're all rich. You, with your thousands of heads, you can sell them for a princely fortune.
Is this true?
See. Hurry, mi amigo. Drive your herds to San Francisco. There a fortune is awaiting you.
The soaring cattle prices of those times brought undreamed-of prosperity to the rancheros of the Southland. And, not knowing that it could not last forever, they took advantage of their new riches to indulge in an orgy of extravagance.
Hey, look, here comes Don Felipe Lugo. See his splendid outfit.
See, look at this saddle on his horse. Inlaid with solid gold and silver mounted. Must have cost a fortune.
Oh, no, not at all. Only 2,000 pesos.
Lavish expenditures on clothes, lavish display and hospitality. The good-hearted Californians welcomed the chance to pass their prosperity on in happiness and good cheer with their neighbors. Great fandangos were held. Guests thronged the haciendas, and gaiety ran high.
Welcome, mis amigos. My house is yours. Come in.
Gracias, Don Vicente. I took the liberty of extending your invitation to a few friends of mine.
Wonderful. Welcome, all of you.
And the friends, they invited some friends of theirs.
Bueno, the more the better. I am most happy to have you all. Come in, please. See me,
Don
amigo.
Vicente,
See? What is
I
it?
just want to tell you I must be leaving.
Leaving? But, senor, you are not enjoying yourself?
I see, but I must go. I've been here 2 days already.
What? Only you have been here only 2 days? Oh, mi amigo. Then I shall not hear of you leaving.
Oh, but Don
Oh,
Vicente.
no. You must not leave until you have been here 2 weeks.
No, but really, I must go. I cannot waste any more time.
Time, senor. Have you ever heard what time is? Who it was made for? Time was made for slaves. Of course you have time. Come now, no nonsense. Enjoy yourself. We shall try our hand at the gaming tables, eh?
Oh, no, Don Vicente. I'm almost out of money.
Oh, then borrow some. See, that is what I do whenever I run short of gold. Borrow. It is very easy.
Oh, but the interest they charge you, senor. 6% a month.
Oh, it is not much, senor, 6%. Besides, you shall pay it back, no? Yes, you will pay it back when you drive the next third to San Francisco.
Oh.
So why not? Oh, come, you are timid.
Maybe, senor, but this cannot go on forever. Money does not grow on trees.
Oh, no, senor, you are right. No, money does not grow on trees. But it does grow on 4 legs. On hooves. We do not have to worry as long as we can raise our cattle. Until that time, we have money to burn.
See, but have you thought perhaps that time might come soon?
Senor, Don Vicente.
See, Juan, what is it?
Senor, there is still no rain.
See, I know. How long has it been?
We have had no rain for over a year. Senor, it is serious. The earth is parched. The grass is dried up. There is nothing for our cattle to eat.
How many have we lost so far?
Oh, it is hard to say. They fall down and die out on the hills. We do not find them. But I have counted 100 carcasses on one little hill. It must be thousands.
Juan, I don't know what to do. I have borrowed money, expecting to pay from the cattle money.
I know. There has been no cattle money. For a year,
No. It is as you say, serious.
You mean the rancho must be sold?
I hope not. Juan, how many cattle have we left? How many could you round up?
Perhaps 500, perhaps 1,000. Can't say it.
This is our last hope. Round them up. We shall try to drive them to San Francisco.
But, senor, they are half starved. They'll never get there.
We'll try. It's our only chance.
But, senor, from here on, we should be all right. With fresh grass and water, our cattle will be able to make the rest of the trip.
See, and the farther north we go, the more grazing land we will find. The worst is over.
See, and we still have almost 700 head.
Ah, that much will help. What is that?
Senor, look. Coming out of the canyon up ahead.
Men on horseback.
They are bandits. Cattle rustlers. Senor, they're after our cattle.
No, there are too many of them. We cannot hope to stand them off.
What shall we do?
We shall fight. Come on, hold on, men, the cattle. Hold them up. Hold them up. Juan.
See?
Is he
dead? See, 3 killed. We were lucky it wasn't more.
See, and the herd?
They got away with over half of it. But we still have about 300 head.
See, but that is not enough, Juan. Not enough.
Misfortune came to the aristocratic Lugos, as it did to most of the old families of California. Bit by bit, they lost their vast Rancho San Antonio, until today, all that remains is a small tract upon which stands the home of Don Vicente Lugo, one of the first wooden houses ever to be built in Los Angeles County. In the years that followed, part of the land which once had been the Rancho San Antonio came under the ownership of Jonathan S. Slauson, for whom Slauson Avenue was named. And on this part, a few years ago, the great Firestone Tire and Rubber Company factory was built. On other parts of the rancho, the towns of Huntington Park, Vernon, Walnut Park, Bell, Southgate, Linwood, and East Los Angeles were built. And today, the land of Don Antonio Maria Lugo is the heart of a great industrial area. Over this land echoes the hum of factories. Its houses the greatest concentration of industry and commerce in western North America. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the Ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will tell you the subject of next week's true story. He has already told me that it's going to be one of the most interesting thus far. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles hopes, however, that these stories are providing you with more than just a half-hour's entertainment each week. More than a series of history lessons sugar-coated with drama and music. The real hope of the company is that these broadcasts will increase your interest and pleasure in living in Southern California. For all of us can enjoy our Southland more when we're familiar with its rich and adventurous background, when we know the romantic origins of its colorful names and landmarks, when we can picture our individual communities as they look to the strong men and brave women who pioneered them for us. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we're going to react the adventurous life story of one of the early American pioneers in Southern California, Don Benito Wilson. It's a thrilling and exciting chapter in the romance of the Ranchos. And so, until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as your wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Santa Fe, 1841.
Americans flee revolution in New Mexico.
Los Angeles, 1841.
First American party arrives in Southern California.
Los Angeles, 1845.
Bandit Joaquin killed by posse. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the great events and famous people responsible for the growth of our Southern California from the days of the dawns to the present. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, recreates another fascinating chapter in The Romance of the Ranchos. Some years ago, a writer in a national magazine made this amazing statement. Los Angeles, he wrote, is a city without a past. It has no memories because it has nothing to remember. And he further said that life without a past, without a sense of permanence, lacks fullness and reality, which is, of course, very true. But to call Los Angeles, and by implication Southern California, a community without a past could hardly be more incorrect. Few areas have histories as long and rich and colorful as has Southern California. The contribution of such a history to our living today can be realized to the full only when it is known and fully appreciated by the majority of citizens, particularly those of the younger generations. So it is that Title Insurance and Trust Company hopes that these broadcasts will help Southern Californians to get more out of life in this Southland by being familiar with its golden past. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we're going to tell you the first half of a truly remarkable life story. It's the story of a man who stands out as one of the greatest of the early American pioneers who helped to make California a part of the United States.
and his life is typical of many other men like him. I speak of Benjamin David Wilson, first American mayor of Los Angeles and a civic leader for many years. He helped to found Pasadena, owned the land which became Riverside and Westwood Hills, had streets and boulevards named after him, and furnished Mount Wilson with its name. There is so much to tell, we've decided to devote 2 programs to the task. And tonight, we present the first. It's a truly thrilling chapter in the romance of the Ranchos. The adventurous life of Benjamin David Wilson began 130 years ago on December the 1st, 1811, in Nashville, Tennessee. 8 years later, his father died, leaving the family poor. A few years after that, at Yazoo City, near Vicksburg, a doctor paid a call on Benjamin D. Wilson.
Oh, that's awful stuff.
It ain't exactly supposed to taste good.
I hope I don't have to take much of that.
Yeah, son, you might have to.
You mean that...
You're pretty sick, son. In fact...
Well?
In fact, your health has broken down generally.
What do you mean broken down? Well, I just get a little sick and then
You're more than a little sick, son. You've had too much on your shoulders. A boy like you...
Well, that's silly. I've been taking care of myself for some time now.
Maybe that's it. How old are you, son?
Me? Well, I'm almost 16.
Here you are, working from dawn till dusk, running a trading business with the Indians, wearing yourself to the bone. You ought to be out in the air, playing, growing up.
What do you mean I am grown up?
You ain't had a chance to grow up, son.
Oh, I have so. I'm a man. I can take care of myself. My health's all right, but...
Yeah. Just listen to me. All right, son. It ain't the work, then. Maybe it's the climate. This river damp getting in you, clear to the bones. Whatever it is, you ain't got much to look forward to around here.
You mean I might die?
I ain't saying yes, and I ain't saying no. If I was you, I'd settle up things here and get away. It ain't right for a fine, strapping youngster like you to ruin yourself like you're doing.
Get away, but where'd I go?
I don't rightly know. Somewhere where there's clean, dry air to breathe. Lots of sunshine and light.
Out west, maybe?
Lord, do you mean the Indian country? I didn't suggest nothing like that. You'd better stay here and die in your bed as to get killed by them red devils.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that. Heck, I've been hearing a lot about that country from the folks on the Missouri packets. It ain't as bad as some folks think.
Now, listen here, son. I'm advising you to leave this country here. But I didn't say nothing about the Indian country. I'm a doctor. I'm advising you to go somewhere where it's healthy.
Well, if I'm going anywhere, I'm going where I can do something, where there's adventure and excitement. Yep, Doc, if I'm going to go anywhere, I'm going out west. And I am going.
Young Benjamin Wilson settled up his business and headed west. Joining the Rocky Mountain Fur Company in Missouri, he made the hazardous journey across the plains and arrived in the little Mexican town of Santa Fe in 1833. There he joined a party of trappers on an expedition to the Gila Valley. On his return to Santa Fe, he talked one day to another young man.
You see, Maxwell, with my knowledge of the country down there in the Gila Valley, there's no reason why we can't trade for ourselves instead of riding other people's coattails.
In other words, you want to form your own company.
That's it. There's a fortune to be made in beaver skins. There's no reason why we can't do it as well as the next fellow.
Well, I don't know, Ben. I never thought much about leaving Santa Fe. I think I'd just stay right here.
Why? With the whole wide West beckoning to a man with some gumption? Why do you want to stay cooped up in this little town?
Well, I'm getting along comfortable.
Oh, man, don't you want to get anywhere? Make something more of yourself than this?
I'm doing all right. I ain't risking my neck on the trail.
Risking your neck? Why, man, what's there to be afraid of?
Maybe nothing, maybe plenty. For one thing, the Mexican government ain't particularly fond of us Americans, you know. It's against their laws for us to be trapping here in New Mexico.
There's no real reason why we shouldn't be allowed to carry on a legitimate business. And as long as it is legitimate, I'll stand on my rights as a free American citizen to carry on my business.
Yeah, well, just so the Mexican governor doesn't hear you say that.
The Mexican governor has his hands full with the Apaches without worrying about us.
Yeah, and what about the Apaches?
Well, what about them? They're our friends. They like Americans. Their war's with the Mexicans.
Yeah, that's now. And they might change their minds any time, and then it'd be all white men, Americans as well as Mexicans.
Not as long as Juan Jose is alive and leading them. You know, I've met him. He's a fine man. He's educated by whites, and he's friendly to us. Now, if the Mexicans hadn't murdered his father, well, he'd be friendly to them, too.
Well, maybe.
Now, look, Maxwell, there's nothing to be afraid of. You're crossing your bridges before you come to them. I'm going to take an expedition out on the plains with or without you. Now, if you want in on the profits, well, then you're welcome. So what do you say? Are you with me?
Well, I guess so. I'll go, but I got a feeling that we're not going to have easy sailing.
Maxwell's foreboding was prophetic, but the young merchant's expedition was ill-timed. It was on the return journey toward Santa Fe that the men first noticed something strange.
Yeah, I can't make it out.
There's another on the hill ahead. Must be 2 miles.
Yeah. They're Apache signal fires, all right. And look at them. A whole line stretching away at regular intervals. They're beyond the horizon to the north.
But what could it be? What are they up to?
I don't know. Must be important news. There's a village up ahead there. We'll find out there.
I don't like this. I'm glad we sent the others on ahead with our goods.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Hi there, Tucker. Kick up those mules.
Yes, sir. Here we are, just the 3 of us. How could we defend ourselves?
What in blaze are you talking about? Defend ourselves from what?
Oh, I don't know, but listen, what's that?
Listen.
The drums. Apache drums.
Yeah. It's from the village.
I don't like this.
Neither do I. That's a war dance.
Ben, you don't suppose...
Yeah, I don't know.
Look at them coming from out of the canyon. Apaches painted.
Holy smokes. They're out for trouble.
Ben, what'll we do?
What can we do? 3 against 100? Stand still and surrender to them. Let's see what all this is about. Oh, friend. Hello. See, what is this? Hey, stop. Let me go.
Time is up.
See, you fellas are mistaking us for somebody else. We're Americans, you understand?
No
Americans.
mistake, no. We hunt Americans.
Well, what's the trouble? We're your friends. Wait.
Americans, no friends.
Well, listen, I'm a friend of your chief, Juan Jose.
Juan Jose, dead.
Chief Mangus, you surely understand that if Juan Jose was murdered by a treacherous American, I feel as badly about it as you do. That's no reason for the Apaches to declare war on all Americans.
Me know. The braves no care. They cry for scalp. They want kill all white men.
Yeah, but we've been your friends. We've helped you.
Me know. Me sorry. Me try tell them. They no listen.
Oh, but you're their chief.
Me tell them no. Me not be chief anymore.
There's no use. We're doomed. We're doomed.
Quiet, Maxwell. Pull yourself together. We're not finished yet.
Already. Other tribes kill whole camps Americans. My braves not be without scalps, too. No can stop them.
Well, this is something you must stop. Or your whole tribe is doomed. You can't make war on the white man and win.
No can stop them.
Yeah, but you could help us to get away.
Me like to, but
if the braves found out, eh? Yeah, I know. Well,
no matter. They not find out. Me help.
You will? Oh, Chief, God bless you.
Wait. Me see how much time left.
Look, what are they doing to that wood?
They're building a fire.
Big fire.
Oh, then they're going to burn us alive.
Calm down, man. Now stop it. They're not going to burn us. We're going to get away. I got an idea. Now, Chief, could you get these 2 men away safely if all the warriors were drawn outside the camp?
We'll give them ponies. Get away down canyon.
All right, then. You give me 10 minutes and the camp will be empty.
But, Ben, what are you going to do?
I'm going to make a break for it. Draw them off into the hills up there.
Oh, man, what are you saying? You'll be killed. They'll get you sure.
I don't think so. Anyway, it'll be better than roasting to death out there. And maybe we'll all have a chance.
I won't let you do it. If anybody's going to do it, I will.
Oh, on that sprained ankle of yours? Oh, forget it, man. You just tend your own getaway and I'll manage, all right? I got you into this. Now I'm going to get you out of it.
Take buffalo skin. Keep warm.
Well, thank you, Chief. And now remember this. If you ever need anything, you can find me at Santa Fe.
Ben, you can't do this.
Good luck, men. Bye.
Ben, wait. Ben, come back. Tucker, look, he's going. Ben! Ben!
Quiet. No noise yet. They no see him.
Oh, they do now. Look at them. They're starting after him. Run, Ben, run!
If him get to hill,
Run,
find
Ben.
hiding place.
Run! I think he's going to make it. Look, there he goes. Into the rocks. He's there.
Then be safe now. Find hiding place.
Oh, but they're going in after him. They might...
Come. No time talk now. Ponies in back teepee. Run fast. Make safe. Go. Go now.
Oh, but Ben...
Him do this for you. Make safe. Go now or trick no good. Go.
Yes, you're right. Come on, Tucker. Let's go. And may God protect him.
Lying motionless in a crevasse of the canyon, Wilson waited for the Apaches to give up the search. 1, 2, 3 hours he lay, listening to the ominous tread of nearby feet. Finally, as night wrapped the plains in blessed darkness, he left his sanctuary and started on foot for Santa Fe, 100 miles away. 4 days later, he wearily stumbled into the town to find that the Apache war was on in earnest, a war which was to last almost half a century. He heard no word of Maxwell and Tucker until, late one night, he received a visitor in his quarters at Santa Fe.
is it?
Me.
What, Chief, what are you doing here?
Come see you, Wilson.
Well, of course. Come on in here. What are you doing in Santa Fe?
Come see you.
Well, I don't understand it. Aren't you with your tribe?
No more. No more, Chief.
You mean because of what you did for us?
Hmm?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No matter. You, other men, got away. Not killed. Best that way.
Well, then they did get away safely. Huh?
They head for Chihuahua.
Oh, I'm glad for that, but you all right?
All right, but I'm hurt.
Well, they hurt you, huh? Oh, that's well, that arm's broken. We'll have to get it fixed up right away.
Not bad hurt.
It doesn't matter. We'll have it fixed up. And, Chief, you saved my life. And from now on, I'm taking care of you.
Big job.
Wilson never saw Maxwell again. For a few years, Wilson carried on his business in Santa Fe, but a revolution took place and Armijo took over the Mexican governorship of New Mexico. His special hatred was for Americans, and in the summer of 1841, matters were fast coming to a head.
All right, come on, men. Barricade the doors and the windows. Get the guns from the shelf. There's no telling what they'll do.
What chance have we? Only 20 of us against that mob. These riots are getting worse, Ben. Amijo is working them up into a fury against us.
What's he telling them?
He's telling them that the Americans in Texas are organizing an expedition to march into New Mexico and take it over.
But it's true, too.
Sure it's true. How they found out, I don't know. There's a lot of good it'll do us for them to come. Before they can get here, we'll be goners.
From the sound of that mob out there, we may be goners before very long at all.
We gotta get out of here, Ben. We've been talking about going to California. Well, now's the time to do it. We may not get another chance.
It looks like you may be right there.
Ben, Bill, they're coming this way. Get your guns. We may have to fight for it. They're out for blood.
Well, we're ready for them.
Are all the Americans here?
Yep, about 20 of us.
And we might have a chance of standing them off.
From the sound of that mob, I doubt it. But wait a minute. My ears going bad? They sound like they're getting farther away.
Wait a minute. I believe you're right. They are getting fainter.
But only a minute ago, they were headed this way. Looked like nothing could stop them. I don't understand.
Who is it?
Me.
Wait, it's my old friend, Chief Mangus. Just a minute. Come on in here, Chief. What's going on out there?
No trouble now. People go away. No bother you now.
But how? Why?
Mostly Pueblo Indians. Chief, your friend. Me make sign. Him tell him you're not here. They go somewhere else.
But then, this is the second time you've saved our lives. And I thank you.
No easy again. You better go.
Sure right. Gentlemen, we better go.
We'll get our things together as fast as possible and head for California.
I'm with you, gentlemen. Workmen, you make the arrangements and leave right away.
Right. Come on, men, now.
Me say goodbye.
Why not come with us, Chief?
Me stay here. But maybe you take Indian boy, Lorenzo. Him want to go.
Why, sure. I'll take Lorenzo. And you, too, if you want.
No, me stay. Lorenzo go California. He watch over white friends, like me. You good man, Wilson. Indian like.
Well, thank you. Someday I hope to do something for your people. To repay what you've done for me.
Across the plains, the first party of Americans came. William Workman, John Rowland, Lemuel Carpenter, Wilson, and the others. Across parched deserts and lofty mountains. And then one day, in November 1841, they came in sight of the fertile valleys of Southern California.
Look at that.
Why, that's as green as I've ever seen.
That looks like paradise to me.
Paradise on earth.
Yeah.
Man, I can hardly wait to buy a patch of that emerald green and settle down for the rest of my life. How about you, Ben?
Oh, it's pretty all right, but I don't aim to settle just yet. There's lots more places to go, lots more adventure. I'm going places where I can do things.
Well, Ben, from all I've been told about this place, I'll be willing to lay you a little bet. I'll bet before you're through, you'll settle down here, live, die, and be buried here.
I'll have to wait a long time. But by golly, I'll collect that bet.
Most of the titles to land in Southern California are based originally on the early day grants issued by the King of Spain and later by the Mexican government a century or more ago. Records of those original grants and of every subsequent transfer of ownership of every square foot of land in Los Angeles County are the implements by means of which Title Insurance and Trust Company carries on its work. Abstracts of literally millions of documents and legal instruments are contained in the company's vast system of records, or title plant, in the main office at 433 South Spring Street in Los Angeles. Every day there is gathered information from some 50 public offices, including abstracts of approximately 1,500 newly recorded instruments in the county recorder's office. This information is daily added to the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. The purpose of all this record keeping is to enable the Title Insurance and Trust Company to provide you with prompt and accurate service whenever it is necessary to establish the true ownership of any piece of land. The service includes, in addition to the searching of all records, the issuance of a policy of title insurance which ensures the completeness and accuracy of the work.
Benjamin D. Wilson did not intend to settle in California. He planned to go on to China. But as time passed and he was unable to get berth on a ship, the sleepy land of the Dones began to grow on him. One day he met his friend, John Rowland.
Ben Wilson, wait a minute.
Where's this, John? I thought you were on your rancho.
Came in today on business. Say, I got news for you.
Oh, yeah? What news?
An American frigate's in the bay at San Pedro. You can get a berth aboard her, and she's bound for China.
That's so?
Yep. It was a long wait, but now you finally found it.
Well,
Hey, what's the matter with you? You aren't even interested.
Well, I tell you, John, I'm not so sure I want to go to China.
What? After all this time, and now you have your chance to change your mind? Well, where do you want to go?
I'm not so sure I want to go anyplace.
You mean... That's rich. Ben Wilson, the Rolling Stone. Out for adventure. And now you're satisfied to stay in this sleepy little town.
Yeah, I know. You got to laugh on me, all right, but I don't care much. I sort of like it here. You know, it's the first place I ever lived where there weren't any courts. No lawyers, no laws. They don't need 'em. And the people, they're honest and peaceful. Their word's as good as gold, and they're friendly. I don't know, it's sort of homey here.
What'd I tell you? You'll be settling down, asking for a ranch next.
Yeah, I've already been talking to Don Juan Bendini about buying his Jurupa Rancho out beyond your land there.
Buying? Why, man, all you got to do is ask for one. They'll give it to you, just like they did me. You know, you were with me at Monterey.
I know, but you had to apply for Mexican citizenship, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stay an American citizen. I got ideas about that.
Well, anyway, you are going to settle down and get some land, eh?
Yep.
That's fine. And now that you are, you can pay up that little bet I made you.
Oh, no, now. You said live, die, and be buried here. And I'm not dead yet. Not by a long shot. You'll have to wait a while, mi amigo.
In 1843, Wilson bought the Jurupa Rancho, of which the present city of Riverside is a part, and settled down and married Ramona, the lovely daughter of Don Bernardo Yorba. In the years that followed, he became a respected ranchero, a friend of all, an American always, but a man the Californians regarded as a brother. They affectionately called him Don Benito, and that is the name by which he's been known ever since. Respect for his abilities as a man and a leader made the Californians turn to him for help in many a situation which called for responsible leadership. One such time was when he was put in charge of an expedition against the marauding Mojave Indians, whose leader, Joaquin, the terror of the outlying ranchos, was once a neophyte in a California mission. Late one afternoon, when Don Benito was riding far ahead of his party, accompanied only by his lieutenant.
Don Benito, look.
Yeah? What is it?
Look, the Indians, 4 of them, riding along the arroyo.
They haven't seen us yet. Come on, down into the arroyo.
Yeah, but what do you intend to do?
We'll hide here until they're close enough. Then we'll talk to them.
But hadn't we better wait for the others?
No. We'll be all right now. Just be quiet. They're coming closer. All right, come on. Up we go. Hola!
Hola! You travel far in desert, senor.
We do.
And you have no water, provision, nothing.
Oh, we left them over in the arroyo.
There is something strange here.
Senor, you are Joaquin, are you not?
How did you know?
By the markings on your face.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Joaquin, horsemen, many of them coming.
Senor, you are after me. Don Benito, look out. He's got a bow and arrow. Oh, Don Benito. Don Benito, are you all right?
I guess so. Take this out.
He hit you.
Only in the shoulder. Not bad. Easy. Oh. Yeah, thanks, Anita. What about Joaquin?
You got him, Don Benito. He still lives, but not for long. California is rid of one outlaw.
And the others?
They're riding away. But our men are in pursuit. They will be caught. Senor.
Are you all right? Si, Lorenzo. I can always depend on you to turn up when I need you.
See, for Chief Mangas told me to look after white friend. You feel good?
Not very. I'm kind of faint.
Senor, your shoulder is beginning to swell. I don't like the looks.
Here, let me see.
No need to look, Lorenzo. I can tell. You won't have to look after the white friend much longer.
No.
That was a poisoned arrow he shot me with. Avila?
Yes?
Avila?
Si, senor. You are awake?
Well, what's happened? Where am I?
You are safe in camp.
Yes, but the poisoned arrow.
Oh, you have nothing to fear, Don Benito. You will recover.
But how? How can that be?
Lorenzo saved your life, senor. He took every last drop of the poison from the wound. The swelling has gone down, and the wound is healing fast. All is well.
Lorenzo, for the third time, I owe my life to a faithful friend, an Indian. Somehow, sometime, I'll repay their race for their friendship.
And Don Benito Wilson did repay his debt to the Indians. All through his later life, the citizens of Los Angeles called him the stepfather of all Indians. He always had a smile, a kind word, or a helpful hand for them. And finally, he was appointed Indian agent for the United States government, and he used his post to help the plight of the forgotten red men. The Indians of Southern California had no greater friend than Don Benito Wilson. But then, he was a friend to every man. And so it was not strange that his friends approached him one day in the early 40s with a request.
But, Ben, we need you. We need somebody to look out after our interests. And you need somebody who'll look out after yours, too. So why not yourself?
Oh, gentlemen, I tell you, I don't want to assume any office. In the first place, I have no rights. I'm not even a Mexican citizen.
That is no matter, senor. We have no better man than you in all Alta California. We Californians want you to do it, too.
There you are, Ben. You can't refuse now. As long as you stay here, we'll keep after you to be alcalde of Los Angeles. Now, will you take it, or shall we run you out?
Well, you'll never run me out of this country. Not till I'm carried out feet first.
That's perfect, Ben. Do you realize what you said? You not only agreed to be alcalde, but you settled up a little bet that you and I had. As long as you decide that you are going to live, die, and be buried here, you might as well pay up, mi amigo.
See? I will. And I'm glad to do it. Because all I hope is that I still have many more years to live and enjoy this wonderful land.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment. The lives of Southland pioneers like Benjamin D. Wilson are a real inspiration to all of us. It is impossible in a half-hour program, or even in two of them, to present all of the many accomplishments and constructive activities of Don Benito. In the area that now is centered by the communities of Pasadena, Alhambra, South Pasadena, and San Marino, Don Benito Wilson is particularly well remembered. At one time, there was a mountain, a canyon, a school, an avenue, a lake, and a mountain trail in that area, all named for him. Wilson laid out the original town of Alhambra in 1871. On his Lake Vineyard tract, the second large subdivision in Pasadena, the largest orange orchards in the world up to that time were planted. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles considers it a privilege, as well as a service, to portray the lives of such men in these programs. Now, Frank, what about next week?
Well, Don Benito Wilson did live many years more to take a great part in the history of California. And so we're going to continue his dramatic life story next week. It's a thrilling adventure you won't want to miss. And so until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Romance of the Ranchos.
Cahuenga, 1845.
Americans aid in defeat of Micheltorena.
Chino, 1846.
Americans captured by revolting Californians.
Los Angeles, 1849.
First mayor of Los Angeles elected. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the men and events which make up the fascinating history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to the microphone to narrate another exciting chapter in the story of our Southland. For 48 years, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles has served the citizens of Los Angeles County. During that nearly half a century, the company has searched out, transcribed, and segregated information about every change of ownership of every parcel of land in the entire county, from the original grant down to the present day. Also, during that time, the company has built up an organization of trained title experts who keep the voluminous files up to date by making hundreds of new entries every day, and who use these records to examine titles and issue policies of title insurance. The net result of all this activity through the years is that Title Insurance and Trust Company, which issues more policies of title insurance than any other company in the world, is able to provide this service promptly and accurately, and to do so at rates well below the average cost of similar protection elsewhere in the United States. Now, here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we present the second half of a life story of the great American pioneer of California, Benjamin David Wilson, whom the Californians called Don Benito, and who is closely connected with the history of Pasadena, Alhambra, and the surrounding area, as well as Riverside, Westwood Hills, and Los Angeles. For those of you who missed the story, interrupted last week, and the rebroadcast arranged for last Sunday, we traced the adventurous Wilson life as an Indian trader in New Mexico, his coming to California, and his ultimate decision to stay here after he was elected alcalde of the Mexican pueblo of Los Angeles. Tonight we are to hear of the large part he played in the momentous events of 1845 to 1849, which left California a part of the United States. Here is another vivid adventure in the romance of the Ranchos. Early in the year 1845, Don Benito Wilson was living at his Rancho Jurupa, near the present site of Riverside. He was acting as alcalde of the district, and it was in this capacity that he received an order from high-ranking citizens.
Directed to summon every man in your district capable of bearing arms. Bring them to Los Angeles and pick up any others you may find along the way. We need every man to help us stop the rabble of Micheltorena.
Micheltorena, the name spelt villainy to all respectable citizens of the Southland. For Micheltorena was the governor of California, who had brought with him from Mexico a ragged army, most of which had been recruited from the jails of Mexico City. For months, they had made themselves obnoxious to the citizens of California, and now revolt had flared up. Wilson learned the particulars on his arrival with a band of volunteers in Los Angeles.
Well, the town is certainly in an uproar.
Why not?
Mitchell Torena's army at the very gates of the city. They're camped at Encino and San Fernando Valley, not 1 day's march.
Why hasn't Castro stopped them before?
Oh, they've tried, but Mitchell Torena has too many men. Castro had to retreat before him, hoping to pick up enough men here. If he can't stop them here, he'll have to fall back to San Diego.
Hey, don't worry, we'll stop them here. The whole town's behind Castro.
Of course. Department Assembly's meeting right now to proclaim a new governor, Don Pio Pico.
Good, and we'll make it stick, too. Just imagine me, Bill, taking part in an organized revolution against constituted authority. I never would have believed it.
I know, Ben, but this time every respectable citizen is on that side. With your 20 men, we have almost 50 American volunteers.
Ben Wilson.
Oh, well, say, there's John Rowland. Here, John.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Ben. The provisions and ammunition are ready, so you'd better get your men outfitted right away, tonight. Because we're going to march out to meet Mitchell Torena. We leave early tomorrow morning.
That means we'll probably go into battle about noon.
Yes, by this time tomorrow night, it'll be decided one way or the other. If we lose, God help Los Angeles.
Out through Cahuenga Pass marched the army of the Californians, headed by General Jose Castro, Andres Pico, and the newly proclaimed Governor Pio Pico. By noon, they sighted the forces of Mitchell Torena coming down the valley. On the banks of the Los Angeles River, the two armies deployed and set up their artillery. In a moment, the battle was on, a battle momentous in giving the Californians greater freedom of government from Mexico. One of the reasons, perhaps, that there were no casualties was due to an action of the Americans among the outnumbered followers of Castro's army. As the artillery duel got underway, Don Benito Wilson and William Workman, who commanded the Americans, received word.
Si, senores. The Americanos on the other side are commanded by Capitan Brandt and Major Brandt.
Why, Bill, I know those men.
Yes, so do I. They're good men.
Of course. I can't imagine they're being mixed up with Mitchell Torena and his cutthroats.
Well, they probably don't understand the real situation. They've been fed a lot of false stories.
If only we could speak with them. I know men like that would see reason.
Yes, I think they would see
I have
it.
an idea. Now, here, give me that powder sack.
What are you doing, Ben?
Here, hold this long stick, will you? Now, you'll see in just a minute. I'm going to tie this bag onto this stick.
I see. It's a white flag.
Right. Sergeant, where did you say the other Americanos were?
They're at the head of this ravine, some 500 yards away.
You intend to go to them under this white flag?
Oh, yeah, why not? Now, if I can just talk to Brandt...
But it's dangerous. They might fire on you.
Now, Bill, after some of the adventures we've had, you think they're going to scare me? Besides, they won't fire on a white flag. Come on, now, get busy. Now, who do you want to send with me?
Well, James McKinley will go, and you'd better take a scout to send back for help if you need it.
Never mind the scout. McKinley and I'll manage, and we'll see to it those Americans will not fire a shot for Mitchell Torena. Hey, we're almost there. Now, keep under cover.
Yeah.
I don't want them to spot our movements until they can see the white flag.
All right, here. Give me your hand. This is rough going.
Yeah, here you are. Let me carry the flag for a while.
Now, lie down. They fired on us.
Yeah, they had that cannon loaded with grape shot. Are you all right?
Sure, fine. Is this far enough?
Yes, I think so. We'll let them come out to us here. All right, raise the flag.
Right. There. You think they can see that?
Yeah, a little bit higher. Clear of the bushes there. Now, all we can do is just wait for them to come out.
They're almost here. 4 of them.
And that's Brandt leading them. Good. Now, he's a man I can talk to.
You don't think they'd trick us?
Under the white flag? No, James. They are men of honor. Even though they do fight for Mitchell Torena.
I hope you're right.
We'll know in a minute. Here they are.
Hello! Step out and identify yourself.
Well, hello, Captain Brandt. It's Benjamin Wilson.
Wilson? Well, I had no idea I'd find you here.
Well, it is a strange place to meet, Captain, but I am glad it is you. For I know that you're a man of reason. And I can ask you simply, why do you fight for such a man as Mitchell Torena?
Well, I might ask the same of you. Why do you fight for Pico and against the legally appointed governor?
Because that is the side of right. This rabble of Mitchell Torenas are unfriendly to any decent, respectable humanity, and to Americans in particular. If they hold their own in this country, they'll be a constant menace to our security.
Well, that may be true, but would your Governor Pico be less hostile to Americans?
Now, these people whose cause we support have always treated us kindly. They're our friends. We have no reason to expect anything but fair and friendly dealing from them.
We've heard a different story in the North. But I shouldn't put it past Mitchell Torena to falsify in his favor. Ben, let's put our cards on the table.
Why, of course. Now, please do.
The young men I command are fearful of what may happen. Many of them have been promised land by Mitchell Torrena. Many, in fact, have received deeds from the governor, and they wish to protect them.
Well, of course, that's only natural.
But how, then, would Pico regard their lands, or the chances of their getting any?
Well, I've talked to Pico myself about this, and he said that it could easily be arranged.
Yes, but...
And furthermore, I can reach Don Pio now and have him join us here in just a few minutes. You wish to see him?
Why, that'd be perfect. Will you send for him, Wilson?
Right away. Your Excellency, these men want assurances that their deeds to the land will be respected.
Gentlemen, are any of you citizens of Mexico?
No, we're not.
The title deeds which Mitchell Torrena gave you are not worthy paper they are written on. And he knew it well when he gave them to you.
That's right, gentlemen, according to the laws of Mexico.
But if you will abandon the Mitchell Torrena cause, I will protect you in your quiet and peaceful possession of the land you now have. If you will take the steps necessary to become citizens of Mexico, I will issue you the proper titles.
But suppose we do not wish to become citizens of Mexico.
Then I cannot give you an invulnerable title. I will not disturb your peaceful possession as long as I may be governor. I promise you that. But I should advise citizenship. There is no need to hurry. But as long as this is a province of Mexico, that is your only chance for a completely safe title to the land. I can do no more. For I, too, must obey the law.
Don Pio, by that statement, you've shown yourself to be a more honorable man than Mitchell Torrena. I, for one, would rather trust the fate of my land to you, whom I know to be an honorable man. I feel sure that my men will agree. Therefore, we shall accept your promise, Your Excellency.
Brent, that's fine.
Muchas gracias, senores. I am sure you will have no cause to regret it.
And now, you will quit the fight?
Quit the fight, yes. But since we're in a position of having marched down with Mitchell Torrena, I'd rather we were not asked to fight on the other side.
Of course, senores. You shall not be asked.
Well, then you can be assured we'll not fire a shot.
Good, and you can be assured, gentlemen, that Mitchell Torrena is serving his last day as governor of California.
The insecurity and uncertainty of titles to land prior to the American occupation of California is clearly illustrated in the episode you have just heard in tonight's story. Notwithstanding the grants which had been made to Americans by Mitchell Torrena, doubt existed, as Don Pio Pico pointed out, whether the deeds conveyed any title unless the grantees were Mexican citizens. Such doubts as to ownership were to continue until later dispelled by the United States Land Commission. Today, uncertainty as to land ownership is eliminated by the modern system of title insurance. Protection against defective titles due to such causes as invalid grants, forgeries, deeds, or other instruments executed by minors or incompetents, undisclosed heirs, and many other matters, is provided by this insurance. When you buy real estate or accept it as security for loans, follow the example of banks, building and loan companies, and other financial institutions, and insist on this protection.
Benjamin D. Wilson's coup in persuading the Americans to desert Mitchell Torrena's forces was largely responsible for saving bloodshed at the Battle of Cahuenga and for Mitchell Torrena's surrender the next day. Once again, California was peaceful, and Wilson retired to his ranch life. But it was not to be for long. For in 1846, Workman and Don Felipe Lugo came with the news.
It's war, Don Benito. The United States is at war with Mexico. The Americanos will soon try to occupy California, and no one knows what it will mean.
And so, Don Benito, the governor has asked me to pay his respects to you and to submit this communication. As your alcalde of this district, he requests your active cooperation in raising forces to repel the invading army of Americanos.
Don Felipe, I hardly know what to say. You must realize that this puts me in an impossible position.
It means simply that you must make a choice, senor.
But that choice is not easy to make. I've received nothing but kindness and consideration from you, my friend. Now, in a way, I believe I am almost a Californiano.
Even when your country is seeking to take what is not theirs by ruthless conquest?
Even if that were so.
Senor, I cannot understand how you, whom I thought to be a fine, generous man...
Don Felipe, you must have seen this coming. You must realize that if it were not my country, some other country would annex California. For years, the governing of California has been wretched. Mexico has left us to shift for ourselves as best we could. And a great province as potentially valuable as this cannot be thrown away by any nation without another nation seeking to take it over and promote its resources. And I, for one, believe that the Americano government may be the best answer for California.
So, that is how you feel.
See. And I dare say there are many of you Californianos who feel the same way.
Perhaps they do not matter. For we are determined to resist, senor. This is our home, too, and we will defend our lands to the last drop of blood.
Oh, now that is foolish, Lugo. The Americanos do not want to take away your lands. I'm sure that all of you would be just as prosperous and happy as before.
Ha! I am not so sure, senor. But there is no use arguing. All I require is your answer to the governor. I think you have made it plain what that answer will be.
Tell Governor Pico that I respectfully decline his request, since I am not a citizen of Mexico nor a military man.
Senor, I cannot say what the governor's answer to this will be, but I do not believe a person hostile to our country shall be allowed to remain at large.
You would arrest me, Lugo? Well, perhaps I deserve that. However, please remember I am not hostile to your country. Now, this has been a very difficult decision to make. Now that I have made it, I am prepared to defend my position.
How do you mean?
If he will allow me to remain quietly here in my rancho, I pledge that I will take no action hostile to the country. But if he should attempt my arrest, you may be sure that I'll put up a fight.
Don Benito's pledge was good enough for Governor Pico, and he was not molested. He stayed on his ranch and waited. Then word came that Commodore Stockton's squadron arrived in San Pedro Bay, and with it came a private note from the governor requesting Wilson to call upon him. Shadows hung heavy over Los Angeles as Don Benito rode into the town. Stockton was at San Pedro. General Castro was believed to be preparing to do battle and prevent his entering Los Angeles. But as Don Benito was ushered into the governor's presence, he found a different vision of affairs.
No, mi amigo. My time here as governor is very short.
But Castro is preparing to fight.
I hold no stock in Castro's assertions that he will attempt to repel Stockton's advance. No, Don Benito, I'm leaving tomorrow.
Leaving? But where are you going?
To Mexico. It will probably do no good, but I feel that as long as I am governor, I must do my duty. So I shall go to Mexico, try to get help for us, to fight with.
You might be better off if you just stayed here and surrendered. Now, if you go to Mexico, they may not let you come back.
That would be tragedy, see. But that is a chance I must take.
See. I admire your courage and devotion, Don
Oh,
Pedro.
enough of this. I called you here, mi amigo, because I have not much time left. You've always been my friend. You're married to the daughter of one of my best friends. So, what can I do for you?
Do for me?
See, is there no land you want, no rancho? Tell me now, while I still have the power to grant it.
Oh, but Don Pio, I'm not a citizen of Mexico. I can't...
I had forgotten. Everyone thinks you are, whether you are or not. But, well, then, isn't there anything I can do for you?
No, except take the best care of yourself and return to us as soon as you can.
I will, mi amigo. And you will do something for me, no?
See, anything in my power, Your Excellency.
Go tomorrow to Stockton. Give him my best wishes. Tell him of my intention to leave the country. And express my prayer that he will not ill-treat my people.
I will do so, Your Excellency.
Very well, then, mi amigo. Hasta la vista. May we meet again in peace and happiness.
That is your message from Governor Pico?
Yes, Commodore Stockton, the way is clear for your entrance into Los Angeles.
Very well. I shall ride with you, Mr. Wilson. My Marines can follow at their own time. And may the future course of events be as smooth and peaceful as this.
Commodore, a week has passed, and it's all quiet. I've done all I can for you. I'm going back to my Rancho Jurupa.
Good, Don Benito. But before you go, please accept this commission from me. I appoint you a captain in the forces of the United States.
Oh, but Commodore, I'm not a military man. I can't accept.
Nonsense. I need someone on the frontier. I can't be sure that Castro's really gone to Mexico. You can gather a squad of men and watch the frontier near your rancho.
Commodore, I can't take up arms against my friends.
There's no need for that. Just keep watch. Wilson, I need you, for I have no one else I can trust.
Very well, Commodore. I will accept it.
For a time, life was quiet in Los Angeles, and Commodore Stockton left the city in the hands of young Lieutenant Gillespie and a small force. But soon the inexperienced young officer's actions had caused great resentment in the city, and one day, in September 1846, as Don Benito returned from a hunting trip, word came.
It's a general revolt. The Californians have started a revolt. Gillespie's small force is besieged in Los Angeles, and the Californians intend to drive out all Americans. They'll be after us, too, Ben. We'll have to prepare for it.
But we have very little ammunition. We'll have to get to Los Angeles to Gillespie.
What do you mean, run from them? Or we can handle 100 Californians of what we have here. All we have to do is stand up to them, they'll run. All right, men?
Gentlemen, it would be a mistake to underrate the courage or the fighting ability of the Californians.
It wouldn't be that we've overrated your courage, would it, Wilson?
I have never lacked courage, my friend. But I try to use good judgment, too.
Well, I say we can stand off any crowd of them fellas they send. I say we ought to meet them face to face.
All right. If that's your decision, it's all right with me. But we're making a mistake.
Look, there they are, riding up across the plains.
Holy smokes, there's a lot of them.
Yes, my friend, and they have plenty of ammunition. This is our last chance to make a run for it.
Oh, no. We ain't afraid of them. Let them come.
All right, you're asking for it. Come on, men, into the ranch house. We'll make our stand there. Come on. All right, now, men, get your guns ready. They're about to charge. Don't waste any shot. Hold your fire until you can do the most good. Ready. Here they come.
Ben, look. They shot something out of the roof. It's on fire. They set the roof on fire.
No, we won't. We can fall back on the patio. If they're going to smoke us out, men, we might as well give it up right now.
You're right, Ben. That building's like tinder. We'd better surrender right now.
Now, maybe you gentlemen will revise your ideas about Californians' fighting abilities.
Wilson's party surrendered. Weeks went by as the men languished in prison. Some of the Californians visited them, brought them food and clothing and comfort, but they received no hope of release until word came that Stockton was marching up from San Diego, reinforced by the army of General Kearny, and that Colonel Fremont was closing in from the north. And on the 6th of January, 1847, their cell door was open.
Senores.
Don Andres Tito.
Sí, Don Benito, mi amigo.
Well, what brings you here, General? What's going on?
All our troops march tomorrow to meet Commodore Stockton and General Kearny, who are near Santa Ana and coming here.
So, you're going to fight them?
Sí, mi amigo. I'm sorry.
I hope that you'll be all right.
I hope so, mi amigo. But now it's for you and your men. We have no one left to guard you. And so for your own protection from the rabble here in Los Angeles, I'm going to ask for your parole.
You mean you're going to let us go?
See, if you will agree not to join the fight.
You have my word, Don Andres.
Very well. It is especially important for you and Senor Roland, who are well known as Americano leaders, to get away. So I have 2 of my best horses outside for you. Make haste and get out of Los Angeles. The others can disperse more easily.
Gracias, my friend. I hope that all this is finally settled. For your benefit as well as ours.
I hope so, mi amigo. And now, adios.
No. Hasta la vista. We shall meet again soon, under happier conditions.
On the horse belonging to Don Andres Pico, Don Benito Wilson sped to safety and to his family. Then, on January 8th, he rode out to a hill overlooking the River San Gabriel and watched his countrymen defeat the Californians in the Battle of San Gabriel. With that battle, the fate of California was sealed. Resistance was broken, And within a few days, word came to Los Angeles of Andres Pico's capitulation to Colonel Fremont at Cahuenga. Now, at last, the war was over for California. But the status of the Californians was still undecided. So, a few days later, when Don Benito Wilson heard that Andres Pico was seen in Los Angeles, he rushed to find his old friend.
Don Andres!
Don Andres. Mi amigo Don Benito. Buenos dias.
Ah, it's good to see you. I can't tell you how happy I am that all is well.
Well, but is all well, senor. I am living in expectation of arrest at any minute. It is horrible.
Well, have you not seen Commodore Stockton yet?
No, for I fear he should arrest me for breaking parole.
Nonsense, mi amigo. Come with me. And we shall see him right away.
General Pico, I have come, Commodore Stockton, to throw myself on your mercy.
Well, you realize, of course, that you violated your parole. Also, you surrendered your men to a subordinate officer instead of to the commander-in-chief. Now, you're a military man, General. You should know better.
I'm sorry, Commodore. I did not realize that I was committing a breach of military...
Well, never mind, General. My quarrel is rightly with Fremont and not with you. It is not my wish to show any ill feeling toward anyone, and certainly not toward you native Californians.
Gracias. You are kind.
If you come in good faith to surrender yourself and your men, I assure you that there will be no punishment for past acts. All of us, Californians and Americans, must live here together, General, as common citizens of a great country. It is my hope that we shall live happily and prosperously together. With your help, we will do it.
Commodore, you may depend upon my help and the help of my people. This is indeed a happy ending.
And so the American conquest was completed. Once again, Don Benito Wilson returned to his beloved Lake Vineyard Ranch at San Marino. But such a public-spirited citizen could not remain long out of the limelight. He was called to take active part in the first state convention, to serve as county clerk, and as Indian agent for the United States government. But the citizens of Los Angeles, both American and Californian, united in honoring him as their first citizen. For when the city was first incorporated...
The results of the first election. Oh, it is mi amigo Don Benito Wilson. He is the first mayor of Los Angeles.
A fitting triumph for an adventurous and worthwhile career. Don Benito Wilson, the little Tennessee boy who came west to fight the Indians and build a new land, was the first mayor of what was to become one of the world's great cities. Such is the romance of the Ranchos.
In just a moment, Frank Graham will tell you about the story he has planned for next week, which will be on Christmas Eve. Benjamin D. Wilson, Don Benito, earned the love and respect of his contemporaries and his high place in the memories of Southern Californians of today by his energy, ability, and character. He was one of many such men to whom we all are forever indebted for the development of our Southland into the wonderful place to live that it is today. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, as one of the beneficiaries of this great heritage, feels it a privilege to bring to its listeners the inspiration of these true stories in all their original drama, excitement, and color. And now, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, Romance of the Ranchos comes to you on Christmas Eve. And we've planned to bring you a recreation of an early Christmas in connection with the Mission San Gabriel, the founding of which will also be dramatized. Be with us, won't you? And so until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
San Gabriel, 1771.
Mission San Gabriel founded.
San Gabriel, 1781.
Settlers moved to San Gabriel Mission.
San Gabriel, 1821.
Christmas celebrated at completed mission. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Rancho, the dramatization of the events and people who made early California history so colorful and adventurous. Our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns tonight with the story of a Christmas long ago, in the days of the dawn. The most reassuring factor in this high-speed, hectic, and just now very troubled world is the permanence of most of the really important good things of life. The permanence, for example, of Christianity and Christmas, the durability of character and the primary virtues, the fact that right somehow continues to triumph, and that man's progress, however temporarily set back, in the long run is always forward and upward. History proves these statements, and here in Southern California, it is comforting to look back and see the hardships and trials that have been surmounted, the battles that have been won against great odds, the defeats that have been suffered, and later retrieved by those who have gone before us. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles urges you, when listening to these broadcasts of the true events of the Southland history, to keep these thoughts in mind. The sponsors will feel more than repaid if these programs can help to strengthen faith and confidence in the future of our community and our country. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we're going to tell you the true story of the founding of one of the greatest civilizing influences in the history of our section of Southern California, the Mission San Gabriel, and the story of Pedro, the Indian, which is purely fictional, illustrating how Christmas might have been celebrated there a great many years ago. I'm sure that you will find it a story filled with the romance of the Ranchos. It was about the year 1770 in Mexico City when the great Franciscan friar Junipero Serra, Padre President of the College of Missionaries, announced a decision to one of his brothers.
Brother Junipero, we have awaited you at evening meal. We were afraid that you might be ill.
No, my son. I'm not ill, far from it. But this petition, it is very important, and I wish to get it to the Viceroy as soon as possible.
Important?
See, my son, upon the success of this, my life work must not fail.
Your life work, Padre. But I am
about the California, Friar, of a chain of missions stretching from the one at San Diego to Monterey.
What? That wilderness?
Wilderness? But according to the diaries of our brother Juan Crespi, it is a beautiful land, rich and fertile.
But devoid of towns of any civilization. Nothing but great empty plains and heathen Indians. It would be a miserable place to live.
But, Padre, it is not for ourselves that we go into the desert. It is not for our comfort that we must think. It is those heathen Indians who call us.
I know.
Think of them, thousands of heathen savages, thousands of souls searching for salvation. We must bring it to them, so that they too may know the peace and the wonder of faith.
It is a most worthy ambition, Padre. But such a tremendous task. Do you think it possible?
Padre, the members of our order have always accomplished what they set out to do in the service of God. We cannot fail in this, and we will not.
But it will take many men, much money.
See, that is why I pen my petition to the Viceroy. With his help, I will have the money. And the men are coming. A boat with 20 new friars is even now on the seas, coming from Spain. See, my brother, it will not be long before we shall plant the banner of the Virgin Madre on the soil of Alta California and bring civilization and God to that beautiful country.
Junipero Serra's great dream of a chain of missions stretching the length of California was to be realized. The Viceroy authorized the construction of the first 5, and plans were started. And so it was that early in September of 1771, 2 padres, Pedro Benito Gambon and Angel Somera, arrived with their founding party at what had been chosen as a suitable site for the 4th in the series of California missions. Close by the banks of what is now the river San Gabriel, they camped.
Put more brush against the side here, Sergeant.
See, Padre, we will have it finished very soon.
Bueno. It is not a very imposing building for a mission, is it?
Not very, but it's the best we can do in so short a time. Tomorrow we can begin on a more permanent home.
See, but in the meantime, this house, made of the good earth and brush, will serve as the house of God. In it, we can begin our task of bringing the word of the Lord to these poor savages.
That looks like it may be a pretty big job. They don't seem so friendly. Look at them, just standing around at a distance, watching us. I wish I knew what they were talking about over there.
They will be gods, not men. See, they bring with them great animals, bigger than the deer. They ride upon their backs. The animals are their friends. Do as they tell them.
It is black magic. They must be bad gods. I say we should destroy them now, for they mean to stay here. They build house of brush.
But they do not look fearsome. Perhaps they are good spirits, come to help us.
No, the crow has spoken truly. These strange men with their animals must be destroyed.
Why not approach and speak to them? Learn why they come.
No. Listen. The gods of the mountain are wrathful. They shake the earth. It is an omen. Those strangers bring disaster. The gods...
Padre, the earthquake.
It will be over in a moment, Sergeant. Have no fear. You see, it fades away even now.
Padre, I don't like this.
My son, there is nothing to fear. It can do us no harm. See? It has not even disarranged a twig of our house.
But maybe the next one.
Come. Let us kneel down and thank the Lord for our safe journey. May he shower his blessings on this venture which we here found. The Mission San Gabriel Arcangel. Come, pray with me, my brothers.
And so was founded the first site of the Mission San Gabriel. The Padres started to work on a more permanent building. And for a time, the Indians offered no opposition. Then one day, provoked by some incident...
I don't like it, Padre. Look at them. There must be 200, and they're advancing slowly on us.
See?
They're painted, and they have weapons. This is the attack we have feared.
I'm afraid it is.
Soldados! Load your muskets. Get ready to fire.
Wait, Sergeant. Wait. There must be another way.
But, Padre, we can't just stand here and do nothing. If we are to die, we can at least die fighting.
Life, not death, is our mission. There is another way. There must be.
Well, we'd better find it quickly. They're coming closer. In a minute, they will charge.
Let me see. What would impress these simple-minded souls? I might try the banner.
The banner?
See, the banner of the church. The banner on which is pictured the Virgin Madre.
Padre, I'm a religious man. The banner means much to me. But to these naked savages, it will mean nothing.
That we cannot say, my son. The power of the Lord is manifest in many ways.
Just the same, I would rather trust my life to the musket, not the banner. Please, let me fire on them.
No, not until there is no other way. Not until I give the order.
Look out, then. Here they come. They're running now. They'll start shooting the arrows in a minute.
Then, my son, I shall raise the banner and unfurl it. So. There.
Padre, they stop. They stop and stand gazing at the picture of the Virgin.
See, my son, the power of the Lord is mysterious, but it is with us, protecting us.
I cannot believe it. Look, they are falling down on their knees before the picture.
See, throwing down their arms.
And placing beads and ornaments at the foot of the banner. It is incredible. Incredible.
Not incredible, my son. Or do we not do the same? This is more than a symbol of good, my son. This banner of our church is an active power for good, and it will prove the salvation of these poor barbarians and bring success to our venture. Thank thee, O Lord.
Charmed by the lovely picture of the Virgin Mary, the Indians were subdued more easily than by force. And for a time, the task of the Padres was proceeding toward fulfillment. Many of the Indians were baptized. They began to learn the language and the arts of living which the Padres taught. They made plans for more permanent mission buildings. But when the winter rains came, it became apparent that a new site would have to be found.
Padre, the water was coming up fast. It will watch this cut away in no time.
See, I had no idea that this peaceful little stream could be turned into a raging torrent so swiftly.
We had better get out. Move to higher ground. It'll be over in a few days, then we can come back.
No, Sergeant. We will never come back. For it will be the same every year. No, we must look for a new site for the mission.
You mean all the plans we have made, these huts, all is to be abandoned?
See, it will be better so.
Madre de Dios. Months of work.
But we must build on firm ground, where our handiwork may stand in safety for years, centuries if need be.
You are right. But the months of work.
Never mind, my son. We must be prepared to face discouragement and start again. Always we must have the courage to start again.
See, I will tell the others to get ready.
And so we say goodbye to the first mission, San Gabriel, only to build a new and greater one.
And they did build a new and greater mission, San Gabriel, upon the present site. First a small house in which the Padres kept their uncomfortable quarters. Then the great church was started. Around it clustered the homes of the Indian neophytes, and later the Spanish settlers who came from Mexico. Laboriously the work was carried on, and slowly the great mission took shape. Then, one day in 1797...
Ah, Padre. Buenos dias.
How is the work proceeding today, Sergeant?
Very badly, Padre. I don't know what is wrong. Only this handful of the workmen have appeared. The rest I cannot find.
I know they will be late. They're holding an election today.
An election?
Si, for alcalde of the mission.
Padre, what does this mean?
It means the Governor Navy has had his way. He claims that we were not meant to have jurisdiction over the Indians, that they must govern themselves.
Yeah, but it is well known that they are not able to govern themselves. Only a few years ago, they were naked savages.
I know, but the governor has had his way, and today they hold their first election.
Padre, I don't like it. It'll mean trouble. Already they are too unruly.
See? Oh, here come some of them now. Election must be over.
Yeah. Well, they'd better watch out. I won't stand for any of...
Padre Pedro, buenos dias.
Buenos dias, my son. You're finished?
See, now can go to work. Building hut for beautiful lady in picture.
A beautiful lady?
You remember the beautiful lady's picture on the banner, Sergeant?
Oh, see.
Pedro here understands that the church we are building is for worship of her and her sons.
See, hut for beautiful lady.
Well, if you ever want it finished, you'd better not waste time in elections. Get busy and build it. Go on, get to work.
My son, you must not be harsh with these simple children.
Padre, I know you like this one, especially because he's named after you. But he's one of the worst of the lazy wretches. He never gets his quarter of work finished.
Sergeant, you must remember to watch how well he works and not worry about how long it takes him. Pedro makes each brick with loving care. His is the work of a craftsman, and it is good work. That is more important than speed.
Bah. I might have known you would excuse him. He's just lazy, he and his friend Juan.
And you are impatient, my son. Too impatient.
Bah. And where is your friend Juan, Pedro?
Juan, no work today.
What? What do you mean he won't work today?
He not feel good.
But who told him he didn't have to report here anyway?
Me tell him.
You? Why, you
Pedro, what do you mean? How can you tell Juan he doesn't have to work today? You have not that authority.
See, me tell him. Me, alcalde now. Elect today.
Why, I'll put you both in the stocks.
No. Law says no touch alcalde. Me chief here now. No can touch.
Is that so? Just for that you'll get the lash?
No, my son. He is right. The new law exempts the alcalde from our punishment. We can do nothing.
You mean we must say nothing? Our authority is gone?
See, perhaps it is for the best. I cannot say.
No, nothing but evil will come from this. You wait and see.
And the effects of Governor Navy's new law was to bring evil to the mission. For the Indians were not ready for self-government under a strange and foreign civilization. They became unruly and insolent, and as more white settlers poured into the land, the simple Indians were easily corrupted and debauched. But work proceeded at the mission in spite of handicaps. The buildings sprang up, fields and orchards bore fruit, herds of cattle multiplied and thrived. The Indians learned the arts of the white man, tilling the soil, caring for cattle, weaving, sewing, making soap, and grinding meal. But as time went on, friction between soldiers and Indians and settlers caused periodic bad feeling. It was at one such time...
Padre. See, my son. My Pedro. Sergeant. Why do you have Pedro bound?
I just wanted you to know that your favorite here is not so righteous as you think. I'm about to give him the lash.
What has he done?
He struck one of my soldiers. It was lucky he was not killed in return.
Is this true, Pedro?
Si, Padre Pedro.
Sergeant, I am inclined to believe that if Pedro struck your soldier, he had good reason to.
Padre!
I mean it. Those men of yours have been unnecessarily harsh toward the Indians. I cannot approve of it.
My men are harsh only when these savages try their insolent tricks. They have become impossible since they have their own elections.
I cannot agree with you. And I am not pleased by this action of yours.
That can't be helped, Padre. He gets the lash, nevertheless.
No.
Sergeant, I ask you not to do this. The Christmas celebration is not far off. In the spirit of that great anniversary, let him go.
He must be punished, Padre, or soon we will have no authority at all.
No. Me go away.
Out here!
Pedro.
Stop, you heathen! Come back here!
Pedro, come back! Don't run away! Come back! Well, Sergeant, what do you find?
So, at last you learn the truth about your precious Pedro. You'll be sorry to hear that he's no better than the worst of them.
You have found him?
No, he's gone all right. But I know where he is.
In the mountains?
See, my men have definite word that he joined the band of renegade Indians in the mountains. The very tribe that is always robbing us. So, you see?
I see. But the wayward son will return, Sergeant. I know that he will come back, and I will welcome him.
Pedro.
Si.
Why you sad? Sit, stare at fire like dead man.
I think San Gabriel.
San Gabriel? Oh, no more home. You never go back. They kill you.
Padre not kill.
But soldiers. See. Pedro, you feel better when you ride with us out on raid. Oh, that good. You no feel good just sitting at campfire staring.
I no like ride on raid. It's not right.
Only Padre say not right. Chief say right. Chief better man than Padre.
No. I think Padre better man. He say not right. I feel not right.
Oh, you feel different when you try. You try once, then see. Pedro, they no want Indian at San Gabriel. They say you bad. You forget San Gabriel. Can never go back. You bad Indian now. So you like us. You stay here. Go on raid. Feel better. Come see what things took on last raid. Come to campfire with riders. Look.
I stay here.
No, come look. Riders raid San Gabriel. Bring many things.
San Gabriel?
See? Bring many things. Come, look.
See? I come look.
Pedro, here things. Look, much food, sticks of gold.
What's that?
That picture paint on skin. Unroll, see picture.
One. That picture of beautiful lady.
See?
From church, San Gabriel.
See?
That beautiful lady build hut for.
See? Riders take at San Gabriel. Bring here.
No, cannot take. Must take back San Gabriel.
Pedro, you loco. Keep here. Maybe make blanket.
No, beautiful lady, take back San Gabriel. Must take. Padre says she great lady. Must be in great hut. Me take back.
Chief want you no take.
See, me take.
Pedro, chief no like. Kill you.
Me take San Gabriel. Give.
No, stop. Pedro.
Me take back.
Pedro, come back. You'll be killed. Pedro.
Down from the mountains ran a solitary Indian. Behind him came his vengeful brothers. Toward the mission of San Gabriel he ran. Toward the little settlement where even then the Padre prayed.
Our Father in heaven, on this great night, bless these children of yours. Keep them safe and happy, and bring them the peace and goodwill you promised for us all. And for the wayward, bring them back to the fold for this great celebration, this Christmas Eve.
It was Christmas Eve at San Gabriel, and the Indians joined in celebration with the white settlers. Great was the rejoicing, for after attending Mass at the church, the whole population reveled in games and dancing. The favorite sport of the children and grown-ups alike was to join in performing the pastores, or pastoral play, in which the players went from door to door, acting out the story of the nativity for each family at home. The children followed along with their own version, replete with the devil chasing the poor travelers. The performers, young and old, were then invited inside for refreshment. Dancing was the main feature of any Spanish fiesta, and music enlivened every gathering. The great fiesta of Christmas brought dancers from the whole countryside to join in the celebration. Beautiful clothes, dark-eyed maidens with flashing eyes, gay caballeros, all made the great hall a rainbow of merry color. And in another part of the settlement, another party gathered for a game to celebrate Christmas Eve. A great pile of candy and nuts was tied into a sack and hung from the rafter. Then, one by one, the young men, blindfolded, swung at it with a stick. It was a Christmas version of Blind Man's Bluff called a piñata, and great fun for everybody.
Swing again, mi amigo. You will never hit it. Come on, one. I'm hungry. Hit it. He hit it. Scramble, there it is.
Once the bag was struck, its contents were spilled out upon the floor, and a mad scramble took place for a share of the tasty particles.
Hey, what's the matter? Why does everyone suddenly stop? Look, senor. It's the Indian Pedro. Madre de Dios. Covered with blood. Look out, catch him. Pedro, what is the matter? What has happened?
Take to Padre.
Senor, he's hurt. He looks...
Hurry to Padre.
See, right away, Pedro. Make way there. Make way. Come, make way there. Padre, it's Pedro, the Indian.
Pedro, my son. Here, place him here on the cot.
See, he looks badly hurt, Padre. Blood.
Let me see. No, thank goodness. I don't think it's as serious as it looks. He's probably suffering more from exhaustion than from the blows.
Padre Pedro.
See, my son, what is it?
Me sorry.
It's all right, Pedro. You shouldn't have run away, but you've come back.
Must come. Bring beautiful lady.
Beautiful lady?
What? He was carrying this, Padre.
The banner of the Virgin that was stolen.
Beautiful lady. In great hut. Safe.
See, Pedro, safe. And she will keep you safe, too, in her great hut.
Me not bad Indian.
Bad, my son? If all of us strayed no farther from the path than you, this world would be far happier. My children, let us all kneel and give thanks for the return of a lost lamb to the fold on this happy Christmas Eve.
Tomorrow is Christmas. To all of us, Christmas is and will remain, even through the most difficult times ahead, a day of reverent celebration, an occasion for the expression of sincere goodwill toward our families, friends, and fellow citizens. In the spirit of the season, each member of the entire Title Insurance and Trust Company organization joins tonight with his fellows in extending to you the best wishes for a Merry Christmas. As a personal expression of this wish, the Title Insurance and Trust Company's Men's Chorus, a group of 24 employees of the company, under the direction of Charles Monroe, presents a Christmas carol, Joy to the World. Ladies and gentlemen, by transcription, the Men's Chorus of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. And what's the program for next week, Frank?
Next week, we recreate something of the fascinating story of the Rancho Buenos Aires, the land on which the truly modern cities of Westwood Village and Westwood Hills and the campus of UCLA stand. Be sure to hear it. And now, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Feliz Pascua, Merry Christmas to each and every one of you. And until next week, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Duckle and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking and wishing you all a very Merry Christmas. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Westwood, 1820.
Ex-soldier settles on Rancho.
Westwood, 1852.
Last Indian raid on Southland Rancho.
Westwood, 1929.
Great university founded on Old Rancho. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful and romantic history of our Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell the facts about a part of the Southland rich in the romance of the ranchos. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles has asked me to say a word now about a different kind of insurance. Insurance for victory in our nation's war against ruthless enemies. Your purchases of United States defense bonds and stamps constitute a form of insurance that will provide protection against loss of possessions more valuable than property or life itself. America has never lost a war, and with the united people behind its war effort, it won't lose this one. Unite now for victory by buying more and more United States defense bonds and stamps. And now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. First, I want to call your attention to a change in time for this program. Starting next week, The Romance of the Ranchos will come to you an hour and a half earlier at 6 o'clock on Wednesday. That's 6 o'clock next Wednesday evening and every Wednesday evening thereafter. Make a note of it, will you? And now, tonight, we're going to trace the romantic history of that part of our Southland around the communities of Westwood Hills, Westwood Village, Holmby Hills, and Bel Air. This land was once the great Rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires, a region rich in the romance of the Ranchos. The history of this land began when Governor Felipe de Neve, in 1781, decreed the founding of a pueblo near the Porciúncula River, a town to be called El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de los Ángeles. He also provided the population for that otherwise lifeless spot of Southern California. Up from Sinaloa came a tiny band of soldiers and settlers to found and build a village which was to grow into the great city of today. There were only a handful of them with their families. One of them was the soldier Maximo Analis.
So this is it.
Si, mi amigo. This is the site.
You mean to tell me that tomorrow we bring our families from the Mission San Gabriel, listen to a speech, then just call this barren, dusty spot home and stay here?
See. As soon as the ceremonies are over, we begin to build our houses.
And in the meantime, our families sleep on the ground in the dust.
Oh, come, mi amigo. You must not be discouraged. Any new venture looks bad at first. Wait until we have a few adobes up around the plaza, a few corrals and stores. Then it will begin to look like hope.
It is a stupid idea anyway. Out here in the middle of a wilderness, nobody, nothing around.
Oh, but you are wrong. There are many Indian villages near here in the Mission.
The Mission. If the Padres want to live in the wilderness and preach to the Indians, let them. But why should I have to?
Oh, you do not understand. Can you not see? Can't you look out across these beautiful plains and see the country that could be? Fertile orchards, great herds roaming the grazing land, a thriving town, ships stopping at the bay, bringing goods to us, taking hides and tallow from us to every country of the world. That is a glorious sight.
Madre de Dios, this heat has touched your brain. You're completely loco. You're seeing things that don't exist and never shall.
Oh, no, you are wrong. They will exist. We will make them exist. This may be a barren, hot, dusty, lonely spot now, but wait, mi amigo, wait. Someday El Pueblo de Los Angeles will be a place to be reckoned with.
The prediction of Maximo Alanis was to come true many years after his death. Slowly, the little pueblo grew, but those early years were full of hardship, and there were some who could not weather them. One of these was Senora Alanis. After her death, Maximo lived on in the little house in the pueblo. For several years more, he carried on his duties as a soldier in the fast-growing Pueblo de Los Angeles. But age was creeping up on him, and one day he was called to see the captain who had just come from Monterey.
Buenos dias, Capitan. You sent for me?
Si, senor. Sit down.
I have done nothing wrong.
No, of course not, senor. In fact, it is to compliment you that I have sent for you.
Oh.
See, You have been a soldier here for many years, have you not?
Oh, a trifle, see, some 30 years.
And your service to your country has been unexcelled.
Gracias. I have tried to do my best.
But, senor, are you not a little tired of the army?
Tired?
See, you're not getting any younger, you know. And most of our men feel that they have done their duty when they reach your age.
I know. You mean I'm getting too old? Useless.
Not at all. A man with your vast experience is always needed. But you have served more than enough time to entitle you to a pension.
Pension? You wish to pension me off?
No, Alanis. Do not jump at conclusions. As long as you wish to remain in the service, you will be welcome.
Senor Capitan, you wish to discharge me, pension me off like an old horse. I have outlived my usefulness.
Oh, Alanis, stop it. I am doing nothing of the kind. I did not mean to hurt your feelings by what I said. I thought you would be happy.
Happy? To be discarded as too old?
Once and for all. I am not trying to discard you as too old. You are not too old. You may remain a soldier for another 30 years if you wish.
Gracias.
But most of your comrades in arms have asked for pensions after that many years. But you go on serving and asking nothing.
See, why shouldn't I? I am happy.
But, Alanis, after so many years of faithful work, you deserve some rest and some reward.
Reward?
See, the government wishes to reward you for your fine work. And you do not wish to take it?
But a pension, is that a reward?
See, most men think so. And that is the spirit it is given in. The government frees you from work, pays you 8 pesos a month, and you have nothing to worry about for the rest of your life.
Nothing to worry about. What would I do with myself? No work to do. 8 pesos to live on, and what would I do? How would I fill up the days?
Oh, you would find plenty to do once you got used to it. Besides, there will be the land to take care of.
Land? What land?
Oh, I did not tell you?
No.
Well, beside the pension, you are entitled to a square league of public land anywhere you choose.
Oh.
See, on it you keep your cattle, build a house, become a ranchero. Just like Sergeant Verdugo and Dominguez and all the others. So you see there will be plenty to do. You have a new life before you as a great ranchero.
The government wishes to do this for me?
See, it is no more than right after the fine service you have rendered.
Oh, Senor Capitan, I'm overwhelmed. It is too much. I thought... Oh, I'm sorry, Capitan. I thought you were trying to get rid of me.
Oh, no, senor. No, we shall be sorry to lose you. But I'm sure that you'll go on serving your country as a great ranchero.
See, mi amigo, it is fine, but now that I have my pension, what am I to do?
Do? Just sit in the sun and enjoy life. What more do you want?
Oh, to a man accustomed to action, just sitting becomes unbearable.
I should like to try it just once. Pension.
Oh, the pension is not that much. You cannot live like a prince, you know.
That is all the more reason for you not to move around too much. Action whets the appetite. Your pension is plenty if you sit in the sun and don't get too hungry.
You are hopeless, mi amigo. Oh, but this is no joking matter. I am serious.
See, I know. But why, if you want action, don't you go out and find your rancho that you have coming?
Oh, I have looked all around the pueblo. There's no land close by that is not spoken for.
See, I know. But there is plenty of fine, rich land just a few leagues away.
See, but I am an old man, lonely, my children grown up, my wife gone. I've lived all my life in the pueblo. I do not enjoy the prospect of going out to a lonely adobe in the hills to spend the rest of my days.
Then, my friend, get married. Raise another family.
Huh? What are you saying?
Of course, you are not so old. All this talk of pensions has made you feel old. You still have many years of life ahead of you. In fact, a whole new life. Look at it in that way, mi amigo.
Oh, but Mary, again. After my wife died,
I knew your wife too, senor. And she would not wish you to be lonely. If she could tell you, I'm sure she would want you to marry again and be happy.
Perhaps you are right. See, mi amigo. Perhaps you are right.
And so Massimo Alanis did not close his lonely heart to romance, and presently he found the love and comfort he sought. On February 2nd, 1818, at the Mission San Gabriel,
he and Senorita Juana Reyes were married, and the old soldier started a new life and a new family. For a time, they made their home in the adobe of Senora Alanis, which stood on the land east of Alameda Street, near the Los Angeles River. But soon, disaster threatened.
Massimo, look at it, coming up to the very foundation.
Do not worry, mi querida. As soon as I have these few clothes packed, we shall get away to the hill. We shall be safe.
See, but our home, it will be swept away in the flood. And our lovely orchards, they are ruined, and our cattle drowned.
See, we shall not be able to save much.
But what are we to do?
I don't know, except that we shall not come back here. These spring rains would flood us out every year. I must find a home for us, a home that will be safe.
But where, Maximo?
Oh, I do not know, but I still have a parcel of land coming from the government. And now, mi querida, I must find it and claim it.
And so Massimo Alanis set out on a search for his rancho to be. With his old friend, he was riding one day.
Oh, mi amigo, we are almost 4 leagues from the pueblo. I am dying of this heat.
Never mind the heat, mi amigo.
But this is wilderness. There is nothing here and no one.
That is all right. No one will bother you, and there will be no arguments over the land.
Oh, but amigo mio, so far from the town and so hot.
Maximo, either you want to be a ranchero or you do not.
Oh, but...
If you do, then you must give up the pueblo and come out to live where there is land for cattle and orchards. If you do not, then stay in the pueblo and be content.
Oh, if you were not my friend, I should be angry with you, but since you are my friend, you are right.
Gracias, mi amigo.
Oh, but I am so hot and tired, and I still haven't seen anything that looks good. Ah, mi amigo, let's turn back and try another direction tomorrow.
Now, wait. We're almost to the top of this hill. I want you to see what lies over it. Just a minute and we will be there. Come.
Oh, very well, but I can tell you I won't like it. It's hot and sticky. I like the cool shade of the pueblo.
It is hot there, too. You can have your shade anywhere. Now, stop quibbling.
Oh,
here we are at the top. Oh. Now, look at that.
Santa Maria. Oh, it is a pretty view. See?
Pretty. It's beautiful. Look, there in the distance, you can see the ocean. Look at that plain, pasture land for the cattle.
Mi amigo, do you feel it?
Feel what?
The breeze, the cool breeze.
See, it is from the ocean. It is like that all the time. Even when it is hottest in the pueblo, the breeze from the ocean is cool.
Oh, it is like heaven. I feel refreshed already.
Forget the temperature, mi amigo. Look at this land. It will make a wonderful rancho.
See, it will.
You like it?
Oh, of course. Did you not want me to like it?
See, but you have hardly even looked at it.
Oh, I do not have to look at it, mi amigo. I can feel it. Any place that has cool breezes like this is wonderful. I shall take it. I shall live here.
Because of the breeze?
See. And I shall call my rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires. Saint Joseph of the pleasant breezes.
If you sell a parcel of real estate or borrow money and offer real estate as security, your prospective purchaser or the bank or other financial institution you're dealing with will probably require that you furnish a policy of title insurance. When you buy real estate or make a loan secured by it, you have every reason to insist on receiving the same protection, and here's why. Let us suppose that you're buying a parcel of land from John Jones, and that you have a complete record title of the land from the original United States patent down to the present owner, revealing no defect in the title of any of the previous owners. Now suppose that one of the deeds in this chain of title had been forged, or that one of the owners had been a minor who could not legally give a good deed, or that one of the deeds had been issued on behalf of a corporation by an officer who had not been legally authorized to do so, or that one of the owners who gave the deed was actually married and his wife did not join in its execution. These are some of the matters constituting possible title defects, which even the most careful examination of records might not reveal, and yet any one of them might jeopardize the title you're acquiring. A policy of title insurance from the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles will protect you against these defects.
It was in 1820 that Don Maximo Alanis found his rancho, San Jose of the Pleasant Breezes, and applied for his grant. Then, without delay, he took his cattle to the new pasture land, for the community grazing tracts of the Pueblo were overcrowded. He began to build an adobe house in a grove of sycamores near the present site of the Marymount School, just north of the campus of UCLA. By spring, it was finished, and he loaded his family into a rumbling carreta and started on the journey to their new home. A distance of some 13 miles, it takes a matter of minutes today. But in 1821, the trip consumed almost a week. Not only because there were no roads, only trails, and the two-wheeled cart with wheels made of imperfectly rounded slabs of tree trunks made slow progress. But the main reason...
Massimo, there is a house.
See, it is the home of Don Manuel.
Bueno, we've been traveling all of 2 hours. I'm tired.
Carita, you mean we should stop?
Si, de seguro.
Oh, but I do not like Don Manuel.
I know, Massimo, but we cannot pass them by. You know that? He would never get over the insult.
But why must we stop at every house all the way to the rancho, whether we like the people or not?
Now, Massimo, you know as well as I that it would be a breach of custom if we did not.
Oh.
They are probably all prepared for us. Food and music and everything.
See, and we shall have to go through another fiesta. We have been away from home 2 days, and already we have been to 3 fiestas.
See? And this will be another.
And they will want us to stay 2 3 days. At best, we will not get away until morning.
What is the difference, mi querido?
I am anxious to get to our new home.
A few days will not make a difference. There is plenty of time.
See, of course, mi querida. It is not a question of time, but I am hot. I want to get to the cool breezes of the rancho.
We shall get there soon enough, mi querido. After 3 or 4 more days.
And fiestas.
Time meant nothing, and the traveler must stop at every house along his route for a visit. There was always food and music and dancing. There was rest and hospitality for as long as they would stay. But finally, Alanis was in his new home, his family safely established there, and one by one, the pleasant years rolled by. They were prosperous, peaceful years, marred only by an occasional argument over water rights. But then, about 1840, when Maximo Alanis was indeed an old man, a real trouble threatened.
Maximo, mi amigo, it is true. Sepulveda has actually claimed part of your land.
No, I cannot believe that Don Francisco would do this to me.
Perhaps it is a mistake, but he has included part of the Rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires in the map of his land to be sent to the governor.
This has never been part of his Rancho San Vicente. You know that, mi amigo.
Si, I know it. So do most people around here. But does the governor up north know it?
See, that is the trouble. He has never given me full title to the land, even though they gave me possession of it for my services as a soldier. I never received any proper title.
And for all the governor knows, this might be Sepulveda's land.
See.
But, mi amigo, you must do something right away. If you do not, your rancho might be taken away from you.
But I have lived here for 20 years. Everybody knows that. More than that, what can I do?
You must petition the authorities right away. Ask for a proper title to this land.
See, I will do it immediately. Most excellent Comandante General of this Department of California, Don Manuel Micheltorena. I, Jose Massimo Alanis, a citizen of the town of Rosario and a resident in this city for a trifle of 60 years, come before your excellency praying in the following terms. Most excellent sir, will your excellency pardon my lack of words and boldness? I was given possession of my land, the Ranchos.
Massimo Alanis petitioned the governor for proper title to the Rancho San de Buenos Aires. To his aid came many prominent citizens of the Pueblo to swear that it was truly his land. Among them were Antonio Maria Lugo, Vicente Sanchez, Agustin Machado, Anastasio Avila.
Which has compelled me to come before your excellency with this petition. I trust in the power and authority of your excellency to grant me this title to the property, and I swear I am without malice. I cannot sign my name. God and Liberty, Los Angeles, February 3rd, 1843. Massimo Alanis. Who kisses your feet?
Massimo's petition was successful, and at last he held full title to the Rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires. It was not till long afterward that the final rest came to the old soldier, and a new era was to start for the rancho. This was a land of Americans now, and one of them, Don Benito Wilson, was to come into possession of Buenos Aires about the year 1852. It was in that year, too, and on the rancho, which is now Westwood, that something happened which caused the early Southlanders a great deal of merriment. It was early in the morning when the mayordomo of Wilson's rancho awoke to hear...
Pedro! Pedro, are you awake?
What is it, senor?
Wake up, you stupid ass. Something is wrong.
What are the cattle bawling about?
That is what I want to know. Look outside. See what it is.
Oh, senor, it is dark.
Open your eyes. It is past dawn. You can see.
See, I shall look.
Well, what is it? What is it? What you see?
Senor, Indians.
Indian? What are you saying, man?
See, Indians, they are stealing the cattle. It's an Indian raid.
An Indian raid? Impossible. This is 1852, man. We haven't had an Indian raid in this section for years.
No, Senor Wilson. But this is one. They were Mojaves. They come through Pass at Cahuenga. They stole 500 head of your cattle. We chased them.
They came through Cahuenga? But then they crossed several other ranchos to get to Buenos Aires.
See?
And they didn't steal any cattle anywhere else?
No, Don Benito, only yours.
Well, that means they deliberately went out of their way to steal my cattle.
Maybe.
But why? Haven't I always been their friend? Haven't I gone out of my way to help them? Spent my good time and energy acting as Indian agent just to help them?
See, they call you stepfather of the Indians.
And then they do this to me.
Maybe
Why?
because you are their friend. They do not like to steal from strangers, eh?
After all I've done, why, if I ever catch them...
Senor, you are angry with him? You said...
Never mind what I said. For once in my life, I'm angry at them. If I can lay my hands on them, I'll cut out their hearts.
Don Benito.
I mean it. And I will catch them. Gather them in right away. After all I've done for them, they do this to me.
Don Benito chased the mischievous Mojaves across the mountains, but in vain. That is what made the incident even more of a joke to the townspeople of Los Angeles. Seeing good-hearted old Don Benito hot on the trail of some of his beloved Indians, really angry for once in his life. But that was the last Indian raid on the rancho. And now, under American influence, its phenomenal growth began. In 1884, John Wolfskill bought the Rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires for something over $40,000. 3 years later, after the Santa Fe Railroad came through, he was approached by a man.
Mr. Wolfskill, I represent the Los Angeles and Santa Monica Land and Water Company. Ever heard of us?
No, I haven't.
Well, you will hear lots about it. We're organized to start a new town right around here. We'd be interested in buying your land. That is, if you don't want too much for it.
Well, I'm not particularly interested in selling. I'd probably ask a pretty good price.
How about, say, $100 an acre?
What? $100? Why, man, that'd come to almost $450,000.
Yep. If that ain't enough, well, I could see my associates.
Holy mackerel. $450,000.
Hey, Mr. Wolfskill, don't you feel well?
The elaborate plans of the Los Angeles and Santa Monica Land and Water Company to build the town of Sunset, near where Westwood Village is today, were unsuccessful. And Buenos Aires remained a rancho until about 1919, when Arthur Letts, founder of the Broadway department store in Los Angeles, bought it and started subdivision of the first unit of the area, Holmby Hills. Later, the Jans Investment Company handled the development of the land into the present beautiful communities. Then, in 1929, a portion of this property was chosen as the site of the great new University of California at Los Angeles. With the huge institution of learning came business and homes. And in the 12 years since then, the area with its communities of Westwood Village, Westwood Hills, Holmby Hills, and Bel Air have completed as phenomenal a growth as any in fast-growing California. From a grain field in 1919,
to an area with almost 24,000 inhabitants and many millions of dollars worth of building investments, such is the story of modern progress on Massimo Alinice's Rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires. And such is the romance of the Ranchos.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment to tell you about next week's story. He also has a very important announcement to make to you. Tomorrow, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles begins another calendar year of service to the community. A service which, briefly stated, consists of providing to all of you who deal in real property a prompt, efficient, and sound title service at rates that are decidedly lower than those prevailing generally in other parts of the United States. With every confidence in the future of the community and the nation, Title Insurance and Trust Company and its entire personnel join in extending to all of you best wishes for a happy and prosperous new year in 1942. What's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we're going to tell the romantic love story of a young American, Joseph Chapman, and the beautiful young senorita who saved his life. I know you'll want to hear it. So be sure to make a note of a change in time for this program. Next week, the romance of the Ranchos moves up an hour and a half in time to the more convenient hour of 6 o'clock. That's next Wednesday at 6 o'clock. Romance of the Ranchos will come back to you with the story of Joseph Chapman. So until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, extending my best wishes for the coming years to each one of you. Feliz Año Nuevo. And buenas noches, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Remember, next week, Romance of the Ranchos comes to you at a new time, 6 o'clock on Wednesday, 1 hour and a half earlier. Bob Lamont speaking and bidding you good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Monterey, 1818.
Privateers sacks capital of California.
Santa Barbara, 1818.
Privateers captured at Ortega Rancho.
Santa Barbara, 1822.
American wins senorita who saved his life. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a program dramatizing the colorful characters and the historic events in the building of our Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns with another fascinating tale of the days of the Dons. The business of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is to protect owners and investors in real estate against the risks of defective titles. Today, our country, and each of us individually, face far greater risks through the treacherous assaults of the desperate enemies of democracy. America has the resources to crush these threats once and for all. Let us mobilize these resources at once, all of us, by buying more and more United States defense bonds and stamps. Only by such united effort can we win the war. The sooner we do it, the more American lives we can save. And now here's Frank Graham to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight is concerned with a man whom many historians credit with being the first American to settle in California, and with one of the most romantic incidents in all the history of early California. It's a story which has been colored by many retellings until, in its many versions, it has become almost legendary, with the authenticity of many details obscured by time.
But the essential facts concerning the life of the young adventurer Joseph Chapman are unquestionably correct. And the colorful and romantic tale is worth the telling. For it is filled with the romance of the Ranchos. Joseph Chapman was born in New England. Little else is known about his early life until he shipped before the mast on a New England whaling ship bound around the Horn for China. It was a long, rough voyage before they finally reached port in the Hawaiian Islands, then called the Sandwich Islands. And it was there that, late one night, Chapman talked to a chance acquaintance.
But, monsieur, you are young, adventurous, no? You will not care too much how it was done if you could earn a nice fat purse.
Well, what are you driving at?
Come, monsieur, step back here, back farther in the shadows.
Say, listen.
Silence. Monsieur, you do not know whose crew I asked you to join?
Well, no, I don't.
Monsieur, have you ever heard of Le Capitaine Bouchard?
Bouchard? Not the privateersman.
Oui, the same.
Oh, no, monsieur. I'll have no part in that crew. I'm well satisfied with what I have.
Mais, monsieur, surely you would like much gold.
Well, I'll get it some other way. Now, you needn't waste any more breath, monsieur. I'm not interested.
But wait.
Good night, monsieur.
Very well, monsieur. Ici, vite, mes marins. Au port avec cet homme. Le bateau. Bien. Good work, monsieur. So, he will have no part in a crew like ours, huh? Bien. We shall see. On board with him. And quick. Vite.
And so Joseph Chapman was carried aboard the Argentina, flagship of the much-feared privateer Hipólito Bouchard. A few hours later, when he awoke, he was confronted by the master of the ship.
Yes, Monsieur Chapman, you are awake.
What hit me?
Just a belaying pin, my lad. Just a bump on the head, nothing to worry about.
You're Bouchard?
Oui, I am Bouchard. And you, monsieur, you are my new first mate.
First mate?
Oui, do not be surprised. I know you. You are an handyman, monsieur. A navigator, a carpenter, a good fighter, perhaps. I can use you.
Is that so? Well, you got another guest coming, Bouchard.
Oh? Take a look over the rail.
What? Well, we're moving.
We're under sail, out of sight of land, headed for the coast of California. It's a long swim, monsieur. Perhaps you will change your mind.
Yeah, perhaps I won't.
Come, you are a man with a sense of humor. You can take a joke, eh? You will not hold the little bump on the head against me, eh?
Well, you're quite a character, monsieur.
Oui, I knew you would see reason. You are here now. There's no use in arguing. You have the good sense to take what fortune offers you, eh?
Yes, I guess I have, Captain.
The young American, out for adventure and romance, found it in plenty. Here he was, first mate to a privateer who was the terror of the seas. Bouchard sailed under the flag of the recently liberated Republic of Argentina. His object was to help the Californians and their Latin American neighbors gain their independence from Spain. But his reckless manner of winning other people's freedom for them won him only the fear of the Californians. Chapman got his first taste of this when early one morning the privateer hove to off the Presidio of Monterey. Before they could put a boat down, the shore guns sent a volley across their beam. Bouchard, enraged by such fearless reception, put about and landed at Point Pinos. From there, his men marched in to sack Monterey. They swept through the little capital of Alta California, spreading terror before them. Joseph Chapman led his command into a town chapel, and there...
Oh, monsieur. Voila, here is much gold, eh? We shall reap a fortune here.
All right, get it and be quick.
Oh, look, monsieur, a woman, and a pretty woman hiding from us. Oh, come here, my pretty.
Leave her alone. Get the ornaments and get out.
Me, monsieur.
Leave her alone, I say. Here, take this gold candle.
Stop it, you filthy brute. You dare to desecrate
Look out,
God's house.
senorita. You'll burn yourself on this
You
torch.
brute. Trying to burn down the church. Stop it, I tell you. Stop it.
Senorita, I warn you. Get out of my way. I should hate to have to hurt such a beautiful creature
I
as
will
you.
not get out of your way. You shall have to kill me before you desecrate this altar.
I like your spirit, senorita, but you won't stop me from obeying orders. Here.
Oh, take your hands off me. Oh.
All right, men, grab that stuff and hurry.
Senor. Senor, my hair.
Oh, your hair's on fire. Senorita, here, I'll get it. Just a minute. There.
Oh, my hair. You burnt my hair.
Well, I warned you about that torch. You should have stayed clear.
Oh, just look at it.
Yeah, it burned off a chunk of your hair just as clean as if you'd cut it with a knife. I'm sorry, senorita, to mar such beauty as yours, but
It'll grow long again.
Senor, how can you do such things? You are a beast.
Senorita, I'm sorry.
Take your hands off me. I hate you. Go away. You have gotten what you want. You have desecrated the house of God and me. Now go. Get out.
Senorita, I am truly
Go
sorry.
away. If ever I see you again, I hope it shall be death.
After sacking the town, Bouchard and his men weighed anchor and continued down the coast, intent upon further looting. But word sped ahead of them. In Los Angeles, Sergeant Antonio Maria Lugo started north post-haste, gathering a company of soldiers as he came. And to the vulnerable Ortega Ranch, north of Santa Barbara, the word came.
Papa.
Guadalupe, my child. You are back from Monterey. You are safe.
Yes, Papa, but it was horrible.
Guadalupe, your hair. What is the matter?
It was burned by a torch.
By one of those villains?
No, it was not entirely his fault.
Not his fault. If I could only catch the wretch, I would kill him with my own two hands.
Father, forget that now. There is no time to lose. They come this way. They will surely land to sack our rancho. You must flee. Take everything of value to the Mission Santa Ynez.
See, you are right. That is all we can do. That and pray that the soldiers will get here in time.
Sergeant Lugo's detachment arrived just in time. Don Jose Maria Ortega had moved all his valuables to the nearby mission, and the soldiers hid themselves in the bushes on the shore, just as Bouchard's ship pulled to the outside of the surf. On board...
Well, Mrs. Chapman, I see no sign of life through the glass. The buildings are deserted. Not a leaf stirs.
Perhaps it's an abandoned rancho.
See, abandoned for fear of Bouchard. Look at the well-kept fields, the corrals. They've run away, and not many hours ago. This will be easy. We can take our own time to ransack each building.
Captain, this will not be like the last time.
No, monsieur, much easier.
I mean, it'll not be necessary to burn and destroy.
Of course. After we have what we want, burn everything.
But, Captain...
Quiet, Chapman. Those are my orders. They are not obeyed. I have a way of dealing with mutiny. And not just little bump on the head. Now, you're in charge of the landing party. Over you go. Go away.
In toward the surf came the boat bearing Chapman's landing party. Waiting in the bushes were the men of Sergeant Antonio Maria Lugo. And then...
He's not going to try to land through that surf, surely.
It looks like it.
See? He's bringing it on in. But, senor, that is too large a boat. It will swallow.
Quiet. It looks like they're going to save us some trouble.
There he goes. Look. He's over. He's breaking up. The men will be drowned.
Come on, mis hombres. Now is the time to catch them. Pronto, surround them. Halt! Save your power. They cannot shoot. Use your lassos. Yeah, rope them. Pull them out of the surf. What sport? Like pulling out calves stuck in the mud.
See? Look at them. Like drowned rats.
There, my hearty, up you come. Pull them in, hombres. Pull them in.
We have almost all of them now. And without a fight.
That's so? Well, I'll give you a fight.
Oh, me big buffalo. You want to play, huh? Grab him, hombre.
Take your hands off of me. Take me without a fight.
Hold him still. There, now. Me buffalo. Now will you hold still?
Hey, who tripped me? You slippery pounders. Can't you fight fair? Take this rope off of me.
Oh, me buffalo. The little lasso, she come in handy, huh? She make even a big buffalo like you lie down nice and quiet.
Oh, yeah?
Ow! You kick me, senor. Well, never mind. You shall be kicking something else soon. Only not so solid. You'll be kicking the air. Are the ropes ready?
See? Isidro is climbing up the tree to fix them now. We'll be ready in a moment.
Now you see, my buffalo. It does not pay to go sailing around the world, robbing people, burning, killing. Someday, sooner or later, you meet somebody just a little bit smarter, and you are finished, swinging at the end of your rope.
Well, it has to come sometime. It may as well be now.
Oh, but no, senor. You are so young, so handsome, so... Why, you have everything to live for.
But I'm not going to.
No. It is too bad. I'm sorry, senor. I like you.
Thank you, senor.
I've never been hanged by such a gentleman as you.
Gracias, senor.
Sergeant Lugo.
Si, Senor Ortega.
I am glad that I got back in time. I have brought my family back from the mission to see the men who have robbed and plundered, maybe even killed them.
You are just in time, Senor, for the ropes are ready. And now you shall be able to see your revenge.
Wait, Sergeant. There is one thing I must do first. Guadalupe, come here. Are any of these men the one who struck you?
Oh, but Papa, he did not exactly strike me.
Oh, so he is here, eh? Which one is it?
I did not say he was, Papa.
Which one is it, I say? Just let me get my hand on him.
Why not tell him, Senorita? You said you wanted to see me dead.
But
Huh? What is this?
Oh, senor.
You know him? Then this is the one.
Not the big buffalo.
So you strike my daughter, eh, senor? You burn her hair.
Well,
So,
yes.
Sergeant, hanging's too good for him. Now, he shall be tied to a wild bronco and dragged across the plain until he is dead.
Papa, no!
See, you shall learn, senor, not to harm a woman.
Papa, I am shocked at you. That you would do such a thing. It is murder. Worse than anything he has done.
But, muchacha...
Senorita, he might have killed you.
No, he did not kill me. And you have no reason to kill him. Sergeant Lugo, I am surprised at you. You are so kind.
But Senorita...
No, you are brutes, all of you.
Guadalupe.
Senor, what do you make of this?
I do not know. I cannot understand.
Papa, I stand before him. If you are to kill him, then you will have to kill me, too. For I should never want to live knowing that my father had done such a thing.
Guadalupe.
Senorita, why are you doing this?
Guadalupe, I cannot understand you.
I should not want the blood of any man on the soul of my father.
Guadalupe, I do not understand this. But, well, if that is the way you feel...
See, that is the way I feel. Papa, you must not kill them.
Very well. Sergeant, you must not kill them.
But, senor, what am I to do with them?
How should I know? Take them back to Los Angeles.
Los Angeles? Oh, but Papa,
See, what is it?
Do you not think perhaps they should be kept here? They might escape.
Oh, no, senorita. They shall not escape. I shall see to that.
Oh, but you will not harm them, senor. You must promise me that.
Senorita, of course not. I am most happy not to have to hang them. I do not know what I shall do with them in Los Angeles, but perhaps the governor will tell me.
Papa, perhaps if you were to give assurance of their safe appearance, they could, that is, some of them could stay and help you with the work here.
Guadalupe, I do not know what you are thinking of. I will have none of it.
Oh, see, but I will, senorita. That's a very good idea. I myself will go surety for this one. This great buffalo. I like him.
Oh, gracias. Si, senor.
And what do you think of that, Senor Buffalo? Can you be trusted?
This is too much. I go. Can you be trusted?
Yes, I think you can trust me, senor. You're very kind, and... wait, senorita. You, too, are kind. I don't deserve such treatment from you, but I thank you.
I would have done the same for any man, senor.
Oh. Well, thanks anyway. I hope that someday perhaps you'll forgive me.
Perhaps someday I will, senor.
Today's war efforts are resulting in necessary curtailments. Priorities and restrictions on sales of certain essential materials, along with some other factors which are only psychological, have seriously affected some lines of business. It is important for all of us to remember, however, and to point out to others that the general picture in Southern California is relatively bright. For one basic example, let us compare the volume of real estate transactions in Los Angeles County for December 1941, most of which occurred after the beginning of the war, with those of the same month the year ago. We find that in 1941, the transfers of ownership of real estate actually increased almost 12%. That the number of investments in real estate actually increased over 8%. At the same time, foreclosures on real estate decreased 39%. And we find further, despite alarming and exaggerated Eastern newspaper stories about the Pacific Coast, that the large Eastern insurance companies are still actively seeking and making loans on Southern California real estate. New people needing homes and new money financing these needs are still pouring into the Southland to the benefit of all of us. So Title Insurance and Trust Company urges you to remember that in most fields, Southern California is still the white spot of the nation. still the land of opportunity, and still the best of all places to work and to live.
Back to Los Angeles came Don Antonio Maria Lugo, sergeant in the armies of Spain. And true to his word, he gave Joseph Chapman his liberty, trusting in the young man's honesty. In fact, staking his place in the community on it. And he was not mistaken. For given a chance, Chapman endeared himself to the population. He was put to work supervising the building of the first church of Los Angeles, the old Plaza Church, still standing and in use. And it was on this job that he won the admiration of the priests and earned an unusual nickname.
All right, swing that beam across the top. We'll brace it here.
Jose, my son.
Oh, feliz dias, Padre. What brings you here?
You ask for another laborer. I bring you this man, one of my best Indians from the mission.
Bueno, gracias. What is his name?
Pedro. Come, Pedro, don't hang back. Come here.
No, please, Padre, do not make me work here. Take me back to the mission.
Pedro, what is the matter? I cannot understand you.
Well, this is not such hard work, Pedro. It's not bad at all.
No, I want to go back.
But, Pedro, why are you acting like this?
He looks scared to death.
See, Pedro, what is it? What are you afraid of?
Him, El Diablo. I did not want to work with him.
Me?
No.
El Diablo?
Pedro, why do you call Senor Chapman such a name?
Because he worked with the black art in magic. When we chop down a tree, he make it fall whichever way he want. He's El Diablo. See?
Oh, I see now.
See?
Why, Pedro, that's just a trick I learned in the woods of New England.
No.
Anybody can chop down a tree and make it fall the way he wants. You could do it yourself once you learned how.
No, I will not.
Never mind, Jose. I shall talk to him. He will make a good worker.
Me, El Diablo. That's good.
I can hardly blame him, senor, for you have done more work here in a year than we have been able to do in 3 before you came.
Oh.
It may not be black magic, but your ingenious ways of doing things have certainly speeded up our work enormously.
Well, I'm glad you're satisfied, Padre.
Satisfied? Oh, my dear Jose, I don't know what we would do without you. Just this morning, Father Sanchez and I had rather heated words over you.
Over me, Padre? But why?
He wanted you down at the mission to help with the grist mill. It is in need of repair, and I would not let him have you, for I need you here.
Well, now, Padre, I hope I don't cause you trouble.
Oh, but you do a great deal. Just trying to keep you for my own purpose. You may cause a great split in the ranks of the Padres yet. El Señor Diablo.
Joseph Chapman won the affection of the Padres, but he became almost a son to old Don Antonio Maria Lugo. He visited his spiritual godfather often.
Senor, my son, what troubles you? You have been sitting out here alone for an hour, staring at the moon.
I'm sorry, Don Antonio. I've just been dreaming.
Ah, dreaming. And when a young man dreams, it is usually of a young lady. And it is right you should dream that way, my son. You do not dream of the sea, of going off again back home to New England. Huh?
Oh, no, nothing was further from my thoughts. This is my home now.
Ah, my boy, I have hoped to hear you say that. That is wonderful. Wonderful. The Padres and I have talked many times. We all want you here to stay. You see, we are feared.
There's no need to fear my running away, Don Antonio. I'm still your prisoner, remember? And I gave my word.
Oh, no, I did not mean anything like that. That means nothing anymore. I have already asked the governor to grant you a pardon. Wipe out the old score.
Really, sir?
Si.
I shall be glad for that.
And you shall have it soon. I should have a reply from the governor any day now. But that is why I was afraid. I was afraid that once you were free, you go back, sail away from here.
No, I don't think I'll ever want to leave here again. No, you were right the first time about my dreams.
Ah, senorita. That is good. I was hoping that, too, my son, for you should marry and settle down, raise a family of Californianos.
Oh, whoa. You're getting ahead of me, senor. I haven't even found the girl.
Ah, but you were dreaming.
See, I was thinking of a girl I saw just twice. A beautiful girl, with her lovely hair burnt.
Ah, my son, Senorita Guadalupe, huh? Don Jose Ortega's daughter.
See. I wonder if she's forgiven me yet.
My son, she did not risk her life and save yours for nothing.
I wish I could believe that.
Perhaps you will have a chance to find out soon. are you, senor?
Ah, Don Antonio Lugo. What brings you to the church?
Oh, Padre, I'm looking for Senor Chapman.
Oh, I'm sorry. He is not here.
Not here? Not working?
He's gone. Left this morning.
Gone? You mean he ran away? Oh, no, Padre, that is impossible. He would not do that. He's a good, honest man.
Oh, of course, I know. I did not mean that, senor. He did not run away. He was sent away north by the order of the governor. I, too, was sorry to lose him, but he was needed to build a flour mill for the Mission of Santa Inés.
Oh, that is better. What? Santa Inés?
Si.
Well, that is near the Rancho of Don Jose Ortega.
Si, it is very near.
Oh, this is wonderful, wonderful.
Wonderful?
See, the governor sends me news that Senor Chapman will soon be pardoned.
Oh?
Now he is sent to Santa Inés where he will see... This is wonderful, wonderful.
Senor Chapman, come in.
You sent for me, Padre?
See, I have a job for you.
You mean you want me to stop work on the flour mill?
Oh, no. This will take only a few minutes. I understand that you know something of the art of medicine.
Well, a little.
Bueno, the senorita from a neighboring rancho has suffered a broken arm. She is here now. You will help us fix it, perhaps, no?
Oh, of course. Where is she?
Right this way. Aquí, come. Here, my dear. We shall have you well in no time. Senor Chapman, this is...
Senorita.
Oh.
You know each other?
Si. Buenos dias, senorita.
Buenos dias, senor.
Well, then you may start, senor. I shall go get the bandages you will need.
Si, gracias. Senorita, does your arm hurt?
Not too much. You are to fix it?
Si, in just a moment. I've been hoping to see you, senorita. I'm almost glad this happened.
Senor, you must enjoy my being hurt. First, my hair.
Senorita, haven't you forgiven me yet?
Si, I have. And I have heard much about you. What you have done in Los Angeles. I am glad that you were not as bad as my father thought.
Oh, that's forgotten now. You see, even your hair has grown out.
See, nothing remains to recall that day.
Nothing but this.
Senor, what is it? A little pouch of leather?
See, that I always keep close to my heart.
But,
always.
But why?
Because in it is this.
Oh, a strand of hair.
See, your hair. I've kept it ever since that day.
Oh, senor, you kept it.
See, so that I might always have something to remind me of you. I didn't know then that I might ever meet you again. But I've thought of you a great deal.
And I of you, senor.
Senorita, you mean, then, you really did save my life because...
See, because I... See, even in my anger, that day when you held me so roughly in your arms and burnt my hair, I knew that I could never forget you. I never will, Jose.
Querida mia. You'll never have a chance to now.
One of the many feats of Joseph Chapman was the building of the first wheeled vehicle in California, an ox-drawn carreta, which had two large wooden wheels hand-hewn from native timber brought down from the mountains. For some time, it was the only vehicle in this area, which today leads the nation in per capita ownership of swift modern automobiles. Since that time, Southern California has also become a leader in many other fields, including the volume of real estate transactions. For nearly 50 years, the service of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles in verifying and insuring land titles has been an important factor in making this volume possible. The company has grown to be a national leader, too, in the number of policies of title insurance issued, in the speed and completeness of its service, and in the efficiency by which it is able to render this service at minimum cost to its customers. Now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll take you to the great Rancho which once stood on the present site of Azusa and tell you the story of a town that was raffled off. It's a tale you're going to enjoy, I know. And so until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamond speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Azusa, 1851.
Giant lottery to give away town.
Azusa, 1862.
Gold Town wiped out by flood.
Azusa, 1870.
Squatters break dam and fight for water. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful history behind the Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell the fascinating events which took place on some particular section of the Southland. Your purchases of defense bonds and stamps help to defend America today. But don't forget that they are also a sound business proposition for you. A systematic and continuous defense bond savings program now will mean substantial resources for you and your family in the future. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles strongly urges that you look on your defense bond investment program in the light of both patriotism and sensible business practice. And like any such plan, it should be put into effect immediately and followed systematically. Visit your post office, bank, title insurance company in your county, or other source tomorrow, and invest in America. Now here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight our story takes us to the section of Southern California around Azusa in the San Gabriel Canyon, a land with a colorful background, which was once owned by one of the most interesting characters of California history, Henry Dalton. It's a story rich in the romance of the Ranchos. Any story of Azusa must necessarily start with the name Azusa. It's an unusual name, evidently Indian in origin. It puzzled folks for a long time about its meaning, where it had come from, and so on. The legends and stories which have grown up around the name are numerous and range from the humorous, such as that it means from A to Z in the USA, to the sublime, such as the beautiful legend told by an old Indian woman in the early days of the settlement. It seems that many moons before, a beautiful young Indian maiden journeyed with her father to the village of a nearby tribe. When they arrived, they found the villagers upset.
My father, why do these people mourn? Why is there wailing and chanting? Are they not happy?
No, my child, for their chief lies near death in the hut.
Near death? Cannot their medicine men cure him?
No, they have tried, failed. The chief will soon be taken by Great Spirit.
My father, take me to him.
You, my child, what could you do?
I cannot say. I do not know, but I feel that I must see him and place my hands upon his head.
My child, you cannot do that.
I can. I must. Father, take me to him, for I know that I can cure him.
Into the hut of the sick chief, the young girl was taken. She kneeled beside the unconscious man.
gently placed her hands upon his fevered brow.
Oh, make well this man, Great Spirit. Take away the evil demons which torment him. Make him whole again.
My daughter, the chief stirs. His eyes open. He rises up. You have cured him.
I do not know how, my father. But I thank the Great Spirit for giving me the power.
Very soon the chief was well again, and in gratitude, he made the lovely young girl the bride of his handsome son, the future chief. As they stood in the ceremonial ring before the council, her father spoke.
My child, I give you new name, bestowed on you in gratitude by chief whose life you saved. I name you Azusa, blessed miracle.
And legend has it that from the lovely young maiden with the miraculous healing powers, Azusa and the valley around it received its name. Aside from the legends which recede back into the misty depths of time, there is little recorded history of this area until about the year 1841, when a 4,430-acre tract for a rancho was granted by the Mexican governor to Don Luis Arenas, former alcalde of Los Angeles. He erected a small adobe house on the hill near the present site of the high school. And then, 2 years later, a young man arrived in the port of San Pedro who was to make most of the history of Azusa. To the custom officials, he was
Henry Dalton, merchant, born in England, in business in Peru, coming here to look over the country.
Henry Dalton, came, saw, and was conquered. He brought his business to Los Angeles. Soon he was in the market for a rancho. Hearing about the rancho Azusa, he went to Don Luis Arenas.
See, I would be willing to sell it. I do not care much for rancho life.
Good. Then we can get down to business.
No, I am afraid not, senor. For even though I would like to sell it, I cannot.
You cannot? Why not?
The government, you know, it is all mixed up. There is trouble with Michel Torrena. Oh, it's also unsettled that they have issued an order forbidding the sale of any land.
You mean they won't let you sell your land whether you want to or not?
See, that is it. I could sell, but it would not be legal. I need the money, too.
But isn't there something we can do?
No, I am sorry, senor. Even the government cannot do anything. You would think they would let me raise some money any way I could. I owe them money.
Owe them money?
See, 1,000 pesos, and they need it. They are supposed to raise an army for Michel Torrena, then they have no money.
Wait a minute. How do you know this?
They came just yesterday and asked me if I could pay.
And you said you could not?
See, not a peso.
You didn't say anything about selling your land?
No. What good would it do?
Maybe a lot. Come on. We are going to the prefect right now and see about this.
What are you talking about, senor?
If you owe them money and they need it, and you can raise it only by selling the land, don't worry. They'll find some way to let you sell the land. Come on, senor. You have just sold a rancho.
And the sale was made. As Dalton had surmised, the governor was only too glad to arrange matters legally. Now Henry Dalton, or Don Enrique, as he was called by the Californians, took up life on Rancho Azusa, rebuilding the old Arenas adobe and building many new structures. Crops were planted. The land was stocked with cattle. The astute English businessman soon had a thriving domain, where shortly before had been wasteland. But Dalton was smart enough not to put all his eggs in one basket. He kept up his prosperous mercantile business in the Pueblo. And then, one day in 1846, came news that Mexico was at war with the United States. For the next few months, life in Los Angeles was unsettled, with first the Californians, then the Americans in charge. Both of them brought trouble to the neutral Englishmen. It was toward the end of hostilities that the situation became acute.
Mr. Dalton, sir.
Yes, Ben, what is it?
It's the soldiers again. They came this morning and took 2 wagon loads of our merchandise.
Good heavens.
And they said they'd be back for more this afternoon. Mr. Dalton, sir, we're almost out of stock and no more to be had. If they take much more, we'll have to close up shop.
I know. I've just been figuring up how much they've taken so far. It comes to almost $65,000 worth.
Holy mackerel. Well, that's enough to ruin any business. They'll never pay us for that much.
I'm afraid you might be right, although I'm filing claims with both governments to try to collect. But if I can't, I'm ruined, Ben.
Well, what'll I tell them when they come back this afternoon?
Tell them? I guess there's not much you can tell them, Ben. Just let them have what they want, and may the good Lord help us.
Thus started the avalanche of worries that beset the rancher. The American victory and the gold rush combined to start a flood of American settlers pouring into Southern California. Some of them settled on the Rancho Azusa, renting the land from Dalton. But the United States Land Commission demanded proof of title to the land from all the rancheros. And when the government surveyors mapped out Dalton's holdings, the Englishman's domain began to crumble.
Hi there, mister. Can I get a drink of water?
Huh? Oh, howdy, stranger. Sure. There's a bucket of cool spring water right there. Help yourself.
Thanks very much.
I ain't never seen you around here, have I?
Well, that's right refreshing. No, you ain't. I'm surveying this land for the United States government.
Oh, that's so? Well, my name's Casey.
Glad to know you. Nice place you have here.
We like it.
Own it, do you?
No, I rent it from Henry Dalton.
You rent it from Henry Dalton. What for? It isn't his.
Well, of course it's his. It's always been here, stranger.
Not now. This is public land. If you're smart, you'll file your claim for it right away.
Well, come in, Casey. Glad to see you.
Mr. Dalton, I come up to see you because, well, I was talking to that surveyor fella.
Oh, yes, I've seen them around. From the government, aren't they?
Yes, and, well, I don't know exactly how to say this, but he said that you don't own my land.
He did?
Yes, and I told him he was wrong, but he says their survey shows that my land's public land.
Yes, I've seen their maps. They're wrong, Casey.
I know, I think so, too, but what am I to do? He told me I'd better file claim for my land.
Yes, I guess you'd better, before someone else does.
Well, Mr. Dalton, I don't feel right about that. After all, you've been pretty square with me.
Oh, you needn't feel badly, Casey. I understand. It's all you can do. I'm going to fight this decision, son, if I have to take it to the Supreme Court. I have to, because it's not just your piece of land they're taking, it's a lot more, too. But if I lose the fight, I'd rather see you get it than somebody else. And if I win, well, you haven't lost anything.
Well, I'm sorry it had to happen this way, Mr. Dalton.
So, my son, it'll just about ruin me, but it isn't your fault.
Mr. Dalton, would you shake hands?
Sure, son, sure. God bless you.
On top of the unsettled war claims, the government refused to confirm Don Enrique's claim to the best portions of his land. He fought it out in the courts for years, and that took money, lots of it. Debt began to haunt him, and he had to find ways of raising money. And so, as far back as 1851, he'd conceived a plan.
See, here it is, Ben, all mapped out.
Man alive. A real town on paper.
Yep, the city of Benton, right here on my land. Well, what I have left, that is.
You're aiming to sell lots, is that it?
No, I'm going to give them away.
Mr. Dalton, give them away.
Yeah, I'm getting up a lottery, selling chances on these lots.
Huh.
People take a chance on a gamble where they wouldn't buy a barren piece of land. You know, most people can't visualize what a piece of land will look like once it's cultivated. You have to make it attractive to them some way. Maybe this is it.
Why, sure, it's a marvelous idea. Why, you sell 1,000,000 chances. You make plenty of money.
I hope so, Ben. I have to.
Mr. Dalton, what are you doing? That paper you're tearing up, that's the map of Benton.
No, Ben, it's the map of no place. There is no Benton. There never will be any.
You mean you've given it up?
Given it up. There was nothing to give up. People just weren't interested, that's all. I guess we'll have to figure some other way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dalton.
Yeah, so am I. She was a nice little town, wasn't she? I could almost see her down there at the foot of the hill. This would make a fine place to live, Ben. Someday people are going to realize that. I hope I live to see it. But now, unborn town of Benton, I hereby consign you to the dust of history. Into the fire, Ben. Throw it in.
Land is one of the most basic of all commodities. And when the market for land and real estate in any area is good, it means that general business conditions there must also be favorable. So it's encouraging to learn that California's leading authorities are predicting a substantial real estate market in Southern California during the next few years, in spite of war conditions. In a statewide survey made by the California Real Estate Association since the beginning of the war last month, interesting figures on real estate activity as compared with that of a year ago were revealed. 59% of the real estate leaders reported that local markets were improved. 77% reported a better market for older homes. 75% reported fewer rental vacancies. 58% reported more purchases of real estate for income purposes. And 69% said realty selling prices were higher. And so, although war conditions are having an adverse effect in some fields of endeavor, the capital outlay being made to meet new housing needs is extremely reassuring. The survey indicates that Southern California will continue to be a white spot in the nation, both as a place to earn a living and as a place to enjoy living.
Dalton's dreams of the town of Benton, nestled under the hill where Azusa now stands, was not to be. And the financial ruin which hung over him was to continue for years more, constantly growing. But for a while at least, life went on much the same as before on that part of the Rancho Azusa which Dalton still held undisputed. It was a thriving community unto itself. In July of 1847, the Englishman had been baptized into the Roman Catholic faith in order to marry Maria Guadalupe Zamorano, a daughter of one of the old families of Southern California. Dalton experimented with many new crops, but he took his greatest pride in his vineyards, where he grew many different varieties of grapes, all used to make wines and brandies in his great winery. Wine was the chief industry, and it was also the constant source of trouble, not only for Dalton, but for all the early rancheros. For most of the labor was performed by the Indians, and every week when Sunday came, the red men trooped up to be paid for their week's work.
All right, men, step right up here. Form in line. We all ready, Mr. Dalton?
Yes, but it won't do any good, but let's try 'em anyway.
All right. All right, there, you. Cedro, step up here.
Me here.
All right. 6 days' work. Here you are.
Money. Me no want money. Take back.
Now, wait a minute, Isidro. You work for it, you're going to get it.
No want money. Want the guardiente.
But, men, you need the money. You can buy things with it, but buy brandy if you want, but it's bad for you. You'll be much better off if you take the money.
Me want the guardiente. No money. No.
Well, there you are, Mr. Dalton. What are you going to do?
Listen, you men. I can't pay you in aguardiente. It's against the law. And furthermore, I don't want to. It isn't good for you. Now, listen.
No. Pay in the guardiente. Everybody does.
I don't care what everybody does. You'll all get drunk and you'll be no good for 3 or 4 days. I'm going to put a stop to it. From now on, you get no brandy. Understand? No aguardiente.
No guardiente. No work.
What? You mean if I don't give you the brandy, you won't show up for work tomorrow?
No guardiente. No work for you no more. What?
Well, there you are, Mr. Dalton. That's the way it is. There ain't nothing we can do about it, I guess.
The stupid idiots. Can't they see we're only trying to help them?
No, and I guess there ain't much use trying to make them see it. They like their firewater too well.
I'd like to wring the neck of the hombre who first gave an Indian a taste of the stuff.
Yes, but he ain't around, I guess, so... What do I do?
Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Blast it. Give it to them. We got to have hands to do the work when they get over their spree. Go ahead. I wash my hands of them.
All right. All right, you obstinate critters. Come on, ruin yourselves. But don't blame us.
The Indians' taste for firewater was a big problem. But the rancheros had other pressing problems, too, one of which struck with full force on Henry Dalton and the Rancho Azusa. In the semi-arid land of Southern California, water was more valuable than gold. And as more settlers came upon the lands and founded towns, built farms and homes, the struggle to hold the limited sources of the precious water began. Early, Henry Dalton had built diversion dams and irrigation ditches to bring the water of the San Gabriel to his land and that of his Azusa neighbors. But now, settlements had grown up further down the river, and friction started.
Now listen, Dalton, we need water. You're going to get it.
I understand that, sir, but don't forget we need water, too. We're only taking as much as we need now. The rest of the river is yours.
Well, it's not enough. We're going to get more.
I've already suggested that we form a committee of 3, with representatives of both sides to decide the distribution to each of us. I'm perfectly agreeable to abide by their decision.
Blast your committee. We've already decided how much we need, and we're going to have it now. You have to open up those gates and let more water through.
Man, you're asking me to drain off the lifeblood of my land and the land of all the people in this section.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
Oh, you are? Well, listen here, young man. I'm not going to let my crops dry up and die. No, nor the crops of my neighbors until you agree to the arbitration committee. And until they say otherwise, we'll keep right on taking as much water as we need.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. There's enough for all of us, so I have a right to my share.
Yeah? Well, you listen. If you don't open up them gates, we'll open them for you.
You won't touch those gates. You've no right.
Never mind the right. You try to stop us.
All right, then. If you want to fight, you've got it, son. Come ahead. Try it.
Mr. Dalton, look over there by the diversion ditch.
Yeah, looks like a couple of men.
Yeah, it sure does. That's funny.
Did you send any of the men over there to repair the ditch?
No, I don't know what they're doing.
Well, it looks like they're working anyway. I'll stroll over that way while you finish loading the wagon.
All right. I'll be ready in just a minute.
Say, what are you men doing?
Oh, it's you, Dalton. Now, what does it look like we're doing?
Here, you can't do that. You're opening the gates. You're letting the water flow.
That's right. I told you if you didn't open them, we would.
Here, stop there. Get away from those gates.
Oh, no, you don't. Put down that walking stick. Go ahead, Charlie. Don't pay no attention to him. Open them up.
You can't do this. I'll have the law on you.
We'll worry about that after we get the
Here, you, stop it. Stop it, I say.
Oh, wait a minute, Dalton. Get back there. I'd advise you not to interfere.
Take your hands off me, you rascal. Here, stop it.
Don't get rough, Dalton.
Stop it. Look out.
How do you like it down there?
Here, help me out, you blasted fool.
You can stay down there till we get through. Stand back, Dalton.
Wait till I get my hands on you.
I don't think you will. Stand back.
Oh, so you'd pull a gun on me.
And it's loaded, too. Just stay where you are till we're finished.
And you stay where you are, brother.
What?
Drop that gun and put up your hands.
Oh, thank goodness. Good old Ben. Here, help me out of this ditch before I drown.
All right. And you boys better get going out of sight quick. And don't ever let me catch you near these gates again, or you'll find out I can use this gun, too.
In spite of Dalton's efforts to form an arbitration committee, the fight over the water rights to the San Gabriel continued for years, sometimes coming to violence. It was not finally settled until 1889, with the appointment of the Committee of Nine. In the meantime, another event had brought more settlers streaming into the region of Azusa. For gold had been discovered in San Gabriel Canyon, and miners flocked there. The San Gabriel plazas were rich, and in the years from 1858 to 1863, the average miner's return from mining in the San Gabriel was greater than the average in the gold rush towns of the north. Towns sprang up in the canyon, including El Doradoville, Downeyville, real booming gold towns. But on Saturday, January 18th, 1862...
Man alive, Joe. Look at that water. I've never seen a flood like this, even up here. I'm sure glad we climbed up here on the mountain.
Yeah, town's sure going to get wet today.
Hey, do you hear that?
Yeah, sounds like an earthquake almost.
Wonder what it is.
No. Hey, look at that. Look up the canyon.
Holy mackerel, man. It's a solid wall of water.
Good Lord. It'll wipe the town right off the face of the map.
Come on, man. Let's get out of here.
Wiped off the face of the map were the mining towns of San Gabriel Canyon. But the hardy miners came back to take many millions in gold dust from the workings in the years that followed. Among them were many a canyon character who lives in the tales of the old-timers today. There was Bates Persinger, the strongest man alive, who was said to have thought nothing of carrying a bale of hay on his shoulder for 15 miles up into the canyon without shifting the weight once. There was John Knox Portwood, the bad man with notches on his gun. Bill Potter, known far and wide for his tall stories. There was Stuttering McNabb, and the mysterious Indian who had a fabulously rich gold mine hidden in the mountains. These and many others made the tales of canyon lore a fascinating study. But down at the mouth of the canyon, history was being made too. Dalton, desperate in need for relief from his troubles, tried a second time to establish a town on his land. In 1878, the plot of Mound City was drawn up, and the venture was to be financed through a newly formed company, the Mound City Land and Water Company. But it was only a short time before.
No use, Ben.
You mean Mound City's going just like Benton?
Worse, because now the bank's got part of it, and the land ain't mine anymore. Everything would have been all right if only we could have sold a few farms and made the payments.
You mean they couldn't sell nothing?
Oh, there's a few buildings, just the start of a town, but not enough to do any good. No, Ben, something had better happen pretty quick, or I'm finished.
Maybe the government in Washington will give you back that land that all the squatters took.
I don't know. Maybe. But I've been waiting almost 30 years for that, and they haven't made a decision yet. I don't suppose they ever will.
Sure they will. When they do, you'll be saved. Mr. Dalton, I got news from Washington.
From Washington? Ben? Oh, I can tell by your face, old friend.
They decided against you, sir.
No, Mr. Slauson, it's no good. I've tried to start a town here twice and failed. Last time, I even lost the land for the bank you represent. All I have left is my little homestead. I guess I'm licked.
I wouldn't say that. Maybe we can make this thing pay after all. I want to try it. Build a town.
Won't work. People just don't want to live out here, I guess.
You're wrong. Things are different now. There's a railroad coming through here and another farther down. There's going to be a land boom around this valley. I think this time a town will succeed.
I doubt it. Anyway, I'm sick of it. I'm through trying.
Well, I'm not. I'm so sure of this, I'm going to take this land over from the bank myself and start the town of Azusa.
And Jonathan Sayre Slauson was right. He founded the town of Azusa just in time to catch the great boom of the 80s, when 36 new towns sprang up between there and Los Angeles, with fares as low as $1 for the train trip from the Missouri River west to California. Settlers flocked to the valleys of Southern California, and almost overnight the town of Azusa grew into a thriving community. Around it grew Glendora, Duarte, Irwindale, Covina. A great citrus industry has grown up on the land which Henry Dalton first saw to be a fine place to live. Today, in the beautiful little city of Azusa, over 5,200 people look forward to an even greater future. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the Ranchos.
Frank Graham will be back in just a moment. As you probably know, the 1940 census established the population of Los Angeles County at slightly more than 2,785,000. The population of Greater New York, according to the same authority, is 7,455,000. And yet, during the month of last November, the number of deeds and mortgages recorded in Los Angeles County was almost twice the total recorded in Greater New York. The actual figures were 19,699 for Los Angeles County, 10,984 for Greater New York. Such figures graphically illustrate the leadership of Southern California in volume of real estate transactions. They also reveal the importance of the service of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, which facilitates real estate transactions by verifying and insuring land titles promptly and at a minimum cost to owners and investors.
Next week, we're going to tell you the story of one of the first Americans to cross the mountains into Southern California, a real pathfinder. Jedediah Smith was a fur trapper looking for new fields to conquer, and he helped to open up this country for Americans. Be sure to hear his story. Until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
San Gabriel, 1826.
Americans cross desert to California.
San Jose, 1827.
Americans face arrest by Mexican governor.
Vancouver, 1827.
Americans escape Indian massacre at Umpqua. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful characters and events which make the history of our Southland so fascinating. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell us another tale of adventure and romance. The offices of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles are one of the many places where United States defense bonds and stamps are on sale. The company urges that wherever you buy defense bonds and stamps, that you buy as many as you can, as often as you can. That is the way that America can answer the challenge of its enemies in the strongest language possible, with guns and bombs. It is the way that we can all back up our armed forces, do our part in the protection of our homes and our way of living. Make it a regular, systematic program to invest your dimes and dollars in democracy. Now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight concerns a great man, one of the true unsung heroes of the West, a pathfinder who has only recently been accorded recognition for the great part he played in opening up the West and California to the American pioneers. Here is the true life story of Jedediah Smith, a story full of adventure and excitement and rich in the romance of the Ranchos. This story might well begin with an eulogy to a beaver hat, for few people realize how great an influence that style of wearing the skin of a beaver in the form of a hat had to do with the rapid expansion of these United States. In 1820, California was a remote Mexican province, accessible only by sea. Explorers had beaten a trail north to the Columbia River and south through Mexico. But still there was a great expanse of unexplored country, as large as most nations, inhabited only by wild beasts and savage Indians. Across this formidable barrier, the westward expansion of the Americans would not have pushed into California, for another generation at least, had it not been for the lonely fur trappers. And the first of these was Jedediah Strong Smith. Jed Smith was born at Bainbridge, New York, about the year 1798. By the time he was 20, he had acquired an education above the average for a young man of the frontier, and he shipped as clerk aboard a freight boat plying the Great Lakes. It was there he met the fur trappers and listened to their tales.
Sure, it's as true as I'm telling you. That there valley was alive with beavers. Millions of the critters. Yes, sir, there's a fortune to be had up in that country.
Sam, how do you get to be a fur trapper?
What's that? You aiming to be a trapper?
Well, sure, why not? Sounds like just what I'm looking for. Adventure, excitement, doing something.
Yeah? Well, it ain't no life for a fellow that's squeamish about getting hurt or killed.
Oh, I'm not worried about danger. All your stories about the Indians and bears and stuff, they don't scare me none. How do I get to be a trapper?
Well, I guess the best way'd be to hire yourself off to St. Louis. That there's the jumping off place.
Then that's where I'm going, Sam. Yes, sir, I'm going to do things.
Jedediah Smith quit his job, journeyed to St. Louis, and joined the company of trappers under William Henry Ashley. Before long, the courageous young man had shown his mettle to Ashley and was acknowledged leader in the company. It was during this period that one day, as he was leading a file of men through the wilderness above the Missouri...
Jed. Jed.
Yeah? What's the matter, Turner?
You hear something crashing through the brush?
Hold up a minute. Oh,
there. There, you hear it? Sounds like something big.
Yeah, grizzly most likely. But he's coming mighty close. They usually steer clear. He must be hopping mad.
You think he'd attack us?
Don't know.
Look, there it is. Jumping Jupiter. He's big as a mountain.
Look out, men. He's got blood in his eye. Hold the horse right
Jed, come back here. Look out, Jed. Jed, he's coming at you. Jed, look out. The bear's got him down and tearing to pieces. Get in there, men. Help him. Shoot. Get him. That's it. Got him. Now in there, men. Come on. Get out from under. Jed. Jed, are you all right?
Glory be. Look at his head. That bear near scalp.
Jed, can you hear me? John, did I get him?
Yeah, you got him with your knife first, and then the men shot him. How do you feel?
Oh, all right, I guess. How about the others?
Nobody hurt, except you.
Yeah, I guess I'm banged up a little, huh?
Yeah, your head. Looks like he took your whole head in his mouth.
Yeah, he did. Well, come on. Which one of you can sew a few stitches? We got to be getting on.
Overcoming injuries that would have crippled a weaker man, Jed Smith was soon on his feet and continuing with his duties. He was one of the first white men to see the valley of the Great Salt Lake. He is thought to have discovered the Great South Pass, which furnished the gateway to the Northwest for all the immigrant trains which flowed westward in the following years. But it was in the spring of 1826 that he started his greatest adventure. All of the trapping parties under Ashley gathered for their annual rendezvous at the Great Salt Lake. It was there that Ashley announced his decision to quit the fur business and retire. And it was there that a new company was formed.
Yes, sir. Smith, Jackson, and Sublette. That's us.
And I suppose you're going to revolutionize the fur business.
That's right, because we're going to branch out. We're going to find new supplies, and what's more, new markets. Dave Jackson and Bill Sublette are going to head up the territory we already have. I'm going to strike out for new pastures.
Yeah, well, of course, I know we're always looking for new supplies of furs, but this new market, what do you mean by that?
Just what I said. There's a market for us in China and across the sea. We're going to find our way to the coast so as we can ship direct.
You don't mean overland to the coast?
That's just what I mean. Not only that, but overland to California. That's a country I want to see. There's bound to be plenty of beaver there.
But there ain't nobody ever made it overland.
Nobody's tried. But I'm gonna.
Why, man, you're just plumb crazy. That's 1,000 miles through God knows what kind of country.
Makes no difference. John, Americans are coming further west every day. They're spreading out, multiplying, taking up more room. And they ain't going to stop till they get to the ocean, the Pacific. All they need is somebody to show them the way. Yeah, and that's what I'm going to do.
And so in 1826, Jedediah Smith started on the journey that was to earn him the title of Pathfinder of the Sierras. With a company of 17 men, he set out from the Great Salt Lake, heading southwest into the great expanse of unknown desert that lay on the path to California. California, a half-mystic land they'd vaguely heard about. Days and weeks they traveled through the wilderness, over the barren, dry plains, through wild and towering mountains, each day discovering new landmarks, rivers, mountains, and valleys, wonders never before seen by the white men. Always there was a threat of mishap, a fall over a precipitous cliff, the attack of a wild animal, Indians. Both men and beasts suffered from hunger and thirst. Many times the way seemed too hard, too dangerous, futile. But they kept on. Finally, they reached a Mojave Indian village on the banks of the Colorado River, near what is now the town of Needles. There they found a guide to take them into the promised land of California. Across the parched desert, they slowly plodded their way, through or near the Cajon Pass, across desert lands, and then into the cool green paradise that was California.
Jedediah, this is heaven. Heaven after what we've been through.
Jed, just look at these fields. Why, they're really cultivated. There's vineyards, orchards, corn. Why, I ain't seen nothing like this place, well, since I was a kid back in New England.
Beautiful country, all right. Well, we must be getting pretty close to some habitation.
Yeah, looks like it. Must be...
Jed, look. Injuns. It's an ambush.
Look. Watch out, men. Injuns. Hey, wait a minute. They're just standing looking at us. They're not going to attack.
There's something funny about this. Jed, look. A man or something.
Holy smoke, Jed. Looks like a monk.
He's probably one of the Romans. A Spanish priest.
Yeah, that's what.
Welcome, my sons. Do not fear these Indians, for they will not harm you. They are fine, peaceful children.
Yeah? And who, may I ask, are you?
Father Sanchez of the Mission San Gabriel.
Mission?
See, this is our land. The mission buildings are close by. You look as though you had traveled far.
Yeah, from the Great Salt Lake.
I do not believe I know that. But you are foreign, Americanos, are you not?
That's right. We've just come across 1,000 miles to the east on a trapping expedition. And we came here for supplies and rest.
Oh, of course. Come, the mission is yours.
and we are your servants. Come, all of you, and welcome.
Father Sanchez, I hardly know how to thank you. The way you've welcomed us, fed my men, even given us cloth for clothes, badly needed as they were.
It is nothing, my son. We have plenty here.
I should say you have. This is indeed a land of plenty. I wouldn't mind how long we stayed here.
But I am afraid that you cannot stay for long, my son. I am sorry. I have not attempted to speak of this until you were rested from your terrible journey, but...
Well, what is it?
Our government in this country has a law against the entry of any foreigners. You and your men are liable to arrest and imprisonment.
But we've done nothing.
I know, but it is the law. I should advise you to go to the governor at San Diego. Tell him your story and gain his permission to go peaceably back the way you came. Otherwise, I cannot say what may be your fate.
And so, while his men rested at the hospitable Mission San Gabriel, Jedediah Smith journeyed to San Diego to see Governor Echandía. After several days of arguments, the young American was ushered into the official's presence.
Senor Smith, my government is not pleased with your illegal entrance into the province of Alta California.
Well, I'm sorry. Your Excellency, I meant no harm. I don't see how we could do you any harm if we meant to.
That is beside the point. You are here now, and the question is what to do with you.
Well, we fully intend to return to our own country as soon as we're rested. We have no intention of staying here.
And you shall not. You shall leave as soon as possible.
Well, that's all right, but I'd like to take a more northern route back. Go up to the northern part of the province and cut across the mountains from there.
No. You shall go back the same way you came.
But, Your Excellency...
That is the quickest way for you to get out of the country. That is the way you shall take.
But, sir,
that is final. You may consider yourself fortunate, senor. Had it not been for the intervention of the Americano ship captains whose boats are here at present, and the fact that you were in a desperate condition when you arrived in California to seek supplies, you would not be so generously treated. No matter how I may personally feel, senor, law is law. And I advise you to take your men out of California as fast as possible, or I may not be inclined to trust you further.
Governor Echandía realized, if others did not, the tremendous implications of Jedediah Smith's triumph in finding a route from the east into California. It meant that no longer would the remote Mexican province be a world apart, safe from intrusion by enterprising Americans. Anxiously he waited as Jedediah Smith returned to his men at San Gabriel and prepared to leave the country. He breathed easier when word came that the Americans had bade farewell to their hosts, the Padres, and driven their pack train up through Cajon Pass. But what the governor did not know was that at the head of the pass, Jedediah Smith called his men to a halt.
Hold up, men. Whoa. All right, men, we'll make camp here. Get something to eat and get ready to march fast. Here's where we turn off.
Turn off, Jed? Well, what do you mean?
We head out of here due north.
North? Well, that ain't the way we come. That heads us right back into California.
That's right. We're going to see a little more of this country before we're through, and we're going to find another way to get here. Another route over the mountain.
But, Jed, if they catch us...
Sure, they'll put us in jail, I suppose. But we'll get out. Anybody wants to quit, just say so. You're welcome. All right, then. Now, we got a job to do, and nobody's going to stop us from doing it. From here, we're heading north.
Let us suppose that you're interested in buying a home. You see a house and lot that you like. You decide to buy it. You consult your real estate broker. He has it listed as belonging to Mr. Jones. But how do you know that Mr. Jones actually owns it? How can you tell what rights or claims or interests in that house and lot may belong to some other individual or corporation or municipality? How do you know what mortgages or judgments are liens of record on the property? How do you know who has a right-of-way of record across the lot? In theory, at least, you could establish all these and other necessary facts for yourself by personally examining hundreds of documents on file in as many as 50 different public offices. But it would take you weeks or months and involve heavy expense. And when you got through, you would not have positive assurance that you had examined all the instruments, or that some of those which you did examine had not been improperly or fraudulently executed. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles will do all this work for you in a fraction of the time and for a fraction of the cost. And it will then ensure the completeness and accuracy of its findings up to the minute. That is title insurance. If you invest in land, it is neither economical nor quite safe to overlook the protection of title insurance.
North through the fertile San Joaquin Valley moved the party of Americans, trapping as they went. Now they realized even more clearly what kind of country they had found, what their discovery might mean. To them, right away, it meant another plentiful supply of beaver, and that was their business. And so it was, but when they reached a point above what is now Sacramento on the American River, they had a valuable pack of furs. It was time to turn toward home. But the snows of winter had engulfed the high Sierras, and as the party tried the icy ascent...
Jed, wait. I gotta have some help here. This horse is mired in the snow up to her belly.
Wait a minute, man.
I can't pull her out. I haven't got the strength. My hands are numb. I'm afraid they're frozen.
Here, I'll give you some help, Jed. You think we better go on? I don't think we can make it.
No, I'm afraid this snow's too deep.
What are we going to do? Can't go back. They'll put us in jail.
Looks like we'll have to take a chance on that. It's suicide to try to go on here until next spring.
Yeah, jail's better than freezing to death up here.
You won't go to jail. We'll go back to the last camp on the river. You men can stay there and forage for your food.
What do you mean, us men? What about you?
I'm coming back up here, traveling light. I think I can make it across to Salt Lake and back.
Are you crazy, man?
Well, we're going to need help, supplies, more men. I'll get 'em.
Not without me, you won't. I'm going too.
All right, John. You can go and maybe one more. But the rest will have to stay and keep out of jail.
Up over the precipitous summits of the high Sierras, still snow-shrouded by winter, Jed Smith and two companions worked their way, fighting ice and snow, hunger and exhaustion. Once across the mountains, a long expanse of desert wastes further taxed their failing strength. Of the 7 horses which started the trip, only one got through to Salt Lake. But finally, the men reached their destination, got supplies and a new company of about 20 men, and started back. This time, Smith chose the old route to the south, and after weeks of slow progress, they reached the Indian village on the Colorado. But there...
John, there's something wrong. I think we better turn this raft around and go back.
Well, Jed, we're halfway across the river. What do you think's wrong?
I don't know. I just got a feeling. Those Indians seemed friendly enough, but not quite like before.
Oh, you're imagining things.
Well...
Look, we'll be across the river in a minute. The others will be right after us. We'll be on our way to California, so don't...
John, look. Look, back on the bank.
Good Lord, they're attacking the other men. Look, 100 of them.
I knew it. I knew something was wrong. They've been told to stop us.
Well, what do we do? Those men are being massacred.
What can we do? Here out in the middle of the river, out of gunshot range. There's nothing we can do.
Look, those red devils are men on the other raft. They're coming after us.
They won't get us. We can't do anything about those other poor devils, but we can save ourselves. Men, there's only 7 of us here. We haven't any provisions, nothing. But we're going to make a run for it. As soon as we touch the opposite shore, we're going as fast as we can for California.
Most of his men massacred by the Mojave Indians. Without food or water, Smith and 8 other men stumbled across the Mojave Desert and, exhausted, reached the blessed haven of the estancia of the Mission San Gabriel. There, once again, Father Sanchez relieved their sufferings and furnished Smith with supplies. Leaving 2 of his men there, the leader quickly marched north to the American River to find his other party in need of fresh supplies.
Well, there's only one thing to do. We can't move from here till we get supplies. I'm going into the mission at San Jose and get them.
Well, they'll arrest you.
Yeah, they already know we're here. Why they haven't arrested us, I don't know. But if you show up in San Jose...
It can't be helped. There's nothing else to do. I'm Jedediah Smith.
Oh, the Americano, eh? Well, we've been waiting for you, senor. Hola, hombre. Throw him into jail.
Jailer! Jailer! You got to tell the governor I want to see him.
I'll tell him, senor. I'll tell him.
But you say that every day and nothing happens.
Mañana maybe, senor. There is no hurry here. Here he is, Your Excellency, the Americano.
See, you may go. So, Senor Smith.
You must pardon me, Your Excellency. I'm not dressed for such an honor. That pigsty you call a prison is not easy on clothes. Or looks.
Come, senor. It is I who have cause for complaint. You disregarded my order to leave the country.
Very well, I did. I've not tried to conceal it. I tried to take my men out once, but I couldn't. I want to now, but you throw me in jail.
And how do I know you will not disregard me again?
You don't. But if you'll sell me supplies and allow me to try the northern route up to the Columbia River, I'll give you my promise that we'll leave.
I'm afraid I shall require more than your promise this time, senor. In fact, I shall require a bond of $30,000 to ensure that you will be out of this province within 2 months.
$30,000? Where could I ever raise that much money?
I do not know, but raise it you must. Or I shall make other plans for you.
Once again, American ship captains came to the young trapper's aid and secured his bond. Now, armed with new supplies and horses, the men started the hazardous trip over another expanse of unexplored country, north through the mountains of California to the Columbia River. The going was difficult in the extreme, and many a pack horse, picking its way along the trailless mountainside, was to slip and plunge screaming to the rocks far below. And finally, after weeks of struggle, the little band camped on the banks of the Umpqua River. Ahead was comparatively easy marching. In a few days, they would be at the Columbia and safety. Early in the morning, Jedediah Smith went out from camp to pick a trail on which to start the day's journey. As he was coming back...
Jed!
Hello?
Jed!
Who's that?
Jed Smith!
John Turner. What is it? What's the matter?
I got ahead of you off.
Speak up, man. What is it? What's wrong?
Indians attack. Just as we were breaking camp, I took a stick of wood, put 4 of them, got away to warn you.
Lord, what about the others?
I don't know. I doubt if any of them got away, and they'll be coming for us next.
One other man escaped the massacre at the Umpqua and stumbled into the Hudson's Bay trading post at Vancouver on the Columbia River, 1 day ahead of Jedediah Smith and John Turner. Dr. John McLaughlin, who ran the post, took care of the Americans and talked to Smith.
Well, son, you've done a great thing. You realize that you're the first man to reach California overland? Yes, and the first one to find a way up here from California. You've connected up a lot of country that was separated before.
Yes, I know.
You're the kind of man I'd like to have working for me.
No, not me. I'm through with trapping now. I've done what I set out to do. Now I'm going to go back and start some other kind of business. Not so dangerous.
What about all those furs you left back on the Umpqua? Must have been a fortune you were bringing back.
Yeah, easily $30,000 worth.
You're just going to leave them there to rot?
I guess so. I can't go back, not till I get to Salt Lake and pick up men and supplies. By then, they'll be worthless.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send my men down and get them. And while they're there, they can bury your dead.
Yeah.
They'll bring the furs back here, and I'll pay you 2/3 of their full value.
Well, that's more than a fair bargain, Doctor, considering that I've practically given them to you by what I said.
That's all right. The Hudson Bay Company does business fairly. And that money might come in handy when you start that other business of yours.
Jedediah Smith returned to Salt Lake, and later, in 1830, quit the trapping business. Back in the frontier civilization of St. Louis, he formed a company to transport goods down the trail from St. Louis to the New Mexican town of Santa Fe. He started his first journey in the spring of 1831, guiding an immigrant train through the Indian country. Between the Arkansas and the Cimarron rivers, the caravan failed to strike water, and thirst hung like a specter over the parched men and animals.
Peter, I'm going on ahead. We got to find water or the whole train's done for.
But, Jed, this here's Indian country. You can't go on alone.
What are you talking about? After the experiences I've been through, this is nothing. Now, don't you worry, Peter. Just take care of the folks till I scare up a drink for us all.
Out into the plains rode Jed Smith, alone. Seared by heat, tortured by thirst, mocked by mirages, he rode on and on, until finally he reached the winding course of the Cimarron River. And there...
There you are, Betsy, old girl. She looks mighty dry, but there's a water hole or two. Yep,
There we are, over there a piece. Looks mighty cool and sparkling, too, don't it? Well, as soon as we get a taste to loosen us up a bit, we'll be heading back to bring the others. Oh. Here we are, Betsy. Oh, there, now, don't try to drink the whole dry. You'll bust if you do. Here, let me get down there and have some, too. Yep, it's mighty good, all right, Betsy. Oh, Betsy, old girl, come back here. What's the matter with you? Betsy!
Scented by the horse, but unseen by Smith, 2 Indians hid behind a distant bush, drew arrows to bows, and...
Oh, you red devils. Shooting a man in the back.
Thus, on the lonely banks of the Cimarron River, died the gallant young man, then only 32, who had opened up California to American immigration overland. The personification of all those heroic virtues that were bred by the American frontier. An explorer who made contributions of tremendous value to the opening of the West, Jedediah Strong Smith stands without superior. His life story is of the Ranchos.
Title Insurance Service, comparable in speed and accuracy to that rendered in this community by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, is available in but few other localities. And the rates charged for such services throughout the United States average considerably higher than those prevailing here. The company's vast physical plant, its advanced system of assembling and correlating facts, and entering them into accounts covering every square foot of land in the entire county, and its large, carefully trained organization, enable it to issue more policies of title insurance than any other company in the world, and to fill its orders promptly at substantial savings to its customers. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we'll trace the history of the Rancho La Puente and the colorful story of its owners, John Rowland and William Workman, whose names were given to the first party of Americans to come overland to settle California. It's a tale you'll want to hear. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
New Mexico, 1841.
Workman Roland party starts for California.
Los Angeles, 1846.
Americans' lives saved by revolt.
Los Angeles, 1876.
Panic closes Southland banks. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful events which make up the history of our Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, tells another true story of famous people and happenings, rich in romance and adventure. Now a word from the Title Insurance and Trust Company about a kind of insurance that takes precedence over all others today. Victory insurance. That's what your regular purchases of defense bonds and stamps really are. For the money thus made available to our government in this time of greatest need will provide the planes, tanks, guns, and bombs that alone can ensure our victory. And don't forget, that in buying this victory insurance, you're also ensuring the future financial well-being of your family. Defense bonds are a sound business investment, guaranteeing a definite and substantial return. So put your dimes and dollars to work for America and for you. Do it now. Do it regularly. Do it often. Now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight concerns two of the Southland's early pioneers, partners in ownership of a vast tract of land in the fertile San Gabriel Valley, the great Rancho La Puente of William Workman and John Rowland. Here is a story rich in the romance of the Ranchos. Our story starts about the year 1841, when two business partners in the little New Mexican town of Taos, near Santa Fe, discussed an important matter.
But, John, does this mean that our partnership is dissolved, that you're striking out on your own?
Of course not, Bill. Who ever said anything like that?
Well,
the firm of William Workman and John Rowland is going to go on as long as we live. As long as we live, and maybe longer. Now, that ain't the idea at all. It's just that we'd be, transferring operations somewhere else.
But you want to go to California.
Oh, sure. Sure I want to go to California. I want to take a look around. See if it looks like a good place to settle down and start our business all over again. You know, we can't stay here.
No, we can't. It's getting more unhealthy every day.
Sure, Ben Wilson says that Armijo, the governor, has gotten word somehow or other that the Texas boys are organizing to march in here and take over New Mexico. Bad enough for Americans here now. But when that happens, none of us will be safe from these New Mexicans and Indians. We got to get out while there's still a chance.
Yes, you're right. But, Ben, California, that's a long way off. It's another Mexican province. There aren't many Americans there. Why not go back to Missouri, back to civilization?
What chance did we have? No, Bill, we ought to go out there where we can start something. Where we have a chance to really make a place for ourselves. Not just get in on the tail end.
Yes. Well, perhaps you're right. It seems like a peculiar place to start a business. Out in the wilderness where there's nobody to do business with.
Yeah, you may be right. That's what I want to find out. That's why I'm going out there. Anyways, I've always had a hankering to see it. Ever since the first time I heard tell about California.
Oh, it must be a mighty nice place to live, all right.
Yeah, more than that, though. If it's such a nice place to live, sooner or later, people are going to live there. Americans. Yeah, they're spreading farther west every day. Won't take them long to get out there, and, we'll be in on the ground floor.
I trust your judgment, John. Go on, see what you can find. Whatever you decide will be all right with me. As long as we have to move anyway, it might as well be west, I suppose.
Good. I'll make arrangements to leave right away.
Man, that's a hard trip. In fact, nobody's ever made it except a few trappers. How'll you get there?
You seem to forget, Bill, that, I've been a trapper.
Oh, yes.
I've done a lot of exploring around this west, and I haven't forgotten all I knew. I'll find my way to California all right, and I'll be back in the spring. Back in the spring, ready to take both our families back to a new home in California.
And so John Rowland took leave of his partner, William Workman, and made the hazardous journey across Indian-infested mountains and desert to the remote Mexican province of California. Once in Southern California, the young American was pleased with what he saw. And back he went to Taos, determined to persuade the others. He arrived in the New Mexican town in the nick of time to find his family and friends considerably upset.
Listen to them, John. These riots have been getting worse and worse. Governor Armijo has whipped them up into a frenzy against us.
No Americans have been attacked, have they?
No, not yet, but if this keeps up, it'll only be a matter of days. They've been threatening several times. We've barricaded the doors and windows just in case.
How many of us are there?
About 20 men with their families. Altogether, about 40 Americans. Ben Wilson and I have rounded them up and taken whatever measures we could to ensure their safety, but We're outnumbered, 20-1.
More than that. Well, thank heavens I got back in time. We still have a chance to escape. Bill, we'll call them all together tonight. I'll lay my plans before them.
What is it? California?
That's right. We'll find safety and a future fortune there. And I'm proposing that we stock up and get ready to leave as soon as possible.
The American pioneers of Santa Fe accepted John Rowland's proposition and escaped the trap of the New Mexicans just in time. Across the parched plains and hazardous mountains the tiny caravan plodded. And after almost 2 months of difficult travel, on November 5th, 1841, they came down through Cajon Pass into the promised land of Southern California. It was the first party of American settlers to come to the Southland with the idea of making it their home, the vanguard of that great westward migration which made world history. As such, the Workman Rowland Party, with its honor roll of future great names in Southern California annals, made history. Besides the leaders, there were Don Benito Wilson, Lemuel Carpenter, John Reed, and many others. Most of them were to make their homes here. Many of them were to follow much the same procedure that John Rowland did. One day he accosted his friend, Don Benito Wilson.
Well, that's what I said. How about coming up north with me to see the governor and get some land?
You mean all you got to do is just ask for it?
That's the size of it. I got some real nice country picked out for Bill and me, and I'm going up to claim it. How about you, Ben?
Oh, no, not me. I'm not able to settle down here. And like I told you before, there's plenty more places to see. And I don't intend to live, die, and be buried in one out-of-the-way spot like this.
I still think you'll change your mind, but, well, I'm going anyway. Sorry you won't come along.
Well, who said I won't? I'll go up there with you, but only because I want to find a ship that's headed for China. Now, maybe I'll be lucky enough to find one in Monterey. Anyway, it's worth a try.
All right, you old Rolling Stone. We're off for Monterey.
North to Monterey rode the two friends, and John Rowland paid a visit to Senor Arguello, the prefect of the district.
Ah, Senor. Roland, did you say? What can I do for you?
Well, I understand you're the man who can help me prepare the proper petition to obtain a grant of land.
A grant of land. Aha. Oh, but you, Senor, are an Americano, are you not?
See, well, that is, I was born an Americano, but I'm a naturalized citizen of Mexico.
So?
Here are my papers. I'm a resident of the Department of New Mexico. I've married a Mexican wife. In fact, I've produced 7 little citizens of Mexico.
Bueno, you will do, Senor. And in that case, I shall prepare your petition.
I can get the land?
Oh, I do not know. But you have passed the first requirement. Tell me, Senor, where is the land you want?
The land's to the east of the San Gabriel River near the bridge La Piente, known as the Exmission lands of San Gabriel.
Oh, the Padres will not like that. But no matter, that is government land now, so you are entitled to it. See, that would make a good place for a rancho.
Yeah, that's what I think. Then you'll prepare the petition?
Oh, see, I shall draw it out.
When can I take possession of the land?
As soon as the provisional grant is issued.
But when will that be? I mean, well, you see, I was planning on going back to my family and partner, and, well, I'd like to know I had the land before I left.
Oh, see, of course. And when are you planning to leave, Senor?
Oh, in a day or two.
Santa Maria, a day or two? Senor, you Americanos are too impatient. You shall be lucky if the grant is issued in 2 months, let alone 2 days.
Is that so? Well, that seems a long time just to say yes or no.
Oh, Senor, wait until you have been here a while. You will understand. It is much easier just to take your time. See, Senor. In fact, here it is easy to forget time. See, Senor. Time was made for slaves.
In spite of the Californians' contention that time was nothing, John Rowland and William Workman chafed at the bit until in 1842 their provisional grant was issued. They were able to take up their abode on their Rancho La Puente. Once on their land, the two friends and partners built homes close by one another and started the irrigation and cultivation of their land. But when the final provisions had been lived up to, and they received their title papers, discovery was made.
Bill, I don't know how I could have made such a mistake.
It's all right, John. We have the land.
The grant is legal. Everything will be all right.
But the grant is made out only to me and not to both of us in partnership.
Well, it doesn't really matter.
But it does. Legally, you couldn't will your part to your children or...
Well, I couldn't anyway. Neither of us can. That's a provision in the grant.
Well, it isn't right. We're going to have this changed. You're my partner on this like on everything else. Half of this ranch is yours, and I'm going to see that you get it. Yes, and your children, too. We'll have it re-granted without any provisions at all.
And John Rowland did have the Rancho La Puente re-granted to himself and William Workman. And thereafter the two partners shared evenly in the profitable growth which followed. But the two men had arrived in California at a period of extreme upheaval, and within 4 years after their arrival, they were to take part in the great events. In 1845, when the army of Governor Micheltorena was being defied by Southern Californians, both Mexican and American, it was William Workman who aroused the local Americans to support the defenders of Los Angeles.
Micheltorena is advancing on Los Angeles. He'll be in the city tomorrow. Let me stop. He must be stopped. I appeal to every one of you. You all know what this man's army means to us. If we ever want to have any degree of self-government here in California, if we want to live in a society which has respect for law and order, if we ever want to be rid of the brigandry of Micheltorena's lawless mob, we must stand firm and fight beside our neighbors, the Californians. Are you with me?
With Workman as leader, Don Benito Wilson, John Rowland, William McKinley, and some 50 other Americans did stand firm with the Californians and defeated Micheltorena in the Battle of Cahuenga. They made Pio Pico governor, and now calm was restored. But alas, for only a short time. For in 1846 came war with the United States. The American forces of Commodore Stockton took Los Angeles. As the Commodore moved on, he left a small force to guard the city. It was then that word came to John Rowland.
Bill, it's revolt. A general revolt of all the Californians.
As bad as that. Well, surely Gillespie's men can stop it.
Stop it. That handful will be annihilated if they don't get help. It's really serious. Juan Flores is the head of the insurgents, and they're out to get every American.
That's bad.
I'll have my horse saddled. I've got to ride out and warn Ben Wilson.
Yes, he has a squad of soldiers. Maybe he can get to Gillespie with help.
I'm afraid we'll have to have more than Ben's squad. They were just organized as a border patrol. Now I've got to warn Ben to save himself. Flores has sent out 100 men to round him up.
But, John, you're an American, too. If you're caught with Captain Wilson, you know what it will mean.
I know, Bill, but I've got to warn him.
Well, then I'm going with you.
No, Bill, this is one time you're not with me. You're an Englishman, not an American. If you stay here out of the way, they probably won't bother you.
Look here, man, I'm not going to stand aside and do nothing to help. We're supposed to be partners on everything.
All right, then, partner. The best way for you to help me is to stay here and take care of the ranch. I'll be all right. This'll all blow over in a little while. Then I'll want to come back here to a ranch that's been kept up.
Yes, but look
No
here.
buts about it. I'm on my way. Take care of things. I'll be seeing you soon.
But, John! John!
Rowland reached Captain Benjamin Wilson and his men just as the Californians were closing in, and together they were besieged in the Williams Ranch house at Chino. For a time they held the attackers off, but...
Well, we can't hold them off much longer, John.
No, the ammunition's almost gone now.
Wait a minute. Do I smell smoke?
Means, yes.
Oh, it's a fire. They've set the roof on fire. It's going up like tinder. Hurry, men. Get out. Back out to the patio.
Well, they'll smoke us out even then.
No, we're done for. Might as well give up right now. We're prisoners, and may God help us.
The Americans, under Don Benito Wilson, were herded into an improvised prison in Los Angeles. There they remained for some time in great physical discomfort. Then, one day...
Don Yosio Palomares.
Oh, Senor Workman, come in. Won't you sit down?
Gracias, senor. I have something important to talk to you about.
Bueno. I've not seen you for some time. Not since...
No, not since this trouble started.
I see.
I only come now, senor, because of word I've received from my good friend John Rowland, who, as you know, is held prisoner here.
I know. It is unfortunate.
Senor, I come to you because you're an honest, humane gentleman, as are most Californians.
Gracias, senor.
I know that, even though our sympathies may not lie on the same side, you are a man of honor, and you will not countenance dishonor among your countrymen.
Dishonor, senor, among us Californianos? Come, Senor Workman, speak up.
Very well. I have received word from my friends that General Flores plans to send them as trophies of war to the government at Mexico City.
Senor, you are sure?
Si. For so Flores has already told them. Don Ignacio, you will not allow him to do anything so inhumane, so dishonorable, will you?
Senor, many of us have not liked Flores' treatment of the Americanos. But we have felt we could do nothing. After all, you sent here from Mexico.
Si. And when the Americano forces come back, he will flee to Mexico again, leaving you Californianos to bear the shame of his dishonorable dealings.
I know that, senor. This whole unpleasant matter is much to be regretted, senor Workman. But you have my word for it. There shall be no more to be regretted. Flores will not carry out this scheme.
Don Ignacio, I knew you would not allow it.
I shall call my friends together right away, and we shall take action, with force if necessary.
Quickly, Don Ignacio Palomares gathered the honorable California dons around him and challenged General Flores' command of the insurgents. Anxiously, the prisoners waited in their quarters, the sound of firing ringing up to them.
Ben, it seems to be fading away. There's not as much firing as before.
Yeah, it sounds like it's Peter now. I'm afraid we're sunk, John.
Oh, if only we could do something, not just sit here in prison waiting and praying when out there our fate is being decided.
I'm afraid it's been decided. The firing's almost stopped. I didn't think Flores would give up that easily.
Then we'll soon be on our way to Mexico.
John Rowland! Ben Wilson!
It's Bill Workman.
Huh?
Bill, what are you doing here?
Workman, how in the world...
Roll over, men. You're safe. We've just finished off the last of Flores' men who held out.
But how?
It was easy. Most of his own men were on our side. General Flores is in irons, and you're safe.
Whom do the public records show to be the owner of the land upon which you're living right this minute? Do you know for sure? Do you know what they show about who owned it before the present owner acquired it? What rights or claims or interests any person or any corporation or any municipality has in that land? Suppose you didn't know the answer to all those questions, but you wanted to know. And surely you would want to know if you were buying that land or if you were lending money with that land as security. It is the business of Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles to determine from a mass of millions of different records the answers to all these questions. When that determination has been made, not only from an examination of these records, but by an interpretation of these records, it issues what is called a policy of title insurance. This insures you against any loss you may suffer by reason of mistakes in the policy of title insurance as to any of these matters. When you buy real estate or lend on real estate, just think, title insurance is my protection.
The Americans under Captain Benjamin Wilson were freed from the threat of being taken to Mexico City as trophies of war by the prompt action of the Californians. Flores was later restored to his command after promising to refrain from any mistreatment of the American prisoners. From now on, Rowland, Wilson, and the others fared better, but they were still captives. Then, on January 8, 1847, the day before the Battle of the San Gabriel, General Andres Pico visited them in their cell.
You mean, General Pico, that you're releasing us?
Si, mi amigo, for we have no one to guard you. All of our men go to the battle, and you would not be safe here. The mob might get out of hand here in the pueblo.
So you're letting us go for our own safety, huh?
Si, but on one condition, that you promise not to join the Americano forces against us.
I'm sure that you have our promise, General. You're being more than generous.
Gracias. We have never had any ill will toward you, senores. I only wish that this unpleasantness could have been avoided.
Si, General Pico. That goes both ways. But I'm sure that whatever happens, we can all live here in this grand country together, peacefully and happily.
On General Andres Pico's horses, Wilson and Rowland made good their escape and returned to their homes. The next day, the Californians were defeated at San Gabriel, and all California knew that it was to become a part of the United States of America. But the course of events changed the even tenor of life on La Puente but little, for a time at least. On the Workman Rowland property, grew up a virtual community in itself. In 1855, workmen built the first brick house in California, which still stands. Beside their crops and vineyards, the cattle and horses, John Rowland built a flour mill and a winery. His flour and aguardiente supplied many in the Pueblo. Those were prosperous years during the 50s, for settlers were pouring into California. Gradually, with growth, conditions changed. From the sleepy frontier village, Los Angeles began its growth as an American city of commerce and industry. As the years passed, the American rancheros took an active part in the development. William Workman joined with his son-in-law, Francis F.P. Temple, and Isaac W. Hellman to go into the banking business. Later on, in 1870, Workman and Temple established a bank of their own, and for a while, prospered. Then, 3 years later, on a little barren plot of ground on Rancho La Puente, a sad scene was enacted.
Don't you think we'd better be getting back to the house, Mr. Workman, sir?
No, Francis. Just a minute more. I want to stay here with him a minute more.
But it's getting late.
I can't believe it yet, Francis. There under the soil he loved so well lies John Rowland.
It's where he'd want to be, sir.
Yes. Yes, it's where I want to be, too, Francis. Remember that when the time comes. John and I lived and worked and fought together. We've been friends and partners for most of our lives. And when it comes to me, too, I should like to be laid right here, Francis. Here beside my old partner, John.
I promise you it will be done, sir. But what are we talking about? That's far in the future. You'll probably outlast me many years.
No, son, I have a feeling that now John's gone, it won't be very long for me.
And William Workman was to live only a few years longer, contentedly at home on his Rancho La Puente. Surrounding him were his children, his grandchildren, his sons and daughters-in-law, among them many names illustrious. John Reed, Francis Temple. There were the Boyles, and John Rowland's family, including William, the sheriff, who captured the bandit Vasquez. The old pioneer left his banking business pretty much in the hands of Temple, and all went well until, in 1874, Workman was hastily called to the bank.
Francis, what is it? What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Workman, I'm glad you're here.
What are all these people doing here?
It's a run. A run on the bank. It's getting worse and worse. It's a panic, sir, a panic.
But why? What's the cause of it?
Well, yesterday in San Francisco, the Bank of California closed its doors, and all over the state, one bank after another is following suit.
Close? But, Francis, there's no need for us to close, is there?
Yes, sir, I'm afraid there is. We can't keep open in the face of a panic like this. We've given out almost all of our cash now. That's why I asked you to come. I want your permission to close the doors.
Why should I lend money to a bank? Every one of them's closed.
But the scare is over. I'm sure if we can reopen, we'll be all right, Mr. Baldwin.
The Hellman's reopening tomorrow, E.J. And we want to do the same. If you'll put up this money, we can.
You say you want $310,000, huh? That's a lot of money.
But it's safe, E.J. Both Francis and I are willing to stake our property on it.
Yes, we'll give you a mortgage for our combined real estate.
All right, I'll do it. But I don't envy you, fellas. Looks to me like you're jumping from the frying pan into the fire.
Well, Francis, how does it stand? You've been poring over those figures for hours.
It doesn't look good, sir.
You mean...
Yes. We can't liquidate our assets. We can't call back enough loans. And our money is gone.
And that means we'll have to close again.
Yes, but this time for good.
And our land, the Rancho La Puente.
It's gone.
The shock was too much for William Workman, and a short time later, they carried him to his final resting place.
And so he placed him here, beside his old friend, in this little acre of God, just where he wanted to be. May he rest in peace. We who knew him shall never forget him.
Not forgotten is William Workman or John Rowland, pioneers of early Los Angeles. Today, their many descendants are prominent in Southland affairs, including a famous president of the city council, the Honorable Boyle Workman, who has written much about his kinsmen and his life in early California. They are remembered, too, on the land of Rancho La Puente, where today prosperous farms and homes and the thriving cities of Covina, Puente, and Baldwin Park are located. For it is men like these who have helped to make Southern California as it is today. Such is the romance of the Ranchos.
When you deal with land, you deal with people, because things which happen to people may affect their land. You must know, for example, what legal disabilities, if any, a person might have which might prevent him from or affect him in dealing with land. Now, suppose you were buying a lot from Catherine Jones, spelled with a C. Suppose the records disclose that one Catherine Jones, spelled with a K, is incompetent. Is that the same person? It doesn't appear to be, but it might be. It's the business of Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles to establish the identity of these persons and to insure you against loss by reason of any mistake in any such identification. Incidentally, there are at least 24 different ways to spell the name Catherine. Does this give you some idea of the magnitude of the work which must be done by the Title Insurance Company? Now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll trace the history of Catalina and the Channel Islands along the coast, where the romantic sea otter trade was carried on. And there's a tale about the lost woman of San Nicolas, a fascinating chapter in the romance of the Ranchos. So, until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamond speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Santa Cruz Island, 1542.
Discover of California buried on Lonely Island.
Santa Catalina Island, 1805.
Smugglers anchor in harbor of Avalon.
San Nicolas Island, 1870.
Find woman lost 20 years on Lonely Island. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful history which is the heritage of our Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell a true story of romance and adventure in the days of the Dons. It's businesslike to protect your interest in land with a policy of title insurance. It's just as businesslike to safeguard your family's financial future with sound investments. And there's no sounder investment today than United States defense bonds. Even if these bonds paid no interest, they would still be the wisest of investments. For the money realizes our nation. And without that victory, no other investment that you have made or can make will be safe. So buy defense bonds and stamps early and often and regularly. Don't put it off. Make a down payment on victory tomorrow. Now, here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight is concerned with one of the great forces
which helped to bring Americans to California, the sea otter trade, and with the principal locations of that industry in the Channel Islands off the coast of Southern California. And since it is closest to us here, our story will have for its principal setting the lovely island paradise of Santa Catalina. It's a story rich in the romance of the Ranchos. Long before the white man braved the hardships of a land exploration north from Mexico, the hardy seamen of Spanish frigates put forth into uncharted waters and won the honor of exploring the coast which was to become our California. In the year 1542, north from Natividad came two tiny ships, their courageous crews unprotected from the waves even by a deck, their commander unsure of what dangers lay ahead, but courageously pressing forward, northward, to claim land and glory for the King of Spain. His name, Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo.
Capitan Cabrillo.
See?
I don't like the looks of these clouds. And the wind looks like a storm, a bad one.
See?
There's narrow channel here, between the islands and the mainland. It's no place to be caught in a storm. We could easily be driven onto the rocks.
See, we shall put into that cove on the island.
See, it'll do. We'd better get into it as soon as possible. No one knows how furiously the wind may blow in these waters.
Very well. Turn her in, helmsman. Do you have an idea what part of the world we are in?
See, according to my calculations, this must be one of the Molucca Islands, just this side of China. See, we should sight the coast of Cathay before many days.
Perhaps. In that case, these natives that line the shores of the cove must be of the Chinese race, of which we have heard so much.
Huh? Line the shore?
See, look, hundreds of them.
Oh, mi Capitan, I don't like this. They may be savages. We may be killed, massacred.
Oh, no, for the Chinese are a friendly race. Surely you've heard that. And if your calculations are correct...
Oh, but I could be wrong, perhaps.
See, you are wrong. They are Indians, such as we know in Mexico. This is not China, amigo, but still Alta California.
Well, then they are savages. We most surely will be massacred.
I don't think so, for see, they hold up their hands in welcome. They come in their boats to meet us. Now, here at last we'll find a resting place from the fury of the waves, here on this island paradise, which we shall claim for our great King of Spain.
Into today's harbor of Avalon on Santa Catalina Island sailed Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, intrepid commander of Spain, to be greeted by the tribe of friendly Indians who made it their homes. He named the island San Salvador in honor of his flagship. After resting at the same cove which is the Mecca of gay vacationers today, Cabrillo again set sail north. Soon he came to a group of 3 islands, and anchoring in the harbor of one, named it San Miguel. Today it is called Santa Cruz, the lovely isle off the coast of Santa Barbara. Here they stopped for rest among the seemingly friendly Indians. But one day, the stillness was shattered.
Capitan Cabrillo, what was that?
Shouts. They seem to come from the shore.
Look, Capitan. It's our party of sailors. They're being attacked by the Indians. Look.
Quick, men, over the side into shore. Hurry. If we're to save them, we must hurry. All right, men. Here's the shore. Up and over the rocks. Hurry after them.
Watch out, Capitan. Those rocks are slippery.
After them, men. After them.
Capitan Cabrillo, look out! Capitan Cabrillo! Capitan, amigo, are you hurt?
I don't think so.
That was a pretty nasty spill on those rocks here. Let me help you get up.
See, give me your hand.
Capitan, what is it?
It's my leg. My leg, it's broken.
In those days, long before the use of antiseptics, the shattered shin bone of Cabrillo was a serious thing. Nevertheless, in pain but undaunted, Cabrillo pointed the prow of his little vessel north once more. Up the coast to Monterey Bay, to great San Francisco Bay, and beyond he sailed. Only severe storms caused him to turn back, to run for shelter down the coast. But there was another reason for the gloom that enveloped the 2 tiny ships.
Helmsman, is not that island San Miguel?
Si, senor, it is.
Then we shall put in there.
Put in?
You mean drop anchor in that place where...
See, or it might be a fitting place to leave him.
Then he's...
See, failing fast. It is the gangrene in his injured leg. It won't be long. Capitan Cabrillo is dying.
Mi amigo, our ship, we're not moving.
No, we're anchored, safe in harbor.
You stop for me.
No, for the storms. They blow us off our course. We'll wait here for more favorable wind.
You stop here for me, for I'm going to die.
Mi amigo, you must not say that. You'll be all right.
Mi amigo, I'm going to die. I know that, too. And you shall bury me here on these lonely islands, this new land we have found.
Mi Capitan, you must not think such.
It's all right, mi amigo. I'm not afraid. I could not ask for much more. To be buried here in this great new country to be that we have found.
Mi Capitan.
See, it is well. I only regret that I cannot go on, claim more of this vast coast for His Majesty. I ask but one thing, that you, my good navigator, will go on. When I'm no more, you must go on, sail north and farther north for me.
I promise you, mi Capitan.
Then all is well, and my work will be finished.
On the lonely island of Santa Cruz, then called San Miguel, they laid the mortal remains of Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, the first white man to set foot on the shores of Upper California. There today his bones still lie, lost under mountains of shifting sand, unhonored for the important part he played in California's history. It was over half a century before another white man sailed north to visit the islands off the coast and anchor in the little harbor on the island Cabrillo called San Salvador. It was in the year 1602, and the explorer was Sebastian Vizcaino. It was he who spoke the words,
"In honor of the martyred St. Catherine, on whose name day it is pleased the good Lord to grant us this safe harbor, I name this island Santa Catalina, and claim it in the name of Philip, King of Spain."
And now, after the visit of Vizcaino, 100 years were to pass before the first American sailed into these waters. Years after the mainland of Southern California had borne fruit under the hands of Spanish settlers. These Americans were the hardy seamen from the Lila Bird, Captain William Shaler in command, and these fur traders immediately became involved in an international incident of some consequence. As they were anchored in the Bay of San Diego on board the Lila Bird in the dead of night.
All right, men. Over the side.
You mean, Captain Shirley, you're actually going to send in that boat of supplies?
Of course. Californians on the shore waiting to trade them furs.
But it's against the law. It's smuggling.
Smuggling. Spain is just trying to keep out other countries, smother foreign trade. People pay no attention to the law. Even the commandant winks at our trade, if it's not too obvious.
All the same, I don't like it. The commandant might be in a bad mood.
We'll worry about that later. Over you go. Get to the shore, be as quiet as possible.
All right, men, this is the place. Ease her in. All right, make her fast. Start unloading this stuff. Californian should be here any minute. Easy there. Don't make any more noise if you can help. We don't want the guard down on us. No use taking any chances. Oh, here come the men we're seeing now. Hi there. Over here, over here.
Gracias, senor. You're kind enough to give us your exact position. Now put up your hand.
What do you mean?
You're under arrest.
And they're holding them on the beach until morning. It's only a small guard. We can free them easily. So into the boats, men. We have a little fighting to do. Quiet. Work up the beach slowly. Got them surrounded. When I give the word, fire your guns in the air, and we'll scare them into surrendering. All right, after them. Up with your hands, senores. You're surrounded. Right, men. With your rescue party. Up with your hands, senores. That's right. Now, there'll be no trouble if you just let my men go back to their ship.
But there will be trouble, senor. Plenty trouble.
You cannot do this. You're defying the government of Spain.
And what will the government of Spain do about it?
You will see, senor, when you try to sail out past the guns of the fort.
Captain Sailor, you're not going to try it.
You bet I am. What else are we going to do? Stay here in the harbor and let them arrest us all?
But the mouth of the harbor is narrow. We'll have to sail within 100 yards of the gun.
We've got guns, too. We got them all lined up on the port side, ready for action. We'll get by, all right.
I hope so.
It's almost dawn now, so we might as well make a run for it. All right, men. Up all sail!
We're almost opposite the fort, sir.
Keep her on this tack.
They're shooting, sir.
But their aim isn't so good. That one was short.
Shall we reply?
Not yet. Sail right in. Hold your fire until we're directly opposite. Then give them a full broadside.
Yes, sir. It's going to be mighty close, Captain.
I'm not worried, sir. We'll get by. They haven't hit us yet, anyway.
No, but we're almost even with the fort. Shall I give the order?
No, not just yet, sir. Another moment. Yes. There. All right, sir. That did do it, sir. Look at them running away from the guns. Now we have a clear passage out, and we're safe.
Captain Shaler's smuggling activity was characteristic of the times. Spain, in an effort to keep foreigners out of California, forbade trade. But the Californians wanted it, as did the ships of all nations. So, half-legitimate smuggling and evasion of customs went on for many years. But trade was only a side issue. The magnet which drew the ships of the world to California coast was the little animal which abounded among the Channel Islands, the sea otter. Together with the seals, these animals made millions for the early sailors. That was why Captain Shaler was impressed with Catalina Island when he stopped there to repair a ship.
Look, sir, look. The water's alive with them.
Yes, I've certainly never seen so many seals at one time. That rock out in the harbor is covered with them.
But not only seals, sir. There are hundreds of sea otters, too. You know what the skin of a sea otter brings in the markets of Canton?
No, sir. How much?
$40, sir, and on up. And here they are to be had by the hundreds. My friend, these islands will bring us a fortune.
The sea otter trade flourished for many years around Catalina Island. The traders from Russia, England, the United States, and many other nations reaped fortunes. They hired the Indians to hunt the otters all year. They paid them with glass beads, knives, or rusty chisels for 100 furs valued at thousands of dollars. Finally, the supply was so depleted that the profits dwindled, and once more the Channel Islands were left in their solitary beauty. But civilization had come to Southern California, and in July of 1846, a small party of people, including Captain Thomas Robbins of Santa Barbara, landed on the shores of Catalina. Robbins was beside himself with joy.
Man alive, just look at it. Isn't it the most wonderful place in the world? I can hardly believe it. But here it is. Here's the governor's grant right here in my hand. Santa Catalina Island is mine. It belongs to me.
Several times on these programs, we've referred to the fact that issuing title insurance policies requires highly skilled, thoroughly trained personnel. Here's an example of why this is true. Let us say that the title examiner is examining the documents comprising the recorded history of the ownership of a particular piece of land. One link in that chain of title is a deed which Smith, the record owner in 1938, executed to Brown. The form, signature, and acknowledgement fulfill all legal requirements. From an inspection of the records, the deed appears to be valid. But the examiner knows that the deed may be absolutely void if any one of certain conditions existed in connection with its execution or delivery. If, for example, the deed was stolen by Brown or any other person and recorded without proper delivery, or if the deed was executed in blank and Brown's name inserted without Smith's written authority, or if Smith was under the age of 18, even though he appeared older, or if Smith was actually insane, though not so adjudged, or if the person who signed the deed was not the Smith who owned the title. In other words, if the deed had been forged. Any of these conditions would render the deed void. none would necessarily be evident from an inspection of the record of the deed. It takes a considerable degree of skill and training to determine such matters. And when the Title Insurance and Trust Company issues a policy of title insurance to you, that policy insures you against loss arising from the existence of any of the defects I have mentioned. Thus, it is apparent that the title insurance policy insures much more than just a record title.
For the first time, an individual owner took over Santa Catalina Island, the American captain Thomas Robbins, and now began its use as a rancho and later as a pleasure resort. Few people lived there. The Indians who had made it their home had long since been removed to the mainland. This forced migration of the island Indians from one of the other Channel Islands furnished a fascinating and little-known chapter in their history. The barren, rocky spit of San Nicolas. It is the most remote of the islands off Santa Barbara, and because of its location far out in the open sea, its Indian inhabitants were among the last to be removed from the islands by the padres of the Franciscan missions. It was on this last trip that the story began.
Say there, Padre. You all aboard?
Si, Capitan. Just a moment.
Well, hurry up. The wind's coming up. I want to get away from these rocks. Island is treacherous.
Last one is coming on board now. There, he's up. All right, Capitan. You can weigh anchor now.
Nothing too soon. Looks like a bad blow's coming up, all right. All right, men. Up sail. Up sail. Up sail. Weigh anchor. Yeah, I'll be glad to get out of this, into the channel, even with this heavy seas running.
Seems to be some commotion.
The Indians seem to be cutting up a bit. Probably don't want to leave their island. Well, I don't know why.
No, it seems to be just one woman. She's screaming about something.
Doesn't want to leave, no doubt. Women especially are funny that way. Now you take
Roberto, what is it? What's the trouble?
Wait a minute, Padre.
Don't bother, Padre. She'll calm down in a minute. It'll be all right.
Seems to be something wrong with her. Perhaps we'd better wait.
Padre, Capitan, stop the ship. We'll have to put back.
Put back? Listen, mister, we'll not put back. I'm getting as far away from these rocks as I can, as quick as I can.
No, Padre, you've got to stop this ship.
What's wrong, my son?
That woman has left her baby on the island.
What?
See, in the rush of loading, she left her baby.
Capitan, you must turn back.
Padre, it may mean the lives of every person on board. Wind's getting stronger every minute. The sea's running, and those rocks.
Capitan, in the name of heaven, turn back.
Padre, it's too late now.
Look, the woman, she's broken the way. She's climbing on the rail. She's going to jump into the sea.
No, stop her, stop her.
Stop!
Too late. There she goes.
Madre de Dios. And her little baby.
May the Lord have mercy on her soul.
Now that we brought him back here to Santa Barbara, Padre, what will you do with these Indians?
He will be given homes on the mission lands. The children put into schools. He'll have a chance to be civilized for the first time.
Then, you're through with my services?
Oh, no, Capitan. We're going back to the island, to San Nicolas.
But why? You mean the woman?
Si, the woman. And her baby.
But I tell you, it just isn't possible that she could be alive.
Miracles do happen, my son. It is just possible. And it's just possible that her baby may have survived, too. At any rate, we must try.
All right. I'll be ready to sail in the morning.
Hola, Capitan. Here are the supplies the Padre sends for your journey to the island tomorrow.
Si, Ranchos. Say, what's all the commotion in town? Heard a lot of yelling and excitement.
Oh, haven't you heard? It's gold. They discovered gold up north on the Sacramento River.
Gold?
See, bushels of it, they say, just lying around loose. They'll for anybody who gets it first.
Great Caesar's ghost. Gold.
See?
Men, attention, you lazy salties. To your posts. Get ready to hoist sail. We're sailing right away.
But the Padre.
Blast the Padre, man. There's gold to be had, and we're sailing north tonight.
When the ships of the port turned north in a mad rush for gold, the search for the lost woman of San Nicolas was abandoned. For many years, her existence was forgotten. Only the half-remembered story remained to be told and retold. Then, one day, almost 20 years later...
Padre, on the last tack in, we stopped for an hour at the little island of San Nicolas.
San Nicolas.
You remember, don't you?
Si, I remember.
May God rest her soul.
No, Padre. I think she's still alive.
Alive? But Roberto...
I know it sounds fantastic. But out there on that lonely, desolate island, we found unmistakable signs of human habitation. Primitive, Indian habitation. Nothing you would expect to be left by a passing fisherman.
You're sure of this, Roberto?
Absolutely.
Then we'll start immediately. Organize a searching party to go out to San Nicolas.
Padre, it's no use. We'll never be able to find her on this desolate mountain.
Roberto, she's here. Each time we've tried and failed, I've become more convinced than ever that she's here. We found the evidence.
See, but where is she? We've combed almost every foot of the island. We've yelled out our lungs. Surely she would see us or hear us.
I think she does. I think she's hiding from us.
Hiding from us? But why?
Because she has been alone here for 20 years now. No doubt her mind is affected. She's probably returned to a primitive mental state. I think perhaps...
Wait. What was that?
Sounds like a dog howling.
See. It seems to come from behind that rock. Come, Padre.
Madre de Dios.
Great heavens, Padre. Look.
See, it is she.
But she looks more like an animal.
Poor creature, just sitting there next to her wild dog, staring at us.
Look, Padre, look. She smiles.
See, she has some human memory left even after tortures of 20 years. Come, we must take to the boat and bring her at last back to life.
Found at last was the lost woman of San Nicolas, whose love for her long-dead baby caused her 20 years of animal-like living on the lonely isle of San Nicolas. So was closed an amazing chapter in California history. Now began the growth of the modern islands, either as ranchos or as pleasure resorts. Santa Catalina passed through both stages and through a number of ownerships. Captain Robbins sold his island rancho to Jose Maria Covarrubias of Santa Barbara, who passed it on to Albert Packard in 1853. The next owner was James Lick, a wealthy gentleman with great philanthropic interests. In fact, some people thought he was a bit too philanthropic.
James, I never heard of such a thing. You know what people are saying about you behind your back.
No, what are they saying, my friend?
It's you're plumb loony, that's what. Lord's sake, with all that money, you busy every minute of the day thinking up ways of giving it away.
Well, I can't use it all myself, George. Why not put it where it'll do the most good?
All right. I'm your friend. I understand that you got a big heart. Most folks can understand some of the things you've done, like the old lady's home, orphan asylum, library association. But folks begin to talk when you started that society for the prevention of cruelty to animals.
Oh, but George.
I know. Folks ought to be kind to animals. It's all right with me if you want them to. But now this last thing, that's too much for me even.
You mean my observatory for the study of the stars?
You mean them telescopes for stargazing? It's throwing money down a rat hole.
But, George, astronomy's a great science.
What can you learn from looking at them stars? James Lick, the whole world's going to laugh at you for putting money in them telescopes.
But the world didn't laugh at James Lick. Instead, his name is perpetuated in the Great Lick Observatory, where many great discoveries have been made. Now Santa Catalina passed into the hands of George R. Chateau, who founded the town of Avalon and built a hotel. In 1892, the land went to William Banning, son of the famous Phineas Banning, and he, together with his brothers and sisters, organized the Santa Catalina Island Company and started to develop the island into one of the world's greatest meccas for vacationers. In 1919, William Wrigley Jr. bought it and completed the work. Today, the Emerald Isle that offered safe harbor to the hardy seamen of Juan Cabrillo, Vizcaíno, and Captain Shaler is an island paradise for pleasure seekers, known the world over. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the Ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will be back to tell you about his story for next week. When I first read the script of the story we've just finished telling, I couldn't help thinking how much more interesting my next visit to Catalina Island is going to be than my last one. For when I enter Avalon Harbor, I'll see a new and different sight. The island as it looked to Cabrillo and Vizcaino, arriving in their primitive little sailing ships. I'll picture in my mind's eye the shore as it looked in those days before the modern buildings and roads and piers were built, and see on the beach the native Indians that Cabrillo's navigator thought were Chinese. There'll be a brand new thrill to this always thrilling trip. The fact is that all of us connected with these broadcasts have found new interest in scores of Southern California places and communities through learning about their colorful histories. And the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles will feel well repaid if you listeners discover a similar added pleasure in Southern California through hearing these stories. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we're going to tell you the romantic true story of Hugo Reed, the Scotchman who came here to win the great Rancho Santa Anita and the hand of a beautiful Indian girl. It's a story with laughter and tears, drama and high adventure, and you won't want to miss it. So until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
San Gabriel, 1837.
Town upset by Scotsman's romance with Indian girl.
San Gabriel, 1842.
Ranchero buys ship for trading venture.
San Gabriel, 1852.
Ranchero pleads for Indian reform. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the great personalities and momentous events which produced our California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns with another true story of the romantic, adventurous days of the dawn. How long will the war last is the number one question in all minds, in Washington and throughout the country. Nobody knows the answer, not even the best informed experts, not even our president. But one thing we all do know is that the faster we build planes and tanks and guns and bombs, the sooner we can bring the war to a victorious conclusion. And the sooner the victory, the fewer American lives will be lost. So once again, Title Insurance and Trust Company reminds you to buy defense bonds and stamps, all you can afford as often as you can, as a business investment and as an investment in America. And now here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight's story is one that touches the heart of everyone, for it's the romantic story of a young Scotch adventurer who fell in love with California and with one of her beautiful daughters. The characters are famous, for in the fictional story of Ramona, Helen Hunt Jackson used these people as a basis for her story. This is the true story of Don Perfecto Hugo Reed and his Indian wife, and of their life at San Gabriel and Santa Anita. It's a tale rich in the romance of the Ranchos. Our story begins far from the sunshine of Southern California, in a little town in Scotland about the year 1828. There, a young man was talking with a lovely Scotch girl.
Sir Hugo, I think it will be best that you didn't call again.
Victoria, you can't mean that. You can't mean that you don't want to see me again.
Aye, Hugo. It is for your own good. I didn't want to hurt you, but it will hurt you less this way.
But, Victoria, I don't understand. How can I just go away and not see you again? I love you. You know that.
Aye, Hugo, that's why it will be easier for you to go. But I didn't love you.
Oh, I know, but in time, Victoria, perhaps you'll change your mind.
No. Before I love another.
No, I can't believe it.
I'm sorry, Hugo.
I can't believe it.
Hugo, do not feel so badly. Very soon you'll forget me. Someday you'll laugh and say, I couldn't have thought I loved that silly Victoria.
Never.
Aye, you shall. You're young.
What has age to do with it? I'm a man. I can know love as deeply as any man.
Aye, Hugo. And I thank you for your love.
I don't want your thanks.
But that's all I can give you. I'm sorry. It's better this way, Hugo, believe me.
All right, I believe you. I'll go now, and you'll never be bothered with me again.
Hugo, wait, do not talk like that. What are you going to do?
Does it matter now?
Of course. We can be friends.
Friends? No, Victoria. No. This is goodbye and forever.
Hugo, what are you going to do?
I'm going away, far away, as far as I can go.
No, Hugo, dear. You must not do that. You must get back to college at Cambridge and forget me.
No, I'll never go back. I'm through with everything. I'm going away, starting a new life somewhere far away.
Hugo, you must not take it so hard. You'll find another girl. Fall in love with her.
I'll never speak again of love for a woman unless that woman is Victoria. And now, goodbye.
An unhappy romance sent young Hugo Reed out into the world of adventure. He shipped aboard a boat bound round the Horn, and presently was working for a fellow Englishman in business in Lima, Peru. His employer's name was Henry Dalton, the same Don Enrique who was to establish the Rancho Azusa many years later. In the summer of 1832, Hugo was running Dalton's branch store in the mining town of Hermosillo, Mexico. But a casual trip to San Pedro aboard the rig Ayacucho opened the young man's eyes to a new and promising land. And in 1834, Hugo Reed and his friend, Dr. William Keith, arrived in the Pueblo of Los Angeles to take up a new life. Hugo formed a partnership with Jacob Lease and started a mercantile store, carrying everything from cartwheels to silk shawls, anything the trading vessels that flagged the coast would bring. Soon, the young Scotsman's business was flourishing. He was becoming a man of influence in the community. His store was a mecca for the ladies of the best families, and so it was that one day a stately old lady in a black lace mantilla visited the shop. She was Doña Eulalia Perez y Damarene, house mother of the great mission San Gabriel.
And the shawl. See, I shall take that too.
Very well, Doña Eulalia. Will there be anything else?
Not this time, senor. I have bought more than I can carry now.
Oh, please allow me to carry them out to your carreta.
Ah, si, gracias, senor.
Here, I'll just load up with these bundles and bring them along. You don't get into the Pueblo from San Gabriel often, do you, senora?
Often enough. I like San Gabriel better.
See, I don't blame you. So do I.
You know San Gabriel, senorita?
Oh, see. I visited Padre Sanchez there on my first journey to California. He entertained me splendidly.
Ah, see, he was a good man. A great man.
I agree. And it's too bad that he's no longer with us.
See, you do not know how bad. San Gabriel is not what it once was, senor.
Oh, come. I couldn't think of San Gabriel as anything but a paradise.
Then you have not seen it lately. You must come there one day.
I should be delighted. Wait, I'll open the door for you.
Gracias, senorita. My carreta is over here.
All right, I'll just put these bundles in the... Oh.
Why, senorita, what is the matter?
Oh, nothing. Nothing except I was a little startled. I expected to see an Indian boy driving your carreta, but...
But instead you see a beautiful woman, eh, senor?
Well, see, I...
Come. There is no need to be embarrassed. Victoria is beautiful. Anyone can see that.
Victoria? Did you say Victoria?
See? What is so strange about that name? It is a name fit for a queen.
Oh, see, of course. And in this case, if I may say so, the name fits perfectly. It's only that I knew another...
See, the name was well chosen. For Victoria would be a queen among her people if the Spaniards had not come. She is the daughter of a great Indian chief. Here, Doña Victoria, I present to you Senor Hugo Reed.
It's indeed a privilege, Doña Victoria.
Buenos dias, senor.
I'm sorry, I don't look very presentable.
Oh, nonsense. You young people. The sight of a pretty face and you lose all trace of self-possession.
You are quite presentable, senor. I am happy to know you.
Well, thank you. Gracias. It's my pleasure, I assure you.
Come, Senor Reed. We must be off. You'll have plenty of time to pass the time of day with Doña Victoria when you call for tea at San Gabriel.
Oh, gracias. Gracias, Doña Eulalia. I shall be most happy.
Very well, then, senor. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, Senor Reed. We shall expect you.
See, I shall be there. Gracias. Buenos dias. I'm most happy to have... I'll be there all right soon.
Ah, buenos dias. It is you, Senor Reed.
Sí, buenos dias, Doña Victoria.
What brings you to San Gabriel?
Yeah, the same thing has brought me twice before this week. Can't you guess?
Senor.
That's it. I love to see you smile. That slow, warm smile of yours. May I come in?
Si. But I am afraid that Doña Eulalia is not receiving just now. She is taking siesta.
Well, that's what I was hoping for. I didn't come to see her. There, I've made you smile again. You're not laughing at me.
No, senor, I am not laughing at you. Won't you sit down? The garden is much nicer at this time of day.
Yes, it's lovely here. Won't you sit down, too?
Si, gracias. And now, what shall we talk about?
About you.
Ah, no. I am not an interesting person.
Oh, but you are. You're fascinating. I've inquired among all my friends, but I can find out very little about you.
There is not much to know. I am Indian. When my father's village was taken over by the mission, I came to live in the church school. I was brought up there. Doña Eulalia became fond of me and brought me to live with her. I have been here ever since.
You're happy?
Si, as I should be. I am fortunate. Much more so than most of my unfortunate people.
See, I know.
But come, senor. Tell me something of yourself.
Oh, no. I'm not an interesting fellow at all.
Oh, but you are fascinating, as you said of me.
Then we're both fascinating, to each other. But I won't bore you with my life.
Oh, senor, I like to know more about you.
You really would? Well, I was born and raised in Cardross, Scotland.
Oh?
That's a beautiful little town, all fertile and green. I was happy there as a boy.
Then why did you leave?
A girl. And oddly enough, a girl named Victoria.
Victoria?
See, she threw me over for another man.
Oh, senor. So, you ran away.
Well, now, to tell you the truth, I wanted to see the world anyway, so it was a good excuse.
Not you, senor. You did not feel that way then.
How do you know?
I know, senor. For in you, the feeling is deep. You do not take such things lightly.
You see through me easily, don't you?
Not see through, senor. I understand, see.
Yeah, I know. Somehow I think I understand you, too. You know, there's something about you...
I am easily understood, senor. But we were not talking of me, we were talking of you. The senorita named Victoria drove you away.
See, and I've been a rolling stone ever since. But now
you are going to settle down?
See, I think so. It begins to look like another girl by the name of Victoria may do that for me.
Oh, dear, I almost forgot. I must tend to the children's feeding.
Children? Are there children here?
Si, senor. My children.
Your children? Well, I knew you'd been married once, but... Well, I don't understand.
I was afraid you did not, senor. We have 3 children, my husband and I. I am sorry, senor.
For a time, Hugo Reed's world was toppled about him. And added to this hopeless love came more trouble. His partner, Jacob Lease, was of a quarrelsome nature, and things were going badly at the store. It finally became necessary to liquidate the business. This was a bitter blow to the young Scotsman.
I thought I was going to make a fortune out of it, Bill. At least enough to buy a rancho, become a ranchero.
Not this time, Hugo. And not at all in this town, if you ask me. I think we'd both better head south again.
South? You mean back to Mexico?
Yes. We'll get along better there. You know that.
Not me. I'm staying here. This is where I want to live. I'll make my way here yet.
Why do you want to stay, Hugo?
Why, because I like it. I like everything about it. The climate, the country, the people.
One person in particular. Isn't that it?
I don't think so, Bill.
Then I know you better than you know yourself, Hugo. Why don't you give it up? You're only making yourself unhappy here. Come with me to Mexico and forget her.
Forget her? Well, perhaps you're right. I don't know. Perhaps I'd better go.
And so Hugo Reed left the California he loved, went back to Mexico, and spent an unhappy year there. But one day, he received a letter from one of his friends in Los Angeles.
There has been nothing unusual. There has been one of the regular smallpox epidemics among the Indians. Many died. And, oh yes, there was one you may have known. His name was Pablo Maria, and he lived with Doña Eulalia Perez at the mission. He was the husband of the Indian woman, Doña Victoria. Bill! Bill, where are you?
Yes? What is it, Hugo? What's the matter?
Bill, I'm going back. Back to California.
Back to California raced Hugo Reed. Back to San Gabriel and Doña Victoria to comfort her in her misfortune. But as the months went by and her loss was fading into the past, Hugo found the courage to speak.
Victoria, perhaps I should not ask it yet, but, well, you must know my feeling for you.
You have been the truest friend I have known, Senor.
More than a friend, Victoria. I hope. I love you.
Oh,
I've loved you since that first day I saw you. I want you to marry me.
Oh, Senor. Hugo. But I am not of your race.
What does that matter? You're the most wonderful person I've ever known, and I love you. Victoria, hasn't your feeling for me been more than friendship?
Si, mi querido. In these last weeks, I have come to depend upon you. I do not know what I should ever do without you again.
Oh, Victoria. Then you will be my wife.
Si. Si, mi querido. I will.
Recently, a woman came to an officer of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles with a problem, which she stated as follows. My brother and I, she said, each owned an undivided half interest in a business lot. To avoid the cost of probate proceedings in the event one of us died, we each executed a deed to the other and placed both deeds in a joint safety deposit box. It was understood that when one of us died, the survivor would destroy the deed which he gave and record the one in favor of himself. My brother died last month, she continued, and I want you to record this deed to me and issue a policy of title insurance. This the company declined to do. Now, if this woman had consulted her attorney before making the arrangement with her brother, he would have told her that both deeds were void. He would have told her that a deed must be delivered during the grantor's lifetime, and that the courts have declared to be invalid deeds that are given under such arrangements for the purpose of avoiding probate. Suppose that this deed had been recorded, and that you had purchased the lot from the woman, relying upon the deed as passing title to her. Well, suppose further that the heirs of the brother successfully established an interest in the lot upon showing that the deed was void. You would have no assurance of recovering your investment unless you had obtained the protection of a policy of title insurance. This is but one of the numerous off-record hazards against which you are protected by a policy issued by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles.
With his marriage to Doña Victoria, Hugo Reed gained not only a wife, but a new country, for he had to be naturalized, a new religion, for he had to be baptized a Catholic, a new name, for he was now called Don Perfecto Hugo Reed, and 3 lovely children from Victoria's former marriage. In addition, his dreams of becoming a ranchero were to be realized, for as a dowry, Victoria brought him a small 128-acre rancho, La Puerta del Cuate. A short time later, he petitioned for and in 1841 received the great 13,000-acre Rancho Santa Anita. Don Perfecto and his Indian wife settled down to the life of the typical ranchero with ease and grace. And Hugo, who'd once been a schoolteacher in Mexico, gleefully began the job of teaching Victoria's children. But this was to cause the first friction between the pair, for...
Hugo, you kept those children indoors studying for 3 hours this morning.
See, mi querida? We were reading about the Spanish islands. The Sandwich Islands, I should say, and they were fascinated.
But, Hugo, it is not right for them to stay cooped up so long, reading, straining their eyes.
Nonsense, Victoria. Don't you want them to be educated, to know something about the world?
See, but they can learn it other ways. I can remember my days cooped up in the mission school. I will not have that happen to my children. I want them to be free. I want them to be out in the air, in the blessed sunlight.
Of course, my dear. We'll hold our classes outdoors whenever the weather permits.
Oh, Hugo, you do not understand what I mean. I do not want them to have to study so much. It will hurt their health.
Oh, very well, Victoria. I'll cut down on their lessons. But I must say, I think you're being a little foolish.
Foolish or not, that is the way I want it.
Then that's the way it shall be.
Slowly, other troubles beset the Scotsman. Gradually, he tired of the uneventful life of the ranchero. In spite of the lovely domain he managed, his thoughts turned to other lands, the sea, and wanderlust grew. One day...
I've done it, Victoria. The deal is made. I've bought the Esmeralda.
It is what you have wanted, is it not, Hugo?
Oh, see, she's a grand boat. Just the thing for the Pacific trade. I will make a fortune with her, Victoria.
I am glad for your sake, Hugo. When will you send it on a first voyage?
Right away, leaving Friday.
So soon? But who have you gotten to take charge of her? Who will be the captain?
The captain, right? I will be, of course.
You? You do not mean that you intend to sail.
But of course, Victoria. I thought you understood that.
No, Hugo, no. You cannot go away.
But, my dear, it'll only be for a while. A few months, I'll be back.
A few months? Hugo, you have grown tired of me, have you not?
Victoria, how can you say that, mi querida? I'll never grow tired of you. I love you. I always will.
Oh.
This may be my chance to make my fortune. I have to take it. But I'll come back to you, my love. Come back to you in triumph.
But Hugo did not come back in triumph. His voyages on the Esmeralda didn't bring him the fortune he had hoped for. Instead, he returned to find more trouble. His absence had done no good to the Ranchos. He needed money to rehabilitate them. Then, too, the Indians at San Gabriel were causing trouble. For after the power of the Padres was broken, the Indians were pushed aside by the whites. Reed, as an official of the district, was called upon to help solve the situation. And he spent much time and energy on the plight of his wife's people. But in vain. Finally, in 1846, he saw a chance to remedy both problems, the Indians and his. He brought the news to Victoria.
So you see, I've decided to sell Rancho Santa Anita to Henry Dalton.
But, Hugo, that would leave us with almost no land except this house.
No, for Governor Pico has agreed to sell us all of the ex-mission lands. We can help the Indians to restore their homes and still have plenty left over for ourselves.
But how can the governor do this?
He has the power, and he needs the money I'll pay him for war.
War?
See, with the Americanos. It comes close, querida.
Oh.
But it's going to be a blessing for us, for we'll receive a great rancho.
Hugo was wrong. He sold his Rancho Santa Anita. But after the Americans took over California, he tried to claim his mission lands and found he could not.
No, Mr. Reed, I'm sorry. That grant the Governor Pico made you is not valid. He made it when he knew that California was lost. He gave it to you just so it wouldn't fall into our hands. But it was public lands, and it'll stay public lands. The United States government will not declare your claim valid.
Hugo Reed was desperate now. He was without lands. He had no means of supporting his family. Then, suddenly, came word that seemed like the answer.
It's gold, Victoria. Gold. They've found it up north at Sutler's Mills. There's millions to be had for those that get there first, and I'm going to be one of them.
No, Hugo, do not leave me.
I must, mi querida. I must. This is my chance.
Then, while Hugo was far away in the gold fields, the greatest tragedy came. Victoria's lovely young daughter, called the Flower of the San Gabriel, a beautiful Indian girl who was the pattern for Helen Hunt Jackson's Ramona. was taken sick with smallpox. Far away in the north, her loving stepfather got the news.
Maria Ignacia died this morning. No, it can't be true. No. Victoria.
So, you have come.
I got here as soon as I could, mi querida.
Do not touch me.
Victoria.
I am glad you got here too late to see her in her grave. I am glad.
Victoria, what are you saying?
You killed her, Hugo. You made her study and read. You kept her cooped up in the house out of the sunlight. You killed her.
Victoria, mi querida. Oh, I know this thing has been a terrible shock to you, but surely you cannot mean what you
I
said.
do mean it. I hate you, Hugo Reed. I hate you. You killed her.
Her brain affected by grief, Victoria madly accused her husband of murdering her daughter. Sadly, Hugo went back to the north, miserable in his double tragedy. But happily, the cloud passed, and once again, Victoria was the kind and gracious woman she once was. So it was to her welcoming arms that Hugo Reed came back from the north, weary and discouraged.
It's all over, Victoria. I'm broke. Everything's gone. Our lands, our money, everything.
Not our home here, Hugo. And we have each other.
Mi querida. Nothing else matters when I hear you say that. Oh, I've been such a fool, Victoria. I could have been so happy if I'd just stayed here with you.
I do not know, Hugo. I do not think so. You are you. You did what you had to do.
I haven't been a very good husband, have I? Oh, can you forgive me?
There is nothing to forgive, querido. You have given me something I would never have had otherwise. Love. Love for a fine man.
No, Victoria, not a fine man. What have I done with my life but bring you sorrow? I've done nothing worthwhile. But, Victoria, now, before I die, I'm going to do something worthwhile. It's something that needs to be done.
What is it, Hugo?
I'm going to do something to help your people, the Indians. I'm going to write about them, and you're going to help me. We're going to make people understand what has happened to them and why. We're going to make people realize that they were not always degraded and poverty-stricken as they are now, that they were once happy and unspoiled, that they can be again if we'll only help them.
Si, mi querido, you shall do it and I shall help. And then the world will see that my husband is a great man.
Feverishly, Hugo Reed worked over his Indian letters, which were published serially in the Los Angeles Star during 18 little time left. At 42, he was an old man. His health was failing fast. But he finished a series of 22 letters, which furnish us today with the best picture we have of Indian life of this section before the coming of the white man. And his passionate plea for help for the red man aroused sympathy and led eventually to action on their behalf. But Hugo Reed was not to see his triumph, for on December 12, 1852, he passed from this world. Great was the mourning in Southern California, for they knew, as did Victoria, that Hugo Reed was a great man. And in far-off San Francisco, the newspapers joined in the chorus of praises.
Praise for in excess of his actual accomplishments. His death is a deep loss to all of California, not only for the great projects which he left incomplete, his campaign on behalf of the red man, but for his great knowledge and humanity, which would have been of inestimable value to California in the long period which lies ahead. All California mourns at the grave of Hugo Reed, a great pioneer and a great man.
And at a lonely grave in the Pueblo Cemetery stood a solitary figure, stately and tall, a woman still lovely and unmarked by the years.
Adios, my husband. With you goes my heart.
Next time that you're in the neighborhood of Santa Anita Rancho, stop in and visit the house that the hero of tonight's story built for his bride and children 100 years ago. The Hugo Reed adobe still stands beside a lake on the Rancho property, and it's open to the public. There are other mementos of the famous Rancho's early days there, too, including Lucky Baldwin's famous coach house and horse's burial ground, shaded by towering century-old eucalyptus and other trees. To you who have heard tonight's story, these surviving reminders of California's golden past will hold a fascinating interest because you know something of their history and the people who originated them. Title Insurance and Trust Company hopes that you have listened to all these programs and that each one has, in a similar manner, made some part of Southern California more real, more interesting, and enjoyable to you. Now, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we'll recreate the story of the marshland, which was also a great port. The story of Rancho La Bayona. That's the rancho which was the domain of the Machados, and the land which is today Palms, Culver City, and Venice. It's a story you'll enjoy. So until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamond speaking. This is the Romance of the Ranchos.
Culver City, 1839.
Padres protest grant of land to rancheros.
Playa del Rey, 1887.
Seaside resort to become great harbor.
Venice, 1904.
Great seaside resort copies after European city. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the romantic and colorful past that created our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns with a fascinating true story of the days of the Dawns. Day before yesterday, several million more American citizens completed their registration for service with our armed forces. Many of them will be called to active duty. Many may actually lay down their lives in the service of our country. Most of us will not have to make that supreme sacrifice, but all of us are in this war and all of us are in the service. And one service that we can all render is to help finance the country's war effort, to help provide the weapons so desperately needed by those fellow citizens of ours who will do the actual fighting. Our dimes and dollars invested in defense bonds and stamps are the weapons most of us must use. Use them often and regularly. Buy defense bonds and stamps. Now here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight our wanderings take us to the Rancho La Bayona, the great valley stretching from the Baldwin Hills to Playa del Rey on the south and to Pico Boulevard on the north, and containing the thriving communities of Playa del Rey, Culver City, Palms, Barnes City, Ocean Park, Venice, and part of Santa Monica. It's a story that covers over 100 years, and it's full of the romance of the ranchos. The story of the Rancho La Bayona starts back in 1819, while the Pueblo at Los Angeles was still a sleepy little village. At that time, only a few old soldiers had received grants of lands from the government and had started the first ranchos. But their example gave other men ideas, among them the young Machado brothers. One of them, Augustine, approached his friend Tomas Talamantes.
And Tomas, mi amigo, you too have some cattle.
Si, my brother and I.
And as it is now, our cattle must graze on the community lands which belong to the pueblo.
Si, along with everybody else's. But it is good land.
Si, good land, but there is not enough of it. Our cattle are starving because there is not enough land for all the herd.
Starving? Augustine, you exaggerate. It might be better if there was more land, but what can we do about it?
Well, that's just it. We can do something. Tomas, have you not heard of Don Jose Verdugo?
Si, of course.
And Manuel Nieto?
Si.
And Don Jose Dominguez and Don Antonio Maria Lugo?
Of course, but what of them?
What of them? You mean to tell me you do not know that they long ago have obtained land for themselves on which to keep their cattle?
Oh, si, ranchos.
Si, ranchos. And what they can do, you can do also.
I can have a rancho?
See, all you have to do is ask for it.
But what do I want with a rancho?
A place to keep your cattle, of course.
But I already have a place on the Pueblo land.
Ah, you are worse than hopeless. Look, would you not like to have a place where you could raise more cattle, make more money, become a big man?
Oh, perhaps.
Perhaps. Duh. Your brother Felipe has more sense. He has already said he would go in with us.
Go in with you?
Proposition. My brother Ignacio and I have some cattle.
Si.
And your brother Felipe and you have some cattle.
Si.
None of us has enough cattle to stock a rancho by himself, but the four of us together have more than enough.
Ah, you wish us to ask for a rancho.
That is the general idea.
And why did you not say so? I could have saved you much trouble. I could have told you I would not like to live on a rancho. I am quite satisfied to rest my bones in the shade of the Pueblo.
You do not have to live on the rancho, Tomas. You can stay here. My brother and I will live there and keep the cattle.
Then why, mi amigo, are you so anxious for us to join you? You two have enough cattle to stock a rancho. Why not just go ahead and ask for the rancho yourselves?
Because, well, just because...
See?
Well, because we could not get it.
Could not? And why not?
Because neither my brother nor I are...
See?
Well, we are not old enough. It is very silly, but they will not grant ranchos to young men. So we thought, you being older, perhaps...
So that is the reason. Well, my boy, maybe we can help you after all.
Tomas, I am no boy, and you know it.
Never mind, son. We shall help you get your toy. But tell me, where is this rancho of ours going to be?
Oh, it is a very fine piece of land. Most fertile, good for grazing.
But where?
From the Paso de Carretas to the sea.
What? You mean way out there in the wilderness?
Nonsense. It is only some 4 or 5 leagues from the Pueblo.
Only a whole day's journey? Ah, I will help you get it, mi amigo. But you will never get me out there to live. That I can promise you.
Senores Machados y Senores Talamantes, you have petitioned the land called La Ballona.
Si, Capitan. You are going to give us permission to move our cattle there, no?
Well, as military commander, I have that authority. But something has come up. The Padres of the Mission San Gabriel protested against my giving you permission to use this land.
But why? It is not their land.
Well, they say it is. They say all of this land, except the Pueblo lands, are theirs for their cattle and their Indians.
Nonsense. You have given permission for other rancheros to take land?
See, I suppose that is why the Padres are protesting.
Then if you have done it for others, you are obliged to give us permission. It is no more than right.
See, that is so. But I do not know what may come of this. I shall have to send word to City of Mexico to find out whether I am right or the Padres are right.
But in the meantime, Capitan, you give us permission?
See, with reservations. Provisionally, you understand.
See.
But you must build a house and stock the rancho with cattle. That is more than the Padres have done. And I think that will satisfy the government in Mexico. So, senores, the Rancho La Ballona is yours.
Fortunately, Captain Noriega's provisional permit was not questioned. Many years later, in 1839, Governor Alvarado fully legalized the 4 men's possession of the Rancho La Ballona by issuing a grant to them. The Talamantes still didn't live on the land, and Ignacio Machado had moved to the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela, leaving Augustin Machado in full charge of La Ballona. In the peaceful, happy years that followed, La Ballona became famous as the home of excellent white wine. Augustin Machado's vineyards produced a vintage much in demand in the north, and agents constantly called at the rancho.
You have only 12 barrels for me today, senor.
See, the others took all the rest I can spare.
You have more for your own use?
Oh, see, a few barrels.
How many?
10, 12, something like that.
I'll give you 10 pesos apiece for each barrel here, if you'll add those other 10.
$10 for an 18-gallon barrel of vino? Oh, senor, I would feel I had robbed you.
Well, you needn't, senor, because between you and me, do you know what your vino sells for up north?
No.
How much?
25 pesos a barrel, and that's a nice profit.
Madre sacra, 25 pesos. For that much, I should carry these barrels north myself.
All of the luxuries of life, and indeed some of its necessities in that early period of Southern California, were obtained from the trading vessels which anchored off San Pedro. It was the custom for all the rancheros, like Agustin Machado, to go aboard the ships and purchase whatever merchandise pleased them, pledging so many cattle hides in return. It was on one such occasion that Agustin Machado was highly insulted.
And will that be all, senor?
See, I think so. I have brought almost 300 hides worth.
See, that's right. Now, will you be kind enough to sign this note?
Huh? What note?
That's right, note, guarantee. You understand I must have some security for the hides you'll owe us.
Guarantee? Security? Oh, senor, what do you mean?
Or just that I've got to have
Senor, you are new as supercargo, are you not?
Well, yes, I'm only the assistant.
That is what I thought. Then your superior is lax in his advice to you. Surely he knows that the word of a Californiano is as good as any bond.
Word? You mean a gentleman's agreement?
Of course.
Well, senor, we don't usually do business that way.
In California, that is the way we do business, senor. You had better find that out now before you have no business. But if you must have your security, then here it is, senor.
What are you doing?
Plucking your bond, senor. Here, deliver this to your owner. Tell him it is a hair from the beard of Agustin Machado. That is security enough for any man.
The word of the Californian was his bond, and it was as good as gold. This was the spirit in which they lived, and it was a good life. The peaceful flow of events on Rancho La Ballona was uninterrupted by the American occupation or the subsequent change of government. The United States Land Commission upheld the brothers Talamantes and Machado's claim to the land. But in 1854 came an event which was to destroy the simple harmony that had existed. Don Tomas Talamantes approached Don Benito Wilson, the American ranchero.
Don Benito, as one ranchero to another, I need your help.
I'll be glad to do anything for you that I can, Don Tomas. What is it?
Well, I need money.
Oh, I've heard that story too many times of late. It seems we all need dinero, doesn't it, Don Tomas?
See? It is an evil, perhaps, but a necessary one. I must have it.
How much, senor?
$1,500.
That's a lot.
Oh, see? But you have plenty. You will be able to spare me that much.
See, I suppose I will. The way things are now, senor, I need it too. And with money so badly needed and all, I'm afraid I'll have to ask for some security on this loan.
Security, senor? Oh, but surely you know that
Don Tomas, I hate to say this. I know that your honor is above question, but it's not a question of honor anymore. It's a question of your ability to pay. I know you'll want to, but it's a bad risk, senor. Whether you'll be able to pay or not is hard to say, and I haven't so much I can afford to throw it away. So I'll have to ask you to put up some security.
But, senor, I have nothing except the land of La Ballona, my undivided share.
Well, that will have to do then. I will give you the money for a mortgage on your share of La Ballona. As Wilson had expected, Don Tomas was unable to pay off the loan, and Wilson had to foreclose. Now, for the first time, an American-owned part of the land. The ownership of the land became more and more complicated with the years. Felipe Talamantes died, leaving about 25 heirs. A few years later, Agustin Machado died, leaving heirs. Finally, the last of the original owners, Ignacio Machado, decided to deed his interest to his relatives. Well, Don Ignacio, all I can say is that I'm glad I've already sold my share to the other American senores.
Why do you say that, Don Benito?
Because when you deed your interest to all your relatives, the Rancho La Ballona is going to be owned by about 30 people, all of them with undivided interest. That's too many for such a small piece of land.
What will they do? They can't all live there, keep their cattle.
I don't suppose La Ballona will be much of a cattle ranch anymore. But you're right. They can't all live there together, very peacefully in a way, until they know just which land is whose.
How will they know that, senor?
There's only one thing I can see to do. Apply to have the rancho partitioned. Then each one will get his share of it, and they'll all be happy.
See, that is what they'll have to do.
before they all start scratching each other's eyes out.
And so the Rancho La Bellona was petitioned. A few years later, when the boom of the 80s engulfed California, part of the rancho was broken up again into city streets and lots of a community called the Palms. And at the mouth of La Bellona Creek, there was great activity, too. It was there on the beach that Moy L. Wicks talked to an engineer.
So you see, Mr. Crable, that's the layout. The tides back up in the creek mouth and form a lagoon. In flood season, they make this all a marshland. But we can reclaim the land and make this a great harbor with one operation.
You mean by dredging the lagoon?
That's it. That's the idea. We're going to make Port Bologna the big shipping terminal for Southern California. We've already granted a right-of-way to the California Central Railroad. They're starting to build out here, so it's high time we started at this end.
And that's my job?
Right. It's your job to make this a harbor. Now, I see a 200-foot channel right through here and a 2-mile inner harbor up this lagoon, 300 to 600 feet wide and 6 to 20 feet deep.
Well, you have vision, Mr. Wicks. But it's not going to be as easy as you think. These tides and the sand will make dredging difficult.
Oh, I'm not worried. You're a good man, and you'll get the job done, I'm sure. In the meantime, I'll be busy building the first piers and the town of Port Bologna up on the bluffs there.
All right, Mr. Wicks. I'll try. But let's not be too optimistic.
Determinedly, M.L. Wicks went ahead with his plans. On the bluff, above what is now Playa del Rey, he laid out the town of Port Bologna, brought prospective buyers on excursion trips to see it. Lots were sold, buildings started. The California Central Railway, now the Santa Fe, completed their road to the proposed port, and celebrations took place. But the harbor itself was slow in taking shape. And suddenly, the real estate boom of the 80s crashed of its own weight. With great concern, Wicks came to engineer Hugh Crable.
Mr. Crable, something has to be done. Our funds are fast running out. We're not selling any lots, not building anything.
It's not my end of it, Mr. Wicks.
No, of course not. But it's because of you. People say, where's the port? We can't see any harbor. And what can I tell them? I can't see it either. When are you going to have some results?
You want my honest opinion, Wicks?
Of course.
Never.
What do you mean, never?
I mean, it's an impossible task. We'll never be able to make a harbor here. The tides, the shifting sand, they undo our work as fast as we can do it. It would cost more to make and keep this harbor open than it would ever be worth.
You're joking.
Not at all. I thought in the beginning it might be like this. After these months of work, I'm sure of it. I'm sorry, Mr. Wicks, but I'm afraid your Port Bologna was only a dream.
Did you know that the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles maintains the largest collection of early California photographs in existence? This collection consists of 10,000 negatives and plates and more than 15,000 prints, some dating back over 80 years. They were gathered by Mr. C.C. Pierce, who came here as a young photographer from Chicago 56 years ago. Through the years, he photographed just about everything he saw of interest. Early day buildings, bicycle and tally-ho clubs, railroad and harbor construction, the first airplane meet, landmarks, Indians, balloon races, fiestas, visiting notables, people and things and scenes of every description. And all the while, Mr. Pierce also collected earlier pictures taken by others before his arrival in the West. So important became the historical value of this collection that the Huntington Library purchased many of these prints a few years ago. To preserve for this community and for California not only the prints but the negatives, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles some months ago purchased the entire collection. Only occasionally can the company use the pictures in its own work, but authorities agree that to the community and the state, the collection may well be invaluable in years to come.
The optimistic plans for the magnificent port of La Bellona fell through, and the company dissolved. Never again was it to be thought of as a center for commerce and industry. Instead, it took a new lease on life when, in 1902, the Beach Land Company renamed it Playa del Rey and started subdivision of a resort and beach community. A great hotel was built, lots were laid out, beach frontage sold. The lagoon became canals, alive with boats, swimmers, and fishermen. A great holiday crowd poured into the resort on the newly completed Pacific Electric, then called the Los Angeles Hermosa Beach and Redondo Railway. One of the things to attract every eye was located on the Palisades above the beach.
I don't get it, do you?
No, never heard of a name like that.
Not for a car, anyway. Alphonse.
What kind of a car is it? All lopsided like that.
It's one of them cable cars. This here's an inclined railway.
Uh-oh. Here it goes. God darn it. Look, it's climbing right up the side of the hill. Come on, let's get out of the way. It's going to tip over and come down on us.
Wait a minute, you fool. That's just what it's supposed to do. Look up there. The other car on the second track's coming down.
You mean every time this one goes up, the other one comes down?
Sure. That's the way the incline works.
I'll be hornswoggled. Say, look at that. This car coming down's got a name, too.
Yep. See, that one's, Gaston.
That's as goofy as the first one. What's it mean?
Don't you get it? Alphonse and Gaston. Two little men are so polite, each one wants the other to go ahead. Well, that's the way with them cars. They never can get together.
On the high ground farther inland, a new city was born. First called Washington Park, lots and streets were laid out close to what was already known as the Palms. A year later, in 1913, a banquet was held at which the founder, Harry H. Culver, made an announcement.
Well, we're all ready to go. The preliminaries are finished, the streets laid out, the town flooded. We've only got one building so far. That's my real estate office. But it won't be the only one for long. This town's going to grow and grow fast. Before long at all, we'll have a real city. Half business, half residential. Yes, sir, Culver City.
Within a year, Culver City had stores, homes, a factory, a newspaper, a railroad station, a lighting system, and 600 real estate salesmen. But Culver City was not the only scene of activity on Rancho La Ballona, for in 1904, along the beach above Playa del Rey, had sprung up a new town founded by the enterprising Easterner, Abbott Kinney. But the visitor to this community was in for a surprise.
Whoa, Betsy. Well, George, here's where we get out.
How do you mean, get out? I thought you were taking me to a town.
I am.
Then come on, let's ride on in. I don't feel much like walking.
No, you're not going to walk the rest of the way. You're not going to ride either.
I suppose I'm going to fly, huh? Hey, look here, Jim. I ain't much in the mood for fooling. You dragged me clear out here to the beach to see a new town, and now you want to joke about it.
I told you this wasn't like no town you ever saw. Now, come on, see for yourself.
Well, where is this town?
Right down the street here.
What are you talking about? I don't see no street.
It's right here in front of you. And our carriage is waiting right there.
Man, you're plumb loony. All I see is a ditch full of water.
Ditch? Man, that's a canal.
Huh?
That there gondola is our carriage. We're going the rest of the way by boat.
What in tarnation?
I told you this town was different. There ain't no streets here, just canals. If you want to go down the street, you take a boat.
Well, I'll be doggone.
This here's Venice. Mr. Kinney figures to make it just like Venice, Italy. And he's sure doing it. I believe me, this is going to be the place for folks to come before long.
Abbott Kinney's vision founded the town of Venice. At first a curiosity spot, later a great resort along with its neighbor Ocean Park. Its canals have given way to modern streets, and today Venice is a great community of homes and one of the Southland's famous pleasure spots. As the years passed, communities sprang up all over Rancho La Ballona. Then, in 1915, an event took place which was to give great impetus to the growth of little Culver City. On the beach above Santa Monica, a pioneer motion picture director was working.
All right, come on, in a little farther. Show some emotion, George. Don't just sit there. All right. That's it, cut. No, man. This simply won't do. It's not going to look right. No matter how hard we try. Now, what we need is a river. And don't anybody suggest the Los Angeles River. I mean a river with some water in it.
Oh, Mr. Ince.
Huh? What is it?
Mr. Ince, I think maybe I can help you.
Yeah? Well, who are you?
My name's Harry H. Culver. I'm a real estate man.
Well, what are you doing around here?
Well, I just happened to see you working here, and I thought I'd stop and watch. Very interested in motion pictures. I believe they have a great future.
Of course they do. But what was this you said about being able to help me?
Yes, I think I can. You said you needed a river with water in it.
I do.
Yeah.
Script calls for a scene with 3 canoes full of Indians paddling down a stream. All I have to work with is the ocean. It doesn't look right.
Well, I know where there is a stream, yeah, and it has water in it.
So do I, but it's 500 miles away.
Well, mine isn't. It's right here, less than 15 miles away, near my town of Culver City.
You mean it really looks like a river?
Sure.
Well, man, you're a lifesaver. What are we waiting for? Come on, lead us to it. That's all for a while, men. Take an hour off for lunch. We'll shoot the rest this afternoon. Hello there, Mr. Culver.
Hello, Mr. Ince. How's it going?
Fine, fine. Thanks to your Bologna Creek here. We'll be finished in no time.
This isn't a bad location for a picture studio, is it, Mr. Ince? Hills over there, river here, ocean not far, always plenty of sunlight.
Wouldn't be bad.
Yes, we've already got one small studio, the Kayla Motion Picture Company in Culver City. I'd like to have another.
What for? We don't amount to very much yet.
Maybe not yet. But your flickering pictures are going to make a big industry someday soon. Going to employ thousands of people.
You're right there, of course. Yes, and maybe you're right about this being a good place for us. Sure, Mr. Culver. Maybe you can show me some of your land. I might be plenty interested.
When Thomas Ince moved his picture studio to a lot on Washington Boulevard, he started a great industry for Culver City. On that same lot today stands the great Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer plant, home lot of many of the brightest stars of Hollywood and many of its greatest pictures. Other studios came to Culver City in succeeding years through the efforts of Mr. Culver, including Keystone, Biograph, Griffith, Senate, Goldwyn, RKO, Hal Roach, Pathé, and Selznick. Culver City for many years has been one of the great centers for motion picture production in Southern California. But there are other incentives for the growth of Culver City. It was fast becoming a great city of residential homes, and Harry H. Culver was a born community developer. He introduced attention-getting advertising to stimulate sales of real estate in Culver City.
People are attracted by anything moving. If an object stands still, people will not pay much attention to it. So we're going to be on the move all the time. Give them action, something to watch, and then just watch us grow. Let's have carnivals.
Gee whiz, look at that. A searchlight on top of City Hall. They're having a marathon race from Los Angeles to Culver City.
Who ever heard of a baby contest with a building lot for a prize?
Glory be. A free trip around the world, just for the best name for our city park.
You can't play polo in automobiles.
Who says you can't play polo in automobiles? Look at that. They're doing it. Well, anyway, they were doing it.
Under the guidance of the expert developer Harry H. Culver, Culver City grew. Today it is a beautiful and prosperous community of homes and gardens. Together with Palms, Venice, Ocean Park, and Playa del Rey, it spreads out over the great Rancho La Ballona, the domain of the early Californians. And where once Port Ballona was started, the creek has been dredged and improved into a channel now perfect for boat racing. The marshlands have been reclaimed, and development of this land into residential and industrial property is a possibility within the near future. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the Ranchos.
In just a moment, Frank Graham will be back to give you a preview of next week's story. The historical photograph collection I told you about a few minutes ago, which incidentally contains pictures of the Venice canals and many other scenes and places in tonight's story, is but one of the many ways in which Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles seeks to serve its community. But the company's primary service, the real justification of its existence, lies in the fulfillment of its obligations to its customers, present and future. This obligation, as the company's officers and personnel see it, is to provide the most complete, the most accurate, and most prompt land title insurance service of which they are capable, and to give this service, which is your protection against loss when you deal in real property, at rates which are substantially lower than the average cost of such service elsewhere. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we're going to tell an exciting incident from the history of the American conquest of California. It's the story of a wild and difficult ride by a lone horseman racing to get help for his comrades. And the central character is Juan Flaco, who was known as Lean John. Be sure to hear this exciting chapter from The Romance of the Ranchos. So until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamond speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Los Angeles, 1846.
Revolt threatens small American garrison.
San Francisco, 1846.
Lone rider covers 600 miles and ride for help.
San Pedro, 1846.
Battle of Dominguez Ranch, disastrous American defeat. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful characters and events which furnish the background for our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell us another true story of an exciting chapter in the history of the Southland. Starting on March 8th, Romance of the Ranchos will be brought to you at a new time, 8:30 to 9 o'clock each Sunday evening. Radio listening records indicate that for the great majority of Southern California families, this will be a more convenient day and hour. And Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles hopes that all of you present listeners will continue to be their guests every week. Remember, a new day, Sunday, and a new time, 8:30 p.m., and the starting date, Sunday, March 8th. Remember, too, to buy defense bonds and stamps as liberally and as frequently as you can. Make it a regular habit to invest in America and in your own family's financial future. And now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with a dramatic period in the growth of California, the American conquest, and also with a particular incident in that period which, had circumstances been slightly different, might have been celebrated in song and story along with the ride of Paul Revere. It was the feat accomplished by John Brown, whom the Californians called Juan Flaco, or Lean John. It's a story rich in the romance of the Ranchos. Our story starts in the uneasy days just before the Californians learned that Mexico was at war with the United States. Colonel John C. Fremont had just organized an expedition to continue his explorations along the West Coast, and, incidentally, to keep an eye on the province of California. For the Californians were dissatisfied with Mexican rule, and the British were vying with the Americans for the purpose of winning the country peacefully. And so it was that, as Colonel Fremont was recruiting his small force, he was approached by a tall, slim man.
Yes, Colonel Fremont. I'm Juan Flaco. Lean John, the Californians call me.
You have another name, no doubt.
Oh, sure. Name's John Brown.
An American?
Well, now, I think so. Born in Sweden, though.
You don't speak like a Swede.
Been speaking English and Spanish most of my life. See, I ran away from home when I was 15. Shipped as a cabin boy aboard a Britisher. Been a soldier, mostly.
For whom?
Well, most anybody who had some fighting to do. Fought in South America under General Simon Bolivar. Fought in California under Alvarado and Michel Serena.
You know California pretty well?
Better than any place.
Well, I don't know, Lean John. We're going to do a powerful lot of riding. You don't look to me as though you'd last very long on a horse.
Don't let this here long stretch of me fool you, Colonel. I can ride pretty well.
Maybe, but...
Matter of fact, I've got a pretty good reputation as a horseman out there in California.
Well, sir, we'll see if you can hold up in one of our saddles.
You mean you'll take me?
I'll give you a chance, Lean John. But I'll never know why. It'll be the first time I ever saw a beanpole on a horse.
And so Lean John Brown joined the horsemen of Colonel Fremont's party as they crossed into California. There they found things fast coming to a head. As the party rode north toward Oregon, a messenger arrived with news.
War may be expected any time, Colonel Fremont. And it's your duty to see that nothing goes wrong in California.
But what about the American fleet, Gillespie?
Commodore Sloat is anchored in Mexican waters. They'll move north at the first sign of trouble, but in the meantime, you're the only one really here on the scene to protect American interests. You can't go on north.
I'm not sure where my duty lies. If I go back, the Californians may take offense. They might even find it a cause for war.
But if you don't, who's to protect the Americans there? Already they're panicky about an attack from the Californians.
Yes, maybe you're right, Gillespie. I'll give the order to turn around and head back into California.
Fremont arrived in the Sacramento Valley just in time to find the American settlers expecting an attack momentarily and ready to take strong measures against the native Californians. Quickly, feelings spread and culminated in the Big Bear Flag Revolt, in which a handful of Americans proclaimed California a republic. Fremont resigned his army command so that he might join with them. But before they could see much action, news came that war with Mexico was on in earnest. Now, Fremont, with his men, hurried to meet Commodore Stockton's naval units. Both Fremont and the messenger Gillespie received commissions from Stockton, and they prepared to embark for the south to occupy San Diego and Los Angeles.
St. John Brown.
Yes, Colonel Fremont?
I'm sending you down on the other ship with Captain Gillespie.
Why can't I string along with you, Colonel?
Because you're familiar with the country, and Gillespie will need a man like you.
All right, sir. If you say so.
Good man. Don't let that horse throw you.
I'm not worried about any horses, but I don't think much of this here next stage of the trip. I'm worried about keeping my seat on this bucking bronco of a ship.
Fremont landed at San Diego, occupied the city, and started north to meet Stockton, whose forces landed at San Pedro. With no organized opposition, they took Los Angeles, and to all appearances, the occupation of California was completed without the shedding of blood. Everything was so peaceful on the surface that Stockton and Fremont left for Monterey, leaving only Captain Gillespie's small force to occupy the hotbed of revolt that was Los Angeles. They'd not been gone long before the young captain's ill-considered restrictions had caused bad feelings.
But, Senor Capitan, the 15th of September is a day of celebration here. It is a holiday for all citizens of Mexico.
Yes, but you're no longer citizens of Mexico, senor. And there'll be no celebrations here. I know what your celebrations are. They'd last a week. Everybody'd get drunk, and anything might happen. Your feelings might run away with you. And I'm not taking the chance. There'll be no celebration.
Very well, senor. But I warn you, the people will not like this. They have not liked many things you have done. You had better watch your step.
The 15th of September came and passed, and there was no celebration. But feeling was running high, and on the 22nd of September, 1846...
Oh, who goes there?
Captain Gillespie. Is everything quiet?
Yes, sir. There was a noisy crowd in the streets a little while ago. Sounded like a rowdy party. They've quieted down now.
It's almost too quiet. I don't like it.
Well, I haven't seen anything suspicious, Captain. Street's deserted.
It's so dark out there you can't tell whether it's deserted or not.
Look.
Did you see something move over there in the shadows?
Why, no, I don't think so.
There. See? Across the street.
Yeah. Something did move. Oh, it's probably a dog or something.
Did you ever see a dog wearing a sombrero?
Look, you can see the outline of it. It's a man. I can see him now. He's creeping across the street. And look, behind him others.
All right. Hold the alarm. Men, to your places. Up, quickly. Up, to your places. Get your guns. It's not... All right, men, hold your fire. We've driven them off.
That was easy. Most of them were so drunk they didn't know what they were doing anyway.
Yeah, there are only a handful, too.
It doesn't matter how few of them there were. This is serious.
Tomorrow we're going to take measures to see that this doesn't happen again.
Captain Gillespie, it looked to me like just a wild spree. A few rowdies who got a little too much firewater.
Doesn't matter what it looked like to you. This could start something serious. And tomorrow I'm going to make a few arrests just to see that it doesn't. All right, man, at ease.
That's just the attitude, Captain, that's really going to get us into trouble.
Juan Flaco was right. Captain Gillespie's belligerent attitude only inflamed the Californians. And what might have passed off as a minor incident became the spark that set off revolt. Gillespie arrested several prominent Californians to be held as hostages for good behavior. And within a day, Los Angeles was seething with unrest, and word came to the garrison.
Why, it's a copy of the proclamation they issued against us.
Well, this is outrageous. It's revolution.
Yes, Captain Gillespie, it is. Courier says almost 200 townspeople are taking up arms. Several of the paroled Mexican officers joining them. Flores, Andre Peco, Jose Antonio Carrillo.
They'll be sorry for this.
Perhaps, but, Captain, those men are respected, responsible citizens. These men, they're leading their support and leadership to make a serious matter, perhaps more serious
What
than
do you
realize.
mean?
I mean that we have a full-fledged war in our hands. There are several hundred disarmed soldiers in this area. They're all armed, too, and good fighters. They're all rising up, and our little company is no match for them.
You don't think we can handle this?
Well, frankly, no.
Well, we're going to. You tend to your riding, Brown, and I'll give the order.
Yes, sir, of course. But if you're determined to face them, may I make a suggestion?
All right, what is it?
Here in this government house, we're trapped. I suggest we move out of town and up onto the hill overlooking the town. There we might be able to hold out with cannon and our long-range rifles.
Retreat?
I wouldn't say so. I'd say it was smart strategy to move to a stronger position.
Well, that might be a good idea at that.
But we'd better do it now, quickly, Captain, before they're mobilized and move into town.
All right. I'll give the orders immediately.
Through the streets and up to the top of Fort Hill, the little band dragged their 2 cannon, with as much ammunition and provisions as they could carry. They established their positions none too soon.
Look at them. There are at least 100 of them at the foot of the hill.
And more over on the other side.
Yes, Captain Gillespie. We're completely surrounded. They've established picket lines around us.
They're going to starve us out, eh?
Yes, and they will, too. Our provisions won't last very long. Not more than 2 weeks at most.
Well, we'll just have to figure out something to break the siege.
How? We're perched up here where they can't do us any harm, but we can't do them any either.
Samuel! Stop
What is
that!
there?
We can't afford to waste a single shot. I want no one to fire unless they try and attack up the hill, which they probably won't. Now, sit tight, everybody. We'll just have to wait them out.
Captain Gillespie, we have to do something. We're caught here in a trap. They're not going to give up.
Yeah, it doesn't look much like it.
And just hold us here until we're starving.
Yes, if we could only get help.
We have to get help.
But how? Captain Wilson and his men have been captured at Chino Ranch, and Fremont and Stockton are at Monterey, over 400 miles from here. And they're the nearest.
I can make it in, 3 days. If they sail right away, we should have help here in a week. That would be time enough.
Man, what are you talking about? You think you could get through their lines and ride to Monterey in 3 days? Why, you're crazy.
I'm not crazy. I can do it.
But even supposing you got through their lines, you'd have a ride of over 400 miles through hostile country, where every man is your enemy.
I know, but I could take the back trails.
Where would you get the horses? At that speed, you'd kill off your horses faster than you could find new ones.
I'll find new ones, all right. And I'll get word to Stockton, I promise you.
No, Brown, I can't let you do it. It's suicide.
All right, it's my life, isn't it?
Oh, but...
And there's nothing else that'll save us. I'm going whether you give me permission or not.
All right, John. You can go. Are you all ready?
Yeah, as soon as I get this saddle tightened here. Oh, easy there. Yeah, now. Now she's all ready. Best horse in the camp. She's going to have to be, I'm afraid.
All right, Lean John. Here's the message for Stockton. I've written it on cigarette paper and fixed my seal to it so they'll know you can be trusted. It'll roll up into a little ball. Where do you want to put it?
Let's see. How about in my hair, like this? Just tie it in my hair and no one will find it there. How's that?
All right. Fix it good. Now, it's almost dark. You can start any time.
Right. There's no use waiting. I'll be off.
Oh, wait. Aren't you taking a gun?
No, just useless baggage. If I get to the point where I need one, I'd be a goner anyway.
Well, you have to have some protection.
I have my riata so I can rope myself a horse. That's enough. Well, goodbye, Captain Gillespie. I'll do my best.
Goodbye, Lean John. And God bless you.
Say, if I make this, maybe Colonel Fremont will have to eat his words about a beanpole on a horse. Hasta la vista!
There are still some people who believe that a policy of title insurance is nothing more than a written opinion as to the ownership of a piece of land or real estate based on an examination of public records. Now, the issuance of a policy of title insurance does involve such a search of the public records. But some of these records date back for many years, and it may be necessary to check more than 50 public offices, in addition to that of the county recorder, to find them all. However, in theory, any land investor could make his own search of the records and form his own opinion. But your policy of title insurance goes far beyond a mere search of records and an opinion in two vitally important respects. In the first place, it ensures the accuracy of the opinion that title insurance and trust companies' experts arrive at after searching the records. In the second place, the policy of title insurance specifically protects you against a number of title defects that the most careful examination of public records would not reveal. So when you think of title insurance, which Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles provides, don't think of it as merely a search of public records and a written opinion. Remember that it is an actual insurance policy, a policy protecting you against loss due to many specified causes. And remember that some of the risks against which it specifically protects you are risks that the public records do not reveal. That is title insurance.
Lean John Brown, whom the Californians called Juan Flaco, took leave of Captain Gillespie and the 50 besieged Americans, left behind him the comparative safety of old Fort Hill in Los Angeles, and slowly threaded his way toward the Californians' lines at the foot of the slope. Carefully, his horse picked its way down the ravine, closer to the guns of the enraged citizens of the Pueblo. Suddenly...
Alto! Who goes there?
Friend, amigo.
So, then advance and show yourself.
Hola, Pedro. Who is it?
I cannot tell you, senor. He says amigo with an Americano accent.
Hola. Come forward, senor. But watch your step, or we have you covered by 15 rifles.
Very well. Here I am.
Caramba, an Americano soldier.
No, senor. You give yourself up?
See, I'm deserting from that bunch up there.
Be careful. Keep him under the point of your gun. This may be a trick.
Well, why should I want to trick you? I'm tired of those Americans up there. They haven't enough sense to see when they're licked. But I have. I've come to make peace. I'm not armed, as you can see. I want food. I'm hungry.
So will they all be before this is over. So you are deserter, eh, senor? Very well. Dismount and come forward. Stop, I said dismount.
I heard you.
Then do as I say. You are insolent, senor. If you expect clemency from me, obey what I say. Dismount.
I will when I get good and ready.
What? You stop him! Stop him!
He's not a deserter. He's a messenger.
After him quickly. Onto your horses and after him. He must be stopped.
He got through the lines all right, but they're after him.
Oh, if he only wasn't wounded.
From the sound, I'd say there must be 15 horsemen chasing him.
Yeah, they're going away fast. Almost out of hearing already.
If you can pray now, soldier, pray that Lean John gets through.
If he wasn't wounded or his horse hit, they'll never catch Lean John. He's on his way to Monterey.
Come on, old fella. Faster. Faster. Gotta get away from them. Faster. Faster.
What's going on, Faster, he's pulling away. Good. His horse stumbled. His horse is hit.
But caramba, he's going on. The horse is still running.
Yeah, but slower. We'll catch him before he gets to the canyon. Come on, faster!
Come on, old fella. I know it's hard, but you can just get me past the canyon. Come on, faster. They're gaining.
On and on pounded Juan Flaco's gallant horse, even though it was already seriously wounded. After them roared 15 hard-riding Californians, gaining with every step. They were almost upon the lone rider when suddenly, out of the night, loomed a 20-foot chasm, the canyon. Juan Flaco did not hesitate, and his gallant horse neither faltered nor paused.
Whoa, whoa, caramba. Did you see that? He took the canyon and he jumped. Madre de Dios.
Quick, down to the canyon after him. Quick, or he'll be away.
He's away already, Capitan. By the time we cross down and around, he will be miles ahead. We've lost him. And fairly, too. What a horse. What a horse.
Pulling away to safety was Lean John and his faithful animal. Only after the sound of his pursuers had died out completely did Juan Flaco allow the wounded horse to slow down. The animal was running on his heart, and they'd only gone about 2 miles beyond the canyon jump when suddenly the horse could go on no longer. It fell to earth, dead. Leaving the dead horse, Juan Flaco, on foot now, made his way northward along the Santa Monica Mountains, hiding in the brush from the pursuing horsemen. Toward dawn, he approached a lonely ranch house nestled at the foot of the hills, and there he approached the corral where the horses were kept. But as he reached it, a figure appeared. It was the ranchero, aroused by the commotion of the horses.
Halt! Put up your hands. You're a dead hombre.
Why, even in this light, I can see that's not a gun you're holding, only a stick of wood.
You're an American.
Of course. But does that give you any right to steal my horses?
An American. Oh, thank God.
Explaining his mission, he obtained a fresh horse from the American, and once more he was off on his long journey. Over mountains, across open plain, through the brush and on the beach he raced. There was no road. Half of the time he could not even use the little trail that led north, for he had to detour around every ranch, every village, and avoid any horseman he might see. For this was hostile enemy country. He would probably be shot on sight. On and on he pressed, borrowing a fresh horse whenever his steed was worn out. He'd been on the trail for 27 hours when he pulled into Santa Barbara. There, the small American garrison offered him food and rest, but he had no time. A fresh horse was all he wanted, and within an hour he was riding hard again. Once more he was sighted by a Californian patrol, and once more he rode his horse to death to outdistance them. 2 days more he rode, and on the evening of the third day, his panting horse pulled up in front of the government house at Monterey.
Oh! Who are you? John Brown. Captain Gillespie's company. Reporting. I have a message from Captain Gillespie.
Good heavens, man. You look as though you'd ridden all the way without a stop.
I have. Gillespie's in trouble. Under siege. Must have help immediately. I must deliver my message to Commodore Stockton at once.
Good Lord, man. Commodore Stockton isn't here. He's on up north at San Francisco.
3 days and 3 nights of continuous riding. And now, his destination reached, Juan Flaco found that he must go another 100 or more miles to get help for his friends. For 3 hours he slept the sleep of exhaustion, then climbed astride a racehorse furnished him by Captain Maddox and started again. On and on, doggedly, determinedly,